Ding! Detection indicates that the host has been admitted to university. The perfect godlike system is now initializing. Lin Yu is overwhelmed with unexpected joy upon hearing this announcement. Look, my golden finger has finally arrived. Ding! System is analyzing the environment. System initializing. Unlocking system functions. 0, 10, 20, 30, 50, 99. A progress bar appeared on the Azure system interface in Lin Yu's mind, reaching an astonishing 99% before abruptly halting. 10 minutes later, he glanced at the system interface. What is going on? Why has it stopped moving with just one segment left? Does this system not realize he has a compulsive nature? Lin Yu could hardly bear to witness a progress bar stalling at 99%. This had happened numerous times before. Whether while watching videos or playing games, he nearly shattered the screen in frustration. Over the course of a month, Lin Yu diligently checked the system's loading progress each day. It remained perpetually fixed at that unyielding 99%. During this time, he inquired about the reason behind it. The system replied that necessary conditions were lacking. He was left bewildered. The system had indeed activated, but not fully. Despite the progress bar being stuck at 99%, certain features remained accessible. The system panel displayed 2 selectable task options, while all others were secured with a small lock, rendering them invisible. Morning run task. Rapid enhancement of physical condition. Skincare task. Rapid enhancement of charm. Physical enhancement capsule. Not yet unlocked. Endurance capsule. Not yet unlocked. Learning enhancement capsule. Not yet unlocked. Thus, Lin Yu committed to daily morning runs on campus. He also began a skincare routine. Despite his already handsome visage, no one would refuse the opportunity to become even more attractive. In truth, Lin Yu's motivation for exercise stemmed from the original host's somewhat frail condition. This became particularly evident after his transition. Yuza, have you heard about our campus 100 beauties ranking? Wang Wei, with his chubby hands, nudged Lin Yu beside him. Lin Yu snapped back to reality. What did you say? You, surrounded by so many beautiful women, still daydreaming. I asked if you have heard of our campus 100 beauties ranking. I haven't. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. With no thoughts of women occupying his mind, he naturally had not heard of such a thing. You've never heard of this? The campus beauty list, which features 100 of the most stunning young women from our university, has become quite the topic of discussion. Wang Jun remarked with a mysterious yet lewd grin directed at his roommates. Beside him, Zhao Tian and Qian Fei gazed at Wang Jun with palpable excitement, their faces flushed with anticipation. Come on, spill it, Jun. I've heard of the beauty list. It was supposedly compiled by a senior from the forum. But I scoured the forum and found nothing. Wang Jun smirked with satisfaction. You think such information is easily accessible to just anyone? I had to employ a few clever tactics to catch a glimpse of it. Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us already. Zhao Tian and Qian Fei urged impatiently. Look at your eagerness. Allow me to unfold the story in my own pace. Just as Wang Jun was about to speak, a commotion erupted from the west side of the campus square. Look, it's Zhang Tingting. It's Zhang Tingting. Lin Yu and his companions turned their attention towards the source of the noise. A girl with a single ponytail, exuding an air of purity and clad in a flowing white dress, emerged into viewpoint. 2 other attractive girls surrounded her, stirring excitement among the crowd. From Lin Yu's discerning aesthetic perspective, he found the girls' looks to be decent, but nothing more. Meanwhile, Wang Jun's nostrils flared as he exhibited a look of astonishment. Wow, the campus belle. Zhang Tingting, she is the campus belle? Lin Yu inquired. Why you? It's been a month since the semester began. Please don't tell me you don't even recognize the campus belle. The 3 enthusiastic admirers stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu nodded nonchalantly. Be confident, I truly do not recognize the campus belle. Why should he know her simply because of her beauty? Wang Jun, Qian Fei, and Zhao Tian were left speechless. Wang Jun cleared his throat. Ahem, you all seem unaware of this, right? Zhang Tingting is not only the campus belle, but also the second-ranked beauty on the beauty list I just mentioned. Wow, so impressive. The second beauty. The other 2 admirers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Second place? Who could possibly be in first? At that moment, a breathtaking figure began to stride towards the tumultuous crowd from a distance. Meanwhile, Sun Tingting and her friends had reached a position diagonally opposite Lin Yu. Ding! Task issued. The host must confess to the most attractive woman present. Regardless of success or failure, unlocking the complete functionality of the system will be achieved. Upon hearing the electronic prompt within his mind, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, transforming into that of a hawk's keen sight. Confess to the most beautiful woman present? Lin Yu finally comprehended the reason behind the system's progress bar being stuck at 99 for the past month. He had been waiting here all along. Is this the necessary condition? Damn! After finally activating the system, I ended up losing so thoroughly. The system instructed him to confess to the most attractive person present. Could it be that this was all a prank? Upon activation, the system's progress was stuck at 99. Now, it required him to confess to someone in order to unlock further functions. Isn't this just bullying the honest? Damn system, I curse you. Detected that the host has insulted the system. Loading progress decreased to 98. Lin Yu was left dumbfounded. What? The loading progress can actually regress? He suspected the system was doing this on purpose, and he had evidence. Lin Yu pondered whether to carry out this task. After all, it involved confessing in front of a crowd, and he needed to weigh the pros and cons carefully. According to the task's requirements, he was to confess to the most beautiful woman present. Surely, it must be this campus belle to have Lin Yu confess to a woman he had never met? Ridiculous. How could that be? Is Lin Yu that kind of person? Well, there's no time to waste. He should confess at once. How delightful. Lin Yu didn't want to, but the rewards the system offered were too enticing. Having read plenty of web novels, he knew that the rewards provided by the system must be formidable and rare. Even with the system's functions not fully unlocked, the rewards were already quite impressive. Over the past month, Lin Yu had been diligent in his morning runs, and he could visibly feel his physical fitness improving. Both of his kidneys felt as if they were brimming with endless vitality. Moreover, with his daily skincare routine, his charm had also seen a significant boost. Not only the female classmates in his department, even the male students looked at him with a peculiar sense of admiration. It made Lin Yu feel a bit uneasy. The fully unlocked system functions would undoubtedly be even more powerful. Lin Yu held high expectations for this. He had thought it through clearly. He didn't know this campus belle, so confessing to her was just that confession that, if he failed, it was of no consequence. The task stated that regardless of success or failure, the system functions could still be unlocked. As for how others would perceive him if he failed, Lin Yu had never cared about such things. In fact, on another note, Lin Yu secretly hoped to fail this way. He would unlock the system without any romantic entanglements, truly a win-win situation. He believed he stood to gain without any loss. He glanced at Zhang Tingting, who was diagonally across from him. Inwardly, he felt that his chances of failure were rather high, which gave him a sense of stability. For Lin Yu's sixth sense told him that this woman would not be easy to confess to. Zhang Tingting and her friends were about to walk away. Lin Yu took a deep breath and walked in their direction. Wait a moment. Campus bell. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly and magnetically to AT that moment. All the spectators in the campus square were momentarily taken aback. Then he turned to the man who had uttered the sound. Wow, brothers, there's gossip. Look at this situation. Could it be yet another confession to the school beauty? This is the 13th one this month. If that's the case, does that not make him the 13th infatuated suitor? What a pity, this guy is rather handsome. Wang Jun and Xian Fei were equally astonished by Lin Yu's sudden action. What the heck? What is you doing? Zhang Tingting, upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, paused and gazed at him. Is there something you need? School beauty, will you be my girlfriend? In full view of the onlookers, Lin Yu spoke calmly. Excellent. He had completed his task and awaited the rejection, thus unlocking the system's functions. Wow! Lin Yu's roommates exclaimed in unison at this scene. The elegance of the Chinese character culture was vividly displayed at this moment. Is you really this bold? The three struggled to comprehend that the usually composed Lin Yu, who showed little interest in women, had suddenly decided to confess to the school beauty. Moreover, he didn't even know her. Was this a case of infatuation? Indeed, it was a confession, and the surrounding crowd was not surprised. They merely wished to witness how Lin Yu would be rejected by Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. She scrutinized the handsome man before her. She recognized Lin Yu. Among the male gods of the campus, Lin Yu topped the beauty rankings. Naturally, Zhang Tingting was aware of him. However, The campus male god rankings were divided into beauty and comprehensive categories. In the comprehensive ranking, Lin Yu held the 20th position. The comprehensive ranking is based on family background, academic prowess, and potential for development. Lin Yu seemed to have an average background. Nothing remarkable was apparent besides his good looks. His position at 20 was largely due to the points garnered from his appearance. Zhang Tingting had already formed her conclusion. A woman aspiring to marry into wealth. How could she possibly be with an ordinary person? Had one of the top 3 in the comprehensive ranking confessed, she might have considered it. She had silently categorized this man as an infatuated suitor. Zhang Tingting displayed a professional smile. Sorry, we are not suited for each other. If there's nothing else, they'll take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression dimmed slightly. Very well, school beauty, I was rather abrupt. In truth, he was secretly laughing in his heart. Ha ha ha. The plan worked. As expected, he was rejected. He successfully unlocked the system's functions. Wang Jun and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. They prepared to comfort Lin Yu upon his return. The surrounding crowd, satisfied with Lin Yu's rejection, remarked, See, this fellow is so handsome, yet was rejected by the school bell. Lin Yu paid no heed to the murmurs around him as he prepared to walk back. However, he was still awaiting the system's notification of task completion. He silently urged, System, for heaven's sake, I have completed my task. Why is it not unlocking? Reply to the host, You have not completed the task. Please confess to the most beautiful woman present. A multitude of question marks suddenly appeared above Lin Yu's head. What was going on? Hadn't he just confessed and been turned down? Lin Yu, don't be disheartened. Her rejection is fortuitous. Come, confess to me. Sister will be your girlfriend, shall we? As Lin Yu pondered where he had gone awry, a melodious and enchanting voice graced his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a woman of exquisite beauty, her long, dark wave cascading naturally over her shoulders. The white t-shirt and fitted jeans accentuated her alluring figure, with a full bosom leading down to a slender waist and further to a curvaceous and voluptuous posterior. Even Lin Yu's discerning aesthetic could only concede that this woman was exceptionally stunning. She was far more beautiful than Zhang Tingting from earlier. Compared to Zhang Tingting, this woman was indeed more akin to the school belle, was she not? But who was she? He did not recognize her at all. How had she suddenly materialized? Moreover, how did she know his name was Lin Yu? The onlookers gasped at the unexpected appearance of the woman. Lung Qingxue. It's Lung Qingxue, the legendary flower of the high ridge. North of the Milky Way, Xue is the fairest. What brings her here? Lung Qingxue was also one of the school belles at Magic City University, yet her icy demeanor gave her an aura of aloofness, deterring others from approaching her. Due to her infrequent appearances, her notoriety did not match that of Zhang Tingting. Beside her, Zhang Tingting's eyes widened with surprise and a tinge of jealousy upon seeing Lung Qingxue's arrival. Why had her opportunistic friend come? Did she truly wish for Lin Yu to be her boyfriend? How superficial. Only valuing looks? Unfazed by the gazes of those around her, Lung Qingxue flashed a smile reminiscent of a mischievous imp as she turned her gaze toward Lin Yu. Well then, Lin Yu, confess to me. Chapter 3. The school belle's best friend appears even more impressive. Confess to me, classmate Lin Yu. I will treat you well. Cold Qingxue remarked with a hint of amusement as she gazed upon Lin Yu. Having observed him from a distance, she discerned that this handsome man was not genuinely confessing his feelings. After all, who would declare their affections empty-handed? At the very least, one ought to present a bouquet of roses, no? This man wore a calm expression, seemingly untouched by the disappointment of rejection. This was not Cold Qingxue's first encounter with Lin Yu. She had developed a habit of rising early to exercise, and each morning, she would spot this striking gentleman jogging around the campus, rain or shine, for the past month without fail. There was a serene composure in his eyes that belied his youth, which piqued her interest. You have successfully captured my attention, sir, she mused, prompting her to inquire about his name and department. Upon hearing her words, a question mark appeared in Lin Yu's mind. What is happening? He thought. Did I mishear her? Why is this stunning beauty asking me to confess my feelings? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. I never intended to profess my love. The onlookers, including Lin Yu's roommates, were equally taken aback. What did I just hear? Cold Qingxue wants him to confess. She is the ice queen, the unattainable flower. they exclaimed. And she said that if he confesses, he would be her boyfriend? That's impossible. Zhang Tingting and her friends stood there, equally dumbfounded. Zhang Tingting, from the arts department, and cold Qingxue, from the mathematics department, were initially strangers. However, upon noticing cold Qingxue's beauty, Zhang Tingting approached her to forge a friendship. Cold Qingxue was indifferent to this, while Zhang Tingting felt a twinge of jealousy. Though she considered herself quite beautiful, she believed she paled in comparison to cold Qingxue. Fortunately, cold Qingxue's aloof nature kept her largely out of the public eye, allowing Zhang Tingting to maintain her popularity. Irritated, Zhang Tingting felt that cold Qingxue was intentionally undermining her. "What do you mean, Qingxue?" she blurted out. Cold Qingxue turned to Zhang Tingting with an elegant smile. "Tingting, did you not reject him? If that is the case, then his confession to me should pose no issue, correct? I find him quite charming." Zhang Tingting's face flushed slightly. "Of course, I don't mind. I'm not one to judge solely by appearances." "Ah, then that's splendid," cold Qingxue replied, narrowing her beautiful eyes. At that moment, Lin Yu began to comprehend the situation. He sensed that cold Qingxue's remarks were likely a jest, perhaps intended to provide him with an escape from the awkwardness, though he could not quite grasp the reason behind it. The surrounding classmates soon became aware of the situation. The cold school beauty must possess a kind heart, offering a way out for the handsome young man. After all, they could hardly believe that such an icy goddess would take the initiative to prompt a confession. Observing this, Lin Yu decided to seize the opportunity. After all, it was the beautiful lady's goodwill. Refusing her gracious offer would be quite foolish. Once the confession was made, he would swiftly retreat, convinced that the frosty Qingxue was merely jesting. As Lin Yu hesitated to speak, Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and gazed at him. "Lin Yu, you aren't afraid, are you?" she inquired. At her words, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Afraid? Nonsense." He was exceedingly brave. Why not take the plunge? Confessing to an even more beautiful girl would certainly not be a loss. Moreover, she was the school beauty's close friend, which made the situation even more advantageous. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu looked at Qingxue and declared, "Qingxue, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing his confession, Qingxue lifted her gaze, her red lips curving into a slight smile of success. I agree. We are now officially a couple." Lin Yu nodded, then suddenly jolted in surprise. "What? What does this mean? You agree just like that?" This woman is not following the script. Then, a synthetic electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. On successfully completing the confession task, all system functions have been fully unlocked. System loading 989-9100. The host may now activate the sign-in mode. In sign-in mode, system points can be earned in exchange for items in the system mall." Before Lin Yu appeared the information panel of the system mall. Points Mall, Heroic Capsule, Learning Enhancement Capsule, Keen Thought Skill Book, Hand-to-Hand Combat Skill Book, Smart Analysis Glasses, a bottle of unending joy water, and a miraculous lipstick. Listening to the series of system prompts, Lin Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment. His mind buzzed with confusion. How had he succeeded in the task? He gazed at the stunning Qingxue before him, and suddenly it dawned on him. Oh no, the fool was indeed himself. Qingxue was the most beautiful woman present. He had clumsily approached the school beauty to confess, all the while wondering why the task hadn't been completed. Initially, Zhang Tingting had not been the most attractive female in attendance. However, Lin Yu believed this was not entirely his fault. The system's task was rather ambiguous, and he had not even noticed Qingxue's presence earlier. The onlookers around them were now displaying expressions of shock. "No way. Is this real? Did I hear that correctly?" The cold school beauty accepted the confession. Some individuals even dug into their ears and rubbed their eyes, gazing at the scene before them. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. They could hardly fathom that such an aloof campus beauty would consent to a confession of affection. Among the crowd, a bold soul dared to inquire directly, "Cold campus beauty, have you truly accepted his confession? Is this not a jest?" Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue revealed a polite smile. "Indeed, I have agreed. I never joke about such matters." As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Lin Yu's large hand. "No." A portion of the onlookers instantly erupted in lamentation, for their secret crush was none other than Lung Qingxue. The realization that their goddess had been claimed by another was unbearable. Today, this city witnessed the emergence of hundreds of heartbroken souls. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting stood beside them, both astonished and infuriated as she observed Lung Qingxue. She had initially believed Lung Qingxue to be jesting, only to discover that it was all too real. You will come to regret this, superficial woman. She scoffed, leading her group of friends away. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained rooted in place, utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had he suddenly acquired a girlfriend out of thin air? This would undoubtedly hinder his sword-drawing speed. He had never intended to confess his feelings. In the distance, a middle-aged man approached. Oh no, the department head is coming. Everyone scatter. The crowd erupted into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu thought, I must flee. Things have become rather chaotic. I need to sort this out. You rascal, he exclaimed as he dashed away. However, upon noticing Lin Yu's attempt to escape, Lung Qingxue swiftly seized him, her slender arm encircling his waist, effectively creating a scenario of a strong woman capturing a man. Lin Yu was left in a state of shock. What on earth? Is this woman trying to hand me over to the department head? Chapter 4. Captured in the presence of the department head, Lin Yu found himself ensnared by Lung Qingxue, unable to exert much force to break free. Hey, could you let me go? The department head has arrived. If you release me, we can run away together. Lin Yu attempted to persuade Lung Qingxue to join him in fleeing, believing it preferable to be caught alone. Who are you calling big sister? It's sister for you. Lung Qingxue pouted, her expression mischievous like that of a cunning little fox. Lin Yu, there's no need to worry. We are in university. Isn't it normal for couples to display affection? What are you afraid of? Lung Qingxue could easily discern Lin Yu's reluctance to enter a relationship with her. That simply would not do. She was determined to bind him to her. After all, a cooked duck could not fly away, and she was genuinely intrigued by Lin Yu. She had publicly accepted his confession before the spectators today, and with the department head's arrival, it was only fitting that he witnessed this moment. With the department head as a witness, there was no fear of Lin Yu reneging on his word. Lin Yu paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. It seemed that Lung Qingxue's assertion held a semblance of truth. In college, showcasing affection between couples is rather commonplace. However, he had never consented to being Lung Qingxue's boyfriend. He didn't even know her. Was he to be with her simply because of her beauty? That was utterly implausible. Such thoughts would render him a mere lecher, beneath contempt. Lin Yu felt a surge of irritation. Cursed system. What the hell? He had been minding his own business, yet the system compelled him to confess his feelings. If he was to confess, then failure would suffice. The failure would unlock the system. Yet, out of the blue, Lung Qingxue appeared and disrupted his plans. Had he inadvertently acquired a girlfriend? As Lung Qingxue's delicate form embraced him, Lin Yu experienced an unfamiliar sensation. The department head approached with steady strides, while the onlookers scattered. This couple, however, remained unperturbed, a commendable display. He wholeheartedly supported college students in their romantic endeavors. They were all adults, and it would be most amusing to see them become solitary in the end. College life ought to be like this, where young couples engage in romance, breathing vitality into the campus. What are you two up to? The department head's robust voice resonated. Hello, department head. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue greeted in unison. Sir, he just confessed to me. I accepted, Lung Qingxue said, playfully poking Lin Yu with her delicate, jade-like finger, her sweet smile brightening her face. Lin Yu protested. I did not. I didn't. Don't speak nonsense. You were the one who urged me to confess. I wasn't the one initiating it. It was imperative to clarify this causal relationship. He was not the one acting on his own volition. He was merely reacting. By that logic, it should be stated that Lung Qingxue had confessed to him. I don't. Lin Yu opened his mouth but hesitated. Lung Qingxue had already discreetly pinched the soft flesh at his waist with her fair hand. The department head, upon hearing Lung Qingxue's response, nodded in understanding. No wonder so many had gathered to watch. It turned out there had been a confession. This young couple had just begun their relationship. The girl was indeed beautiful, and the boy was quite handsome, perhaps even slightly more so than the department head had been in his youth. Observing this pair, talent and beauty in perfect harmony, brought him joy. What troubles you, young man? Nothing, department head. He is simply overwhelmed with excitement, Lung Qingxue said, her demeanor charmingly obedient. Indeed, excitement is to be expected. Youth should embrace such feelings. However, the department head's expression turned serious. Confessions should not incite turmoil on campus. Understood. Thank you, department head. Thank you, department head. Lin Yu replied, opting to forego further explanations. If it were merely an explanation, that would not be a confession. What if the department head becomes upset? Very well. You may leave now. The The department head lightly patted Lin Yu's shoulder as he spoke. All right. Lung Qingxue took Lin Yu by the hand and led him away. She brought him to a tranquil pavilion on campus. The atmosphere was serene, with a few couples frolicking in the distance. Lin Yu glanced at the stunning goddess beside him and decided it was best to retreat. This woman was unpredictable, resembling a little devil. Was this truly the aloof goddess? Well, she was indeed tall, her long, elegant legs unmistakably so. Anyway, I think I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. How could a boyfriend abandon his girlfriend? Have you thought of leaving alone? Lung Qingxue called out to Lin Yu. He paused, turning back to respond. When did I ever agree to be your boyfriend? A sly smile spread across Lung Qingxue's face. Lin Yu, you declared your feelings for me in front of so many people. I accepted. Are you truly considering backing out? If you do, I shall have to raise my voice. Lin Yu looked at the beauty before him, perplexed. Could it be that this woman was serious and had truly latched onto him? Lung Qingxue, do you have an ulterior motive for accepting my confession? I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish for you to be my boyfriend. Truly. Lung Qingxue blinked her enchanting eyes at him. Lin Yu responded, moreover. Your confession to Zhang Tingting was hardly sincere, was it? Lin Yu froze. Had she truly seen through him? This woman was quite astute. Lung Qingxue then took out her phone and opened WeChat. Come on, Lin Yu, since we are now a couple, we should exchange WeChat contacts, shouldn't we? Reluctantly. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and opened WeChat for her to scan. Given the circumstances, adding her on WeChat seemed trivial. A request came through from a user named Shui, with an avatar of an adorable white cartoon cat, asking to add Lin Yu as a friend. Lin Yu clicked confirm. Upon seeing Lin Yu's acceptance, Lung Qingxue felt a surge of joy. Hooray, I've successfully secured WeChat. All right, that's enough for today. I shall take my leave now. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. With a playful wink, she turned her alluring figure and gracefully exited the pavilion, leaving Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment. Huh, is she just leaving like that? Is this really the aloof campus belle? Where's the coldness? Aside from her name, there was nothing chilly about her. Dismissing his thoughts, Lin Yu turned toward the direction of the dormitory. Along the way, he mentally instructed, System, open my personal panel. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Attractiveness, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Constitution, 40. Somewhat frail. Skill, commendable courage. Items, none. Assets, 100. 000 Lin Yu, what is this nonsense? If the constitution is 40, why add somewhat frail afterward? What does that mean? What is the purpose of this system? Nevertheless, it is true that the original body is indeed somewhat frail, but such a blunt statement on the panel is rather embarrassing, isn't it? Lin Yu recalled his commitment to morning runs over the past month. He asked the system, what is the increase in constitution from the morning run task? Response to host, 20 points. Lin Yu, so before taking on the task, the constitution was merely 20 points. How frail is that? He reminisced about the original owner's memories, which revealed a fondness for craftsmanship. However, he believed that the system's constitution-enhancing capsules could resolve this issue. He was eager to enhance his abilities. Chapter 5. Lin Yu's escape from frailty. Walking along the road, Lin Yu continued to peruse his personal panel. Upon seeing the skill labeled Commendable Courage, he nodded in silent approval. Indeed, he was quite courageous. Otherwise, how would he have dared to confess to the IC Qingxue? As he returned to his dormitory, the electronic prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Host has arrived at the dormitory. Would you like to check in? He silently thought, check in. Was there any need for that? Of course, he would check in. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward, 1,000 system points. Received, for Constitution-enhancing capsules, for Charisma-enhancing capsules, 2 Learning Enhancement capsules, 2 Vigor capsules, 1 Barehanded Combat Skill Book, 1 Keen Thinking Skill Book, 20 Ownership of U Technology Corporation. Due to the host's first check-in, received an additional 1,000 system points. A delightful chime from the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with a sense of reassurance. These items provided him with the confidence to confront the little demon, Qingxue. Inside the dormitory, Wang Jun was engrossed in playing League of Legends. Zhao Tian was nowhere to be found, seemingly off to meet a romantic interest. How infuriating. This person has a partner. Someone should call him out. Meanwhile, Qian Fei quietly opened his textbooks and began studying. Lin Yu was taken aback. Goodness, returning to find everyone studying. Is this a competition of sorts? He could secretly study behind their backs and outshine them. However, Lin Yu remained composed, for he possessed the advantage of the system. Lin Yu had not resorted to any unfair advantages. He merely consumed a bottle of learning enhancement potion during others' playtime. However, the most pressing matter now was to fortify his physique. He needed to eliminate the slight frailty reflected on his personal panel. The pursuit of knowledge could be postponed for the time being. After all, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. Without a robust body, what could one truly learn? Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Wang Jun exclaimed, "Yuzi, well done. You boldly confessed to 2 campus beauties today. Although Zhang Tingting rejected you, it seems that Leng Qingxue accepted." Lin Yu responded, "Do you genuinely believe that? Why wouldn't we?" Long, the campus beauty, herself acknowledged it. Wang Jun retorted, "You sly dog. Going behind our backs to find a partner." Lin Yu shot him a glance. "You're overthinking it. Leng Qingxue is a clever woman." "Of course she is." Wang Jun replied. "As far as I know, she ranks first in her mathematics department. Her academic performance is exceptional, and she is also skilled in combat sports." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Wow, I didn't realize she had such skills. She studies one of the most challenging subjects, and she is proficient in combat. I must tread carefully." The urgent task of enhancing his physique loomed large in his mind. He looked at Wang Jun with curiosity. "How do you know all this?" "I read about it on the campus forum, though I can't vouch for its accuracy," Wang Jun answered. Lin Yu slowly climbed onto his upper bunk and silently murmured, "System, open my personal panel." Returning to the host, personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Physique, 40. Slightly frail. Skills, commendable courage. Items, 4 physique enhancement capsules, 4 charm enhancement capsules, 2 endurance capsules, 2 learning enhancement capsules, 1 barehanded combat skill book, 1 sharp thinking skill book. Assets, 100,000. 20 shares in Yu Technology Company. Lin Yu gazed at the glaring words "slightly frail," his brow furrowing in dismay. System, extract a physique enhancement capsule. Returning to the host. Extraction complete. In a flash, a black, transparent capsule materialized in Lin Yu's hand, inscribed with the words physique. He examined the capsule, finding it utterly empty within. System, how does one utilize this? Host, limited to 1 capsule per day. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right then. Let us do this, brothers. Here we go." He picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and then swallowed the physique enhancement capsule whole. Gulp. It's colorless and tasteless, and I feel nothing. Hearing Lin Yu's actions, Wang Jun suddenly erupted in excitement. "Yuzi, what are you eating? Are you indulging yourself without sharing? Let me have a taste." Lin Yu replied. Wang Jun's sighs is not without reason. "No, I'm merely sipping water," he continued. "You're truly fixated on food," Lin Yu added. Wang Jun looked at him suspiciously. "Really? My instincts tell me you must have eaten something. You can't just be drinking water." Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that a food lover could discern such subtleties? "Honestly, have I ever failed to share what I eat with you?" Wang Jun nodded, acknowledging the truth in Lin Yu's words. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a warmth radiating from his abdomen and arms. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his biceps had noticeably grown, and the beginnings of a six-pack were forming on his abdomen. "Wow, this physique enhancement capsule is impressive," he mused. "System, open the physique panel." Physique, 60. Seeing this, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Finally, that sense of weakness had vanished. He no longer felt feeble. The term weak had lingered like a dark cloud over him, but now it had been dispelled. With renewed vigor, he resolved to make full use of the system's items. Lin Yu retrieved the physique enhancement capsule, a red, translucent pill. He took a sip of water and swallowed it. Gulp. Wang Jun suddenly erupted. "You must be sneaking a bite." Lin Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, "I merely drank some water." "Look at you, starving the poor child. You're talking nonsense." Wang Jun observed Lin Yu, momentarily dazed. "Yuzi, you seem to have become a bit more handsome?" Lin Yu shot him a glance. As if I was not handsome before. He surmised that the effects of the physique enhancement capsule were taking hold, enhancing his appearance. Wang Jun scratched his head. Feeling something was amiss. He sensed Lin Yu might be sneaking food, but couldn't find any proof. Lin Yu, delighted by Wang Jun's obliviousness, praised his own cleverness. He proceeded to take out a learning enhancement capsule, a blue, translucent pill inscribed with the word learning. This was a necessity. Having traversed here and spent a month in college, he felt a certain pressure. He realized that some knowledge from his previous life had slipped away. He had no desire to fail his finals. Failing would not only be embarrassing but also troublesome, requiring retakes. Moreover, the formidable Lung Qingxue, the top student in the entire department, was someone he could not afford to lose to. Lin Yu placed the capsule in his mouth and gulped it down with another sip of water. Meanwhile, Wang Jun, engrossed in his game, heard the sound of Lin Yu eating but remained unfazed. It must be a figment of my imagination. He cannot possibly make the same mistake thrice. At this moment, an impulsive desire surged within Lin Yu. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to solve problems. Chapter 6. The sudden desire to solve problems. Lin Yu was taken aback. An urge to tackle problems washed over him. He felt an insatiable itch in his hands, compelling him to grasp a pen. Without it, he felt utterly restless. Goodness! This study enhancement capsule is rather peculiar. Consuming it has ignited within him a longing to solve problems. It has been 7 or 8 years since he last felt such a desire, the last instance being during his senior year of high school. To his surprise, today he found himself yearning to tackle problems again. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose from his bed and positioned himself at his desk. He retrieved his specialized textbooks, picked up a pen, and began to work through the problems. Questions that once required deep contemplation now appeared remarkably straightforward to him. With pen in hand, he wrote with an almost divine proficiency. Meanwhile, Qian Fei, who was studying nearby, glanced at Lin Yu, who was furiously solving problems, and was astounded. Goodness! This fellow is indeed full of surprises. Even he could not solve these problems at such speed. How could Lin Yu possibly write so swiftly? Qian Fei felt his title of the dormitory's problem-solving champion might soon be usurped by Lin Yu. This Lin Yu, with his prominent brows and large eyes, was secretly studying away. Typically, Qian Fei only saw Lin Yu maintaining a calm demeanor, rarely touching his textbooks outside of class. If it's competition you seek, I shall outshine you, he thought, determined to reclaim his title. Thus, Qian Fei became even more earnest in his studies. Half an hour later, Lin Yu completed all the problems in the textbook. His hands felt a bit fatigued. This intense studying transported him back to high school. I must admit, the study enhancement capsule indeed works. He had mastered this knowledge. Besides the compulsion to solve problems, Lin Yu set down his pen, shook his slightly sore wrist, and climbed back into bed. System, open personal panel. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20 years. Appearance, 97. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Constitution, 60. Skill, remarkable courage. Items, 3 Constitution enhancement capsules, 3 Charisma enhancement capsules, 2 Unyielding capsules, 1 Study enhancement capsule, 1 Unarmed combat skill book, 1 Keen thinking skill book. Assets, 100,000. 20 days Feather Technology Company shares. He glanced at the unyielding capsules in his inventory, seemingly grasping their significance. This item is quite valuable. Yet he currently has no application for it. He cannot afford to consume it recklessly. It poses a considerable risk. After all, he had just been caught off guard by the study enhancement capsule. This one is surely more potent. Moreover, Lin Yu has no need for such an item. He silently resolved to use the unarmed combat skill book. In Lin Yu's mind, a book unfolded, and in an instant, a myriad of combat techniques surged forth. As if he had trained for an eternity, displaying unparalleled proficiency. He promptly rose from his bed, eager to practice. Wang Jun, come here. Let us engage in some sparring. All right, I'm ready, Wang Jun replied with a smile. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, he felt no fear. Lin Yu appeared rather insubstantial in his eyes. With a decisive step forward, Lin Yu deftly seized Wang Jun's arm, using his right leg to sweep Wang Jun's legs, effortlessly bringing him to the ground, and then helping him back up. Wow! Wang Jun exclaimed, bewildered by Lin Yu's deft maneuvers. Before he could regain his balance, he found himself tumbling down. Impressive, Yuzi. I used to think you were rather feeble. Lin Yu twitched at the temple. How infuriating. He was far from weak now. A mere half-hour apart had led to such surprising growth. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Zhao Tian entered, plunging the room into silence. The three of them fixed their gazes on Zhao Tian, who felt a shiver run down his spine under their scrutiny. Why are you all staring at me? I merely found a partner, he protested. Glancing at Lin Yu, he attempted to change the subject. Yuzi, you seem to have become even more handsome. Lin Yu nodded nonchalantly. I grow more handsome each day. Wang Jun chimed in. We are too embarrassed to associate with someone who has a partner. You have betrayed the brotherhood. Qian Fei added. Indeed, we have a traitor among us. Lin Yu retorted, get out, get out. The dormitory returned to a tranquil state. Lin Yu lay on his bed, fiddling with the system interface, while Qian Fei continued to solve problems. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian engaged in an online game. Hey, Junzi, you haven't finished the topic you mentioned this afternoon, Qian Fei said. What topic? The campus beauty rankings. Oh right, I forgot. Let me continue. Lin Yu's interest peaked. Junzi, you said Zhang Tingting is ranked second. Who holds the first position? Wang Jun hesitated for a moment, his expression shifting to one of trepidation as he glanced around cautiously. The first is quite a prominent figure, he said carefully. Spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. Well, the first is the ice school flower. What? It's actually the ice school flower. The other two were instantly astonished. The elusive nature of Lung Qingxue, who rarely made public appearances, only heightened her mystique, allowing Zhang Tingting's popularity to flourish. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. He had guessed correctly. Indeed, the first was none other than Lung Qingxue, the only one present with such striking beauty. Wang Jun continued, not to mention, the ice school flower is quite aloof. However, she is undeniably stunning. Lin Yu agreed, indeed. A rare gem. I've also heard there will be a ranking for male students. I wonder if I made the list. I must inquire. Wang Jun said with a drooling expression. Lin Yu and the others replied, go wash up and sleep. You can make the list in your dreams. The following day, Lin Yu awoke, freshened up, and after completing a morning run, returned to his dormitory after breakfast. Although he had the physique-enhancing capsule, the morning run had become a routine for him. This morning, there were no classes, and the other three were still asleep. Lin Yu took out a physique-enhancing capsule and popped one. This cannot be forgotten. At 9 in the morning, as Lin Yu was scrolling through his phone, a message from the class group suddenly popped up. The counselor announced, everyone, please gather in the classroom. There is something to discuss. Lin Yu put down his phone and woke the three. Let us go to the classroom. The counselor has something to say. The four of them made their way to their classroom, where half of the students had already arrived. A young man was standing in front of the class. This was Yang Fan, their counselor. Counselor, what is the matter? The students asked as they trickled in. The counselor remained silent, waiting for everyone to arrive. After a while, when all were present, he cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. Next week, our economic class 1 and the mathematics class 1 will have a public math class together in the large lecture hall. Please be prepared. Mathematics is a subject that both the economics and mathematics departments must study. At that moment, a message appeared on Lin Yu's phone. Shua, little Yu, are you there? Have you missed me after a day without seeing me? Lin Yu's mouth twitched at the message. Little Yu? What kind of nonsense is that? I am not small. I am serious. And what a corny line. He felt a shiver run down his spine. This woman, Lung Qingxue, was truly formidable. He opened his phone with a somewhat disdainful expression and quickly typed with his slender fingers. You, not here. Lung Qingxue, if you're not here, how are you typing? Lin Yu, the phone is typing by itself. It has nothing to do with me. Shua, quickly tell me, little Yu, have you missed me after a day apart? You know. Upon reading this, Lung Qingxue's delicate, fair face immediately flushed with frustration. She clenched her little fists, her forehead slightly protruding. She felt an overwhelming urge to give Lin Yu a good beating. However, since she couldn't reach him, she felt exasperated. This Lin Yu, with such a beautiful girl pursuing him, didn't seem to want her. Was she not pretty enough? Or was her figure not alluring enough? She glanced down at her ample bosom and her perky backside. Yes, she was curvaceous and well-proportioned. Given this, it is not her fault, but rather Lin Yu's. Upon this realization, Lung Qingxue revealed a sly smile. Though little Yuer does not think of me, I long for you dearly. I wish to see you right away. My boyfriend. I shall come to see you now. In the economics class, right? Wait for me. Lin Yu was immediately taken aback. What the heck? This woman is too much. She actually intends to come to their classroom to find him. This cannot happen. Everyone is here. And such a stunning beauty approaching him would undoubtedly cause a stir. Furthermore, gossip would spread like wildfire, claiming that Lung Qingxue is his girlfriend. Lin Yu certainly did not want such a situation to unfold. He merely wished to lead a tranquil life. He hastily typed a message. Please, sister, don't. You being such a beauty here will definitely create a commotion. Upon reading Lin Yu's response, Lung Qingxue's face glowed with a smug smile. With her delicate fingers dancing over the screen, She replied, "Humph, now you recognize that I am a beauty? Where was that acknowledgement before? I am coming." Lin Yu, "I was wrong, sister. I miss you terribly, more than you can imagine." Qingxue, "Really? I don't believe you." Lin Yu, "I do. The sun and moon bear witness." Lung Qingxue gazed at her phone, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Qingxue, "All right, then call me good sister, and I shall believe you." Lin Yu, "This is too much. Am I that kind of person? Would I yield to such a demand?" He quickly typed, "Good sister." Satisfied, Lung Qingxue's smile widened. Qingxue, "So obedient. Speaking of which, you indeed should address me as sister." Lin Yu was taken aback, feeling a twinge of defiance. After all, he was 20 years old and could not believe that Lung Qingxue was older than him. "Lin Yu, what makes you say that?" Without answering, Lung Qingxue inquired, "You are 20 this year, right?" "Yes." "When is your birthday?" "November." "Me too, in November." "What day?" "The 9th. "I am the 8th, she replied nonchalantly. She had already known Lin Yu's birthday was the 9th, and hers was the 8th, surely making her older. Lin Yu was stunned. What a coincidence. Just a day older? "Lin Yu, does a day really count?" "Qingxue, even a second counts, little brother. Anyway, I must go now. I have an early class. Goodbye." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned upon him. He had been tricked. This woman had an early class and could not possibly come. She had just been teasing him. He felt taken advantage of. Nearby, Wang Jun glanced at Lin Yu. "Wu Zi, who are you chatting with?" Laughing so joyfully, Lin Yu paused momentarily. Had he just laughed? He calmly replied, "No one, just a wicked woman, that's all. I fell for her tricks." Wang Jun was utterly perplexed. Lin Yu glanced at the profile picture of Lung Qingxue. It depicted an adorable white cartoon kitten, exuding cuteness. The contrast was striking, as this ice queen employed such a charming avatar. Moreover, this woman did not seem as aloof as the legend suggested. Rather, she appeared rather playful. Curiosity piqued. He contemplated clicking on Lung Qingxue's profile, but his finger hesitated mid-air. Lin Yu suddenly realized, oh no, that was a close call. I mustn't click carelessly. She is a little devil. At that moment, Yang Fan checked his watch. Half an hour had elapsed. He clapped his hands. All right, the matters have been addressed. I won't take up any more of your time. You may return. With that, the crowd dispersed in unison. They had long yearned to leave, finally free from morning classes. Eager to engage in more serious pursuits, Lin Yu dashed off as well, fearing that if he lingered, Lung Qingxue might indeed show up. Although she had morning classes, one could not discount the possibility of her making an unexpected appearance to trouble him. This woman did not adhere to conventional norms, a fact he had already experienced. Lin Yu sprinted back to the dormitory, covering several miles without breaking a sweat, thanks to his enhanced physique. Upon entering the dorm, he thought, the first to arrive, perfect. Minutes later, Wang Jun and the others trickled back in, puzzled to find Lin Yu already there. Typically somewhat lackadaisical, Lin Yu had surprised them all with his speed. Wang Jun remarked, Yuzi, you usually take it easy, yet you ran so fast. Shut it. Lin Yu retorted, unwilling to engage with them. He was no longer the slacker they believed him to be. In the afternoon, Lin Yu consumed a capsule to enhance his charisma. Another day of becoming more handsome. He mused, before heading to professional classes with Wang Jun and the others. By 4 o'clock, the 2 classes concluded. Zhao Tian was the first to rush out, seeking his girlfriend amidst the disapproving gazes of his companions. Qian Fei, clutching his books, headed back to the dorm to study. After witnessing Lin Yu's exceptional writing skills the previous day, he secretly resolved to ramp up the competition. Let us crush them. Wang Jun went off to the supermarket for snacks. Lin Yu strolled leisurely along the path. In the distance, a boy held a bouquet, professing his love to a girl, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Lin Yu felt no interest, as he had just declared his feelings the day before. And he had inadvertently attracted the attention of the elusive Lung Qingxue. What a predicament, as he observed the girl gently declining the boy's advances. He silently gave the young man a thumbs up. This is indeed a fine comrade of our single alliance. Only Zhao Tian, that traitor, must be dealt with severely. Dingling. Lin Yu's phone emitted a notification sound. He paused to pick it up and glanced at the message from Lung Qingxue. Shue, the mathematics textbooks for the mathematics and economics departments have arrived. We will need them for next week's open class. Brother Yu, why don't you accompany me to collect them? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. A thought struck him. Could it be that Lung Qingxue is in the first class of the mathematics department? Yu, are you in the first class of the mathematics department? Shue, yes, why? Lin Yu was astonished. What a surprise. This woman belongs to the first class of the mathematics department. Does that mean they will be attending the open class together next week? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. I'm quite busy and have no time. Lin Yu's fingers flew across the screen, swiftly sending the message. Normally, he wouldn't mind carrying books, but this time it involves going with Lung Qingxue. Who would dare to do that? Although he had plenty of free time, he could either have time or be busy. How clever. Lin Yu. I've heard you're quite busy. A cool, alluring female voice rang from behind Lin Yu. Chapter 8. Together with Lung Qingxue. An encounter with Zhang Tingting. Lin Yu was startled by the sudden voice behind him. When one is engaged in mischievous acts, it is easy to be taken aback. Moreover, the one frightening him was related to his mischief, causing an involuntary exclamation to escape his lips. He stiffly turned his head to see Lung Qingxue standing a short distance away, hands on her hips, a smile gracing her face. At that moment, Lin Yu felt so awkward he could dig a hole with his toes. He was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Lung Qingxue had asked him if he had time to help collect the textbooks. He had claimed to be busy, but in reality, he was merely idling about. And now, he had been caught by Lung Qingxue on the spot. How embarrassing. Just like his confession yesterday. Alas, life is tough. Lin Yu scratched his head. Sister Qingxue. What a coincidence. You're here too. The weather is splendid today. Lin Yu glanced at the azure sky. He wasn't just making small talk. The weather was indeed delightful. Otherwise, who would dare to confess in public? A fine day often lifts one's spirits. Indeed, what a coincidence. Is this not our great busy person taking a stroll here? Lung Qingxue approached Lin Yu with graceful strides. She had changed into a cream-colored short skirt for the afternoon and wore a pair of high-heeled sandals that revealed her toes. As exquisite as jade, the heels weren't too high, measuring about 4 or 5 centimeters. Tap, tap, tap. The heels collided with the ground, producing a crisp sound. Oh, I must admit I was rather busy just now. But now, I find myself unoccupied. What commands do you have for me, Sister Lung? I, Lin Yu, shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Lin Yu declared earnestly as he gazed at the approaching Lung Qingxue. Upon hearing his words, Lung Qingxue let out a soft chuckle, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully as she glanced at him. It is merely to move some books. There is no need for such grandiosity. She stepped closer to examine Lin Yu's features, suddenly realizing that he seemed even more handsome than before. Very well, where shall we go to move them? Realizing he could not escape this task, Lin Yu decided to comply, having already fallen into the clutches of this mischievous woman. Follow me to the textbook room. With that, she led Lin Yu outside. Initially, he trailed behind her, but as he caught sight of her alluring silhouette and curvaceous figure, he felt a surge of heat. This wicked woman. He quickly moved to walk alongside Lung Qingxue. Don't we need a few more hands? Lin Yu remarked as they walked, hoping to recruit some assistance for the task. Why should he be the only one accompanying Lung Qingxue? However, Lung Qingxue shook her head. No need. Just the two of us will suffice. We have only 2 sets of new textbooks, totaling 100 copies. Amused, she thought it absurd to call anyone else. 2 people are just perfect. Very well then. Lin Yu's spirits instantly dampened. His plans had vanished before they even took flight. No helpers to be had. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue walked side by side down the path. Those around them were taken aback upon spotting the pair. Wow, the esteemed Lung Qingxue. They whispered among themselves. Wow, who is that guy? How did he end up walking with the school's beauty? He seems somewhat familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere before. Lin Yu remained unfazed by the gazes directed at him, and Lung Qingxue shared his indifference. As he walked, Lin Yu checked his personal panel, silently commanding, System, open personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Physique, 80. Skills, noteworthy courage. Unarmed combat, system points, 3,000. Items, 2 physique enhancement capsules, 3 charisma enhancement capsules, 2 endurance capsules, 3 learning enhancement capsules, 1 keen thinking skill book, 1 mathematical modeling skill book, 1 powerful healing bandage. Assets, 100,000. Shares in Tianyu Technology Company for 20 days. Lin Yu nodded as he surveyed his panel. Indeed, both my appearance and physique have improved. Quite commendable. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. Half an hour later, the 2 individuals arrived at the textbook room. Outside the room, a considerable number of people gathered, accompanied by several counselors. Some departments had an excess of textbooks, and the attendees were still calling for more assistance. Suddenly, Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu approached, instantly becoming the center of attention. All eyes turned towards them, with a few faces exhibiting expressions of astonishment. How could this be? Lung Qingxue had arrived. The elusive goddess of beauty rarely made an appearance. While some were aware of her striking beauty, they did not recognize her identity. Unfazed by the gazes of the onlookers, Lung Qingxue led Lin Yu into the textbook room, with Lin Yu calmly following in her wake. At that moment, Zhang Tingting, accompanied by her group of friends, made her way towards the textbook room, trailed by a throng of young men from various departments, including civil engineering and electrical engineering, all eager to assist the campus beauty. Zhang Tingting was merely here for fun, and naturally, she had her entourage to help carry the books. Although there were not many boys in the arts department, it posed no problem for her. As Lung Qingxue guided Lin Yu into the room, they were greeted by towering stacks of textbooks, with many individuals busily moving them around. Without uttering a word, Lung Qingxue quickly located the section designated for Lin Yu's department, not even inquiring for directions. Observing her efficiency, Lin Yu silently commended her. This woman might have a mischievous side, but her work ethic was undeniably impressive. She was remarkably capable and dependable. Lin Yu followed her to a spot where 2 stacks of books, each containing 50 copies, were placed. Lung Qingxue picked up one bundle and prepared to leave, leaving Lin Yu momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, are you really going to just take the books and leave? What is the point of my coming here? He exclaimed, urgency in his tone. Hold on, let me do it. Lin Yu hastily seized the books from Lung Qingxue's hands, and with his other hand, he lifted the second stack. Lung Qingxue raised an eyebrow and smiled at Lin Yu. I can manage, let us split them equally for fairness. Lin Yu retorted, this isn't merely a matter of fairness. By both reason and sentiment, he believed he should take both stacks. Firstly, as a man, it was unthinkable to let a woman carry them. Secondly, this was the esteemed Lung Qingxue. Everyone outside was watching. How could he allow her to carry half? He could not bear the thought of their judgment. This was not merely about fairness, it was about principle. Just leave it to me, Lin Yu asserted, easily lifting both stacks of books and exiting the textbook room, where he happened to spot Zhang Tingting ahead of him. Chapter 9. The school bell's devotee possesses nothing. Lin Yu emerged from the classroom, each hand bearing a stack of books. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Tingting. He cast her a fleeting glance, then continued on his way with an expressionless demeanor. He held no interest in her. Had it not been for the system's coaxing and a momentary lapse in judgment that led him to mistakenly identify her as the most attractive in the room, this encounter would never have transpired. No matter her beauty, it held no significance for him. He was no sycophant. Furthermore, the school belle was not exceptionally attractive. When compared to the enchanting Lung Qingxue, she fell woefully short. If he were to choose, it would undoubtedly be Lung Qingxue. But wait, why would he choose her? He desired neither. Lin Yu even questioned the collective taste in aesthetics, astonished that Zhang Tingting could rank second on the beauty list. As the disparity between the first and second places was staggering, akin to the difference in scores between the second and first place in an exam. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting and her friends recognized Lin Yu as well. They exchanged a cursory glance with him, remaining silent. It was undeniable that Lin Yu was indeed handsome, even more so than the previous day. However, beyond that, there seemed to be little else to commend. Lin Yu said nothing further and continued on his way with the 2 stacks of books. Following him gracefully was Lung Qingxue. She glanced at Lin Yu, burdened with the books, contemplating whether to offer assistance, yet refrained from doing so. In truth, she could easily manage the books herself. Carrying even 2 stacks would pose no challenge for her. Her physique was quite robust. The distribution of 1 stack each seemed perfectly fair. But since Lin Yu insisted on carrying them alone, she chose to respect his wishes. The appearance of Lung Qingxue instantaneously captivated the attention of newcomers, including Zhang Tingting and her companions. Zhang Tingting was somewhat taken aback. How did Lung Qingxue come to be here, and alongside Lin Yu no less? Could it be that yesterday's confession had borne fruit? Had Lung Qingxue truly become Lin Yu's girlfriend? Yet, Lung Qingxue appeared indifferent to these speculations, casually surveying her surroundings before following Lin Yu outside. Once outside, Lin Yu observed a throng of boys surging in, clamoring, "School bell, let me help. I can carry 100 books without breaking a sweat." Lin Yu sighed. Indeed, no matter the realm, sycophants were ever present. He shook his head. Devotees often ended up with nothing. A soft chuckle escaped Lung Qingxue, who had trailed behind him, upon hearing his words. Lin Yu paused, taken aback. Sister Lung, eavesdropping on others is not commendable behavior. Lung Qingxue shot him a sideways glance. What do you mean by eavesdropping? I was openly listening. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right, esteemed Lung. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. A group of young men assisted the campus belle in transporting a considerable number of textbooks for the art department. A dozen of them managed to carry the entire load. Each person emulated the method they had just observed from Lin Yu, with one hand grasping a stack of books. Approximately 50 volumes in total. The tomes were rather hefty. That pale-faced youth had effortlessly carried a stack with one hand. Surely they could do the same. They felt a surge of confidence in their abilities. However, after only a few hundred meters, their arms began to ache. Not only were their arms sore, but their fingers were also fatigued. Goodness, they had underestimated the weight of the textbooks. How could it be so heavy? That pale-faced fellow appeared so at ease. Why was it so burdensome for them? Ignoring their doubts, they pressed on, motivated further by the gaze of the campus belle. To falter now would be a blow to their pride. The distance from the textbook room to the lecture hall stretched for several miles within the vast university. They persevered, enduring the challenge, until they finally arrived, their arms feeling as though they might snap. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the struggles of the sycophants. He effortlessly carried 2 stacks of books, feeling no strain, his complexion unflushed, his breath steady, as if the burdens he bore were mere figments of imagination. He silently marveled at his fortunate acquisition of the system and the enhancement of his physical constitution. Had he not fortified his somewhat frail physique earlier, he might have collapsed after only a few steps with the books. Cold Qingxue walked beside Lin Yu, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed his ease. Theoretically, those 2 stacks were not light. It was uncommon for anyone to handle them so effortlessly. Watching Lin Yu, it seemed he exerted no effort at all. Previously, she had noted that while he wasn't particularly thin, he also didn't appear muscular. Today, however, he seemed to have gained some strength, leaving her puzzled. If Lin Yu were aware of Cold Qingxue's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. The power of the system was not something an ordinary person could discern. Lin Yu, are you not tired? Do you need to take a break? She inquired. Not at all, Lin Yu replied with a relaxed demeanor, speaking the truth as he had exerted no effort whatsoever. All right, then let us deliver the textbooks to the lecture hall and await the instructor's distribution. At that moment, in the dormitory, Wang Jun was also perplexed. Why hasn't he returned yet? It's been an hour. Where could he have gone? Suddenly, he recalled Cold Qingxue. Oh no, you claimed there was nothing between him and Cold Qingxue, but he must have gone off to meet her. If that were the case, wouldn't their dormitory have one less single member? There were only 4 of them. If 2 had found partners, what would become of the remaining 2? Back with Lin Yu. Cold Qingxue blinked her large eyes at him. Thank you, Xiao Yuer. Lin Yu felt a slight warmth in his heart, yet his expression remained serious. Don't call me Xiao Yuer. What? Do you? After conversing for a while with Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. He flopped onto his bed with a thud. Today, he had been caught by Lung Qingxue and had exerted quite a bit of effort, though in truth, he had not. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Wang Jun immediately remarked, Come clean. Lin Yu, did you go out on a date? Have you betrayed the single alliance? Lin Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Are you dreaming? A date? I went to fetch the newly arrived textbooks. It took some effort. Wang Jun was taken aback. Oh wow, so it was you who moved them. The instructor just messaged that someone was needed to move the textbooks, but then said it was unnecessary, as it has already been taken care of. I misjudged you. Lin Yu retorted, Get lost. Dingling dingling. His phone rang, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Hey, Xiao Yu, how is university life treating you? Came a gentle voice from the other end of the line. In a villa in the bustling metropolis, a beautiful woman held the phone to her ear. She was Lin Yu's mother, Lu Yulan. University life is quite good, Mom. Is that so? That is wonderful. Tell me, how is the food in the cafeteria? Does it suit your taste? It's all right, Mom. The food tastes decent, though the serving lady's hands are a bit shaky. Lin Yu reminisced about his meals in the cafeteria, regardless of whether in his previous life or this current one. The characteristic of the serving lady having shaky hands remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Lu Yulan smiled. Oh, you child. Mom, although the cafeteria food is acceptable, it pales in comparison to your cooking, Lin Yu stated sincerely. His mother's meals were indeed delightful, and he had relished them throughout the summer vacation. A smile graced Lu Yulan's face. Naturally, she was pleased by her son's praise. Xiao Yu, It seems you've learned to be a bit cheeky during this month at university. How is life in the dormitory? What are your roommates like? Quite well, Mom. Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun, who was engrossed in playing League of Legends, and Qian Fei, the dormitory's academic achiever, who was busy solving problems. One was a plump fellow, another a diligent student, and yet another had already found a partner. Lin Yu thought of Zhao Tian, feeling a surge of anger. Lu Yulan paused, sensing her son's frustration. What's wrong? Why are you upset that someone found a partner? Mom, you don't understand. We agreed that we would all remain single and form a single alliance. Yet now, one of us is gone and found a partner. Isn't that betrayal? Who wouldn't be furious? Lin Yu responded with calmness. Lu Yulan, on the other end of the line, shot him a disapproving glance before saying, Xiao Yu, what peculiar notion do you have? Let me tell you, others being single has nothing to do with me. However, you cannot remain single. Now that you are in university, finding a partner would be wonderful. With your handsome looks, I am confident it would be easy for you to find someone. You may be a bit slender, but once you return home, I will ensure you are well fed. Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, every mother is the same. Mom, I understand. I will keep an eye out and make an effort to find someone. Humph, as long as you make an effort to find someone. It's fine if you don't have time, she quipped. Clever. At that moment, a mischievous, cold smile flashed in Lin Yu's mind. His body stiffened. What the heck? Why am I thinking of that wicked woman? Impossible. Very well, my dear child. It would be best to find someone immediately and bring them home for me to see. All right, Mom, Lin Yu promised earnestly. He decided to agree first and figure out the rest later. Goodbye, Xiao Yu. Goodbye, Lin Yu said, hanging up the phone. He then lay down on his bed. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Technology Company, 5 senior executives were convening in a conference room. A middle-aged man wearing glasses sat in the center. Addressing the group. You all know, right? 2 days ago, a mysterious shareholder acquired 20 of our company's shares. We know, Chairman Li. The 4 other executives nodded in response. As senior management, they could not possibly be unaware of such news. The mysterious individual made a significant investment without so much as batting an eye, purchasing 20 of the company's shares. They were astonished by this person's boldness and simultaneously curious about his identity. Had they known that the buyer of those shares was not human, their expressions would surely have been perplexed. Chairman Li continued, that is sufficient. This man named Lin Yu, we are uncertain of his stance. Do you have any suggestions? Chairman Li, we could invite him to meet with us. Of course, with proper etiquette, one suggested. Chairman Li's expression turned serious as he nodded. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let us not neglect him. After all, he holds 20 of the shares, and any misstep could have significant repercussions. Lin Yu, unaware that he had attracted someone's attention, was busy examining his personal panel, checking for any unused items. I must utilize these, he silently urged. System. Open my personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20 years. Appearance, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Physique, 80. Skills, remarkable courage. Unarmed combat. System points, 3,000. Items, Physique Enhancement Capsule X2. Charm Enhancement Capsule X3. Endurance Capsule X2. Learning Enhancement Capsule X3. Keen Thinking Skill Book X1. Mathematical Modeling Skill Book X1. Powerful Healing Bandage X1. Assets, 100,000. 20 shares in Yuhang Technology Company. Lin Yu discovered Huadian, where indeed some items remained unused. He must utilize the skill books. The mathematical modeling book gave him a headache at first glance, so he decided to postpone its use. System. Activate the Keen Thinking Skill Book. In his mind, a blue, transparent book unfurled, and countless electronic particles resembling neural structures surged into his consciousness. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a slight prickling sensation in his head. Then, his awareness became remarkably clear. He was certain that his mind was now far sharper than before, as his muddled thoughts transformed into coherent ideas. Have you heard of multitasking? Now he felt as though he could genuinely achieve it. As a child, Lin Yu had a dream, to watch television while doing homework. Now he believed he truly could. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he approached his desk, took out his phone, and began watching Kaguya-sama, Love is War, while simultaneously pulling out his textbook. Thus, he engaged in both activities with ease. Lin Yu sensed no distraction. Beside him, Qian Fei, who was studying, was utterly astonished. What the heck? This young man? What sort of sorcery is this? Watching anime while solving problems? Is this even possible? Yet, Lin Yu continued with unwavering focus, causing Qian Farron's pen to drop in disbelief. His position as the dormitory's top student was at stake. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue lay on her pink little bed in the dormitory, clad in shorts that revealed her long, fair legs as she playfully kicked backward. She was tapping on Lin Yu's WeChat avatar, which depicted a dog with a humorous expression. Suddenly, her phone chimed with an incoming call. Lung Qingxue delicately pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" "Hello, Xue, how's the search for a boyfriend going?" Chapter 11. Mother Lung has a favorable impression of Lin Yu upon hearing her mother's inquiry. An image of Lin Yu's pained expression under her teasing flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, though she refrained from laughing aloud due to the phone call. "I found someone, Mom. He's quite an amusing person." "Oh, so soon?" A look of curiosity appeared on Zhou Fang's face from the other end of the line. She harbored some disbelief regarding her precious daughter. The child was rather mischievous, and her words were often untrustworthy. It was said that her daughter possessed an aloof demeanor, yet she was well aware that Xue only displayed such coldness toward strangers. With those she was familiar with, her playful nature was undeniable. A month had passed, and there was no sign of haste in her affairs. "It's been quite some time," Lung Qingxue remarked, swinging her delicate, fair legs. In the dormitory, Lin Yu suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? Or perhaps speaking ill of me behind my back? They better not let me catch them. Zhou Fang continued to inquire. "Really? You're not deceiving your mother, are you?" "Deceive you? What would I gain from that? Am I that kind of person?" Lung Qingxue retorted. Her cheeks puffed out as she clutched her phone. "You are," Zhou Fang replied without hesitation, fully aware of her daughter's nature. A mischievous girl like Xue was quite capable of such antics. After all, it had only been a month since she entered university. How could she possibly find a partner so quickly? Moreover, Zhou Fang knew her daughter had exceedingly high standards and had never shown interest in anyone. The sudden claim of having found a partner was hard to believe. "Mom, you don't trust me. I'm so heartbroken." "Boo-hoo." Lung Qingxue unleashed her Oscar-worthy acting skills, feigning tears. On the other end of the line, Zhou Fang remained expressionless. If this girl were truly crying, she would turn her name around. The reason Zhou Fang had called to discuss this matter with Lung Qingxue was due to a prior agreement between them. After Lung Qingxue enrolled in university to study mathematics, Zhou Fang had shared some future plans with her. The family was relatively well off, with Lung Qingxue's father owning a company of reasonable size. Zhou Fang intended for her daughter to inherit the company upon graduation. However, Lung Qingxue's aspirations lay elsewhere. She had a passion for mathematics, finding it utterly fascinating. Trigonometric functions, derivatives, calculus, what a joy. Thus, she chose to pursue a degree in mathematics. To address this situation, the family convened a meeting. Naturally, Lung Qingxue's father had little influence in the discussion. It was primarily a conversation between mother and daughter, with him merely going through the motions. Nonetheless, as the head of the household, his presence was mandatory. The substance of his words was inconsequential. It was all about maintaining appearances. Consequently, Zhou Fang and Lung Qingxue engaged in a spirited debate. The outcome was that as long as Lung Qingxue found a partner and resolved a significant aspect of her life, she could continue her mathematical pursuits and even aspire to become a mathematician. Their family was well off enough that Lung Qingxue could be supported for a lifetime without working. Thus, the situation evolved into one where if she did not diligently seek a partner, she would return home to inherit a vast fortune. Just as Lung Qingxue pondered her romantic prospects, just as Lin Yu was completing his system tasks during his morning run, Lung Qingxue found herself greatly intrigued by him. Subsequently, she decided to lock him down as her boyfriend. Lin Yu was certainly more than just a handsome exterior, a fact that Lung Qingxue discerned at a glance. "Mom, I assure you, I truly found someone," she stated with a serious tone. Hearing her daughter's earnestness, Zhou Fang believed her only halfway. She inquired, "Is this boy from your university?" "Yes," Lung Qingxue nodded. "If possible, it's naturally better to find someone from our own school. Why would I go outside to find someone from another university? That would be almost like a long-distance relationship. Proximity breeds affection, you know. Is he from your mathematics department?" Zhou Fang asked. "No, he's from the economics department." "Economics?" Zhou Fang's eyes lit up at the mention. "That's excellent. Tell me, what's his name? What does he look like? What's his family background? What's his personality like?" Zhou Fang proceeded with a series of questions. Lung Qingxue responded calmly. "His name is Lin Yu. He looks quite good. As for his family background, I'm not sure. I did inquire a bit about him, but I don't really care about that. His personality is quite fun, and I really like him." As she spoke, she recalled the day she had locked Lin Yu down, which had led to him being caught by the department head. Zhou Feng pondered over her daughter's responses. "He looks good? If even Qing Xue says he looks good, then he must be quite handsome, for she has a discerning eye. Regarding his family background, I don't mind. It was just a casual question. A good family background would be better, but if it's average, we can manage." Zhou Feng was convinced by at least half of what Lung Qingxue said, as her explanations were coherent and did not sound deceitful. If she were to be lying, Zhou Feng wouldn't hesitate to give her a stern lesson when she returned from her break. While her father might be lenient, she, as the mother, would not hold back. If what Qingxue said was true, Lin Yu must be quite a remarkable young man. "All right, Qingxue, since you found someone, make sure to bring him home for me to meet, okay?" Their home is in the bustling city, merely a few dozen kilometers from the university, so it shouldn't be a problem to bring someone back. "Sure, Mom. I will," Lung Qingxue replied. However, she realized she had yet to truly win over Lin Yu. "Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, Qingxue." "Goodbye, Mom." The two ended their call. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Yu opened his bleary eyes. Oh, today is yet another day awakened by handsomeness. Due to Lin Yu's unwavering commitment to his morning running regimen over the past month, his biological clock has begun to adopt a newfound regularity. He rises promptly at 7 each day, regardless of whether it is a weekday or the weekend. In his mind, he silently intones, "System, retrieve the physical enhancement capsule and the charisma enhancement capsule. Step back. Everyone step back." He is poised to unleash his potential. No, rather, to indulge in his enhancements. The physical enhancement capsule and the charisma enhancement capsule must be consumed daily. In truth, the charisma capsule is of little consequence. He is already quite handsome, and should he become any more so, Lin Yu fears he might awaken himself with his own allure. However, the physical enhancement capsule is imperative. The mere thought of being a bit weak casts an indelible shadow over Lin Yu, a legacy left behind by the original owner of this body. Has he not faced enough challenges? A flash of brilliance occurs, and in Lin Yu's hand appears a physical enhancement capsule alongside a charisma enhancement capsule. "Let us do this. My friends, onward." After a moment, Lin Yu feels a warmth radiating from his abdomen, his 8-pack abs becoming strikingly defined, their contours sharp. His arm muscles feel robust and powerful. Lin Yu senses an invigorating strength coursing through him. Should Lung Qingxue appear at this moment, he would have no fear whatsoever. Without a second thought, he would seize her and teach her a lesson, ensuring she knows who truly holds authority. Chapter 12. A chance encounter in the cafeteria. Showered with affection by Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu's mind, he envisions capturing Lung Qingxue, who would feebly resist, exhibiting a playful, devilish expression. The mere thought brings him immense comfort. After dressing and freshening up, he makes his way to the nearest cafeteria for a meal. With 4 or 5 cafeterias available on campus, Lin Yu naturally opts for the one closest to his dormitory, who enjoys a lengthy stroll for no reason. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yu purchases a steamer of soup dumplings, an egg, a bowl of congee, and 2 youtiao, crispy fried dough sticks. Thanks to his enhanced physique, his appetite has also increased. Ordinarily, he would struggle to finish such a portion, but now, it may not suffice. Just as Lin Yu finishes his transaction and prepares to collect his meal, a delicate hand, as smooth as jade, gently pats his broad shoulder, and his vision is obscured by 2 small, soft hands. "Hey, guess who I am?" The onlookers observe this adorable couple, their hearts brimming with envy. Goodness. First thing in the morning, and they're feeding us dog food. And in the cafeteria, of all places, the setting is perfect. A melodious and alluring voice wafts into Lin Yu's ears, causing him to shiver with delight. He can even discern the faint fragrance emanating from the hands that cover his eyes. Is there any need for guessing? Who but the enchanting goddess could it be? Just as Lin Yu prepares to respond, a sudden thought strikes him, igniting his playful spirit. A smirk dances upon his lips. "Stop teasing. I know exactly who you are." Zhang Tingting. Upon hearing the words, Lung Qingsnow's delicate and fair face flushed with indignation. How could Zhang Tingting, with her melodious voice, even compare? Was Zhang Tingting's skin as smooth and pristine as hers? Such a simple deduction, and yet she got it wrong. "Lin Yu, you're finished." Lung Qingsnow released her hand that had covered Lin Yu's eyes and playfully tugged at his ear. Lin Yu turned around to behold Lung Qingsnow, adorned in a short skirt with her hair tied back in a single ponytail. His eyes sparkled, Indeed, she was worthy of being the #1 on the beauty list. Lin Yu feigned shock. What? How could it be you? Lung Qing Snow nearly burst into laughter at Lin Yu's expression. Silly man. Still pretending. She suspected that Lin Yu was deliberately trying to provoke her. Meanwhile, the meal Lin Yu had ordered was ready, and he swiftly took the tray and made his escape. Ha! Such a delightful act. Lung Qing Snow watched Lin Yu flee, her small canine teeth grinding in frustration. She wished she could take a bite out of him. To be honest, if the cafeteria weren't so crowded, she would have gone straight for it. She took out her meal card to order her food, while Lin Yu settled at a table to eat. Before long, Lung Qing Snow, carrying her tray, surveyed the surroundings as though searching for something. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Lin Yu's vision had also improved, and he quickly discerned that this sister was looking for him. He hastily lowered his head, focusing on his meal. A true foodie must use a bowl. After a thorough search, Lung Qing Snow spotted Lin Yu, diligently keeping his head down at a table in the back. A smile crept onto her lips. Humph, little rascal, thinking he could hide. With poise, she walked over to Lin Yu. Excuse me, do you have someone sitting here? May I join you for a meal? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, there is someone. You cannot. Upon hearing this, Lung Qing Snow's forehead twitched in irritation. This Lin Yu always knew how to annoy her. Without hesitation, she plopped down directly opposite him and picked up her chopsticks to begin her breakfast. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Little brother Yu, I've decided to come by your classroom every day after class to pick you up. What do you think? Lin Yu was taken aback. Oh no, this woman bears a strong sense of vengeance. If Lung Qing Snow truly came to fetch him, it would undoubtedly cause quite the uproar in the economics department. The resentful glares from those straight men in the economics department directed at him were a terrifying thought. Please, Lung sister, you're already swamped with your own studies. You really don't need to come pick me up, do you? You are in the mathematics department. It's nothing. Such trivial matters cannot deter my determination to pick up my boyfriend. Lung Qing Snow's eyes narrowed, revealing a cunning smile reminiscent of a little fox. The atmosphere was indeed quite busy for Lung Qing Snow, yet these tasks posed little challenge for her. She could complete them with ease and still have ample time left. Apologies. But she had Lin Yu firmly under her thumb. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter her, as she boldly stated. Lin Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was evident she was determined to play with him. Lung Qing Snow winked at Lin Yu with her enchanting eyes. However, dear Yuer, if you were to call me good elder sister, I might just let it slide for now. Lin Yu retorted, just a day older than me, and you expect me to call you sister? Preposterous. I am not the kind to be insulted. Good elder sister. He shamefully uttered. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lung Qing Snow's heart soared with delight. His spoken words surpassed any text she had received over WeChat by countless magnitudes. She even found him quite endearing. Such a good boy. I'll reward my little brother with a soup dumpling. She deftly picked a dumpling from her plate and offered it to Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu looked at the dumpling with evident disdain. This sight made Lung Qing Snow uneasy. What was this supposed to mean? Was he dismissing his sister? Some people would be eager to have it, yet here he was. She glanced at Lin Yu. Go on. Why aren't you eating? The dumpling is getting cold. Lin Yu replied. Some say there's poison in this dumpling. Nevertheless, he picked it up and took a bite. Not because he desired it, but simply to avoid wasting food. After a while, they finished their breakfast. Lung Qing Snow's plate still held 2 remaining dumplings. Lin Yu observed her. There were 6 dumplings in total, and she had only consumed 3. Was her appetite truly that modest? Feeling a bit embarrassed under Lin Yu's gaze, she thought to herself that her appetite was rather decent. Yet, dining in front of her boyfriend for the first time demanded a modicum of decorum. Moreover, while the cafeteria food was acceptable, it hardly whetted her appetite. Yuer, we mustn't waste food, Lung Qing Snow said, transferring the 2 remaining dumplings onto Lin Yu's plate. Now, they were no longer her leftovers. They belonged to Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine from her audacious maneuver. How absurd. Placing food on his plate meant he was wasting it. This was a level of deception he had not anticipated. He shot her a sidelong glance, remaining unfazed. Noticing this, Lung Qing Snow fluttered her beautiful eyes, gazing at Lin Yu with a glistening intensity that melted his resolve. He awkwardly picked up his chopsticks and consumed the 2 dumplings that Lung Qing Snow had left behind. He admonished himself not to overthink it. He simply had not eaten enough. Chapter 13. The short skirt of Lung Qingxue. Lin Yu devoured the last 2 dumplings that Lung Qingxue had left. Upon witnessing this, her delicate lips curled into a smile, her eyes glimmering with delight. How is it? Is it delicious? She inquired, as if the dumplings were her own creation. In truth, her essence lingered on them. Thus they were indeed connected in some manner. Lin Yu chewed on the dumplings, casting a disdainful glance at Lung Qingxue before declaring, not tasty, extremely unappetizing. In reality, he found them quite delectable, even possessing a hint of sweetness. However, he could not allow himself to reveal such sentiments. He would not let this little enchantress bask in pride. How can you say it's unappetizing when you've eaten it? Lung Qingxue, with her porcelain-like hands supporting her delicate chin, blinked her large eyes at Lin Yu. In response, he asserted with a righteous demeanor, it's merely a matter of not wasting food. Even if it's unpalatable, I begrudgingly consume it to avoid waste. One must learn what it means to be a pillar of the nation, like me. In truth, Lin Yu felt slightly hungry, and he was indeed averse to food wastage. If it were anyone else, it might be overlooked, but with Lung Qingxue present, he felt compelled to guide her, both in spirit and in body. Hee, little Yu, I quite admire your stubbornness, Lung Qingxue remarked with a flirtatious smile. After finishing their breakfast, it was already 7:40 a.m. Lin Yu prepared to rise and head to class when suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detected host's arrival at the cafeteria. Would you like to check in? Lin Yu was taken aback. The system was rather slow on the uptake. He was about to leave the cafeteria when it decided to notify him of his arrival. Honestly, he was just a step away from exiting. The system's timing was absurd. Did he not have any pride? He contemplated rejecting the check-in, but that was impossible. The system's items were crucial for him, and he desired more tools to deal with the exquisite Lung Qingxue beside him. He silently thought, check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received 1,000 system points. You have acquired the Focused Learning Skill Book 1, Cooking Skill Book 1, and Endless Joyful Drink 1. As Lin Yu listened to the continuous announcements from the system in his mind, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Yes, this was perfect. He needed more items. While he could manage without them, he certainly could not do without. Lung Qingxue stood beside Lin Yu, resembling a dutiful little wife. She was somewhat curious about why he had suddenly halted, staring blankly at the entrance of the cafeteria. Could it be that the dumplings had rendered him foolish? Isn't that inextricably linked to her? After all, that little steamed bun belongs to her. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Standing there motionless. Lung Qingxue reached out her petite hand and gently pinched Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu came to his senses, returning from the system prompt. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about something delightful. What delightful thing? Lung Qingxue tilted her head and blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing curiously at Lin Yu. Naturally, Lin Yu could not reveal it. After all, this was about the system, and no one would believe him. He flashed a sly smile, then reached out his large hand to tousle Lung Qingxue's hair, leaving it in disarray. Ha, that's the delightful thing. After saying this, he swiftly made his escape. Lung Qingxue could hardly endure it. Her cheeks puffed up in irritation. She took off in pursuit. Lin Yu, you're finished. The handsome boy and beautiful girl chased each other across the campus, creating a breathtaking scene. Bystanders watched in astonishment. A few recognized Lung Qingxue and were even more shocked. Wow, when did the school beauty become so close to a boy? Most who did not know her thought the couple was a perfect match. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl, a match made in heaven. Lin Yu dashed toward the teaching building, with Lung Qingxue hot on his heels. Stop, sister. No more chasing. I need to go to class. The buildings for the economics and mathematics departments were separate, with a considerable distance between them. Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue, seeing that Lin Yu had stopped running, rushed over and leaped up to give his head a firm pat. At a height of 185 meters, Lin Yu was much taller than Lung Qingxue's 168 meters, especially since she was wearing flat shoes today. Without jumping, she couldn't reach his head. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow, an ambush. Attempting to deceive and ambush this 20-year-old young man. He tidied his disheveled hair. Lung Qingxue, do you know that boys' heads shouldn't be casually touched? Doing so might hinder their growth. Lung Qingxue rolled her eyes playfully. At your height, do you still expect to grow? A telephone pole, you? Moreover, with Lin Yu's stature, she had to jump just to pat his head. If he grew taller, what then? Lung Qingxue jumped again to give Lin Yu's head another pat. She found herself enjoying the sensation, so soft and fluffy. Lung Qingxue was completely oblivious to the fact that she was wearing a short skirt today. At the moment she leaped, Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Oh dear, she's wearing safety shorts. How infuriating. Safety shorts truly are a vexing invention. He firmly held down the exuberant Lung Qingxue, who was poised to leap once more. How carefree she was, wearing a short skirt and bouncing about. What if someone else were to see her? Lin Yu felt a peculiar sensation, a desire to shield her from prying eyes. Yet, he could not help but gaze. Still jumping, are we? Have you forgotten what you're wearing? He remarked coolly. In an instant, Lung Qingxue realized her predicament. No peeking. Her stunning visage flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she hastily covered Lin Yu's eyes with her hands. Lin Yu chuckled to himself, bemused by this little imp's shyness. He proceeded into the lecture hall, preparing for class. At noon, Lin Yu exited the classroom, and the elderly professor concluded the lesson punctually. After purchasing his meal from the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory only to find that none of his 3 companions had returned. Zhao Tian, undoubtedly, had gone out for lunch with his significant other. This fellow, betraying the single alliance, would not be forgiven. As for Wang Jun, he had likely remained in the cafeteria, unable to resist the temptation of food. Perhaps Qian Fei had ventured to the library, engaging in some clandestine study. Lin Yu opened his lunchbox, ready to indulge, when a thought struck him. How could one dine without the joy of fizzy beverages? It was imperative to procure some. System, summon the endless supply of joy water. Chapter 14. Lin Yu's Joy Water. Zhang Tingting's Anomaly Buzz. A cascade of blue luminescence enveloped Lin Yu, and a bottle of joy water materialized gracefully onto the table. The dark liquid within rippled gently. Lin Yu marveled at the system's intuition, knowing precisely what was needed. He picked up the bottle of joy water, scrutinizing it closely. It appeared identical to any ordinary soda, boasting a sleek design for easy handling. No discernible difference from the typical variety, not even the production date, which was clearly labeled. Lin Yu twisted off the cap and took a sip. Delightful. The flavor mirrored that of a standard soda, yet the effervescence was more pronounced, and the sweetness slightly heightened, truly exhilarating. Consuming soda should entail a robust fizz. Thus far, Lin Yu had yet to discern any distinction between this endless supply of joy water and regular soda. Though it was claimed to be inexhaustible, he had already downed a substantial sip, leaving a noticeable void in the bottle. As he examined the bottle meticulously, seeking the source of its endless nature, he suddenly noticed an inscription on the underside of the cap. Bringing it closer, he read the words, "Endless Supply." Lin Yu exclaimed, "Darn. I thought another bottle was on the way, only to find this." Speaking of having another bottle, Lin Yu has hardly ever managed to indulge in this delightfully endless beverage, which is quite absurd. After searching for quite some time, he found no discernible difference in this seemingly inexhaustible source of joy. Consequently, he decided to cease his inquiries. As long as the system's item functions correctly, what does it matter? Why should he overthink it? If this joyous drink were truly to be consumed entirely, he would have to return it to the system. Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks and began to dine, simultaneously taking sips of the delightful beverage, which brought him immense satisfaction. After a while, he finished his lunch and let out a contented belch. He tidied up his lunchbox and cast a glance at the half-full bottle of the delightful drink beside him. Astonishingly, it had replenished itself to its original full state. As if by magic, it was as though half a bottle had materialized out of thin air. How remarkable! Truly, it was a system item beyond reason. The joyous drink remained untouched, yet it refilled itself mysteriously. This defies logic. Lin Yu twisted off the cap and took another sip, confirming that all was well. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Wang Jun and Zhao Tian entered, each clutching a chilled soda. They appeared thoroughly satisfied. "Hey you, have you been indulging in the fat boy's joyful drink?" Lin Yu smirked, glancing at the plump Wang Jun. It seemed this fat boy's joyful drink was tailor-made for him. Wang Jun twisted open his soda and took a sip. Refreshing. Zhao Tian followed suit, opening his own drink and taking a sip. Observing this, Lin Yu also took a sip of his own delightful beverage, chuckling inwardly. His was a lasting kind. Their sodas were mere pretenders, having feasted and quenched his thirst. Lin Yu placed the remaining half of his drink on the table. How splendid it was that he need not lift a finger. It could replenish itself. He climbed into bed and began his afternoon rest. In the afternoon, Lin Yu was the first to awaken. There was but one class to attend, scheduled for 2 o'clock. So he had to rise. Wang Jun also stirred, getting out of bed. He grabbed his now less chilled soda and took a sip, casting a glance at Lin Yu's drink. It was amusing, indeed. Lin Yu was evidently not one to partake in the joyful beverage, as his bottle appeared to be still full. He had likely taken only a sip before abandoning it. "You, You really can't handle it. A soda is just a sip, and you want to be like the others? Wang Jun laughed. Lin Yu, however, felt a sense of pride within. A bunch of fools. Could his drink be compared to an ordinary soda? It was endlessly satisfying. He hadn't merely taken a sip. Lin Yu and his friends proceeded to the classroom. As he entered, taking his seat, his phone vibrated. He took it out to discover a message from Lung Qing Snow. Xiaoyu, do you have class this afternoon? I'm coming to play with you. Lin Yu, expressionless, replied, yes. I have classes all afternoon. Lung Qing Snow smirked slightly. She was well aware of Lin Yu's schedule and had already gathered all the information. Her pristine little canine teeth were grinding. Suddenly, she unveiled a cunning smile, typing on her phone. It seems I can't play with Xiaoyu after all. How disappointing. Lin Yu retorted, I don't believe you. You're a wicked beauty. What a pity. I also wish to enjoy some time with the illustrious Lung, he lamented. However, the demands of academia were relentless. Upon reading Lin Yu's message, Lung Qingsnow scoffed. Humph, busy with studies, is it? Just you wait. The old professor entered the classroom and commenced the lecture. Lin Yu put away his phone, focusing on the lesson. Ding, ding. The class bell rang. Without a moment's hesitation, the professor announced the end of the class. The students dispersed in a flurry, and Lin Yu's 3 roommates vanished without a trace. He exited the classroom, eager to indulge in a sip of his sugary drink before indulging in a few rounds of gaming. Xiaoyu, a melodious female voice echoed from a distance, causing Lin Yu to startle. What on earth? Why is she here? Wasn't she supposed to have class this afternoon? Lung Qingsnow approached gracefully, still clad in the short skirt she had worn that morning. Lin Yu glanced at her long, elegant legs beneath the skirt. Did she forget she was wearing it? Upon hearing his remark, Lung Qingsnow instantly recalled her energetic hops from that morning, her exquisite face flushing slightly. Xiaoyu, no more. Lin Yu looked around. Sister, please don't call me Xiaoyu in public. Do I have no dignity? Daiyu is fine too, even if it's less endearing, but it's at least more mature. Lung Qingsnow flashed a sly smile. Not calling you out here means I can do so inside, right? All right, Xiaoyu. After capturing Lin Yu's hand, Lung Qingsnow led him for a stroll in the park. As they walked, Lin Yu found himself craving a sip of his sugary drink, while Lung Qingsnow skipped lightly. In a buoyant mood, they made their way to the gazebo where she had previously tied him up. With a playful plop, she sat on the bench, patting her thigh to invite Lin Yu to sit beside her. Lin Yu hesitated, pondering whether to sit or remain standing. This posed a dilemma. Noticing his reluctance, Lung Qingsnow squinted her beautiful eyes slightly. Xiaoyu, come and sit. Lin Yu halted for a moment before taking a seat beside Lung Qingxue. Not far away, a group of gossipers were engaged in conversation. Have you heard? Zhang Tingting seems intent on claiming the top spot on the 100 Beauties list. Chapter 15. Lin Yu's determination to conquer the male god list. Seated next to Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance that emanated from her, instantly feeling a sense of serenity and mental clarity. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he could overhear the discussions of a few individuals nearby. Zhang Tingting aims to challenge for the top position on the 100 Beauties list? How does she intend to achieve that? Her second place pales in comparison to the first, which is not merely a slight difference in score. Lin Yu often found himself questioning how Zhang Tingting had managed to secure the second position on the list. Was there a flaw in the group's aesthetic judgment? He did not perceive Zhang Tingting as particularly attractive, especially when compared to the enchanting presence of the lady beside him. It felt akin to the disparity between the first and second place in a final exam, where the gap could be several points. However, such disparities could exist. There are indeed exceptional individuals who surpass the second place by a significant margin. Lin Yu pondered how the rankings on the 100 Beauties list could fluctuate. Hadn't they already been determined by visual appeal? Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected by the conversation. As Lin Yu was lost in thought, the group continued their chatter. Wow, Zhang Tingting is aiming for the top of the 100 Beauties list. How impressive. How does she plan to do that? One person scratched his head in confusion. Could you please inform me what the 100 Beauties list is? And who is Zhang Tingting? Why is she trying to challenge the list? The crowd responded. You really only focus on your studies, don't you? You don't even know about the 100 Beauties list or Zhang Tingting. It's a ranking of the top 100 goddesses based on beauty. Zhang Tingting is the second-ranked campus flower. Second place? That doesn't seem too impressive. She is not in first. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue both chuckled simultaneously from their spot in the pavilion. The individual's remark indeed held some truth. Lin Yu cast a surprised glance at Lung Qingxue, realizing she had overheard everything. He looked at her, astonished. You could hear that? Lung Qingxue, in response, rolled her eyes playfully and gently pinched Lin Yu's cheek with her delicate hand. Xiaoyu, why would I not hear it? The distance is not great. And I'm not deaf. Meanwhile, the group continued their dialogue. Seriously? You look down on the second place? Why don't you just win over Zhang Tingting then? How do the rankings on the 100 beauties list even change? Haven't they been established based on beauty? Another person voiced the same confusion that Lin Yu had. Initially, I shared the same perspective. However, upon perusing the campus forum, I discovered that the upcoming 100 beauty rankings are set to undergo modifications. The criteria will now encompass not only physical allure, but also academic achievements and the popularity garnered through votes. It is perplexing how such a transformation has come to pass. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. There appears to be some intrigue behind this change. Logically, this list has remained unchanged for an extended period. Such a sudden alteration undoubtedly signals an underlying issue. It seems likely that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Yet, upon further reflection, it makes sense. This ranking was merely a playful endeavor created by students, lacking any official endorsement. Thus, modifying it seems rather straightforward. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, and he even speculated that Zhang Tingting might be the one manipulating this situation, as she stands to gain the most from it. After all, what greater advantage could there be than to usurp the top position? Lin Yu inhaled the faint fragrance in the air and turned his gaze towards Lung Qingxue, who sat nearby. What are your thoughts on this, Sister Lung? Upon hearing his question, Lung Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and regarded Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, in the past, I had no particular feelings about it. If they wish to change it, so be it. It has nothing to do with me. However, the situation has changed. That top position is undoubtedly mine, should I desire it. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow, why does it seem like Lung Qingxue has suddenly become somewhat cool? He felt a burgeoning affection for her. Her assertion seemed entirely reasonable. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic performance was also commendable. Wouldn't the top position be easily within her grasp? Yet, it appeared that there was still the matter of the popularity vote. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why Lung Qingxue had previously shown little interest in this ranking, but was now eager to contend for it. Why do you say that in the past you had no feelings about it? Lin Yu inquired. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue revealed a sly, fox-like smile as she looked at him. Because of you, Xiaoyu. Me? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. How was this related to him? He would not accept the blame. It's because I need to uphold my boyfriend's reputation. If his girlfriend is the top goddess, wouldn't that bring him considerable prestige? Lin Yu was astonished. He had not anticipated that Lung Qingxue's reasoning would be this. Wow, sister is still thinking about me. In truth, being associated with the top goddess indeed seems to carry a certain gravitas. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Are you pleased? Lin Yu replied, well, it's all right. He conceded that hearing this did indeed bring him a modicum of joy, although he chose not to display it. Allowing this little imp to revel in her triumph was out of the question. Upon noticing his reticence, Lung Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's waist. Hurry up and say you're happy. Lin Yu was taken aback, thinking, wow, is this coercion? He was certainly not going to yield. Happy. Humph. That's more like it. He's such a good boy. Lung Qingxue flashed a devilish smile. Little Yu, are you aware that in addition to the beauty rankings, there exists a campus heartthrob list? Yes, I've heard of it, but I have never seen it. Lin Yu recalled Wang Jun's words and found them rather dubious. Did you know you made the list? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What? He made the list? How could he be unaware of this? Lung Qingxue observed Lin Yu's astonished expression and found it amusing. Little Yu, the heartthrob list is divided into the beauty list and the comprehensive list. You rank first on the beauty list, quite impressive. Lin Yu was surprised by this revelation, then felt it was somewhat expected. With his looks, isn't it only natural to be in first place? How do you know this? Lung Qingxue blinked her large eyes. It's a secret among us girls. The heartthrob list is naturally compiled by the females. What about the comprehensive list? What is my rank? Lin Yu asked with a hint of arrogance. Well, you were originally ranked 100, but your looks boosted you to 20. Lung Qingxue teased him. Lin Yu exclaimed, what? Such a remarkable young man. Yet he only ranks 100. He conveniently ignored the matter of his looks. He was dissatisfied. Well, it seems he had no choice but to be. After all, his academic performance was rather average. No, it should be said that the original owner's grades were average. Lin Yu now possessed enhanced learning capabilities. So achieving the top rank in all subjects should be no problem, right? A strange feeling ignited within him, for Lung Qingxue, his nominal girlfriend, was the top goddess. His competitive spirit was kindled. He could not possibly settle for a rank of 100. He must strive to become the #1 heartthrob. Chapter 16. Zhang Tingting's scheme. The public class begins. Lin Yu's determination had already ignited in his mind. Not striving for excellence is an affront to one's spirit. He was already the first on the beauty list. Surely, securing the top position on the comprehensive list was within reach. Moreover, with a little which like Lung Qingxue being the top goddess, there was no way he could lose. Lin Yu's gaze grew resolute. He would certainly claim the title of #1 heartthrob. And he was a man with a system. If he couldn't secure the top rank, he might as well give up. He would shame the crossers. Lung Qingxue, however, was unaware of Lin Yu's thoughts at that moment. Yet, she noticed his eyes gradually becoming steadfast, as if he had made a decision. What are you thinking about, little Yu? Lung Qingxue waved her delicate, jade-like hand in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu snapped back to reality. It's nothing, just lamenting that I'm ranked 100. He chose not to disclose his intention to challenge for the top spot on the heartthrob list, for he aimed to quietly grow stronger. Then, he would astonish everyone. Little Yu, you are ranked 20, not 100. Lung Qingxue winked at him. Lin Yu cast her a glance. Can beauty alone be counted as strength? That does not reflect my true abilities. Lung Qingxue chimed in. Who says so? Looks can indeed be a form of strength. Lin Yu paused, contemplating the validity of Lung Qingxue's assertion. It is undeniable that being naturally handsome is beyond one's control. Lung Qingxue winked playfully. For instance, I am quite fond of your appearance. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling as though she had been electrified. Woman, it seems you are merely lusting after my physique. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting and her friends were engaged in a discussion within their dormitory. Tingting, with the top spot on the 100 beauties list. Aren't we practically guaranteed to clinch this? One girl remarked, gazing at Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting nodded with pride. Of course, she had invested significantly for this opportunity. Even her status as the campus belle relied heavily on numerous connections to locate the individual responsible for compiling the 100 beauties list. After much persuasion and promises of various benefits, she convinced that person to alter the rules. However, that individual remained adamant that aside from the rule changes, all other aspects must remain unchanged, ensuring the final scores were fair and just, with no room for manipulation. Yet Zhang Tingting was confident that this was sufficient. She was determined to surpass Lung Qingxue, whom she had long envied. Zhang Tingting analyzed her prospects. In terms of looks, she had no concerns. Her academic performance was commendable, and she would aim for the top score in her examinations. Regarding popularity, Zhang Tingting had absolute confidence in herself. Her appeal certainly surpassed that of Lung Qingxue, who seldom appeared in the public eye and maintained a cold demeanor that kept others at a distance. Lung Qingxue, your aloofness has hindered you. This time, victory was assured. Really? Tingting, how did you manage to find the person responsible for the list and persuade them to change the rules? A girl inquired. Zhang Tingting was momentarily taken aback. Well, the situation is rather intricate. I will explain it to you all later. Jia, speaking of which, have you considered finding a boyfriend? I happen to know someone who would be a perfect match for you. What do you think? In truth, one of her strategies involved introducing her friend to that individual. Sacrificing a friendship for the sake of winning was deemed worthwhile. What is that person like? The girl named Jia asked. Zhang Tingting quickly replied, he is quite impressive. You will definitely like him. In fact, he has a bit of. Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu were enjoying the beautiful scenery in the pavilion. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 in the evening. We should head back. It's 6 o'clock, Lin Yu announced as she rose. This afternoon, I sat with Lung Qingxue, enjoying the beautiful scenery, and it felt rather pleasant. It was quite peculiar indeed. Upon returning, although Lung Qingxue wished to remain seated a while longer, she could hardly voice her desire since Lin Yu had already spoken. The two walked along the path as dusk approached. The sun set in the west, and couples could be seen strolling together throughout the campus. Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu resembled one of those pairs. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled something. Sister Lung, didn't you mention your ambition to top the bimate list? Yes, what of it? She replied. Do you need my assistance? Lin Yu inquired. Lung Qingxue blinked her large eyes, glancing at Lin Yu, surprised by his unsolicited offer to help. Joy filled her heart. It seemed her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. No need, Xiao Yuer. Such trivial matters do not require your assistance. If I did, I would feel unworthy of the first rank. With unwavering confidence in her beauty and achievements, Lung Qingxue declared, "Rest assured, I can secure it if I desire." Lin Yu nodded in response, choosing not to comment further. However, he privately resolved to keep a watchful eye on her, as unforeseen circumstances might arise. He was not motivated by a desire to aid Lung Qingxue, but rather by his own pride. Imagine, his girlfriend, once the reigning goddess, had now fallen to second place. Who could endure such a thing? Not his uncle, nor his aunt. If his aunt could tolerate it, he certainly could not. As they reached the intersection, the boys' dormitory lay to the left, while the girls' dormitory was to the right. Lung Qingxue playfully pinched Lin Yu's handsome face with her delicate hand before darting away. Lin Yu was taken aback. What the? Another surprise attack on this defenseless youth. Upon returning to his dorm, he found his 3 roommates had already arrived. He settled into his seat and took a sip of his soda, which had been replenished to a full bottle, bringing him much comfort. Suddenly, Wang Jun pulled out a book and began to read, startling Lin Yu. "What is going on? Junzi, have you changed your ways?" Wang Jun sighed. "Do you think I want to? We have an open class next Monday, and we're attending with Class 1 of Mathematics." The instructor mentioned that the math professor is quite formidable and enjoys calling on students. Hearing this, Lin Yu recalled the dread of being called upon in his younger days. "Oh no," he exclaimed, hastily grabbing a book to cram for the class. After a moment, he set the book down. "What am I panicking about? With my system, who do I have to fear? Call on me. Bring it on." He then flopped onto his bed and began playing games. On Monday, Lin Yu and his 3 friends made their way to the lecture hall, as today's open class was to be held with Class 1 of Mathematics. Naturally, in the large auditorium. As he stepped inside, he immediately caught sight of the enchanting Lung Qingxue, who was gesturing for him with her delicate hand. Chapter 17. Sharing a desk with Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu's surprise inspection. Upon entering the grand lecture hall, Lin Yu noticed Lung Qingxue raising her fair, slender hand to greet him. This exquisite beauty wore a radiant smile upon her face. Even without uttering a word, Lin Yu could almost hear her melodious and alluring voice in his mind, calling, "Xiao Yu, come here. Sit with your sister." Oh, the decision of whether to sit beside Lung Qingxue was indeed a matter worthy of deep contemplation. Should he choose to sit, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, subject to the scrutiny of everyone in the classroom, and he would be branded as a traitor by his 3 roommates, lamenting his betrayal of their single alliance. However, Zhao Tian, who was in a relationship, lacked the standing to voice such opinions. Yet, if Lin Yu refrained from sitting down, he would face the relentless torment from Lung Qingxue, reminiscent of a witch's curse, which included, but was not limited to, pinching his waist in front of everyone and demanding he eat the small steamed buns he couldn't finish. The thought sent shivers down his spine. What a fearsome enchantress she was. Meanwhile, the 3 roommates accompanying Lin Yu also noticed Lung Qingxue waving at them from a distance, their faces instantly transforming into expressions of shock. "Oh my goodness! The goddess is beckoning to us. This is unbelievable. Am I about to have a stroke of good fortune today?" exclaimed Wang Jun, adjusting his collar. Lin Yu responded, "You are overthinking it. If Wang Jun dared to take a single step forward, I reckon Lung Qingxue would retaliate and turn him into a pig's head. You are mistaken. Perhaps Lung Qingxue is merely greeting someone else, but I doubt it includes you." Wang Jun stubbornly insisted, "Who says so? The goddess is definitely waving at us. Who else could she possibly be addressing?" Simultaneously, all the boys in the mathematics class were observing in curiosity, wondering who Lung Qingxue was greeting. She was the goddess of their mathematics department, and with so few girls in the field, her beauty made her the focal point of attention. Who could possibly ignore her? They even felt fortunate to be enrolled in the mathematics department. On Lung Qingxue's side, her arm was beginning to feel a bit fatigued from waving, while Lin Yu remained rooted in place, hesitating to approach. Her expression shifted to one of mild annoyance as she cast a glance at him. Realizing that she was growing impatient, Lin Yu suddenly made up his mind. He calmly glanced at his 3 roommates and declared, "I can no longer pretend. I am laying my cards on the table. Lung Qingxue is indeed beckoning to me." Upon finishing his words, he took the textbook and walked calmly to the seat beside Lung Qingxue, then sat down with an air of composure. A collective gasp echoed throughout the lecture hall, as the male students expressed their astonishment in unison. The boys from the mathematics department were visibly shocked, puzzled, and disheartened, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions, including a sense of loss. The goddess had been claimed. and by a fellow from another department, no less. The boys from the economics department, while equally stunned, wore expressions tinged with jealousy, for they had not anticipated that Lin Yu would quietly secure such a stunning beauty, especially from a different discipline. A portion of the female students displayed curiosity, intrigued by the pair. They recognized both individuals. One was the top goddess of the beauty rankings, and the other, the most handsome man according to the same list. Another group of girls felt their hearts shatter, as their secret crush had been taken away. How could they not feel heartbroken? Many had harbored silent affections for Lin Yu, captivated by his striking looks. Wang Jun and the others watched as Lin Yu approached without a hint of trepidation, momentarily stunned before it dawned on them. Of course, they had all been present during that confession. Lin Yu was indeed entangled with Lung Qingxue. He had betrayed the brotherhood of single men. As Lin Yu settled next to Lung Qingxue, he observed the reactions of those around them and shot her a sidelong glance. Satisfied, he thought to himself, "Are you pleased, my sister?" Lung Qingxue had arrived early to secure a prime seat in the lecture hall, all for the purpose of sitting with Lin Yu during class. She even chose not to sit with her own roommates. As for the gazes of others, she paid them no mind. Was it such a surprise that the campus belle had found a boyfriend? In the classroom, the sight of Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue engaged in lively conversation shattered the hearts of many boys. Even the most oblivious could see that they were together. Oh, Snow. My Snow. Tonight, many more would join the ranks of the heartbroken. A small fraction of boys, however, clung to disbelief, reassuring themselves that merely sitting together did not seal their fate. They still had a chance. The vibrant atmosphere stirred by Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue was abruptly silenced when an elderly professor with graying hair entered, textbook in hand. The classroom fell into instant silence as they recognized the legendary mathematics professor known for his pop quizzes. Lin Yu felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the old professor. After all, he had been subjected to random questioning in his youth, leaving him somewhat traumatized. He leaned towards his desk mate and asked, "Sister Lung, do you know this professor?" Lung Qingxue shook her head. "I do not. Although I am from the mathematics department, it seems he teaches graduate students, not us." Lin Yu's apprehension grew. A professor of graduate students was indeed formidable. Alarmed, he hastily popped a learning enhancement capsule to calm his nerves. Cold Qingxue noticed Lin Yu's movement. She extended her delicate hand and playfully pinched Lin Yu's mouth. "Xiaoyu, what are you sneaking? Hurry and share a bit with me. Eating your own stuff is boring. It's much more fun to snatch food from others." Lin Yu grasped Qingxue's mischievous little hand. "I haven't eaten anything. You must have misheard. Just joking. I can't casually consume the study enhancement capsules. If I do, I'll just want to tackle more problems. Besides, you're so clever. Qingxue, wouldn't it backfire on you?" "Ahem. Classmates, we shall commence the lesson now," the mathematics professor announced, rapping his pointer against the blackboard. The classroom fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word for fear of being called upon and found wanting. Halfway through the lesson, the professor had yet to call on anyone, and a collective sigh of relief echoed among the students. Suddenly, the old professor declared, "Now, I have a few questions for you all to answer." The students instantly held their breaths, aware that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Li Ming. "Apologies, professor, but I can't." Li Ming boldly confessed his inability. He was forthright. It was better to admit it than to remain silent, even at the risk of embarrassment. "Very well, take your seat." Wang Jun. Wang Jun stood up and stammered out an answer. His extra study on Friday had evidently paid off. "Good, well answered." Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused for a moment before slowly rising. Having already consumed a study capsule, he felt no trepidation. Chapter 18. Qingxue's Dilemma. Lin Yu to the rescue. Lin Yu stood up with calm composure, all eyes in the room turning towards him. Some were eager to see him falter, while others found him quite handsome. Lin Yu had anticipated being called upon, but was surprised it happened so soon. The mathematics professor had no prior knowledge of him, so this call was purely random. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of elegance, unperturbed. The efficacy of the study enhancement capsule was no mere boast. Fortunately, he had taken one, and coupled with his keen analytical skills, this problem seemed trivial to him. With just a glance, the answer formed in his mind. Seated beside Lin Yu, cold Qingxue was somewhat astonished that he had been called upon. Seizing the moment as he stood, she reached out her fair, jade-like hand and discreetly took hold of Lin Yu's large hand beneath the table. Then, her delicate fingers began to tickle his palm. How delightful! Lin Yu felt a slight tickle in his heart from Qingxue's playful antics. This woman was quite skillful. He nearly forgot the answer he had just formulated. Firmly, he clasped her little hand, signaling her to cease her mischief. Qingshua's tiny hand felt warm in Lin Yu's larger grasp, and her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She ceased her playful tickling and quietly gazed at him. The mathematics professor posed a question that was neither overly difficult nor too simple, piquing her interest in whether Lin Yu would be able to answer it. Should he falter, she would discreetly offer him hints. For how could she allow her boyfriend to suffer embarrassment in front of others? Lin Yu, however, cast a steady gaze at the esteemed professor and articulated his answer and reasoning with clarity. In the classroom, those who had previously struggled with the problem now displayed expressions of enlightenment upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation. Meanwhile, those envious of Lin Yu for capturing the attention of their goddess felt a twinge of irritation. This kid is just showing off. I could do it too. The old professor's eyes flickered with subtle surprise as she observed Lin Yu's clear and methodical approach to the problem. While the question was not particularly challenging, it contained several traps that a mere freshman could easily overlook. Well done, Lin Yu, the professor praised, gesturing for him to take his seat. With an air of composure, Lin Yu sat down, thinking to himself that if he couldn't solve such a straightforward problem, he would be the most embarrassing time traveler imaginable. Beside him, Lung Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes as she regarded Lin Yu. She had suspected he would be capable of answering, but was pleasantly surprised by the coherence of his response, which even inspired her mathematically. Playfully, she reached out and pinched his waist, whispering, "Well done, Lin Yu. You were hiding this skill from me all along." Lin Yu, taken aback, wondered what he had concealed. Was this question not rather simple? He grasped Lung Qingshue's hand in return, saying, "Sister Lung, was there really any need to hide such trivial matters from you? This question is so easy." Lung Qingxue shot him a playful glare, retorting, "You're getting cocky, aren't you?" The class continued, with the old professor calling on several other students to answer questions, including Lin Yu's roommate, Qian Fei, who performed adequately, though not with the same clarity as Lin Yu. Lung Qingxue diligently took notes while Lin Yu began to daydream, as he had already mastered the material. Suddenly, an electronic notification chimed in his mind. "Host has arrived at the lecture hall. Would you like to sign in?" The system appeared at a most opportune moment, alleviating Lin Yu's boredom. He thought to himself, "Sign in. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have received 1,000 system points, 1 wind-resistant capsule, 1 economic analysis skill book, 1 smart analysis glasses." Lin Yu gazed at the system rewards, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this sign-in feels quite rewarding. He returned to the present, glancing at Lung Qingxue, who was engrossed in her notes. Beneath her strikingly beautiful eyes lay a perfectly sculpted nose and a pair of alluringly curved lips, vibrant and captivating. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. This woman, when she looked beautiful, was indeed quite striking. The old professor had completed most of his lecture and introduced a new topic. This topic was a challenging mathematical modeling question, proposed merely for the sake of discussion, with no expectation of anyone providing an answer. Most of the students in the classroom, upon hearing this, looked as if they were listening to a foreign language. They were utterly perplexed. A small number of students could grasp the concept, but struggled to formulate specific content. Lung Qingxue was among them. However, a vague idea had already begun to form in her mind. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had not even glanced at the problem, as he was still lost in thought about Lung Qingxue. "Lung Qingxue, do you have an answer?" The professor called her name, having heard of her esteemed reputation as the top student in the mathematics department. He was curious to see her approach. Lung Qingxue, seated beside Lin Yu, stood up. All eyes turned toward this aloof goddess, including Lin Yu's. She gave a slight nod. "Professor, I have some ideas, though they are not yet clear. Please allow me to work it out on the blackboard." She wished to take on this difficult challenge. Certainly, the old professor nodded in agreement. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Wow, this girl is incredible, tackling it right here on the spot. Even if I could solve the problem, I wouldn't bother working it out live. A mere outline would suffice." Lung Qingxue approached the lectern and began her calculations on the blackboard. Lin Yu yawned, showing little interest. The prowess of the top student in the department made such problems seem trivial. He continued to admire Lung Qingxue's stunning silhouette, becoming lost in thought once more. 10 minutes passed. Lung Qingxue was still at the blackboard, grappling with the increasingly complex problem. Even she found it somewhat troublesome. However, her character had never been one to concede defeat. The atmosphere in the classroom grew subtly tense. Lin Yu, now serious, focused on the problem. He recognized at a glance that this was a mathematical modeling question, significantly beyond the syllabus. With his keen analytical skills and study aids, he could only muster a glimmer of insight. 5 minutes later, Lung Qingxue was still deep in calculations, the blackboard now filled with dense notations. The old professor glanced at the beautiful student and decided it was time to let her step down, not wanting to push her too hard. Lin Yu sensed the tension in the room. It seemed Lung Qingxue might be struggling after all. He looked at her figure, silently urging her on. System. Activate the mathematical modeling skill book. Replying to host, skill activated. A plethora of mathematical modeling knowledge flooded Lin Yu's mind as he gazed at the problem on the blackboard. Suddenly, clarity struck, and he arrived at an answer. At that moment, the old professor spoke. Lung. Lin Yu sprang to his feet. Professor, I have an answer. Please allow me to work it out alongside Lung. Chapter 19. Wow, he really pulled it off. Lin Yu exclaimed as he stood up and made his declaration. The presence of all students was immediately filled with astonishment. Regardless of gender, as they turned their gazes towards Lin Yu, whispers filled the air. What the heck? Is this guy trying to show off again? He just did it once, and now he wants to do it again. TCH, he must be out of his mind. To boast so boldly. And this question is so challenging that even I, a mathematics major, cannot comprehend it. How could he possibly solve it? Moreover, even the goddess of cool, Lung Qingxue, has been stuck for so long. Goodness, this confirms it. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue are likely truly together. He intends to share both triumphs and tribulations with his girlfriend. Even Lung Qingxue, who was diligently working through the problem on the blackboard, paused momentarily upon hearing Lin Yu's voice. A warm feeling enveloped her heart. She understood that he aimed to alleviate her burden. She was no fool, after struggling at the blackboard for so long. Could she not perceive the subtle atmosphere within the classroom? Though she felt touched, she also believed Lin Yu was being overly impulsive. This problem was exceedingly difficult, beyond the syllabus, and even she had only a faint glimmer of an idea. Lin Yu was merely standing alongside her. Lung Qingxue knew that. In the comprehensive rankings of the male goddess list, Lin Yu's performance was mediocre, merely average. The advanced mathematical modeling problem was likely beyond his capabilities. Nonetheless, she appreciated his effort. Having him by her side was certainly preferable to inaction. She had not chosen poorly, as everyone's attention focused on Lin Yu. The old professor also regarded him with a glint in his eye. He had discerned that Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue were likely in a romantic relationship. They sat together, and now Lin Yu expressed his desire to join her at the blackboard. Even a fool could see their connection. The professor, with years of experience, realized that Lin Yu probably sought to ease Lung Qingxue's pressure. However, he held little faith in Lin Yu's ability to arrive at the solution, as this question was designed to elevate standards. Although Lin Yu had previously answered questions with clarity, these two problems were not on the same level. Even the top student in the mathematics department, Lung Qingxue, had hit a wall. However, since he had put himself forward, the professor was intrigued to see what Lin Yu could offer. Perhaps he truly possessed something worthwhile. At the very least, Lin Yu appeared quite presentable. All right, Lin Yu. Are you certain you have the answer? This is no jest. I am certain, Professor, Lin Yu replied calmly. He was no fool, with his system in place. He was unequivocally confident. The answer had long been etched in his mind. Very well, then proceed. The old professor nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Yu rose from his seat and approached Lung Qingxue, who was still calculating at the blackboard. In that moment, all eyes were upon him. Most of the boys glared at Lin Yu with resentment, hoping he would stumble in his attempt to show off. A portion of the girls gazed at Lin Yu's handsome silhouette, falling into a state of infatuation, regardless of whether he could arrive at the answer. They simply deemed him attractive, and that sufficed. As Lin Yu approached Lung Qingxue, she held a piece of chalk, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at him. In a soft voice, she remarked, "Xiao Yu, I'm truly delighted that you stood up. However, you were a bit impulsive. It's no matter if I lose face alone." Lin Yu extended his large hand and gently pinched Lung Qingxue's delicate cheek, then spoke soothingly, "No worries, Sister Lung. I, Lin Yu, never engage in endeavors lacking confidence." A faint blush crept onto Lung Qingxue's face. Even though she was a little sorceress, she felt shy under so many gazes. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's reassurance evidently alleviated her pressure significantly. Since he had taken the stage, she was naturally inclined to bestow upon him the trust he deserved. Due to the angle, only a select few witnessed Lin Yu's gesture, but those fortunate enough to observe felt as if they had suddenly been showered with a ton of dog food. Even the venerable professor felt himself indulging in an abundance of dog food. Unperturbed by the surrounding attention, Lin Yu accepted the warm chalk from Lung Qingshue's hand. Instantly, his expression turned serious as he focused on the blackboard. Now, allow me to take over. Lin Yu directly followed the line of thought that Lung Qingxue had previously articulated, simplifying her earlier steps before swiftly calculating the subsequent ones. With chalk in hand, he wrote on the blackboard with remarkable speed, his strokes fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. The crisp sound of chalk against the board resonated continuously. Standing aside, Lung Qingxue observed the calculations Lin Yu produced, her expression shifting from confusion to enlightenment, and ultimately to astonishment. She realized that he was building upon her previous reasoning while also streamlining many steps. The subsequent equations unfolded with a compact logic, and as she followed along, her mind began to clear. She had not anticipated that it could be approached in such a manner. No wonder she had encountered a mental block earlier. The more she pondered, the clearer it became, and the more astonished she felt. Only upon reaching a certain level could one truly appreciate another's prowess. Lin Yu's mathematical comprehension surpassed her own. How cunning! Lin Yu had concealed his abilities so profoundly that even she had been deceived. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of excitement. She had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Her intuition had proven remarkably accurate. The venerable professor, seated at the edge of the podium, observed Lin Yu as he rapidly inscribed the formulas. His expression grew increasingly grave. This. Lin Yu's mathematical aptitude is astonishingly high. The advanced problems were designed to identify talent. Some skills can be honed through practice, but certain abilities are genuinely predicated on innate talent. The audience in the lecture hall watched Lin Yu scribbling away, their expressions frozen in bewilderment. Though they could not comprehend, they were profoundly shaken. Although they could not comprehend, Lin Yu wrote at an astonishing pace. Regardless of whether his work was haphazard, it certainly appeared impressive. Goodness, how remarkable Lin Yu is. He can tackle such challenging problems. No, stop right there. We cannot allow him to continue this charade. Wang Jun and the others were utterly bewildered. Did they not know who Lin Yu was? A rather laid-back individual. They had never seen him perusing books before. Yet, here he was, solving complex problems on the spot. They simply could not accept it. Only Qian Fei looked intently at Lin Yu, realizing that the path to becoming the dormitory's top scholar would be arduous. Upon completing the final equation, Lin Yu dramatically tossed the chalk into the box. Exuding an undeniable charm, he extended his hand and, amidst the gazes of his peers, led the dazed Lung Qingxue back to their seats. Then, turning to the elderly professor, he humbly inquired, "Professor, I have finished. Could you please check if my answers are correct?" Chapter 20. Lung Qingxue steals a kiss. Lin Yu's comprehensive ranking rises. Lin Yu was well aware of his boundaries. He understood that while it was acceptable to show off, respect for the professor was paramount. Although the answer he presented was solely derived from his own calculations on the board, he still sought the professor's validation. At that moment, Lung Qingxue felt somewhat dazed. She had nearly struggled to keep up with Lin Yu's rapid calculations. Now, being led back to their seats by him, she felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. Lin Yu not only provided the answer on stage, but did so with such elegance. He alleviated her pressure while astonishing everyone present. Suddenly, Lung Qingxue found Lin Yu incredibly charming. Her gaze sparkled with admiration. How captivating. Even someone as aloof as she, though she wasn't truly that aloof, couldn't help but desire to be Lin Yu's little fan. In her area of expertise, mathematics, Lin Yu surpassed her. As Lin Yu concluded his remarks, the classroom fell silent. The male students eagerly awaited the professor's verdict. Even though they suspected Lin Yu had most likely answered correctly, his calculations had been executed with remarkable speed and confidence. They secretly hoped the professor would declare him wrong, allowing this pretty boy to face some embarrassment. The elderly professor, however, smiled at Lin Yu. "Well done, Lin Yu. Your approach, along with that of Lung Qingxue, is quite commendable." While praising Lin Yu, he did not neglect to acknowledge Lung Qingxue. After all, she was Lin Yu's girlfriend. The professor was genuinely intrigued by Lin Yu's mathematical prowess and intended to recruit him. The male students in the lecture hall, who were keen on seeing Lin Yu falter, suddenly felt deflated. Goodness, yet again, he has outshone everyone. They were infuriated. Meanwhile, the girls gazed at Lin Yu with unabashed admiration. He was stunning. Not only was he handsome, but he was also exceptional in mathematics. They simply couldn't resist. Other students, capable of keeping pace with the old professor, cast wary glances at Lin Yu. The sudden emergence of such a talented mathematician instilled considerable pressure within them. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. The ideas were actually inspired by my classmate, Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu humbly acknowledged, attributing his success to her. A sweet smile spread across Lung Qingxue's face. Little Yu was surprisingly charming. She found it hard to contain her excitement. The old professor then took Lin Yu's solved problem as a model and began his explanation. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Without hesitation, the professor declared the session over. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Some girls, while making their way out of the classroom, couldn't help but glance back at Lin Yu's seat. Although Lin Yu had a goddess like Lung Qingxue by his side, it didn't deter them from admiring a handsome boy. With a look of exhilaration, Lung Qingxue grabbed Lin Yu's hand, eager to exit the classroom. She was bursting with anticipation to inquire about Lin Yu's thought process regarding the recent problem. Indeed, she was serious about studying mathematics. How could she miss out on being with her boyfriend, a math genius? Wait, Lin Yu. Suddenly, the old professor called out to the two. Is there something you need? Professor? Lin Yu paused, turning to face him. Lin Yu, would you be interested in transferring to the mathematics department? Both Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu were taken aback by the professor's unexpected proposition. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, lost in thought. He had no intention of switching majors. He found the economics department quite satisfactory. Despite his ease in solving mathematical problems, he knew they required significant mental effort. One careless moment could lead to unforeseen consequences, and he didn't want to jeopardize his charming appearance. Even with the aid of his system, which could alleviate such issues, he preferred to avoid that scenario altogether. Professor, allow me to consider it, Lin Yu replied, not outrightly declining, as it was only fitting to show respect to the esteemed mathematics professor. Very well, Lin Yu. I will await your response. I do not wish to pressure you, the professor replied with a smile. He had patience for those with great talent. As Lin Yu walked out of the classroom alongside Lung Qingxue, she immediately inquired, Little Yu, do you dislike the mathematics department? She believed that with his aptitude, he would thrive there. However, Lin Yu seemed somewhat disinterested. Looking at Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu explained, Not at all, my dear sister. Even though I solve problems as easily as drinking water, it actually consumes a lot of brain power. Occasionally tackling a problem here and there is fine. But if I were to delve deeper into it, it was rather unexpected. A soft chuckle escaped from Lung Qingxue's lips. She never anticipated that Lin Yu would be concerned about his hair. However, she respected his choices and would refrain from insisting he join the mathematics department. Come on, Xiao Yu. Let us head to the library, she said, linking her arm with Lin Yu's. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, hardly registering the action. What is the purpose of going to the library? He queried, as he was not particularly inclined towards studying. We need to delve into that problem from earlier. There were a few steps I didn't quite grasp, Lung Qingxue replied, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Lin Yu was perplexed, thinking, do you have a plethora of friends? Is this woman perhaps a bit unhinged? To his surprise, he found himself being dragged to the library by Lung Qingxue. Thus, they spent a delightful afternoon immersed in their mathematical studies. Meanwhile, a young man was typing away on his phone, sending a message. The information is inaccurate. Lin Yu is quite adept at concealing his abilities. His mathematics grades are exceptional and may pose a threat to the overall rankings. In the girls' dormitory, several young women chattered animatedly. Let me tell you, today, I saw our handsome Lin Yu, and he looked incredibly dashing. His math skills are extraordinary. He can solve even the most advanced problems. I wanted to confess my feelings for him earlier, but it's too late now. He asked with Lung Qingxue. How infuriating. Simultaneously, on the campus forum, the overall rankings of the campus heartthrobs revealed that Lin Yu's position had risen from 20th to 16th. However, Lin Yu remained oblivious to this boost in his ranking. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he lamented, if only I hadn't put on such airs. I should have let Lung Qingxue embarrass herself alone. For indeed, Lung Qingxue had kept him engaged in mathematics for an entire afternoon. As they emerged from the library, dusk was settling in. She wore a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little imp. Xiao Yu, you seem a bit weary, she teased. Lin Yu shot her a glance, exasperated. How could I not be exhausted? All right. Thank you for today, she suddenly said, rising to her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek before darting away, her large eyes twinkling with mischief. Lin Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. What just happened? A surprise attack. Chapter 21. Lin Yu did not cheat. The forum is abuzz as Lin Yu processed the fact that he had been stealthily kissed by this enchanting sorceress. He was taken aback. Goodness. Young men must learn to safeguard themselves, or they might end up like me, unwittingly taken advantage of. Where can I seek justice for this? Watching Lung Qingshue's charming figure flee, he couldn't help but smile softly. At this moment, as the spirited Lung Qingxue fled, a radiant smile adorned her face, and a hint of bashfulness danced within her heart. Her petite visage flushed a bright crimson, reminiscent of a ripe red apple. Just moments ago, in a whimsical fit, she had stolen a kiss from Lin Yu. Did she truly believe she was devoid of shyness? Even a sorceress can feel bashful. However, the thrill of kissing and then dashing away was undeniably exhilarating. As she laughed, an epiphany struck her. It seemed she had yet to settle scores with Lin Yu. What scores, you may ask? Certainly, it pertained to the fact that Lin Yu possessed such remarkable mathematical prowess that even she had been deceived. It was only now that she realized this. When her interest in Lin Yu peaked, she had discreetly inquired about him, even uncovering the date of his birthday. Naturally, she also learned about his academic performance, which was rather standard. Yet today, he had solved problems that she found challenging. Lung Qingxue felt a surge of surprise and joy, prompting her to engage Lin Yu in an afternoon of mathematical exploration, thus forgetting about settling the score. Now that it came back to her, she deemed it necessary to return and confront Lin Yu regarding this matter. Consequently, she pivoted and sprinted back in Lin Yu's direction. If Lin Yu were privy to Lung Qingshue's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. His academic performance was indeed average, or rather, that of the original owneress was. His mathematical skills were merely a product of the system he had acquired. At this moment, Lin Yu was blissfully unaware of these nuances as he walked toward the dormitory. Utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors, he had been busy playing the gallant knight and accompanying a charming young lady in her mathematical pursuits. He felt as though he had depleted his energy reserves significantly. A refreshing drink was necessary to calm his nerves. As he continued on his path, he suddenly spotted the fleeing Lung Qingxue, now racing back toward him with remarkable speed and an energetic demeanor. It seemed as though her eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, akin to a wolf spotting a lamb. Lin Yu was taken aback. Oh no, why has she returned? Is one kiss not sufficient? Does she seek a second? What a fierce woman. A boy must surely protect himself in such situations. With that thought, he steeled himself. It was fortuitous timing. He had yet to settle accounts for her earlier ambush. Lung Qingxue approached, her face puffed in determination, her demeanor assertive. Little Yu, I nearly forgot. There are matters to be reconciled with you. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. You wish to settle accounts? I too have some to address. He responded coolly. What accounts remain unsettled? As she reached him, she spoke softly. Little Yu, don't you think it's time to explain how you possess such exceptional mathematical abilities? Despite his average grades, his prowess in mathematics was remarkable. Were you deliberately concealing this? Lin Yu was taken aback. How could he explain? It wasn't a matter of intent. It was merely due to the system he had acquired. Such phenomena are not easily articulated. One must trust in science. Do you not agree? All right, cold sister. You have yet to uncover my secret. I have been intentionally modest, as I am not one to boast or seek attention. I simply prefer a tranquil life. Lin Yu spoke with an unruffled demeanor, almost convincing himself in the process. Cold Qingxue nodded in response. She believed much of what he said, for Lin Yu was indeed quite unassuming. She had observed him for a month. This man truly led a serene existence. How could it not be serene? At that time, Lin Yu's system functions were still locked. It was impossible to be anything but calm. Humph, little Yu, I believe your explanation. However, you have also kept me in the dark, and thus must face a punishment. Cold Qingxue fluttered her enchanting eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Punishment? This was no jest. He would not acquiesce to such nonsense. Suddenly, Cold Qingxue reached out with her delicate hand and pinched his waist, then rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Haha, punishment complete. With that, Cold Qingxue dashed away. Lin Yu was left bewildered. What just happened? A surprise attack. He had been ambushed twice by a woman today. Who could endure such an affront? Next time they met, he would certainly capture Cold Qingxue and teach her a lesson. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his three friends engrossed in a game. Today, Zhao Tian had surprisingly not gone out to pursue romantic interests, and Qian Fei was not busy with his studies. Lin Yu approached his desk and took a hearty swig from the bottle of soda that had been replenished. Ah, refreshing. The trio, upon noticing his return, clustered around him like loyal comrades. Come clean. Yuzi, Have you been secretly studying without us? Your performance in today's public class was far too impressive. You managed to solve those difficult problems, even playing the hero. Lin Yu remained unfazed. These three, though resembling brash warriors, were no match for him now that his physical abilities had been enhanced. He could easily subdue them with a single hand. After another sip of soda, he replied nonchalantly, "Do I appear to you as someone who studies? The very thought is audacious. Then how do you account for your impressive performance today?" Wang Jun questioned skeptically. Lin Yu calmly elaborated, "I merely happened to encounter that problem in another book. Thus, I was able to solve it." He certainly could not disclose the existence of the system, and indeed, he had not studied. He had merely utilized a minor advantage. Lin Yu patted Wang Jun on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Junzi, I am not one to engage in the competition within the dormitory. It was merely a coincidence. Do I strike you as someone who studies in secrecy?" Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yu was not the type to study clandestinely. His time in the dorm was typically spent gaming or indulging in sweet beverages. The trio continued their gaming session. "As long as you refrain from competing, we shall all remain good friends," Lin Yu thought contentedly as he opened his phone to browse videos. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, Lin Yu's rise in the overall rankings of the male idol list created quite a stir. Zhang Tingting also noticed the discussions on the forum, her expression darkening. "Lin Yu excels in mathematics? How can that be possible?" Chapter 22. Zhang Tingting's shock. Lin Yu's smart glasses at this moment. Zhang Tingting found it hard to believe that what she was witnessing was real. Previously, Lin Yu's performance on the male idol list was rather mediocre, clearly placing him among the average. Neither outstanding nor poor, he was merely part of the middle tier. Furthermore, his family background seemed equally unremarkable. The specifics remained unclear. Lin Yu rarely appeared in the public eye, and his position at the 20th spot on the overall rankings was solely due to his striking looks. The male rankings were determined by votes from female students, many of whom, enamored by his appearance, voted for him without considering other factors. Zhang Tingting would not deny Lin Yu's handsome visage. She acknowledged it. However, she had previously perceived him as merely good-looking, devoid of any other notable qualities. Now, with Lin Yu suddenly excelling in mathematics, it felt like a slap in the face. Moreover, she had outright rejected his confession, allowing the cold and aloof Qing Xue to seize the opportunity instead. She was now both furious and vexed. The female students on the campus forum engaged in fervent discussions. "Cat loves fish, wow. Lin Yu, our male idol, excels in mathematics. I told you he was impressive. Haha, Yin Yan's secret, exactly." Some even claimed Lin Yu is all looks and no substance. I believe they are simply envious. I will always support Lin Yu. Little Lily. By the way, it seems your Lin Yu has already gotten together with Qing Xue. Yin Yan's secret, what? No, walnut's walnut. So what if Lin Yu is with Qing Xue? It doesn't diminish his handsome looks. I adore men who have girlfriends. Cat loves fish, absurd. A cute little one. Come on, are you all overreacting? Lin Yu just happens to be good at math. What else does he have? He is only ranked 16th. Desiring to indulge in crayfish, the discussion unfolded. It was merely a single question, insufficient to substantiate Lin Yu's mathematical prowess. Perhaps he had encountered this problem by mere chance? Ultimately, it would all hinge upon the examination results. Yin Yan's secret. Jealousy is rampant among you. You pitiful lot. A little darling interjected. You are ridiculous. Zhang Tingting's expression fluctuated as she scrolled through the forum. Upon reading further, she came to a realization. Indeed, it was merely a relatively challenging math problem. Could it not be that Lin Yu had fortuitously seen it before? Successfully solving this problem did not necessarily prove anything. Everything still depended on the examination scores. She sought to rationalize her thoughts. It appears Lin Yu is rather mediocre. Her choice was sound. Meanwhile, a man was typing on his phone. The fact that Lin Yu could answer the question seemed to stem from luck. His grades were quite average. Nothing remarkable was evident at this point. 1. He scrutinized him. Caution is the mother of safety, regardless of whether it was luck or genuine ability. 2. Indeed, this individual possesses considerable depth. He usually maintains a low profile and has even become involved with Lung Qingxue. However, at that moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's attention. After finishing with his phone, he climbed onto his bed. He needed to tally the spoils acquired from the system today, which were of utmost importance. Lin Yu muttered to himself, "System, open my personal panel." Returning to host. Personal panel has been opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Attractiveness, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physique, 100. Skills, remarkable courage, unarmed combat, keen insight. Mathematical modeling, system points, 5,000. Items, physique enhancement capsule X2, charisma enhancement capsule X3, enduring vitality capsule X3, learning reinforcement capsule X3, focused learning skill book X1, culinary skill book X1, economic analysis skill book X1, intelligent analysis glasses X1, powerful healing bandage X1. Assets, 100,000. 20 shares in U Technology Company. Lin Yu examined his personal panel. His physique had successfully reached 100, completely shedding the frailty of the original owner. He felt a sense of relief. Initially, when Lin Yu saw the word frail, he nearly fainted from indignation. He continued to browse through the system items, seeking something of immediate necessity. Well, the enduring vitality capsule certainly seemed imprudent to use casually. Such a thing bore an unseemly connotation, and Lin Yu prided himself on being a respectable individual. As for culinary skills, he decided to postpone learning until it became necessary. The cafeteria was adequate, aside from the occasional tremor in the Andy's hands. There was no space in the dormitory for cooking, and electrical appliances could not be misused. The dormitory supervisor would catch you red-handed. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to utilize the economic analysis skill book. System, employ the economic analysis skill book. A soft hum resonated within Lin Yu's mind as a transparent yellow page unfurled, instantly inundating him with a plethora of economic knowledge. After a moment, he regained his composure, realizing he had acquired an extensive understanding of various economic concepts. It felt as though he had completed his economics coursework ahead of schedule, securing the top score in his professional classes. Approaching the examination with such a level of economic acumen was akin to a formidable advantage. Lin Yu mused on the solitude that accompanies invincibility. Such a state was not to his liking. He yearned to be a diligent student. He quietly resolved this in his heart and retrieved his intelligent analysis glasses. A pair of golden-framed spectacles materialized in his hands, indistinguishable from ordinary glasses. Lin Yu did not suffer from myopia. The original owner of this body had perfect vision, and after physical enhancement, his eyesight had improved further, boasting a remarkable clarity. He scrutinized the glasses but discerned nothing extraordinary. They appeared quite ordinary. However, he surmised their probable function and donned them. Casting his gaze around, he fixed his eyes upon Wang Jun, and suddenly, a blue information panel materialized before him. Wang Jun, height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Attractiveness, 69. Physique, 60. Favorite food, anything edible. Favorite activity, playing League of Legends. Lin Yu's lips twitched in amusement. Truly, Wang Jun was consistent. Anything edible sufficed. To his surprise, Wang Jun possessed a physique rating of 60. If his memory served him correctly, the original owner had only a physique of 20 prior to acquiring the system. Was this truly feasible? Lin Yu found the intelligent analysis glasses commendable, as they could analyze such information. A bold thought struck him suddenly. Could he analyze the enchanting visage and alluring figure of the captivating Lung Qingxue? As he pondered, her stunning beauty and sultry form flashed vividly in his mind, accompanied by her impish smile. Lin Yu was taken aback. How astonishing! He was actually contemplating this enchantress. It was truly alarming. Today, Lung Qingxue had ambushed him twice, and he had yet to settle the score. Yet, perhaps analyzing this woman with his intelligent glasses was not such a bad idea. If he could discern her weaknesses, he would possess a significant advantage. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. With this thought, a sly smile crept across his face. Lung Qingxue, just wait. I shall have you at my mercy. Continuing to wear the intelligent glasses, Lin Yu observed his dormitory surroundings. Such a tool requires observation. How could one proceed without it? After observing Wang Jun, he turned his gaze towards Qian Fei, who was diligently solving problems at his desk. This young man is truly relentless, still focused on his studies amidst the competition. Little did Lin Yu know that Qian Fei was greatly motivated by Lin Yu's problem-solving skills displayed earlier. He was astonished that Lin Yu, who seldom studied, could tackle such challenging questions. Feeling disheartened, Qian Fei feared losing his position as the academic champion of their dormitory. He needed to intensify his efforts. Thus, he began to tackle problems with fervor. Lin Yu glanced at Qian Fei, intrigued by his information. A blue information box materialized before him. Qian Fei, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, attractiveness, 79, physical fitness, 65, favorite food, braised pork ribs, braised beef, favorite activity, solving problems to become the dormitory champion. Lin Yu was taken aback. Astonishingly, he had guessed correctly. Qian Fei was indeed caught up in the competitive spirit, with solving problems as his passion. How terrifying! Such a formidable individual must not be allowed to thrive. It was imperative to confiscate his books and pens to prevent him from fostering this competitive atmosphere, which could disrupt the camaraderie of their dormitory. After all, they prided themselves on being a united and harmonious group. Lin Yu then turned his attention to Zhao Tian, who was busily typing on his phone. Zhao Tian, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, attractiveness, 80, physical fitness, 65, favorite food, sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, favorite activity, chatting with his girlfriend. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be that one could glean such insights from mere analysis? This was utterly absurd. So what if he had a girlfriend? Traitor. All those who betrayed the alliance of single individuals must be apprehended. Wang Jun, having finished his game, noticed Lin Yu wearing glasses and inquired curiously, Yuzi, why are you wearing glasses? Aren't you nearsighted? He was unsure of Lin Yu's vision, but in the days since school began, he had never seen him wear glasses in class. Among their dorm mates, only Qian Fei had slight nearsightedness. Lin Yu calmly replied, is it not permissible to wear glasses if one is not nearsighted? These are blue light blocking glasses, without prescription. I see, Wang Jun said, scratching his head. To be honest, Yuzi, you look quite handsome with those glasses. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Of course, I am quite handsome even without them. Wait. Something felt off about Wang Jun. Cold Qingxua lay on her pink bed in the dormitory, feeling a weight upon her chest. Her long, delicate legs swayed gently, revealing her elevated spirits. Naturally, her mood was buoyant, for today, Lin Yu had come to her rescue. Reflecting on the day's events, she couldn't help but admire Lin Yu's impressive display of skill. To her astonishment, he had tackled a challenging mathematical modeling problem with remarkable finesse. A feat unexpected from someone with an average academic record. Who wouldn't be taken aback? Moreover, given Qingshua's fondness for mathematics, her surprise was even more profound. In her pleasant state, Qingxua began browsing the campus forum. Today, the forum buzzed with excitement, ignited by a particular topic. Upon clicking, she was immediately struck by an outrageous headline. Shock. Lin Yu's ranking soars by 16 places. His mathematical prowess surpasses that of professors. Qingxua mused to herself about the absurdity of such sensationalist titles circulating on their campus forum. She thought these individuals could easily launch their own marketing accounts, undoubtedly showcasing their talents. As she continued to scroll, the female students on the forum were fervently discussing Lin Yu. Some praised his looks, others lauded his mathematical abilities, while a few speculated that his success was merely a stroke of luck, a coincidence of having previously encountered the question. There were also discussions regarding Lin Yu's relationship with Qingxua. She felt indifferent about it. After all, gossip is human nature. As for her connection with Lin Yu, that was undeniably genuine. Did it even warrant discussion? It was quite evident, especially since she had made the first move. A mischievous smile crept onto Qingxua's face as she gazed at her phone. Closing the forum, she opened WeChat, eager to send a message to Lin Yu. With Lin Yu's overall ranking having ascended from 20th to 16th, was this not a cause for celebration? Furthermore, he was likely unaware of his improved standing. This was news he simply had to be informed of. Suddenly, Lin Yu's phone pinged with a new message. Upon opening it, he found it was from the ever-enthusiastic Qingxua. Shua, little Yu, I have some delightful news for you. Would you like to hear it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy lately. Why was she suddenly proclaiming good news? You, what good news? Qingxua's smile turned cunning. Shua, if you want to know, you must call me sister first. Lin Yu replied. What a mischievous woman. Does she really expect me to address her as sister? Am I that kind of person? You, sister, please tell me. Shua, such a good boy. Little Yu, I must tell you, your ranking on the male God comprehensive list has risen from 20th to 16th. Aren't you thrilled? Upon reading this message, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I've already elevated my ranking, just for solving a relatively difficult math problem. Moreover, the rapid dissemination of this news is quite astonishing. Is it not? It only transpired today, yet it has already escalated. However, Considering that both classes witnessed it, it is hardly surprising. He replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing remarkable. Merely ranked 16th. Lung Qingxue chuckled lightly. "Look at you, so proud. By the way, join me for breakfast tomorrow morning and do not wander off." Lin Yu was taken aback, recalling how Lung Qingxue had previously fed him the remaining soup dumplings. What a troublesome woman. Chapter 24. The magnitude of Lung Qingxue's presence. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Having breakfast with Lung Qingxue didn't seem like a bad idea after all. One more person wouldn't make much difference, and besides, he could enjoy the dumplings for free. What a delightful prospect. But let us not overthink it. He simply didn't want Lung Qingxue to waste food, as that would be quite shameful. He replied, "Absolutely." Lung Qingxue, upon reading Lin Yu's response, couldn't help but laugh. "Little Yu, you are quite amusing. Where did you learn such phrases?" The following day, Lin Yu rose, washed up, and descended to have breakfast. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted Lung Qingxue standing gracefully in a fitted cream-colored short skirt, her long, elegant legs captivating the attention of many nearby boys, who pretended to be nonchalantly observing. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue hurried over, wrapping her delicate arm around his. "Little Yu, let us go eat." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Lung Qingxue would come personally to fetch him from his dorm. He had assumed she would simply wait in the cafeteria. "Wow, sister, what is all this fuss about? It's just breakfast, no need for such a commotion." Lung Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. "I did nothing but stand here and wait for you." In truth, she was being quite honest. She had merely stood there in anticipation, embodying grace. "How is it? Am I not enhancing your reputation?" Lung Qingxue beamed with pride. Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he was gaining prestige. The #1 goddess of the beauty list was waiting for him at the foot of his dormitory. Not one to be coy, he linked arms with Lung Qingxue. "Let us go have breakfast." Given the circumstances and the speed at which gossip travels, the entire university would likely be aware of their relationship by now. There was nothing left to fear. As they walked towards the cafeteria amidst the heartbroken sighs of the onlooking boys, they collected their meals. As usual, Lin Yu opted for a basket of soup dumplings, a bowl of porridge, an egg, and several fried dough sticks. Glancing at Lung Qingxue's tray, he was struck with astonishment. "Wow, you've got 2 more dumplings than last time, 8 instead of 6. 6 were already too many to consume, yet this time, 8 were purchased." He had already discerned the intentions of Lung Qingxue. She was indeed preparing to indulge him. Would he end up gaining weight? Lin Yu found an unoccupied table in the middle of the dining area and settled down, with Lung Qingxue taking a seat across from him. The two enjoyed a warm breakfast together. Suddenly, Lin Yu was struck by an idea. He reached into his pocket while silently reciting, "System, retrieve the smart analysis glasses." How could he miss such a splendid opportunity? He needed to wear the glasses for some analysis. "Fairy, reveal your true form at once." From his pocket, a pair of golden-framed glasses materialized. Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand and donned the glasses, then turned his gaze towards Lung Qingxue. She was taking small bites of her breakfast, and, upon noticing Lin Yu wearing the glasses, expressed curiosity. "Xiao Yu, are you a little nearsighted?" Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Just a tad." In truth, he had no vision issues at all. His eyesight was excellent. However, he couldn't very well admit that he was wearing the glasses to analyze her. Now could he? That would be utterly absurd. Lung Qingxue, none the wiser, continued her meal. Before Lin Yu, a blue panel emerged. Lung Qingxue, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, attractiveness, 98, constitution, 80, bust, 98, waist, 56, favorite foods, ice cream, spicy hot pot, interests, teasing Lin Yu, studying mathematics. Upon seeing the constitution rating of Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu's heart sank. Good heavens! Why did she come in with a constitution of 80 while he had only a mere 20? The disparity was staggering. However, he was relieved to have shed his previous 20 constitution, so he felt no anxiety. As he continued to read, his eyes widened in astonishment. Her figure was remarkable. Sister, how splendid! He had noticed her form the very first time they met. Those curves, those undulating waves. Moreover, her interests included teasing him. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Indeed, she was a temptress, always plotting to toy with him. Yet, Lung Qingxue remained blissfully unaware that he had thoroughly scrutinized her. She tilted her adorable head, gazing at him. "Xiao Yu, what are you staring at? Am I sporting something on my face?" Lin Yu snapped back to reality. "Oh, I wasn't looking at anything in particular. Just thought your figure was rather nice, he replied calmly, certainly not about to confess that he had analyzed her physique in detail. Humph, is that so? Lung Qingxue proudly lifted her chin. She was quite pleased with her figure, just as the two continued their breakfast. A commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria as Zhang Tingting arrived with her close friends for breakfast, followed by a throng of admirers. Lin Yu, drawn by the noise, turned his gaze in that direction. Goodness, so many infatuated suitors. Among them were familiar faces. Ones Lin Yu had encountered during his previous book-moving escapades with Lung Qingxue. A laugh escaped Lung Qingxue's lips upon hearing his remark, nearly causing her to spit out her food. Following Lin Yu's line of sight, she caught sight of Zhang Tingting's group, who seemed to sense Lin Yu's gaze and turned to look at him. At that moment, a blue panel appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Zhang Tingting. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Physique, 70. Chest, 79 centimeters. Waist, 59 centimeters. Favorite food, braised pork. Favorite activities, makeup. Marrying into wealth. Lin Yu mused. Without comparison, there is no harm. Comparisons are futile. He pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat diminutive. Removing his glasses and placing them into his pocket, he showed little interest in the panel. Zhang Tingting, upon noticing Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue from afar, abruptly halted. Her face contorted with annoyance, before leading her entourage out of the cafeteria. Humph, Lung Qingxue, enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue turned back, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, is it appealing over there? Lin Yu shook his head, not at all. A smile blossomed on Lung Qingxue's face as she picked up a small steamed bun and placed it in front of Lin Yu. A well-deserved reward for your honest response. Lin Yu was taken aback. Are you certain this isn't a punishment? Noting his hesitation, Lung Qingxue's cheeks puffed up adorably. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu opened his mouth and devoured the bun she offered. Quite delicious, with a hint of sweetness. In a corner, an onlooker captured the scene of Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue together. Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware that he and Lung Qingxue had been photographed while enjoying their breakfast. Lung Qingxue, radiating happiness, continued to feed Lin Yu the remaining buns, reveling in the joy of feeding her boyfriend. Lin Yu, however, cast a disapproving glance at the abundance of food. How can you buy so much when you can't finish it? I suspect it's intentional. With a cunning smile akin to that of a sly fox, Lung Qingxue replied, Indeed, Xiaoyu, I did it on purpose. I came here specifically to feed you. You look quite adorable while eating. Lin Yu was taken aback. Lung Qingxue had called him cute. It felt like an offense, while being told he was handsome was acceptable. Being called cute was a different matter altogether. Lin Yu spoke directly. Lung Qingxue, a boy should not be referred to as cute. Do you understand? Lung Qingxue playfully blinked her beautiful big eyes and replied, Is that so? Xiaoyu, but the way you eat is indeed quite adorable. Lin Yu conceded, Fine. It's his fault. He should never reason with a woman, for it is utterly futile. He then finished off the remainder of Lung Qingxue's breakfast, wiped his mouth, and declared, Let us go, it's time for class. Lung Qingxue, delighted to see Lin Yu finish the food, responded cheerfully. Today was another mathematics open class, with the first-year mathematics and economics students attending together. She linked her arm with Lin Yu's as they entered the classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention, as if a spotlight had been cast upon them. All the boys fixated their gazes upon Lin Yu, their expressions fierce and predatory. However, he felt no fear. His robust physique of 100 was not to be underestimated. He was no longer the frail original with a mere 20 physique. With that, he strode confidently into the lecture hall, arm in arm with the delicate Lung Qingxue, and took his seat alongside her. The atmosphere in the classroom seemed to ignite with warmth upon their arrival. Suddenly, the mathematics professor entered, clutching a stack of test papers. The classroom fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the test papers. Were they to have a surprise exam? He had witnessed such scenarios often during his high school years, when teachers would arrive with papers in hand without prior notice, leaving students to face the unexpected. The classroom, which had been silent, erupted into a cacophony of chatter as students began to express their shock. Some even emitted pig-like squeals. What? A surprise exam? I thought we were past this in college. Lung Qingxue, her beautiful eyes blinking, mused, a math test? I'm rather adept at those. She glanced at Lin Yu, curious about how he would perform. A spark of competition ignited within her. Xiaoyu, how about we make a bet? Let us see who scores higher on this exam. The loser must grant the winner one request, as long as it's not illegal. Lin Yu, hearing this, turned to Leng Qingxue. Was she truly foolish enough to propose such a thing? This was a golden opportunity presented to him. Of course, he could not refuse. All right then. I look forward to Leng Qingxue's request. Surely not, dear sister. If you wish to acquiesce to my request, simply say so. There is no need for such roundabout expressions. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingxue's small face puffed up in indignation. She reached out with her petite hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Little Yu, do you possess such confidence in your victory? Deep down, she understood that examinations assess not merely knowledge, but also meticulousness, as carelessness often leads to lost points. Generally, girls tend to be more attentive than boys. Lin Yu calmly nodded. Yes, 99 it shall be. Excellent. Then let us compete. A mischievous smile appeared on Leng Qingxue's face, for she had already devised her demands for when she triumphed over Lin Yu. The mathematics professor, wielding his teaching baton, rapped on the blackboard, signaling for silence. All right, we shall commence the examination. Treat it as you would any regular test. He cast a glance towards Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. This surprise examination was meticulously arranged for Lin Yu, as the professor was eager to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. Such an impromptu assessment more accurately reflects an individual's true level of proficiency. As the classroom fell silent, the elderly professor distributed the mathematics papers he had prepared overnight. The examination encompassed both foundational and advanced problems, culminating in a particularly challenging final question. He eagerly anticipated whether Lin Yu could unravel this ultimate conundrum. As the papers were handed out, the students began their work. Lin Yu observed his peers, who had already set to writing. The classroom was filled with the rustling sound of paper. Quietly, he retrieved a learning enhancement capsule. Although the questions were relatively straightforward, he deemed it prudent to ensure his absolute success. With a soft gulp, Lin Yu felt an invigorating surge of reinforcement. He was ready. He immediately seized his pen and began to solve the problems with remarkable speed. To him, these questions appeared as elementary mathematics, easily answered with but a glance. Leng Qingxue watched in astonishment beside him. While she was aware of Lin Yu's mathematical prowess, she had not anticipated such formidable speed. She found herself hesitant to write at such a rapid pace. Moments later, while others were still grappling with the first page, Lin Yu flipped his exam paper over. In the now hushed classroom, the sound of Lin Yu turning the sheet echoed prominently. The others were left dumbfounded. Had Lin Yu already advanced to the latter sections? Following suit, Leng Qingxue too turned her paper over. The classroom fell into a state of disbelief. What sort of devilish duo were they? Were they to leave no chance for the rest? Lin Yu approached the final difficult question. This poses an intriguing challenge. Even more complex than the mathematical modeling presented on the board last time. A slight smile graced his lips as he activated his mathematical modeling skills, engaging in rapid contemplation. In his mind, a precise computational machine began to construct the mathematical model. With divine inspiration, he deftly pinned the process of his calculations and the final answer. Half an hour later, Leng Qingxue had completed the final challenging question. She laid down her pen, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. This question had proven exceedingly difficult, leaving her devoid of any ideas. Suddenly, she felt a gentle prod on her arm and turned to see Lin Yu casually jotting down his thought process on a piece of draft paper. Chapter 26. The invitation from Tianyu Technology to attend the meeting. Upon glimpsing Lin Yu's notes, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. Just moments prior, she had wagered with him that the one scoring lower in this exam would have to fulfill a condition set by the one with the higher score. To her surprise, seeing her struggle with the last question, Lin Yu had chosen to share his thought process with her directly. A wave of happiness washed over Leng Qingxue. She felt that her decision to confess her feelings to Lin Yu that day was indeed the right choice. She believed that the outcome of their wager had become inconsequential. Whatever requests Lin Yu might have, she was determined to fulfill them. As she perused Lin Yu's notes, clarity dawned upon her. She swiftly began calculating on her own draft paper. She was not one to be overly sentimental. With Lin Yu's insights laid before her, it would be folly to dismiss his kindness. Would she truly adopt a haughty stance and declare, "I must rely solely on myself. I do not require your assistance"? Such thoughts were absurd. Noticing that Leng Qingxue seemed to have found her direction, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He had merely provided her with a hint, not the outright answers. This, he reasoned, did not constitute assistance but rather guidance. Moreover, He intended to win fairly, ensuring that Lung Qingxue would accept her loss with grace. If she could not solve it even after receiving the hints, that would indeed be her own challenge. On the podium, the old professor had observed the entire scene unfold. He had taken a keen interest in this surprise exam, closely monitoring Lin Yu's every action. Little did he expect to encounter such unexpected dog food, a term for witnessing romantic gestures. Alas, he could only turn a blind eye. For both Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue were commendable students. Half an hour later, Lung Qingxue completed her answer to the last question, rubbing her wrist. She noticed Lin Yu had fallen asleep at his desk. A devilish smile crept across her face as she extended her delicate, jade-like hand to pinch his nose. Gradually, Lin Yu, feeling a lack of air, awoke to find her playful hand upon him. He instinctively grasped her slender wrist. Finished? He inquired. Yes. Then shall we submit our papers early? Lin Yu suggested nonchalantly, with an hour still remaining. He found the prospect of waiting rather dull and yearned for a sip of refreshing soda. Lung Qingxue nodded enthusiastically. All right. Having also completed her paper, Lin Yu raised his right hand. Professor? Yes? The mathematics professor noticed Lin Yu raising his hand and approached him. The gaze of everyone in the classroom shifted towards Lin Yu. What is it? Professor, I have completed the exam. May I submit my paper now? The old professor was taken aback. You finished already? So soon? This exam cannot be that simple. He flipped to the back of Lin Yu's paper and glanced at the final extensive question, which was surprisingly filled with writing. The old professor looked at Lin Yu. Are you certain you want to submit your paper early? Yes, I'm sure, Lin Yu nodded. What is there to be uncertain about? I will submit it. At that moment, the adorable Lung Qingxue also raised her hand. Professor, I wish to submit my paper early as well. The old professor remarked, Goodness. You two seem to be in perfect harmony. Please submit them to the podium. All right. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue approached the podium together and handed in their papers, leaving the other students in the classroom stunned. They had thought Lin Yu was calling the professor for something else, only to find out he was submitting his paper early. Wow. They haven't even finished the front side of their papers, and Lin Yu has already submitted his. Their mental state was in shambles. Qian Fei was even more bewildered. He was certain Lin Yu was more competitive than he was, yet he could find no evidence to support it. After submitting their papers, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue exited the classroom. The old professor, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly began grading Lin Yu's paper. As he started from the first question, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he progressed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue walked down the path. With an air of lightness, Lung Qingxue inquired, Xiao Yu, why did you help me just now? Lin Yu glanced at the exquisite figure beside him and calmly replied, I merely wanted you to concede gracefully. Lung Qingxue blinked her large eyes and then leaned closer to Lin Yu, suddenly planting a kiss on his cheek. Xiao Yu, once I win against you this time, I shall make a bold request. With that, she dashed away with remarkable speed. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He had been ambushed once again. There would be no next time. If Lung Qingxue attempted another surprise attack, he would swiftly pull her into an embrace. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu found that the three others had not yet returned, still engaged in their mathematical battles. He approached the table, took a sip from the now full bottle of soda, and then lay down on his bed to rest. With no classes in the afternoon, it was the perfect opportunity to relax. Today's exam had certainly taxed his brain cells. In the afternoon, Lin Yu awoke and looked around, noticing that several people were absent from the dormitory, likely out enjoying themselves. Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. It was an unfamiliar number, and he pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? I am the manager of Tianyu Technology Company. You may call me Xiao Zhao. A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Lin Yu suddenly realized that Tianyu Technology Company was the one awarded by the system. Hello, Manager Zhao. How may I assist you? Mr. Lin Yu, it is like this. You recently acquired 20 of the company's shares, and our board would like to invite you for a discussion. Might you have some time? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood that the shares he obtained were indeed purchased by the system in his name. All right, I have time this afternoon. Very well, Mr. Lin Yu. I shall report this at once. Manager Zhao's demeanor was exceedingly polite, for he was dealing with a person of great significance. After the call ended, Lin Yu pondered that despite Tianyu Technology not having reached out sooner, he would certainly visit in due time. His 20 stake was undeniably valuable. Since they had called today, it would be most appropriate to go now. Exiting the campus, Lin Yu boarded a vehicle bound for Tianyu Technology Company. As he sat in the car, He glanced at his casual, oversized shorts and flip-flops, feeling somewhat underdressed. It seemed rather inappropriate to appear in such attire when the company had sincerely invited him. He promptly instructed the chauffeur to head to the nearest suit store, thinking it would be no trouble to purchase a set. After a short while, they arrived at the entrance of a grandly decorated suit shop, exuding an air of luxury. As Lin Yu stepped out of the car and walked towards the store, he unexpectedly encountered Lung Qingxue, who was joyfully indulging in an ice cream cone. Lin Yu, not far off, Zhang Tingting was chatting and laughing with a man. Chapter 27. The wealthy Lung Qingxue. Fourth on the goddess list before Lin Yu stood Lung Qingxue, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her curves and denim shorts that unveiled her long, fair legs. With a small handbag slung over her left shoulder and her right hand fervently devouring ice cream, her eyes sparkled as they locked onto Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback. No way. How is it possible that I encounter the enchanting lady while merely stepping out to buy a suit? Lung Qingxue was pleasantly surprised to run into Lin Yu on the street. She swiftly bit off a piece of ice cream and swallowed it before tossing the wrapper into a trash bin. A radiant smile graced her face as she dashed towards him, wrapping her long, delicate arm around his. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Lin Yu looked at Lung Qingxue, then took out a tissue to wipe the cream from the corner of her lips. He gently pinched her cheek. It's autumn, yet you're still out here eating ice cream. Lung Qingxue pouted. What is wrong with autumn? It's still quite warm. Knowing it's hot, why not stay in your dorm and enjoy the air conditioning instead? Lin Yu chuckled. Lung Qingxue blinked her eyes and said, I came out for a stroll. In truth, the shopping was secondary. Her primary intention was to indulge in ice cream. Simply purchasing a box from the supermarket would not suffice. She had to visit a specialized dessert shop. When it came to ice cream, she was quite earnest about it. She had initially hoped to invite Lin Yu to accompany her, as it seemed rather romantic for a boyfriend to accompany his girlfriend on a shopping trip. However, she felt hesitant to trouble Lin Yu too often. Her roommate was also out enjoying herself, so she ventured out alone. Yet, encountering Lin Yu here filled Lung Qingxue with immense joy. Such serendipitous encounters felt like a divine gift. Lung Qingxue turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Xiaoyu, you still haven't answered me. What brings you here? Lin Yu replied calmly, I'm here to buy a suit. Buying a suit? Lung Qingxue looked at him with suspicion, her expression revealing surprise. Tell me, Xiaoyu, are you buying a suit to go on a date with another woman? As she spoke, she playfully pinched his waist with her small hand. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in response and gently tapped her on the head. You have quite the imagination, my dear sister. Just because I'm buying a suit doesn't mean I'm going on a date. It could just be for a meeting or something similar. Lung Qingxue paused, wondering what meetings Lin Yu could possibly attend. However, as long as it wasn't a date, everything else was trivial. All right then, Xiaoyu, I shall help you choose a suit. Trust your sister, my taste is impeccable, she confidently declared, patting her ample chest. The movement made Lin Yu feel slightly dizzy. Noticing this, Lin Yu nodded. He indeed had a fear of making choices, so having Lung Qingxue assist him was perfect. As they entered the suit shop, they resembled a young couple. Upon seeing the attractive pair, the shop assistant immediately perked up and approached them. Sir, miss, how may I assist you? Lung Qingxue waved her hand grandly, declaring, bring us your finest suits. Money is no object. She exuded an air reminiscent of a wealthy villainess. Lin Yu thought to himself, this sister really knows how to play the part. She resembles a little heiress. Though, she does look quite dashing. Perhaps this life of luxury isn't so bad after all. He felt an urge to exclaim, rich lady, I'm hungry, let us eat. The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback before leading Lung Qingxue to the back of the store. There, on display, were several of the finest suits. Miss, if you desire the best quality, perhaps a custom-made suit would be preferable. Customization is the most expensive option. Lin Yu shook his head, fully aware of the custom option. However, time was of the essence, as he had a meeting at Tianyu Technology Company later that afternoon. Custom orders could take months. No need for that. Just these will do. Ling Jia, please help me choose. Cold Qingxue walked towards the displayed suits, diligently selecting one. Having never worn a men's suit before, she decided to choose based on the quality of her father's attire. Lin Yu, meanwhile, was pulled beside her, serving as a makeshift clothing rack as she tried on one suit after another. Cold Qingxue seemed to revel in the task. A female attendant discreetly admired Lin Yu, captivated by his striking handsomeness, which surpassed even that of television heartthrobs. His girlfriend was equally stunning. The pair appeared perfectly matched, making it hard for her not to swoon. Lin Yu heard the system notification chime in his mind. Detected host has entered the suit store. Would you like to check in? He mentally confirmed. Check in. Congratulations. Host has received 1,000 system points, a delicious ice cream, and 5 shares in Tianyu Technology Company. Lin Yu observed the system rewards and nodded silently. Not bad, he thought, although he mused over the peculiar nature of the delicious ice cream. Wasn't all ice cream supposed to be delightful? He glanced at cold Qingxue, who was smiling joyfully while trying on clothes. It seemed her favorite treat was indeed ice cream. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to let her sample it, his very own little test subject. At that moment, another attendant approached, accompanied by a man and a woman. Lin Yu turned to see what was happening, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhang Tingting was walking over with a man, both laughing until they spotted Lin Yu, at which point their expressions froze. Zhang Tingting's face darkened further as she realized not only was Lin Yu present, but also cold Qingxue. Invited to assist in selecting suits at the most expensive store in the Magic City, she had not anticipated encountering Lin Yu. Sensing the tension in the air, cold Qingxue followed Lin Yu's gaze and instantly recognized Zhang Tingting and the man beside her, Feng Ming, the 4th-ranked male god in the campus rankings. Cold Qingxue was well aware of the top 10 rankings and had even considered finding a boyfriend from that list to placate her mother. However, none of them seemed suitable, until she noticed Lin Yu, who had been quietly developing his own charm. Feng Ming, clearly familiar with Lin Yu given his recent rise to fame on campus, approached with a smile. Lin Yu, Cold School Bell, what a coincidence to see you both here, he said, extending his hand to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, not one to refuse a handshake, accepted it, adhering to the principle of politeness, as Feng Ming had not wronged him. However, as Feng Ming gripped Lin Yu's hand, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his fingers tightening. Achieving 4th place in the rankings required both academic prowess and physical strength. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, bemused. Was it really the modern age, and yet there were still those resorting to such antics? However, Lin Yu did not indulge him. For what is not reciprocated is indeed impolite. Challenging him with a physique of 100 was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He exerted a slight force, engaging in a handshake with Feng Ming. Gradually, the expression on Feng Ming's face transitioned from a mocking grin to shock, and then to a painful grimace. Lin Yu, on the other hand, maintained an air of composure, a subtle yet elegant smile gracing his lips. Chapter 28, A Hard-Earned Meal. Lin Yu's enlightenment, the atmosphere in the entire suit store seemed to freeze. Lung Qingxue and Zhang Tingting exchanged glances. Lin Yu and Feng Ming were locked in their handshake. Albeit Feng Ming's expression bore signs of discomfort. In this moment of pain, Feng Ming was also astounded. He had not anticipated Lin Yu's strength. He believed that his 4th-ranking physique would effortlessly overpower Lin Yu, yet he found himself countered instead. You. Feng Ming grimaced, his words barely intelligible. Noticing this, Lin Yu inquired nonchalantly, what is it? As he spoke, he released Feng Ming's hand. That was enough. After all, he was not a villain. Feng Ming hastily withdrew his hand, shaking it in an effort to alleviate the pain. Zhang Tingting glanced at Lung Qingxue. Qingxue, what a coincidence, you're here too. Lung Qingxue cast a faint glance at Zhang Tingting. Indeed, I am helping my dear you choose a suit. Are you also selecting a suit for your boyfriend? Zhang Tingting asked. Aye. Zhang Tingting found herself at a loss for words, realizing that Feng Ming was certainly not her boyfriend, as she deemed someone of his 4th rank unworthy. Observing her silence, Lung Qingxue held up a selected blue suit, measuring it against Lin Yu's shoulder. You. This one is splendid. You will undoubtedly look dashing in it. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, this sister possessed commendable taste. All right, let us go with this one. Excellent, attendant. Please wrap it up and charge it. Lung Qingxue instructed the attendant, her delicate fingers grasping a gold card. Certainly, madam, your taste is impeccable. Wait, Feng Ming interjected, the pain in his hand subsiding, feeling emboldened. How much for this set? I'll take it. The attendant glanced between Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue, and Feng Ming before responding, Sir. The total price is 100,000 yuan. With no alternative, she stated the amount. All right, let us charge it, Feng Ming declared, pulling out a card to hand to the attendant. Lung Qingxue's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Feng Ming. Do you not understand the order of precedence? 100,000 is considerable, but we will charge it as well. She resembled a protective lioness. Then our total will be 150,000. That should suffice, Feng Ming remarked coolly. Indeed, there was an order of precedence. Yet, that did not deter him from increasing the bid. He was determined to obtain this suit for two reasons. First, he genuinely intended to purchase a suit, and second, he sought to avenge the recent humiliation inflicted by Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lung Qingxue countered, "Our offer stands at 200,000. Lin Yu was utterly astonished. His sister was truly ruthless, daring to call such a premium. However, he felt a twinge of softness in his heart. It must be said, the sight of his wealthy sister bidding for him was quite impressive. Feng Ming remained unfazed, 250,000. Lung Qingxue immediately prepared to match the bid, but was restrained by a warm hand encircling her slender waist. She looked up at Lin Yu, who returned her gaze with an expression that conveyed, "Leave it to me." Feeling the heat at her waist, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Yu then turned to Feng Ming, speaking with an air of indifference, "For 100,000. Feng Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this person truly that relentless? Such a sudden leap? It appeared that Lung Qingxue was the one footing the bill. How audacious! Lin Yu seized the moment. "Waiter, please charge 400,000 to the card." Lung Qingxue, understanding the situation, promptly presented her gold card. Feng Ming immediately objected. "No way. I must acquire this suit. 500,000. I'll offer 500,000. Lin Yu assessed Feng Ming's expression and recognized that he was still within his limits. 600,000. Feng Ming gritted his teeth in fury. 700,000. Is there anyone else? 700,000 was already his utmost limit. If his father discovered he spent that much on a suit, he might very well lose his head. But it didn't matter. All he needed was to win. Lin Yu fell silent, his expression a mix of indignation and helplessness. Feng Ming reveled in this, feeling a wicked thrill. "Ha! Waiter, charge it." The female attendant, dazed, brought forward the card machine for Feng Ming. Beep. Feng Ming's 700,000 vanished. Upon hearing that delightful sound, Lin Yu's anger evaporated instantly. "Sister, please help me choose another suit similar to that one." Lung Qingxue, regaining her composure, revealed a mischievous smile and promptly selected a black suit that was even more exquisite than the previous one. "Waiter, how much for this suit?" "Wrap it up." The attendant glanced at Feng Ming. "Madam, this suit is also 100,000. Suddenly, the entire suit store fell silent. Feng Ming's complexion transformed, turning a shade akin to liver. He had been outsmarted. Damn, 700,000. He was practically itching to confront Lin Yu violently, but judging from their earlier handshake, he realized he was no match for Lin Yu. The attendant handed the packaged suit to Lung Qingxue, who then swiped her gold card effortlessly. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Wow, sister, you really are paying for it." He had intended to settle the bill himself, yet Lung Qingxue had completed the transaction in an instant. So, this was what it felt like to be supported. "Chao Dawa, I've come to understand." Lung Qingxue, unfazed, linked her arm with Lin Yu's and carried his suit. "Hello. Xiao Yu, you are rather mischievous." I have a fondness for Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue, who gracefully exited, leaving behind the frenzied Feng Ming. Zhang Tingting gazed blankly at the unfolding scene, feeling as though she had lost something intangible, yet she could not articulate what it was. Lung Qingxue handed Lin Yu his suit, to which Lin Yu replied, Xue, I will transfer the money to you. After all, I was the one who purchased the suit." Lung Qingxue puffed up her cheeks and playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, why bother with such a trivial amount? This is a gift for you." Lin Yu's lips twitched. "Sister, do you consider this mere pocket change?" Lung Qingxue adorably tilted her head. "Perhaps so. I don't have much of a concept of money. To me, it's merely a number." This was indeed a sincere statement from her, as she typically only spent on exquisite clothing and the finest ice cream, rarely indulging otherwise. Lin Yu mused that this sentiment sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. With that thought, he decided not to be overly sentimental. He would remember Lung Qingxue's kindness. He ruffled her hair and said, "It's quite hot today. Let us head back to the dormitory. I have a few matters to attend to." Understanding his cue, Lung Qingxue refrained from inquiring about his plans. "All right, be careful on the way, shall you?" MHM. Lin Yu settled into his car, en route to Tianyu Technology Company. Meanwhile, the senior executives at Tianyu were taken aback upon learning that Lin Yu had acquired 5 of the company's shares. Chapter 29, Economic Analysis, shocking everyone at that moment. Lin Yu was still on his way. In the conference room of Tianyu Technology Company, The executives were deliberating over this surprising development. They had received notice that the enigmatic Lin Yu had agreed to attend a meeting, yet prior to his arrival, he had made a bold move by purchasing 5 of the company's shares. Was this a display of his financial prowess? This individual was indeed formidable. They resolved to extend a warmer welcome to Lin Yu, yet they were also eager to assess his capabilities. They wondered if he was merely parachuting in or if he genuinely possessed the requisite skills. If his abilities were lacking, he would not be qualified to engage with the upper echelons, as the company's decisions were no trifling matter. Every step taken was of paramount importance. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the shares he acquired through the system's sign-in had already led the executives to construct an elaborate narrative around him. Upon arriving at his destination, Lin Yu found a restroom to change out of his large shorts and flip-flops, and then he commanded the system to open the system space. The system space had been activated, revealing a pitch-black void that resembled a black hole before Lin Yu. He carelessly tossed in his freshly changed undergarments and slippers. As the black hole sealed shut, his belongings vanished into thin air. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this system space. Akin to a storage pouch, allowing him to carry items effortlessly without the encumbrance of a backpack. Dressed in a tailored suit and adjusting his collar, Lin Yu made his way into the office building of Tianyu Technology Company. Prior to his arrival, Manager Zhao had sent him a message informing him that the executive meeting room was located on the 70th floor. Without hesitation, Lin Yu ascended in the elevator to the designated floor. Stepping out, he approached the front desk. The receptionist, noticing his presence, looked up at Lin Yu, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. The man before her was strikingly handsome and remarkably youthful. She had never encountered someone so dashing in her life, far surpassing even the male celebrities she had seen on television. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. After all, this was a technology company, not an entertainment firm. What could possibly bring such a captivating figure to their premises? Perhaps there was a project in collaboration with a star? After a brief moment of surprise, she regained her composure and addressed Lin Yu politely. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I am the company's new shareholder." Lin Yu. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. A new shareholder, and so youthful. She suddenly recalled a notification about a distinguished guest arriving that day. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she said, "One moment please, Mr. Lin Yu. I will notify the management for confirmation." "Very well," Lin Yu nodded, standing quietly as he waited. After a short while, the receptionist returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the man's eyes lit up with recognition. He was aware that Lin Yu was the individual who had just entered. The system had previously sent Lin Yu's photograph to the company's executives when he acquired his shares, ensuring there were no mix-ups. The man had seen the photo, yet the real Lin Yu was even more handsome than he had anticipated. "Hello, Mr. Lin," the man greeted warmly. "I am Zhao Kai. We spoke earlier this afternoon." Manager Zhao extended his hand, and Lin Yu reciprocated the gesture politely. "Greetings, Manager Zhao. Mr. Lin, please follow me. The executives are awaiting your arrival," Zhao Kai said, leading Lin Yu into the executive meeting room. Meanwhile, the receptionist remained transfixed, gazing at Lin Yu's retreating figure. Such a handsome man was indeed a shareholder of their company, a true heartthrob. As they entered the meeting room, Lin Yu observed the expansive rectangular conference table that dominated the space. 4 individuals were seated around the table, with a bespectacled middle-aged man occupying the central position. Upon the arrival of Manager Zhao accompanied by Lin Yu, all 4 turned their attention towards Lin Yu. Instantly, 4 imposing gazes fixated on him, creating an atmosphere thick with pressure. Sensing the intensity, Manager Zhao hastily ushered Lin Yu into the conference room and promptly closed the door behind them, making a swift exit. Under the weight of their stares, it would be disingenuous for Lin Yu to claim he was not anxious. However, he quickly regained his composure. Maintaining a serene expression, he smiled and nodded at the 4 men, which slightly elevated their perception of him. Despite his youth, he exhibited remarkable courage. The man in the center chuckled and introduced himself. "I am Shin Kai. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a talented individual. Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Mr. Shun." Lin Yu replied courteously before taking a seat opposite the man. Thus, the meeting commenced. Observing Lin Yu settled, Mr. Shin immediately initiated the proceedings, evidently eager to assess Lin Yu's ability to keep pace with the rapid tempo. Subsequently, Mr. Shun led the discussion, with the other 3 contributing their insights, while Lin Yu sat expressionless, listening intently. Although he comprehended the meeting's content, he was reluctant to engage with it. Yet, his economic analysis skills were involuntarily activated. Whenever he encountered topics related to economics, his mind began to analyze them automatically. The same applied to his mathematical abilities. The moment he heard anything pertaining to mathematics, his analytical mind would spring to life. While he understood the discussions, it was mentally taxing, and he preferred not to comprehend, wishing to conserve his cognitive resources. An hour later, the meeting neared its conclusion. Throughout the session, Mr. Shun had not invited Lin Yu to speak, yet he remained observant of Lin Yu's demeanor. With an impassive expression, Lin Yu appeared utterly unfazed by the proceedings. "Mr. Lin, do you have any opinions regarding the company's strategic development at this stage?" the man abruptly inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu calmly stated, "I have 4 strategies that I believe may be suitable. First, implement a differentiation strategy in our business model to establish our own brand and unique characteristics. Second, expand market channels and operations, effectively utilizing resources to achieve diversified development. Third, broaden the talent pool by hiring top-notch professionals. Fourth, select reputable suppliers to ensure the safety, quality, and cost-effectiveness of our materials." Lin Yu articulated these 4 strategies in one breath and then smiled at the assembly. As he concluded, a profound silence enveloped the conference room, leaving the 3 men outside the table in a state of shock and astonishment at Lin Yu's response. Even they, within such a brief span, could hardly conceive these 4 points. The seemingly youthful Lin Yu exhibited an astonishing mental agility and clarity of thought. This young man is truly formidable. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he is the epitome of a refined gentleman. Seated in the center, Director Shen was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Lin Yu is indeed a person of genuine substance. He raised his hands and began to applaud. Following suit, the other 3 joined in the applause. The meeting room resonated with a continuous wave of clapping. "Director Lin, a true youth of talent. I must concede, I have aged. Your 4 strategies are quite commendable. I have taken note of them." Lin Yu humbly replied, "Not at all. Director Shun is the true pillar of the company. I am merely a novice." Director Shen nodded in acknowledgement. The newly arrived shareholder, Lin, had earned his approval. After a while, the company meeting concluded, and Lin Yu prepared to leave. After a day of meetings, he felt utterly drained. The economic analysis proceeded independently, showing little regard for Lin Yu's mental exhaustion. Just as he was about to exit the meeting room, a senior administrator approached him. "May I inquire if Director Lin is married?" "My daughter," Lin Yu interjected. "Women merely hinder the swiftness of my blade. You wish to introduce a partner?" "Not a chance. Thank you for your kind intentions, Director Han. But I already have a girlfriend." As he spoke, the mischievous smile of Lung Qingsno flashed in his mind. "Oh, what a pity," Director Han lamented. Lin Yu stepped out of the meeting room when suddenly, an electronic prompt echoed in his mind. "Congratulations. You have arrived at Tianyu Technology Company. Would you like to check in?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, finding the system rather unreliable, always delayed. "Could it be any later? Why not wait until I leave the company to check me in?" "Check in. Congratulations. You have earned 1,000 system points. 1 physical enhancement capsule, 1 charisma enhancement capsule, 1 agility skill book, and 1 pair of Lung Kingsnose black stockings." Lin Yu nodded, but then his expression shifted. "What the heck? It seems something peculiar has slipped in. System, what madness are you up to?" He paused. "Where are the stockings?" To the host. "They are in your system space." Lin Yu glanced at his system space. Indeed, there they lay quietly, 2 pairs of black stockings. He had the urge to take a closer look, but quickly realized he was in the company and dared not act recklessly. "I swear. Seal it. It must be sealed permanently. This is not something Lung Qingsno can ever know. If she finds out, she would be overjoyed." Lin Yu promptly deactivated the system space and exited Tianyu Technology Company. As he walked, he inquired, "System, was that truly Lung Qingsu's black stockings?" "Indeed, well, they are quite attractive." At that moment, Lung Qingsu was rummaging through her dormitory, searching for the stockings she had worn earlier that day. How peculiar. I distinctly remember them being right here. How could they have vanished?" She was utterly baffled as to how her stockings had seemingly disappeared. Lin Yu arrived outside the office building, preparing to catch a ride back to the university. After a long, exhausting day, he yearned to indulge in some well-deserved leisure. He reached the intersection and awaited his transport. Suddenly, a white Porsche was boxed in by 2 black cars not far away. The 3 vehicles collided and came to a halt simultaneously. 2 men emerged from the black cars, striding menacingly towards the Porsche. What on earth? How do you drive? Get out and pay up. Lin Yu observed the scene and realized it was a classic case of staged fraud. It was evident that the two black cars were part of a coordinated scheme. The door of the white Porsche opened, and a distinguished lady stepped out. Her gaze icy as she surveyed the four men. You dare to commit fraud in broad daylight. The group of men ignored her, retorting, fraud? You clearly drove recklessly and scraped our car. The lady dismissed their claims and reached for her phone to call the authorities. Planning to call the police? One of the men lunged to snatch the woman's phone away. A crowd had begun to gather, astonished by the audacity of the scene unfolding in daylight. Lin Yu had, unbeknownst to himself, positioned himself in front of the lady, addressing the four men with a calm demeanor. The sudden appearance of the handsome young man shifted the atmosphere. The four men exchanged glances, one of them sneering. Who is this pretty boy? I advise you to mind your own business. Scram. Lin Yu paid no heed to their threats and turned his attention to the lady. Are you all right, ma'am? As he looked closely at her, she seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Zhou Fang glanced at the dashing Lin Yu and smiled. I'm fine, young man. Thank you. She had been prepared to intervene when she noticed the attempted phone snatching, only to be surprised by the arrival of a helpful stranger, the leader of the group. Incensed by Lin Yu's disregard, seethed, Kid, today you will learn the price of meddling. The four men lunged at Lin Yu, intent on delivering a beating. Zhou Fang readied herself to intervene, but Lin Yu moved with astonishing speed. He swiftly seized the wrist of the man who struck at him, applying pressure until the man winced in pain. With a deft motion, Lin Yu twisted the man's arm behind him, effectively restraining him. In a matter of moments, he had subdued two of the assailants with ease. Zhou Fang stood by, utterly astonished at the display of skill. She had practiced combat and martial arts, and at a glance, she could discern that the young man before her possessed formidable fighting skills. Let us go, you rascal. I will call the police. The leader of the group pleaded. Lin Yu chuckled. Are you certain you wish to involve the authorities? I was wrong, big brother. Let us settle this privately. The man quickly begged for mercy. Lin Yu glanced at the elegant lady, who nodded in response. He then released his grip. The four individuals were freed and promptly fled in their vehicle. Zhou Fang approached Lin Yu with a smile. Thank you, young man. No need for thanks. Lin Yu replied with a grin. His intervention was merely due to the lady's vaguely familiar appearance. Zhou Fang, gazing at the handsome Lin Yu, felt increasingly pleased. She scrutinized him closely, thinking to herself, such a fine young man must be considered as a potential son-in-law. A reminiscent smile crept onto her face. Young man, are you in search of a wife? I could introduce you to a girlfriend. How does that sound? I must tell you, my daughter is exceptionally beautiful, charming, graceful, and with a figure that captivates. Well, the part about her being obedient is a bit exaggerated, but that is of no consequence. You wouldn't know any better, she added with a playful wink. Lin Yu was taken aback by the woman's words. What on earth? Am I experiencing a stroke of good fortune today? Why are so many people eager to introduce their daughters to me? Although he was indeed handsome, polite, and in excellent shape, being a major shareholder in a tech company, it seemed excessive to have someone thrust a daughter upon him. Not to mention, he already had a cold beauty at home, which made the need for introductions redundant. He recalled the previous proposal from Director Han, a rotund man with a receding hairline and a greasy complexion. He shuddered at the thought of what his daughter might look like. However, in contrast, Zhou Fang was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance and familiarity. Lin Yu mused that her daughter might also possess considerable beauty. Regaining his focus, he reminded himself that he was already involved with the enchanting cold sister, whose beauty likely surpassed that of the lady's daughter. Turning to Zhou Fang, he offered a polite smile. Auntie, you are so lovely. Your daughter must surely be beautiful as well. However, I must decline your kind offer, as I already have a girlfriend. So, there is no need to trouble you. Zhou Fang beamed with delight at Lin Yu's compliment on her beauty. This dashing young man certainly knew how to flatter. No matter the woman, all appreciate being told they are beautiful, and Zhou Fang was no exception. Young man, you have quite the sweet tongue. What a pity you already have a girlfriend. I was hoping you might become my son-in-law. What is your name? Please share your contact information. As she spoke, she took out her phone, eager to add Lin Yu on WeChat. Although she was aware of his relationship status, a twinge of regret flickered in her heart. Nevertheless, she found Lin Yu quite agreeable, and making a friend was indeed worthwhile. Besides, she could wait. Perhaps this young man would find himself single again someday. In that case, she could introduce him to Xue Xue. She knew Xue Xue had found someone at school, but the details remained uncertain. Thus, she kept her eyes peeled for good young men. Lin Yu, not one to hesitate, promptly retrieved his phone. "Auntie, my name is Lin Yu." With such an invitation, how could he refuse? Clearly, he could not. First, she was an elder, and second, this beautiful aunt exuded a sense of familiarity. Zhou Fong offered her assistance for any future needs. "Thank you, Aunt Fong," Lin Yu replied, nodding appreciatively. Although he had a system in place and likely wouldn't need help, it was essential to maintain proper etiquette. After exchanging WeChat information, Lin Yu noted that it was getting late and decided it was time to leave. "Aunt Fong, if there's nothing else, I will head back now." "All right, Xiao Yu, tend to your matters," Zhou Fong replied. He turned to depart, but was suddenly halted by her call. "Wait a moment, Xiao Yu. Are you really going to walk back?" Lin Yu paused, slightly surprised. "No, I plan to take a taxi." "Taking a taxi is such a hassle. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." She gestured towards her Porsche. Lin Yu's eyes brightened at her words. What a kind-hearted aunt she was, offering to drive him home. This made things incredibly convenient. Why take a taxi when he could enjoy the comfort of a private car? He marveled at how he hadn't thought of this sooner. However, even if he had, he wouldn't have voiced it. It felt too presumptuous to ask someone he had just met for a ride. "Thank you, Aunt Fong," he replied with a smile, accepting her generous offer. He was not one to be overly sensitive. She had extended an invitation, and to refuse would be foolish indeed. "All right, Xiao Yu, hop in," Zhou Fong said, opening the car door as they both entered. Inside, she started the engine. "Where to, Xiao Yu?" "Aunt Fong, I am heading to Mo Jiao University." Zhou Fong looked at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise. At that moment, he was clad in a sleek black suit, exuding a mature and composed demeanor, strikingly handsome. "Mo Jiao University? Are you studying there?" "Xue is also there." "Indeed," Lin Yu nodded. Zhou Fong pressed the accelerator, driving towards the university. Inside the car, Zhou Fong chatted while driving. "Xiao Yu, it's hard to believe you are still a student." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Does he really appear that mature? He glanced down at his suit. "Well, I must admit, this suit does carry a certain weight. Aunt Fong, I am indeed a serious university student. I merely wore this suit today due to certain matters." Zhou Fong continued. "Xiao Yu, coincidentally, my daughter is also studying at Magic University. It's a pity you already have a girlfriend." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "That is indeed quite a coincidence." Zhou Fong smiled. "I'd love to introduce you two sometime. It would be nice for you to make a friend." Lin Yu nodded, as it is customary to heed the words of elders. Half an hour later, the Porsche came to a gentle stop at the university entrance. "We've arrived, Xiao Yu." Lin Yu opened the car door and leaned in to wave. "Thank you, Aunt Fong. I'll head back now." Go on, Zhou Fong said, admiring Lin Yu's handsome silhouette as he walked away, thinking to herself, what a good boy. It's a shame he has a girlfriend. Xue missed a great opportunity. As Zhou Fong prepared to leave, she suddenly remembered something. She took out her phone and found Lung Qingshue's WeChat. "Xue, what are you up to? Have you thought of your mother?" At that moment, Lung Qingxue was lying in bed binge-watching a series when she saw the notification pop up. "Xue, I'm watching a show, Mom. I miss you, really miss you." Zhou Fong could easily detect her daughter's nonchalance. "You do miss me, right? Come out. Mom is waiting for you at the university entrance." Lung Qingxue was taken aback. "What? Why is Mom at the university?" Chapter 32, The Surprise Visit from Mom, wanting to meet her daughter's boyfriend. Lung Qingxue was a bit surprised by her mother's sudden visit to the university. Was she planning something? She couldn't quite grasp what her mother was up to. She suspected her mother might be trying to tease her, given her playful nature. Lung Qingxue typed back, "Haha, Mom, don't joke around. What would you come to my university for? Stop messing with me." Zhou Fong rolled her eyes at the message. "This child thinks I'm joking. I'm not joking. Hurry up and come to the university entrance. Otherwise." Lung Qingxue instantly realized her mother was serious. If she didn't go out, she might face a stern reprimand. She quickly scrambled out of bed, put away her tablet, and hurriedly picked out an outfit. Girls don't wear much in the dormitory, so getting ready to go out can be quite a hassle. After a while, Lung Qingxue dressed quickly and dashed out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the university entrance, jogging briskly. Not far away, a white Porsche was parked quietly. She recognized it instantly. It was her mother's car. Her mother had truly come. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Fong spotted her beloved daughter and stepped out. Lung Qingxue rushed over and embraced Zhou Fong. "Mom, I missed you so much." Zhou Fong returned the embrace, but then playfully scolded her. "Why are you running so fast? Look at you, you're all sweaty." "Mom, Didn't you tell me to hurry? Lung Qingxue pouted. I never said to rush, Zhou Fong replied, playfully pinching her daughter's ear. Mom, what brings you to the university? Lung Qingxue asked, still holding onto Zhou Fong. Her curiosity piqued. It's hot outside, Zhou Fong said, guiding Lung Qingxue into the car before starting the engine and driving them to a nearby restaurant. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Are you hungry? It was 5 in the afternoon. At this hour, one could either eat or skip a meal, depending on personal preference. I'm a little hungry, Lung Qingxue replied. She usually had dinner around 6, but 5 o'clock wasn't too early. Great, let's go eat then, Zhou Fong said, leading her daughter into the nearest restaurant and requesting a private dining room. Once the dishes arrived, the two sat together, eating and chatting. Mom, what is the real reason for your visit? You came all the way to my university, Lung Qingxue asked, her cheeks full of food. I just wanted to see your university while I was here, Zhou Fong replied. In truth, she hadn't intended to visit the university. She was primarily there to drop off Xiaoyu, and visiting Lung Qingxue was a secondary thought. Really? Lung Qingxue asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Zhou Fong continued. Today, I met a particularly charming young man. Not only is he handsome, but he is also polite and brave. He helped me out quite a bit. She then recounted her encounter with Lin Yu to Lung Qingxue. Oh, this boy does sound impressive, Lung Qingxue acknowledged with a nod. Indeed. I was even considering introducing him to you as a potential boyfriend, Zhou Fong said with a smile. Lung Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Mom, didn't I tell you I already have a boyfriend? You really have a boyfriend? Zhou Fong looked at her daughter, surprised. Of course. He's very handsome and fun to be around. I'm quite satisfied, Lung Qingxue replied earnestly. Zhou Fong scrutinized Lung Qingxue's expression, confirming her sincerity. All right then. Mother is just keeping an eye out for good boys. One cannot afford to miss such opportunities, can they? Now that her daughter truly has a partner. Zhou Fong naturally has nothing to say. However, this partner must be presented for her to scrutinize. I wonder how he measures up to Xiaoyu. Lung Qingxue shot her mother a glare. Zhou Fong glanced at her daughter, noting that the young man already has a girlfriend. What a wasted opportunity for you. Lung Qingxue, however, raised her chin defiantly, as if to say it was no big deal. Zhou Fong chuckled and affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, amused by her pride. So, you have a boyfriend, do you? In university, I presume? Bring him out for me to see. Lung Qingxue was taken aback. Oh, so, we are meeting the future mother-in-law already. She had no issue with it, but she wondered whether Xiaoyu could handle it. Mom, isn't this a bit premature? We've only been dating for a month. In truth, it had barely been 2 weeks. What is wrong with that? A month is not insignificant, Zhou Fong remarked. Observing Lung Qingxue. Lung Qingxue hesitated, glancing at her mother. What? Can't you call him? Or is there another reason? Zhou Fong's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her daughter. Mom, my boyfriend is shy. Meeting you so soon is daunting for him. Shy? I suspect it's you who is shy. Xue, let me ask. Do you even have a boyfriend? Lung Qingxue could not tolerate this. How could her mother question her? She was a woman of her word. Goodness. All right then. Xiaoyu. Sister has done her best. It's up to you to handle this. Lung Qingxue pulled out her phone, preparing to message Lin Yu. Just then, Zhou Fong's phone rang. She pressed the answer button. Hello, what's the matter? All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Fong looked at her precious daughter. Xue, something came up at the company. I need to head back for a bit. Take your time eating. I've already settled the bill. Seeing this, Lung Qingxue nearly burst out laughing. Yay. Suddenly, Zhou Fong interjected, Mom will return next week. If I don't see your boyfriend, Chapter 33. My mother wants to meet my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been chuckling softly. She reflected on how timely her mother's remarks were, almost having summoned Xiaoyu over. Yet, Zhou Fong unexpectedly made a swift turn. Even with work matters at hand, she hadn't forgotten about meeting her son-in-law, and she had scheduled it for next week. Lung Qingxue observed Zhou Fong's serious expression. Realizing that her mother was indeed determined not to let Xiaoyu off the hook, she was resolute in her desire to meet him. Xiaoyu has caught the attention of her mother-in-law, and Lung Qingxue finds herself at a loss. All she can do is hope that Xiaoyu can withstand the pressure. Fortunately, their meeting is not scheduled for today, but for next week, providing him with some time to prepare. Mom, do we really have to meet next week? Could we delay it a few days? Lung Qingxue implored, wrapping her arms around her mother's waist and blinking her beautiful eyes earnestly. Zhou Fong shot her daughter a disapproving glance. This tactic was ineffective against her. She pinched Lung Qingxue's cheeks, puffing them up playfully. So, how many days do you wish to postpone it? How about 27 days? Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng looked at her daughter as if she were bewildered. Postponing it by 27 days? That would be nearly a month. You might as well suggest waiting a whole year. A year? Is that really possible, Mom? Lung Qingshue's eyes sparkled at the thought. Within a year, she and Xiaoyu would surely have ignited a passionate romance. Absolutely not. Zhou Feng lightly tapped her daughter's head. You little girl, your fantasies are quite amusing. 2 weeks, at most, I will grant you 2 weeks. If you fail to present me with my son-in-law by then. Humph, she added with a playful pinch to Lung Qingshue's ear. Understood, Mom. It's not that I lack a partner. I just want to ensure he is prepared for meeting you. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her daughter's reasoning, and thus allowed the 2-week extension. All right, it's settled then. She picked up her bag. I'll head home now. Be careful on your way back. Goodbye, Mom. She planned to discuss the matter with Lin Yu after her mother had left. Bye, Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng exited the private room, leaving Lung Qingxue to enjoy her meal alone. After some time, having eaten to a satisfactory extent, she set down her dishes. She had a hearty appetite, contingent upon the quality of the food. If the dishes were delectable, she could easily devour 3 large bowls. If the taste was mediocre, she would merely partake in a token manner. Surveying the remnants on the table, she called out to the waiter, "Please pack this up." Lung Qingxue felt no shame in asking for takeout. Rather, she believed wastefulness to be disgraceful. The leftover buns she could not finish would be perfect for Xiaoyu. This way, nothing would go to waste. Additionally, she could share the food with her dormitory mates, who were all quite good eaters. Though her roommates maintained their figures, they certainly had hearty appetites. As did Lung Qingxue herself, but it depended on the flavor of the food. The waiter prepared the meals for takeout, and Lung Qingxue, carrying a rather hefty food box, exited the restaurant. The establishment was conveniently situated near the university, allowing her to stroll back to her dormitory. I'm back, sisters, she announced, kicking open the dormitory door. Her 3 roommates were seated at the table, engrossed in watching a series and playing games. Where have you been, Xiaoxue? It's already 6 o'clock. They all turned to her. I went to grab dinner, she replied. Here, I brought you some food. Wow, Xiaoxue, you're so thoughtful. We were just about to head out for dinner, they exclaimed, immediately surrounding her in an exuberant embrace. Each one eagerly unwrapped the food boxes she had brought, diving into a hearty meal. This is delicious, Xiaoxue. Did you eat at the restaurant today? Su Qing inquired while chewing, glancing at Lung Qingxue. Lung Qingxue climbed onto her small pink bed and reclined. Yes, my mom visited me at school today and took me out for a meal. Oh, that explains it. They mused, initially thinking that Xiaoxue had gone out for a romantic candlelit dinner with her boyfriend. The 3 roommates continued to indulge in their meal, which was surprisingly tasty. Before long, the food boxes Lung Qingxue had brought were completely emptied. Satiated, the girls began to gossip. Xiaoxue, how did you fare in your math exam today? The paper was quite challenging, Lu Qian remarked, looking at Lung Qingxue, who was still lounging on her bed. Being a diligent student, she was always concerned about her exam results. Yes, Xiaoxue, you and Lin Yu submitted your papers early. That is impressive. LV Jie chimed in, admiration evident in her voice. Lung Qingxue paused, slightly taken aback. She found it difficult to respond. In truth, the exam was rather straightforward, with only the last question posing a challenge. Yet, she couldn't possibly say that, as it would dampen her friend's spirits. The exam was pretty tough. I put in quite a bit of effort, she replied. Oh no, if Xiaoxue thinks it's challenging, we're in trouble. The trio immediately felt disheartened. Is Lin Yu really good at math? He seems to handle it effortlessly, they said, their eyes wide with curiosity as they looked at Lung Qingxue. She nodded. Xiaoyu has a profound understanding of mathematics, even deeper than mine. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized that Lin Yu was indeed more capable. However, as she praised him in front of her friends, she felt a sense of pride swell within her. Having a talented boyfriend reflected positively on her as well. The 3 roommates exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Lin Yu was genuinely exceptional at math. After all, Xiaoxue was the top student in their mathematics department, and she had just acknowledged it herself. There is little left to say. Su Qing smiled as she glanced at Lung Qingxue. Oh, our little Xue has even called on Xiaoyu. This dog food is simply overwhelming. Lung Qingxue's face flushed instantly. I can't believe it. I've grown accustomed to calling him Xiaoyu, and it just slipped out. However, she composed herself and remarked, isn't this quite normal? You will understand once you have a partner. Su Qing, El Jie, and Lu Qian exclaimed, "Oh, that stings." Later that evening, Lung Qingxue opened her messages and sent a WeChat to Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was engrossed in a game. When his phone chimed with a new message, he opened it to find, "Shui, Xiao Yu, my mother wants to meet you." Lin Yu stared at the message in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was deeply immersed in his game, and now he was being informed by his girlfriend that her mother wished to meet him. It was quite sudden and utterly outrageous. They had only been together for about half a month, and now he was to meet the esteemed mother-in-law? Surely, it was too soon. He felt unprepared and, indeed, a tad anxious. He wondered what this legendary mother-in-law would be like. Would she be easy to get along with? Would she take a liking to him? With a mischievous little devil like Lung Qingxue, what kind of woman could her mother possibly be? Lin Yu dared not dwell on it. His long, slender fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard of his phone. "You. All right, dear sister, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Please don't frighten me. I am not one to handle scares well." He harbored some suspicion that Lung Qingxue was merely teasing him, given her playful nature. Lung Qingxue read Lin Yu's message and stifled a chuckle. Xiao Yu was truly amusing. She had anticipated this reaction from him. Who wouldn't feel anxious at the prospect of meeting their future mother-in-law? She wore a devilish smile as she replied, "Shui, oh dear brother, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? My mother genuinely wishes to meet you." Lin Yu paused. "What did your mother say?" "My mother stated she wants to meet her son-in-law. If you don't show up, I fear I may cease to exist," Lung Qingxue replied cheerfully. Lin Yu, Lung Mama truly wishes to meet him, and under the pretense of meeting her son-in-law. This is no small matter. Shui, there is no need to panic. Xiao Yu, my mother said we would meet in 2 weeks. We still have time. Lin Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was not panicking at all. Nonetheless, he exhaled a sigh of relief. 2 weeks. Then, there was still a bit of breathing room. Shui, hee Xiao Yu. Were you just startled? Ha ha ha. Lin Yu blandly typed, not at all. He could already envision Lung Qingxue on the other end, wearing a triumphant smile. Shui, what is that supposed to mean? Little Yu, you're not scared at all. This is hardly amusing. Lin Yu, his forehead twitched. Goodness, this sister is practically wishing for him to be frightened. Shui, I'm truly angry. The kind that cannot be easily soothed. Lung Qingxue was not genuinely angry. Her face still bore a smile at that moment. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Angry are we? Tomorrow, I shall bring you something delicious. Since someone is upset, let it be. He chuckled inwardly. Just then, the system sent a delightful ice cream treat. He hadn't tasted it yet, but it would serve well for an experiment on his little test subject, Shui Shui. Hee. Ah, little Yu, I want to eat something delicious. No more of this. Upon seeing this, Lung Qingxue immediately became interested. In truth, she had never been lacking in delectable foods. The main reason was that it was a gift from Lin Yu. Gifts from a boyfriend must hold significance, after all. So is she still angry? No longer angry. Lin Yu, amused, typed, "Time for bed, it's getting late. Tomorrow, I'll bring you something tasty." All right. The following day, morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes. He got up, dressed, and washed up. Then he headed downstairs for breakfast. At the base of the boys' dormitory, Lung Qingxue, clad in a fitted off-white long dress, accentuated her exquisite figure. Numerous boys were around, pretending to be nonchalant while occasionally glancing in her direction. Lung Qingxue paid no mind to this group. She quietly awaited Lin Yu's arrival. When Lin Yu reached the ground floor and saw Lung Qingxue waiting for him, he quickened his pace to join her. "What brings you here so early today?" "Because I want to eat something delicious." Lung Qingxue blinked her big eyes at Lin Yu, curious about what delightful food he might offer. Thus, she had come to find him early. Lin Yu was taken aback. Who would have thought this sister was such a foodie? What was the purpose of feeding him those dumplings so insistently before? "Come, let us grab breakfast first." Lin Yu ruffled Lung Qingxue's little head. "All right." Lung Qingxue linked her arm with Lin Yu's, and they strolled toward the cafeteria. "Little Yu, do tell me what delicious food it is. I'm so curious." Lin Yu feigned mystery. "I cannot divulge that now. You will know in due time." "Ah, I want to eat it right now." Lin Yu's words only heightened Lung Qingxue's curiosity, making her eager to indulge immediately. Lin Yu's lips twitched. "My dear sister, one mustn't indulge recklessly. Eating ice cream on an empty stomach so early in the morning? Especially as a girl. With those 3 factors combined, your audacity is truly commendable. I, Lin Yu, shall honor you as the mightiest." He pinched Lung Qingxue's delicate face. Not aloud, "Oh, Shui Shui. This treat must be enjoyed after breakfast." As Lung Qingxue pondered the words spoken, she found herself enveloped in curiosity. What could it possibly be that one must wait until breakfast is finished to consume? After the two had completed their morning meal, they stepped out of the cafeteria. Xiaoyu, can we eat now? Hurry and show it to your sister, she exclaimed, playfully shaking Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu responded, eating ice cream right after breakfast? That is simply out of the question. Unconsciously, he was quite attentive to Lung Qingxue's health, a fact he himself remained oblivious to. Just wait for another 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue scrutinized Lin Yu closely. Xiaoyu, you aren't deceiving me, are you? She teased, playfully pinching his waist. Lin Yu, with a gentle squeeze of her cheek, assured her, Lin Yu, keep my word. Now be a good girl and attend your class. You can enjoy it afterward. All right then. Together, they entered the lecture hall. Today's lesson was mathematics, and it appeared that the elderly professor had yet to finish grading the exams. However, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu throughout the class, causing Lin Yu to feel a bit uneasy under the scrutiny. During the break, Lung Qingxue seized Lin Yu's arm. Xiaoyu, deceit comes with consequences, she warned playfully. Lin Yu chuckled, shaking his head at his sister's antics. He slipped his hand into his pocket, silently calling upon the system. Retrieve the delectable ice cream. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged box of ice cream appeared in his hand. With a flourish, he presented it before Lung Qingxue, who was taken aback with delight. Wow, Xiaoyu, how did you know I love ice cream? How did he know? He had certainly analyzed it beforehand. Give it a try. They say it's absolutely delicious. Lung Qingxue eagerly opened the box, revealing an ice cream she had never encountered before, exquisitely packaged. She took a small spoon and brought it to her lips, her eyes instantly sparkling with joy. This is amazing. Chapter 35, Feeding Photos Exposed. Forum public opinion at that moment. The delight in Lung Qingxue's eyes sparkled like stars. The ice cream Xiaoyu had brought her was nothing short of exquisite. Its texture was rich and creamy, the flavor delightful yet not at all overwhelming. Some ice creams can be overly creamy, but this one was a revelation. As a connoisseur of ice cream, having grown up in comfort, she had sampled all varieties. Yet, the ice cream Lin Yu offered was a first of its kind for her, tasting as though it transcended earthly delights. After savoring the first bite, she could not resist indulging in a second. With her little spoon, she devoured the treat with fervor. Yum. The speed at which she consumed it left Lin Yu in astonishment. Wow, is this how one eats ice cream? Shouldn't it be enjoyed slowly, one bite at a time? This sister is truly formidable. Indeed, it appears that this delectable ice cream is, in fact, quite delightful. Allowing Shui to have the first taste was undoubtedly the right choice. If the flavor were mediocre, it would be Shui who sampled it first and then relayed her thoughts. He extended his large hand, gently ruffling the cool and serene Shui's little head. Take your time eating, my sister. This is cold, and consuming it too quickly is not advisable for your stomach. Shui, with her beautiful eyes slightly squinted, felt quite comforted by Lin Yu's affectionate gesture. It's all right, little Yu. I am a seasoned ice cream connoisseur. At this level, it's hardly cold. Nevertheless, she did slow her pace in savoring the ice cream. Despite its deliciousness tempting her to devour it in one go, she was keen to heed Lin Yu's advice. One must uphold the dignity of her boyfriend. After all, while enjoying her treat, she inquired, Little Yu, this ice cream you brought is exquisite. Where did you purchase it? I've never seen anything like it before. Lin Yu displayed a mysterious smile. You certainly would not have encountered it. This is ice cream produced by the system. It cannot be found in the market. Well, this is a secret. I exerted considerable effort to acquire it. He feigned a look of hardship. In truth, it was readily available in the system. However, for the average person, it would be unattainable. Wow, little Yu, you are so wonderful. Shui believed Lin Yu's words to be true, as she had never managed to procure such ice cream herself. As a little affluent lady, she had previously indulged in ice cream boxes costing thousands, yet none compared to what Lin Yu brought. As she spoke, she leaned in and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. He was momentarily taken aback, as the remnants of cream from her lips transferred onto his face. This sister, while indulging, even kisses him. After the kiss, Shui continued to enjoy her ice cream, occasionally lifting her spoon to feed Lin Yu a bite. Little Yu, come, open your mouth. Under the gazes of their classmates, Lin Yu complied and opened his mouth. It is indeed delicious. Truly worthy of being system-produced ice cream. Even Lin Yu, who typically had little interest in ice cream, felt a desire to indulge. The onlookers in the classroom, both male and female, were utterly captivated by the scene. Lin Yu and Xue Xue had become the center of attention, drawing many eyes. This display of affection felt like a barrage of dog food. How maddening. The envy was palpable. Gradually, some girls fixated their gazes on the ice cream in Xue Xue's hand, visibly yearning for a taste, as they caught a whiff of its uniquely sweet aroma. It is generally understood that the flavors of icy substances are difficult to discern. Moreover, the ice cream held by Lung Qingxue appears exceptionally exquisite. Upon noticing the girls' gazes, Lung Qingxue immediately donned a fierce expression. What are you all doing? This is the ice cream Xiao Yu gifted me. She seized the packaging and devoured the remaining ice cream in one bite. Humph. The onlookers reacted. Lin Yu remarked, "What a glutton." The old professor approached, carrying his teaching materials, signaling the commencement of the second class. The bell rang, echoing through the air. Students streamed out of the classroom, while Lung Qingxue clung to Lin Yu's arm, a gesture he had grown accustomed to. "Xiao Yu, your ice cream is absolutely delightful. I wish to have another box," she said, batting her large eyes at him. Lin Yu cast a glance at Lung Qingxue. Of course, he could easily exchange for another box at the system store. But consuming 2 boxes consecutively seemed excessive, especially given the cold nature of the treat. He pinched her cheek playfully. "You still wish for more? Remember, you can only indulge in 1 box per day." He was genuinely concerned for Lung Qingxue's well-being. "All right," she nodded, understanding that Lin Yu had her best interests at heart, which warmed her spirit. The two then proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch. After their meal, Lin Yu returned to his dormitory, where his 3 roommates had already arrived. He took a sip from his desk, filled with his favorite fizzy drink. Refreshing. Wang Jun approached from the side. "Yuzi, you've struck it rich. Being with the campus beauty is certainly a game changer. Now you drink lavishly every day without a second thought. You must be living large." Wang Jun noted that Lin Yu had purchased a new bottle of soda each day that week, a luxury even he wouldn't indulge in. Lin Yu smirked slightly. "Foolish mortals, you assume I buy soda daily? In truth, it's the same bottle, unchanged. The endless soda is simply extravagant." He replied nonchalantly, "Yes, Junzi, you're absolutely right. I have indeed prospered. In fact, Xue Xue is quite the wealthy girl." A collective wave of envy washed over the 3 in the dormitory. How fortunate Lin Yu was to be with such a stunning and affluent companion. With no classes in the afternoon, the dorm was tranquil. Lin Yu reclined on his bed, ready to rest. Suddenly, Wang Jun emitted a pig-like squeal. "Yuzi, we've got a situation." Lin Yu jolted awake. "What's the matter? Can't you be a little more composed? It's serious, Yuzi. You and Lung Qingxue have been featured on the campus forum." Lin Yu was taken aback. "What on earth?" Wang Jun handed his phone to Lin Yu for a closer look. A post title on a mobile phone reads, "Shocking. Public display of affection. Is this appropriate?" The cover image depicts Lung Qingxue feeding Lin Yu Xiaolong Bao in the cafeteria. This post has remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics, occupying the most conspicuous position. Lin Yu, with his well-defined brows furrowed, possessing keen analytical skills, immediately sensed that there might be someone orchestrating this post from behind the scenes. Chapter 36. Turmoil in the Forum. Lin Yu's hacking skills turned the tide. Lin Yu retrieved his mobile phone and accessed the campus forum. Indeed, he quickly spotted the post, reigning as the most popular and prominently displayed. It was impossible to overlook. Lin Yu understood that showcasing affection in university is quite commonplace and hardly peculiar. However, the subtlety lay in the fact that this post had gone viral. The virality of the post implied that it had garnered considerable attention. While the attention itself was trivial, merely showcasing affection, the comments made by viewers could yield unforeseen consequences, potentially shaping public opinion. This could lead to complications. Lin Yu delved into the post, where replies had already amassed into the hundreds. User: "I am a cat. Well, guys, they're essay beauty. But she is feeding him. How infuriating. Who are this beauty and that guy?" User: "Gray sky. I have no idea. Can someone knowledgeable explain?" User: "Price of vegetables must rise. That's Lung Qingxue. The campus belle. Don't you all recognize her? As for that guy, I don't know him either." User: "Must be pointed at. Which Lung Qingxue? I only know Zhang Tingting, the campus belle." User: "Netizen. I know that guy. His name seems to be Lin Yu, from the economics department. I've heard he is quite adept in mathematics." User: "A pig. Well, Xue Xue. My Xue Xue. My goddess is gone." User: "Don't stop. What are these two doing? Isn't this inappropriate? There are so many people in the cafeteria." User: "Chicken soup here. What's inappropriate about it? I think these two are a perfect match. They're so sweet." User: "Little hamburger. This is utterly indecent. I'm going to report this. I must report this. User Chicken Soup here. Haha, go ahead and report. User Little Red Flower. Aren't these two a bit too brazen? As Lin Yu perused the comments, he discerned that they essentially divided into three factions. One faction, constituting 50%, deemed his display with Qing Xue as inappropriate. Another faction, accounting for 40%, believed there was nothing wrong with their behavior. The remaining 10% merely observed the spectacle. He raised an eyebrow, recognizing that there was evidently someone inciting this situation from behind the curtain. Otherwise, a mere photograph could hardly stir such a tempest. At that moment, Qian Fei and Zhao Yun were roused from their slumber by Wang Jun's boisterous voice. They climbed out of bed and gathered around Wang Jun. What is happening? Take a look for yourselves, Wang Jun said, handing his phone to the two. Their expressions shifted instantly. What the hell? Which scoundrel is behind this? They're conspiring against you. They are certainly not fools. Such matters are easily discernible. Let me handle this. Qian Fei and Zhao Tian exclaimed as they retrieved their phones, ready to unleash a torrent of criticism on the campus forum. They aimed to vent their frustrations on behalf of Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu advised, brothers, let us not act impulsively. Responding now would only exacerbate the situation. He understood that in such instances, they must refrain from retaliating. The opposing party would relish the opportunity to provoke them, thereby escalating the matter beyond mere public displays of affection. Upon hearing Lin Yu's counsel, Qian Fei and the others halted their intentions to lash out. Simultaneously, within the dormitory of Lung Qingxue, a parallel incident unfolded. Su Qing unlocked her phone, intending to peruse campus gossip, only to encounter the most trending post. The cover featured a scene of Lung Qingxue feeding Lin Yu a soup dumpling. She called out, Xue, there's trouble. You must see this. As Lung Qingxue beheld the content on Su Qing's phone, her delicate brows furrowed. She had been featured on the campus forum several times before, but never had it occurred in such a sensational manner. The comments seemed decidedly unfavorable towards her and Lin Yu. She promptly sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Xue, Lin Yu, are you aware of the forum situation? Upon receiving the message, Lin Yu replied, I am aware, do not worry. Leave it to me. I already have a solution. Feeling a profound trust in Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue decided to wait patiently, confident that he would handle it. Lin Yu silently invoked the system. Open the Points Mall. Points Mall has been opened. Before him appeared an array of peculiar system items. After a brief search, he found what he sought, a hacker skill book. System, purchase the hacker skill book. 500 points. Confirm purchase? Purchase. The hacker skill book materialized in Lin Yu's system space, and he immediately utilized it. A surge of computer knowledge flooded his mind. As if he had been honing these skills for years, he seated himself at his desk and powered on his computer, preparing to take action. Lin Yu's approach was straightforward. Employ his formidable computing skills to infiltrate the campus forum, delete the contentious post, and prevent any new ones from arising. It was a simple yet effective solution, devoid of any embellishment. Meanwhile, several department heads at the university convened a meeting. Are you all aware of the forum incident? What are your thoughts? One inquired. I see no issue. Is not university life meant for such displays of affection? Moreover, the young couple truly is a delightful sight. I hold high hopes for them. It was indeed the head of the department who had caught Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue that day. I personally see no issue with it. These two youngsters merely shared a meal together. They were not engaged in anything inappropriate, remarked the elderly mathematics professor, who happened to be the head of the mathematics department. Lin Yu is a mathematical prodigy, and Lung Qingxue possesses considerable mathematical talent as well. Even if their abilities were average, the professor would still express such sentiments, for there is no fault in their public display of affection. In light of this, the matter shall be laid to rest. I shall inform the necessary parties. Lin Yu had already accessed the campus forum and was preparing to delete the post when, suddenly, Wang Jun exclaimed, Goodness! Our university's official account has made a statement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly approached to investigate. It turned out that the university's official account had just published a post asserting that students should indeed engage in romantic relationships, thereby infusing the campus with youthful exuberance. Urging everyone to calm down, the students below began commenting, as it is quite rare for the official account to voice its opinion. Lin Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Oh, so he was ready to take action, and yet the situation has diffused just like that? He was on the verge of deleting the post. Now that the matter had settled, he decided against removing it. He would keep this trending post as a memento for Qingxue. Nonetheless, He had no intention of letting the poster off the hook. How dare they offend him and think they could escape unscathed? Lin Yu was no pushover. He accessed the forum's backend and reverse logged into the poster's account. Chapter 37. Reverse Login. Returning the favor employing his adept hacking skills. Lin Yu successfully retrieved the poster's account and logged in. I am eager to discover who authored this post, which so blatantly incited public opinion. Lin Yu sat before the computer, logged into the account. Meanwhile, the poster was holding his phone. Gazing at the post that had ascended to the top of the trending list, a smug smile adorning his face. With the situation escalating to this extent, the public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable towards Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue. This would surely attract the attention of the university administration, and it was highly likely that Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue would be summoned for a meeting by the department head. This individual was the same man who had captured a photo of Lung Qingxue feeding Lin Yu dumplings in the cafeteria that day. He had posted this on the campus forum, inciting public discourse for two primary reasons. Firstly, there was an element of jealousy towards Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue. As a man himself, how could he not feel envious of Lin Yu's relationship with such a beautiful campus belle? Moreover, witnessing their affectionate displays was nearly unbearable for him. Secondly, he had been instructed to act in this manner, with promises of benefits, which was the predominant motive. Of course, he was also inclined to post, as no one would suspect him as the author. He held his phone, sending a message to the individual who had directed him. The post is live and gaining traction. Take a look. Gee, indeed, I have noticed. Well done. Once this matter is resolved, your rewards are assured. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Lung Qingxue, she maintained a watchful eye on the situation. Lung Qingxue patiently awaited the outcome, her countenance devoid of any signs of anxiety. In contrast, Su Qing and Lu Qian were incessantly refreshing the post, their eyes glued to the comments section, resembling anxious courtiers more than the composed onlookers. They glanced at Lung Qingxue, surprised by her calm demeanor, and inquired, Xue, why aren't you the least bit anxious? This situation has escalated. Lung Qingxue chuckled at her friend's concern. What is the point of anxiety, my dear sisters? I have already spoken with Xiaoyu. He assured me he can handle it. We can simply await the outcome in peace. Lung Qingxue held great trust in Lin Yu, and with her partner's confidence in his ability to resolve the issue, she silently supported him. The three girls were momentarily taken aback by her words. Is that true? Lin Yu is truly that capable? Can he really resolve such matters? After a brief pause, Su Qing continued to browse the forum. Suddenly, she noticed another trending post. Upon clicking it, she discovered it was an official announcement from the university. The content stated that romantic relationships among students were acceptable and encouraged harmonious discourse. Numerous individuals left comments below. I can't believe it. The officials have intervened. Amazing, exclaimed one commenter. It seems the officials support Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue. Another added, wow, the officials are backing relationships. I want to experience a sweet romance too. Wake up, my friend. If someone were interested in you, you wouldn't be single, retorted another. You criticize all you want. We're the ones who were so vocal earlier. Now that the officials have spoken, why the silence? Upon seeing this post, Su Qing could hardly contain her excitement. Xue, look, the tables have turned. The official account has spoken. The girls hurriedly logged into the forum to view the post. Lu Qian gazed at Lung Qingxue in astonishment. Xue, did Lin Yu orchestrate this? He is truly impressive to sway the officials. I'm not sure. I'll ask him, replied Lung Qingxue, slightly stunned yet filled with pride. She had not anticipated Xiaoyu's remarkable influence. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu had logged into the account of the poster and was exploring it for intriguing content. This individual possesses a certain vanity, having shared several self-indulgent selfies, yet restricting their visibility solely to himself. With an average appearance and a somewhat plump visage, he adorns his face with whimsical expressions, evoking a hint of amusement in Lin Yu. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he muses, if you lack mercy, do not blame me for my actions. Lin Yu clicks on the post featuring the individual selfie, adjusts the settings to make it visible to all, and adds a caption, I don't care. I am invincible. I am the most handsome, followed by a triumphant emoji. He then logs out, a smirk playing on his lips, eagerly awaiting the post's quiet escalation. This punishment feels sufficient. After all, he is not a monster. Upon logging out, Lin Yu shuts down his computer. The recent bout of hacking has drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Despite his adeptness with hacking skills, it requires thoughtful consideration. He retrieves his phone and discovers unread messages on WeChat. Upon opening, he finds a message from Lung Qingxue. Shui, Xiaoyu, the school officials intervened to quell the situation. Was this your doing? Lin Yu is momentarily taken aback. This truly is not his doing. He had contemplated approaching the school to resolve the issue, but felt it might be inappropriate to burden others. He types a response. The school's intervention was not orchestrated by me. I originally intended to hack the forum to delete the post, but upon realizing the officials supported us, I refrained. Upon reading Lin Yu's reply, Lung Qingshua's mouth slightly agape. She exclaims, Xiaoyu, you possess hacking skills too. Your surprises keep multiplying. Her discerning eye truly knows how to appreciate talent. Just a bit of fun. I may not have deleted the post, but I did something entertaining, which you'll soon discover. Lung Qingshue's eyes immediately sparkle. She delights in playful antics. Meanwhile, as the original poster basks in his self-satisfaction, a message arrives. The plan has failed. The school officials have personally intervened to support them. Original poster. Huh? Moreover, have you lost your mind? You posted another ridiculous thread. Are you not embarrassed enough? Original poster. What post? I haven't touched anything. However, the other party ceases to engage. In a flurry, he opens the campus forum, only to find the official supportive post trending at the top. He also spots a post featuring his own selfie among the trending topics. Stunned, he clicks on it, and his expression shifts to one of shock, for the posting account is indeed his own. The comments section is filled with laughter. What on earth? Who could it be? Chapter 38. Lin Yu, the top student in mathematics, triumphs in the bet. The original poster's account has just published a post that has soared to the pinnacle of popularity. The heat is palpable. As Lin Yu logged in reverse and sent out the selfie, it was promptly noticed by others, causing its popularity to surge rapidly. It ascended the trending charts with remarkable speed. In the comments section of the selfie, various reactions flooded in. I am a cat, wow? Brothers, come and see. This is hilarious. A fish, This person is too funny. He is invincible, the most handsome. Soup is coming. How can he be so shameless? Little hamburger. Has his account been hacked? The remaining comments were uniformly filled with laughter. In the dormitory of Lung Qingxue, her 4 girlfriends also stumbled upon the post, each of them laughing uncontrollably, especially Lung Qingxue, who laughed the hardest. She had always been particularly fond of laughter, possessing a low threshold for humor, and being the protagonist of this incident only heightened her amusement. Her laughter was so intense that it left her cheeks slightly sore. The other 3 were also clutching their stomachs in mirth. Shue, your boyfriend is such a rascal, we absolutely adore him. Hearing this, Lung Qingxue proudly nodded her little head. Just look at whose boyfriend he is. With that, she playfully smacked each of her 3 girlfriends with a small chestnut. What do you even like about him? He is my boyfriend. Meanwhile, the poster of the selfie hastily deleted it. Despite having been live for 2 hours and garnering considerable attention, he was livid, his face turning green with rage. His plan to snatch fame backfired, resulting in his account being hijacked and his selfie being shared. How frustrating. Moreover, he had experienced social death at the university. In the dormitory, Lin Yu lay back on his bed, feeling immensely satisfied. The matter had been resolved, and the instigator received their just desserts. It was quite gratifying, especially since he had received compliments from Lung Qingxue, who remarked on his mischievousness, expressing her fondness for him. Was he really that bad? Not at all. As Lin Yu reclined on his bed, he began to reflect on the gains of the past few days. As the saying goes, I examine myself 3 times a day. For Lin Yu, a self-reflection every 3 days sufficed. He opened his personal panel in the system. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physique, 100. Skills, remarkable courage, unarmed combat, keen insight, mathematical modeling, economic analysis. Hacking techniques, system points, 6,500. Items, physique enhancement capsule X3, charisma enhancement capsule X4, enduring vitality capsule X3, learning reinforcement capsule X3, learning focus skill book X1, culinary skill book X1, agility training skill book X1, intelligent analysis glasses X1, effective healing bandage X1, elegant black stockings X1, assets, 100,000. 25 shares in U Technology Company. Lin Yu glanced at his system items and noted the considerable collection he had. He resolved to utilize a portion of them. System. Use the learning focus skill book. Used. In an instant, his mind became remarkably clear. He felt as though he had acquired the ability to engage in a state of earnest study at any moment, akin to being fully attentive in class without distraction. Typically, in a 45-minute lecture, managing to focus for 30 minutes is commendable, but Lin Yu could maintain his concentration for the entire duration. Wow, this skill appears to have limited practical use. He mused silently. He then continued, System, use the agility training skill book. Used. A hum resonated as the translucent skill book shimmered with light. Lin Yu perceived a sudden lightness in his body. He lifted his arms and swung them about, feeling a newfound agility. His reflexes seemed significantly enhanced, and his evasion skills had improved. This enhancement is quite satisfactory, he thought to himself with a raised eyebrow. His gaze fell upon the elegant black stockings. He accessed the system space and retrieved the stockings resting there. They were slightly warm to the touch, smooth as silk, and clearly crafted from high-quality material. The sensation was rather pleasant. Oh no. Lin Yu quickly returned the stockings to their place. Seal. Permanently seal. He resolved to keep these stockings forever locked away in the system. I cannot let Shui discover this. That evening, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were engrossed in a video game, while Qian Fei was solving problems. Lin Yu was indulging in his favorite anime, eagerly awaiting the updates of several series. Amidst his studying, Qian Fei glanced at his phone and suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, brothers, the math results are out. The old professor just posted them in the group. Lin Yu, unfazed, rolled over and continued watching his anime. Oh no, let me see mine. Wang Jun leaped over to Qian Fei's side. Despite his love for gaming, he hoped to avoid failing math. He was not asking for much. Merely a passing grade would suffice. The two individuals opened the spreadsheet, which contained the grades of all students from the mathematics and economics departments. The top scorer was Lin Yu, with a perfect score of 100. Following closely was Lung Qingxue, who achieved 99.5. Qian Fei secured the 30th position with a score of 80. Zhao Tian came in at 40th with 75, and Wang Jun placed 78th with a mere 61. Wang Jun had a moment of panic, exclaiming that he almost failed. The three of them glanced at Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed. Yuzi, were you secretly studying without us? Engaging in some covert competition, are you? Lin Yu cast a calm glance at them. It's merely talent. I have never engaged in such competition. To be honest, you have never seen me study, have you? The trio fell silent, for Lin Yu spoke the truth. They had indeed never witnessed him studying. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Su Qing shouted excitedly while holding her phone. Xue, the math results are out. Your Lin Yu is in first place. Lung Qingxue quickly opened the results report, stunned. What? How could she have lost 0.5 points? Despite her efforts to comprehend, she could not fathom where those points had been deducted. Did this mean she had lost to Xiaoyu? Consequently, she would have to fulfill a request from Xiaoyu. In Chapter 39, Lin Yu's request was prepared. Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu had agreed to compare their scores in this university mathematics examination. Whoever achieved the higher score would be deemed the winner, while the loser, provided they did not violate any moral principles, would have to fulfill one request of the winner. Ultimately, Lung Qingxue scored 99.5 and lost by a margin of 0.5 points. She racked her brain, unable to discern where the deduction had occurred. Was it perhaps due to an untidy paper, leading the professor to impose a 0.5-point penalty as punishment? That seemed utterly impossible. Lung Qingxue knew her paper was far from untidy. In fact, it was rather neat. Conversely, Lin Yu's paper was likely less organized. Typically, girls' papers tend to be neater than boys'. However, during the exam, Lung Qingxue recalled seeing Lin Yu's paper. How should one describe his handwriting? It was neither chaotic nor particularly tidy, but rather wild. Nonetheless, Lung Qingxue accepted her defeat gracefully, and she did so with pride. After all, she had struggled with the final major question, and it was Lin Yu who had provided her with the thought process necessary to solve it. Even so, she had only managed a score of 99.5, yet losing to her boyfriend was not something to be ashamed of. Lung Qingxue felt a swell of pride. After all, her partner was exceptionally skilled in mathematics. As she pondered what request Lin Yu might make tomorrow, she felt a mixture of tension, fear, and excitement. On the other hand, Lin Yu received the news of his perfect score and first place with satisfaction. Emotionless, he felt nothing. Wasn't this quite normal? He casually lay on the bed, continuing to watch his show. Suddenly, the video interface erupted with a flurry of WeChat messages, popping up incessantly. It was evident that the sender was typing rapidly. Shua little you. Sister scored only 995 in math. She's very upset. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and typed back, isn't that your own score? How can you be upset over that? Shua, I don't care. Sister is really angry. It's the kind of anger that can't be soothed. Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk. You can't be soothed? I was planning to bring you ice cream. But since you can't be soothed, then... Cold Qing Shue's expression shifted as she read Lin Yu's message, her small face filled with surprise. I must have ice cream. That delectable treat. I could eat dozens of boxes. I'm fine now, little you. I'm not angry anymore. I want ice cream. Lin Yu found this amusing. All right, I'll bring it to you. He felt he had discovered the key to Shue's heart. There was nothing that a box of ice cream couldn't resolve. If there was, then it would require 2 boxes. Shue, little you won this exam. What do you want in return? Cold Qing Shue asked tentatively. Lin Yu paused at her words. Goodness, he had completely forgotten about their bet. Fortunately, Shue had just reminded him. He pondered for a moment, then a wicked smile spread across his face. I have a request in mind, but I want to tell you now. You'll find out in due time. Cold Qing Shue glared at her phone upon reading this. Oh, little you is getting more mischievous, teasing me now. Schwumph. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I will see what your request is. Lin Yu merely smiled, hoping Shue would maintain her boldness the following day. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke with sleepy eyes. Today was yet another day brimming with promise. The others were still fast asleep. He got up to wash and then headed downstairs for breakfast. Upon descending, he spotted Cold Qing Shue, as usual, waiting for him beneath the dormitory, creating a striking scene. Seeing Lin Yu emerge, Cold Qing Shue beamed and hurried towards him, linking her arm with his. Little you, quickly tell me, what is your request? Lin Yu chuckled at her eagerness. This sister was truly a curious one. He reached out to pat Cold Qing Shue's little head. Let us have breakfast first. Your curiosity is quite something. Okay. The two walked to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing, Cold Qing Shue's curiosity resurfaced. She directly hugged Lin Yu, her big eyes blinking eagerly. Xiao Yuer, may I speak now? Wait for me a moment. I shall return to fetch the props. Lin Yu revealed a cunning smile. Lung Qingxue was taken aback upon hearing this. What? There are props. She seemed a bit flustered. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory to retrieve the props, while Lung Qingxue waited downstairs. In truth, Lin Yu need not have gone back to the dormitory for the props. He could have conjured them directly from the system space. However, given the size of the props, it would be absurd to simply pull them from his pocket, wouldn't it? It is perfectly normal to take out an ice cream cone. But extracting something larger would indeed be nonsensical. He walked back to the dormitory, silently reciting, System, open the system mall. System space has been opened. Lin Yu began to search for a maid outfit in the system mall. Indeed, his request was for Lung Qingxue to wear a maid outfit for 2 hours, one that only he could see. With only one class that morning, he had ample time. It was quite delightful. As for using this request for anything else, that was out of the question. Lin Yu was, after all, a person of discernment. After searching for a considerable time, he found a stunning black and white classic maid outfit. Perfect. This was the one. Purchased. 50 points. Does the host wish to buy? Yes. Buzz. The maid outfit appeared in Lin Yu's hands. He caressed the fabric. It was smooth and of high quality. Clearly, this was a top-tier maid outfit. And Lin Yu was quite satisfied. He descended the stairs holding the outfit. When Lung Qingxue saw him approaching with the black and white maid outfit, she was momentarily stunned. The clever girl quickly understood. It was indeed a maid outfit. Shue, here it is, Lin Yu said, his smile uncontainable. Lung Qingxue walked over to Lin Yu and playfully pinched his waist, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Xiao Yuer, you sly one. Had this planned all along, didn't you? Lin Yu calmly replied, I did not. I swear, stop saying such things. His words were genuine. The idea of the maid outfit had only occurred to him the previous night. He had even forgotten about the wager without Lung Qingxue's reminder. Lung Qingxue examined the maid outfit. The attire was form-fitting but exquisitely beautiful. Lin Yu looked at her and said, Shue, you wouldn't dare back out, would you? Lung Qingxue puffed up her cheeks. Who would back out? I, Lung Qingxue, am a woman of my word. I shall change into it right now. Chapter 40. It's just a maid outfit. Just wear it. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of Lung Qingxue donning the maid outfit. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to see such a beautiful campus belle dressed as a maid? Shue is indeed quite committed. When Lin Yu made a request, she readily agreed. However, Even if Lung Snow truly felt shy and was reluctant to change into the maid outfit, Lin Yu would not force her. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, Lung Snow took the maid outfit from Lin Yu's embrace and then tugged at his hand, leading him forward. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Shue, where are we going? Didn't you say you would change? With a faint flush on her cheeks, Lung Snow shot Lin Yu an exasperated glance. Xiaoyu, are you being silly? Of course. We are heading back to the girls' dormitory to change. Am I supposed to change here? Lin Yu's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, I can't possibly change here. This is the boys' dormitory area, right? This is definitely not the place to change, Lung Snow replied, amused, as she pulled him toward her dormitory. After a while, she led Lin Yu to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. With one hand clutching the maid outfit and the other playfully pinching Lin Yu's waist, she instructed, Xiaoyu, just wait here obediently for me. Don't wander off. Yes, my lady. Lin Yu stood at attention, assuring her he wouldn't stray. Besides, entering the girls' dormitory was not as simple as he wished. Even if he had a good rapport with the dormitory matron, it would still be quite difficult to get in. With a soft giggle, Lung Snow disappeared into the dormitory, leaving Lin Yu standing alone outside. He found it rather amusing. It was his first time waiting for someone in such a manner. Occasionally, groups of girls would come and go from the dormitory, and upon seeing Lin Yu, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wow. Ladies, look. There's a handsome guy. Where? Where? Over there. One girl pointed to Lin Yu's direction. Wow. So handsome. Oh my gosh. I know him. He's Lin Yu. The realization dawned on them. So, he must be waiting for Lung Snow. A few bold girls approached Lin Yu, smiling as they said, Hey, handsome, come play with us. Lin Yu was taken aback. Oh no. I feel like I've stumbled into a den of enchantment. How terrifying. I must protect myself. With a polite smile, he responded, No, thank you. That would be detrimental to my health. At that moment, Su Qing and Lu Jie returned from breakfast. Spotting the dashing Lin Yu standing there, Su Qing exclaimed, Qing, look. It's Lin Yu. Su Qing nodded. Let's go see. They approached Lin Yu, and Su Qing inquired, Lin Yu, what are you doing? Waiting for Shue? Recognizing Lung Snow's roommates, Lin Yu smiled and nodded yes. During class, we also sat in a row. Haha, we'll go and urge Shue for you, Su Qing said with a smile. Indeed, that would be splendid. Lin Yu felt it was rather perilous to stand beneath the dormitory. Su Qing and Lu Jie made their way back to the dormitory. As soon as they entered, they exclaimed, Shue, Lin Yu is waiting for you downstairs. Why are you still dawdling? The moment they laid eyes on Lung Shue, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, for she was halfway through changing into her maid outfit. Oh my, Shue, what are you doing? Lung Shue was taken aback. She had intended to hastily don the outfit with no one around, but her roommates returned unexpectedly. How embarrassing. Changing into a maid outfit was already a source of shame, and now being seen by her roommates made it even worse. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained her composure and replied, I'm just changing into a maid outfit. Can't you tell, Qing? Wait, why are you changing into a maid outfit? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Oh, it's just that Xiaoyu insisted on seeing it, and even bought a set. So, I obliged. Lung Shue swiftly deflected the blame onto Lin Yu. She didn't mention that it was her own loss that led to fulfilling Lin Yu's request. However, it was indeed Xiaoyu who wanted to see it. Passing the blame was no issue. After all, one must bear the consequences of wanting to see a maid outfit. Such good fortune does not come without a price. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face lit up with understanding. Oh, I see. I get it now. It's just how men are. Lin Yu is quite normal in this regard. Shue, let us assist you. Su Qing and Lu Jie immediately rushed to Lung Shue's side, helping her with the maid outfit. In truth, their assistance was secondary. They primarily wished to touch and feel the fabric of the outfit up close. Such garments were something they had only seen before. Most people wouldn't purchase them. As they helped, their small hands caressed the material. Wow, the texture. It's wonderful. So smooth and substantial, Lu Jie couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it's so beautiful. This set must be quite expensive. Lung Shue nodded in agreement. Also appreciating the outfit, Xiaoyu certainly had good taste. Before long, Lung Shue finished changing into the maid outfit and took a stroll around the dormitory. How do I look? Great. Su Qing and the others nodded in approval. After all, beauty shines through in any attire. A smile broke across Lung Shue's face. That was a given. She approached the dormitory door while refraining from stepping outside. Xiaoyu, I'm coming. Lin Yu, standing below, turned his gaze toward Lung Qingxue upon hearing her voice, his heart racing with anticipation. Dressed in a maid outfit, Lung Qingxue exuded an ethereal beauty, her face radiant with a smile that set hearts racing. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" she exclaimed, bounding over to Lin Yu. "Absolutely stunning. Truly delightful." Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and immediately moved to stand beside her, positioning his tall frame to shield her from view. Although there were no other boys near the girls' dormitory entrance, he felt compelled to protect her. Only he should behold her. Lung Qingxue, noticing the glint in Lin Yu's eyes, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, her shyness evaporating. She linked her arm with his and said, "Xiao Yu, here is a glimpse just for you. I'll change out of it after our early class." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was deeply touched. She was indeed the epitome of a devoted partner, sensitive to his feelings, understanding that the maid outfit was meant solely for his eyes. He embraced her slender waist and declared, "Xue, you are truly wonderful." With a playful smile, Lung Qingxue delicately tapped Lin Yu's forehead with her fair finger. "Xiao Yu, look at that silly expression on your face. Is that enough to make you happy?" Subsequently, she returned to her dormitory to change into her regular attire, neatly folding the maid outfit and holding it in her hands. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly retrieved a transparent bag from his pocket, placing the maid outfit inside for her convenience. Together, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue made their way to the lecture hall, with Xue still holding the transparent bag that seemed to contain something special. Bystanders were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, a maid outfit!" The bag she carried clearly contained the attire. "Is that for real? I'm so envious." Unfazed by the gazes of those around her, Lung Qingxue continued to walk arm in arm with Lin Yu, who reveled in his pride. "Feel envious, will you? Alas, you cannot see it. Only I can," he mused, cherishing the sight of the first beauty in her maid attire. Not far off, a middle-aged man approached. Spotting Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue, he smiled and said, "Well met again, young scholars." Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue turned, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. It was their department head, the very one who had interrupted their confession on that day. Chapter 41. Lin Yu's exclusive delight upon recognizing the individual before them. Both Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue were momentarily taken aback, particularly Lin Yu, for Xue still held the maid outfit, and the bag was transparent. A wave of panic washed over him. What a coincidence! Wei encountered the department head again. The last time had been awkward enough, but now, with Xue holding the maid outfit, it felt even more precarious. In an instant, Lung Qingxue flashed a sweet smile and greeted, "Hello, department head." Lin Yu followed suit, saying, "Hello, department head." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, responding, "Greetings to both of you." He then glanced at the enchanting Qingxue, who was holding a maid outfit, alongside Lin Yu, who stood beside her. The more he looked, the more pleasing they appeared. These two truly seemed like a match made in heaven. Excellent. Yes, they exuded vitality and enthusiasm. The department head gave them a thumbs up. Qingxue, with a mischievous smile akin to that of a little imp, raised her hand and exclaimed, "Director, my boyfriend made me hold this maid outfit. You must apprehend him." Lin Yu was taken aback. "What the heck? A backstab? How mischievous of you, Qingxue." He reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and playfully pinching her. The sensation is delightful, soft and springy. "Director, don't heed her nonsense. It was her own idea," he clarified, as the department head chuckled at the pair. All right, off to class you go. You'll be late otherwise." Yes. Lin Yu hurriedly strode toward the lecture hall, holding Qingxue close. Along the way, he playfully squeezed her delicate waist. "How dare you frame your husband, Qingxue?" Qingxue chuckled like a cunning little fox. "Oh, dear you, I did not frame you. You did suggest I hold the maid outfit. I merely stated the truth." She deliberately teased Lin Yu, fully aware that the director had a fondness for their dynamic. Thus, she felt emboldened to speak out. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as it was indeed his suggestion for her to carry the outfit. Nevertheless, she had startled him. This little rascal must be punished. With a sly grin, he declared, "Qingxue, considering your recent betrayal, today's ice cream is cancelled." Upon hearing this, Qingxue immediately panicked, clutching Lin Yu's arm tightly. You cannot withhold ice cream from me." Seeing her distress, Lin Yu felt a surge of triumph. I've got you right where I want you." Yet, he remained resolute. Punishment was necessary for her treachery. Qing Xue, sensing the seriousness of his demeanor, swiftly changed tactics. She swayed his arm playfully, her beautiful eyes blinking innocently. Brother, please don't punish me, okay? Lin Yu's heart quivered at her appeal, feeling as though it might melt. He found it difficult to withstand the charms of such a stunning beauty. All right, the ice cream is not cancelled, he proclaimed, feigning a serious demeanor. Qing Xue's face lit up with joy at his words. Yay, Lin Yu remarked. Goodness, are you performing a Sichuan opera face change? The pair continued their way to the classroom, drawing the attention of everyone upon entering. It was inevitable, with a beautiful girl and a handsome boy. They were hard to overlook. In the classroom, the boys noticed that Lung Qingxue was holding a transparent bag, seemingly containing some clothing. Initially taken aback, they quickly realized what it was. Wow, a maid outfit. It's indeed in the hands of the goddess Xue. One exclaimed, I'm so envious. Lin Yu certainly knows how to play the game. Lung Qingxue remained indifferent to their gazes, gently caressing Lin Yu's face. Xiaoyu, they say you really know how to have fun, she remarked. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, is this really what fun looks like? They have yet to witness true amusement. However, such genuine merriment was not something they would ever see. Only Lin Yu was privy to it. Look at how proud you are, Lung Qingxue teased, lightly tapping Lin Yu's forehead with her delicate finger. Moments later, the elderly mathematics professor entered the classroom, clutching a stack of exam papers. He immediately glanced in Lin Yu's direction. Upon seeing the professor, Lung Qingxue promptly stood up to inquire, Professor, where did I lose those 0.5 points? Lin Yu found her earnestness quite amusing. Wow, this sister is really something. She's still fretting over that 0.5 points. The professor replied seriously, Miss Lung, in the second to last question, you forgot to include the unit. Hence, the deduction of 0.5 points. Lung Qingxue was taken aback. What? It was merely because I forgot to write the unit. She truly hadn't anticipated this. It was this very 0.5 points that had led her to don the maid outfit today. Yet, in terms of competition, she had still lost, as she had no idea how to tackle the last question, which Lin Yu had taught her. Subsequently, the professor distributed the exam papers. Lung Qingxue promptly placed her and Lin Yu's papers on the desk and began to compare them diligently. After reviewing the papers, she pouted, Xiaoyu, I really did miss a unit. It's so frustrating. Lin Yu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. What is there to be upset about? Just remember next time. The mathematics professor commenced the lesson, praising Lin Yu and elaborating on his problem-solving approach, causing all the students to direct their attention towards him. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, a heated discussion ensued regarding Lung Qingxue holding the maid outfit. Red carp and green carp with donkey. Wow, my goddess is actually holding a maid outfit. Doesn't that imply a caterpillar? Lin Yu is such a lucky guy. I'm so jealous. Cream cake. Our Tingting would look even better in a maid outfit. A fish. Do you think Lung Qingxue holding a maid outfit is her own idea or Lin Yu's request? Thor's dog. It must be that Lin Yu guy. I am a cat. Absolutely. Regarding universal rationality, you might wonder if Lin Yu deliberately used a transparent bag to reveal that Lung Qingxue was holding a maid outfit. Hu Tao exclaimed, wow. Your words are worth more than years of study. What you say makes perfect sense. Lin Yu must have done this intentionally. He is savoring this moment alone. If Lin Yu were to see these comments, he would surely praise them for their insight. Indeed, he intentionally presented the maid outfit in a transparent bag. With his system, what kind of bag could he not produce? Even a snakeskin bag would be within his reach. Yet, he chose a transparent bag for the maid outfit, allowing them to see that while Xue held it, she would not wear it. Only Lin Yu could behold Xue in her maid attire. Isn't it infuriatingly amusing? As the mathematics class concluded, the students exited the lecture hall. Lin Yu accompanied Xue to a lavish hotel. Inside the room, Lung Qingxue donned the maid outfit, which only Lin Yu could admire. She leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. Xiaoyu, hand over the ice cream. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu reached into his empty pocket and produced a delectable ice cream, his face adorned with a knowing smile. Xue, since you are in a maid outfit, shouldn't you attend to some maid duties? Chapter 42. The Cold Maid's Shoulder Massage Service, a royal treatment. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lung Qingxue paused momentarily, then shot him a playful glare. She understood his implication perfectly. Extending her delicate hand, she playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist, her graceful brows arching slightly. Xiaoyu, what exactly do you think a maid should do? Pray, enlighten me. Lin Yu stiffened slightly. How could Xue not know what a maid was supposed to do? She was clearly teasing him, eager to see how he would respond. Lin Yu resolved not to back down. He would say it outright. Clearing his throat, he began. A maid, by definition, should serve the master with tea and water, massage the shoulders and back, and even feed the master. Lung Qingxue shot him a flirtatious look. Xiao Yuer, you truly have a vivid imagination. Would you like your sister to massage your shoulders and back? Lin Yu maintained his composure. What was there to fear? This rare opportunity to see Lung Qingxue in a maid outfit must not be squandered. He intended to have her serve him properly. Shaking the ice cream in his hand, he urged, "Come, Xue the maid. Attend to your master." Lung Qingxue playfully poked Lin Yu's forehead and shot him a mock glare. "Very well, master." Even without the ice cream, she would have obliged, as it was a request from her boyfriend after all. Lin Yu settled himself on the stool, leaning back with an air of superiority, fully embracing his role as the master. In this secluded space, it was just he and Xue, allowing him the freedom to recline as he pleased. Ling Qingxue observed him with amusement, finding it quite humorous how this young lad had truly taken on the demeanor of a lord. With a flourish, Lin Yu gestured, reveling in his indulgence. "Come, my dear maid Xue, give your master a shoulder massage." "Of course, master," she replied, moving behind him to begin kneading his shoulders. "Ah, delightful," he exclaimed. Her delicate hands, soft as if lacking bones, applied just the right amount of pressure, rendering Lin Yu utterly comfortable. "Xue, have you practiced this skill?" he inquired. "Indeed. My mother taught me. She showed me how, and then had me massage her shoulders," she replied with a chuckle. Lin Yu burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Your mother is quite the strategist. She's ensured her comfort for good. Stop laughing." Cold Qingxue playfully tapped him on the head. After a while, she paused her massage, feeling a slight fatigue in her arms. Lin Yu then retrieved a box of ice cream from the system space and offered it to her. "Xue, why not feed your master some ice cream?" Upon seeing the delectable treat, Cold Qingxue's eyes sparkled. She accepted the ice cream, opened the packaging, and scooped a generous portion with a spoon, promptly placing it in her mouth. She exclaimed, then took a smaller scoop to bring to Lin Yu's lips. "Ah, master." Open wide. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, astonished. Is it customary for the maid to indulge in a large bite while the master receives but a small one? He bit into the spoon, bemused. "Are you attempting a rebellion, Xue?" he teased, pinching her cheek. Cold Qingxue, meanwhile, savored the ice cream. Her cheeks puffed adorably. "Master, a maid cannot work effectively on an empty stomach." Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk. "Is that what you call not full?" Ultimately, Cold Qingxue took 2 more large bites for herself before feeding Lin Yu a small spoonful. Meanwhile, the campus forum was in an uproar, as they had not seen Cold Qingxue and Lin Yu since their morning class. Coupled with the sight of her in a maid outfit earlier that day, they were left in shock. Lin Yu must be hoarding her all to himself. This is outrageous. We want to see Goddess Xue in her maid attire. Eventually, after much enjoyment, the box of ice cream was devoured, though most of it had found its way into Cold Qingxue's stomach. At 11:30, she gently tapped Lin Yu on the head. "Little Yu, it's time to head back." "What? So soon? I haven't fully savored this moment yet," he protested. Truth be told, Xue's shoulder massage technique was exquisite. It left him feeling utterly pampered. He finally understood what it meant to be treated like royalty. "Oh, little Yu, it seems you are indeed relishing this experience." Cold Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's ear. "Isn't it because you have good skills, Xue?" Lin Yu replied cleverly. "Humph. At least you know how to speak. Let us go have lunch." The two returned to the university together. After Lin Yu and Cold Qingxue finished their meal, they headed back to the dormitory. Inside, 3 others were already lounging on their beds. When Zhao Tian saw Lin Yu return, his eyes lit up. He wanted to seek Lin Yu's guidance. Lin Yu was incredibly strong, having made the campus beauty wear a maid outfit, and then they both mysteriously vanished. "Yuzi, how did you convince Cold Qingxue to wear the maid outfit?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "I didn't do much. I just mentioned it, and she agreed." "Oh, that must be the majesty of a man," Lin Yu said with a straight face. "The majesty of a man. I understand. Next time, I'll have my girlfriend wear a maid outfit too," Zhao Tian exclaimed excitedly. Undeniably, Lin Yu was impressive this time. He too would have his girlfriend don a similar attire. Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, you can do it." Time flew by, and it was Friday once again. On Friday afternoon, both the mathematics and economics classes had physical education. In the gymnasium, 2 groups faced 2 physical education teachers who were addressing the students. Lin Yu and Cold Qingxue glanced at each other from their respective teams. "Dismissed." With the command from the teacher, students dispersed in a rush. Cold Qingxue hopped over to Lin Yu's side. Xiaoyu, where shall we go to play? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Let us just wander around. Seriously, who actually exercises during PE class? Cold Qingxue chuckled. Then let us go? She walked to Lin Yu and linked her arm with his. Suddenly, Zhao Tian appeared with dark circles under his eyes. Sister-in-law, hello? Cold Qingxue was taken aback, almost bursting into laughter. Hello, hello? Once Zhao Tian moved away, Cold Qingxue could no longer contain her laughter. Ha. Xiaoyu, what is wrong with him? Lin Yu scratched his head. I'm not sure. He mentioned wanting his partner to wear a maid outfit, and now he is like this. Ha. Cold Qingxue instantly understood the reason and laughed even louder. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt something. He shielded Cold Qingxue in his embrace with one hand, while the other hand fiercely caught a basketball that was hurtling towards them from a distance. Lin Yu's gaze was calm, yet his aura surged as he looked towards the opposing basketball court. Who threw that basketball? Step forward. Chapter 43, The Serious Lin Yu. A ball piercing the clouds. Lin Yu caught the basketball with one hand while his other arm encircled Cold Qingxue's slender waist. His expression was cold as he stared at the opposing basketball court. Cold Qingxue was momentarily startled by the sudden turn of events. If it hadn't been for Xiaoyu blocking the basketball, she would have been in danger. The basketball was likely to strike her. Lung Qingxue had confidence in her physical abilities, yet being struck by such a large basketball would undoubtedly be painful. She stood with her hands on her hips, awaiting an outcry from the individuals on the opposite court. What are you doing? You nearly hit someone. She resembled a mother hen protecting her chicks. From the court emerged a robust man clad in basketball attire, sporting wristbands and exuding an air of professionalism, his face adorned with a smile. Apologies, my friend. Are you unhurt? The basketball unintentionally flew over. Lin Yu scrutinized the man who approached. Did you throw that ball? The man glanced at Lin Yu and admitted, yes. That was my throw. My hand slipped. My sincerest apologies. It was not intentional. Lin Yu scoffed inwardly. Such an excuse was hardly credible. A slip of the hand could not result in such an accurate throw. To be struck by that basketball would indeed inflict considerable pain. Among all sports balls, a basketball was perhaps the most painful. Football, tennis, and ping pong were mere trifles in comparison. Of course, if one were to hurl a bowling ball, that would be a different matter entirely. Lin Yu had seen news reports of bystanders rendered unconscious by basketballs. He realized that this ball was likely aimed at him. Fortunately, his physique had been enhanced to 100. Otherwise, had he possessed the former owner's meager 20 points in physicality, he would have been unable to react in time and would have been struck down. In truth, it mattered little if he were hit. The ball had merely been thrown slightly off course, nearly striking Qingxue. That, Lin Yu could not tolerate. The man opposite him smirked, for he had purposefully thrown the ball. His name was Han Chong, the captain of the mechanical engineering basketball team, ranked 15th in the campus male leaderboard, one position ahead of Lin Yu. With his commendable basketball skills and acceptable looks, he had secured his place among the top 15. What girl could resist an attractive guy who excelled in basketball? His motive for throwing the ball was twofold. Firstly, jealousy of Lin Yu, who was not only handsome but also had a campus beauty as his girlfriend. Who wouldn't be envious? Secondly, he sought to provoke Lin Yu's ire, hoping to challenge him to a game of basketball. Han Chong had learned that no one had witnessed Lin Yu play basketball, and given Lin Yu's delicate appearance, he appeared rather slender. A single collision could easily send him flying. By exploiting his strengths to target Lin Yu's weaknesses, victory seemed assured. Han Chong brimmed with confidence and excitement. If he triumphed over Lin Yu, it would be a delightful achievement. However, much to his surprise, Lin Yu demonstrated remarkable reflexes, catching the ball he had thrown. This was hardly the behavior of an ordinary university student. Yet, Lin Yu's hand must have been in considerable pain, for the impact of that basketball was no trifling matter. Han Chong gazed silently at Lin Yu, who was intently staring back at him. Pass me the ball, classmate. We still need to practice, he said to the student across from him. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue puffed up her cheeks and clutched Lin Yu's arm. Xiaoyu, don't give it to him. Lin Yu chuckled and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Shue, that belongs to him. We can't just take it, can we? A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. All right, classmate, I shall return it to you. With that, Lin Yu gathered his strength, gripping the basketball tightly. The veins on his arm bulged as he drew power from his legs, transferring it through his waist, and finally unleashing it with a forceful throw. The basketball shot forth like a cannonball, seemingly cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Han Chong, witnessing the rapidly approaching ball, felt an instinctual urge to dodge, though he knew it was futile. As the captain of the basketball team, how could he fail to catch it? He extended both hands and received the ball. Bang! The moment the basketball made contact with his palms, it emitted a sharp crack that echoed through the entire gymnasium. Han Chong caught the ball but felt a jolt of pain radiate through his hand, causing him to stagger back a few steps, his expression tinged with discomfort. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was Han Chong, with his robust physique, really pushed back by a throw from this seemingly delicate boy? Seeing this scene, Lung Qingxue gasped. Her mouth agape. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. She was the closest to Lin Yu and had felt the intimidating force behind that throw. Moreover, Lin Yu had thrown the ball while only using one arm to hold her. He hadn't even exerted his full strength. Just average, he replied nonchalantly. Let's go, Shue. Lin Yu had deliberately chosen not to throw with all his might. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to appear as if he intended to harm someone, especially with so many witnesses around. Han Chong glanced at his reddened, swollen palm, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He gritted his teeth and called out to Lin Yu, "Wait, classmate. Are you interested in a basketball match?" He hadn't anticipated that Lin Yu possessed such surprising strength. However, playing basketball required more than just physical power, especially when he had skilled teammates on his side. Not interested, Lin Yu replied without turning around. Did he think he was a fool? He didn't even have teammates. What was the point? Han Chong was taken aback. What the hell? Why isn't he following the script? Typically, when someone challenged you to a match, you were supposed to put on a show in front of the school beauty, right? But Lin Yu had outright refused. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu led Lung Qingxue away from the basketball court. As they walked, she clung to his arm. Xiaoyu, can you play basketball? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. I can, but just a little. He spoke the truth. In his high school days, he often played basketball with his classmates. He was self-taught, having no formal instruction, and gradually learned the game through practice. At that time, not many among them had received professional training in basketball. However, Lin Yu suspected that the individual seeking a challenge today had been honing his skills since childhood. Lin Yu was well-versed in the fundamental rules and dribbling techniques of basketball, yet when compared to professionals, he was merely an amateur. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue revealed a mischievous smile, as if to say, "So there's something you can't do, little you?" Having known Lin Yu for some time, she had come to believe he was capable of anything, and now, at last, she had discovered a limitation. Lin Yu playfully pinched her slender waist and remarked, "I could learn it instantly. Do you believe me?" Yes, I believe you," she replied, amused. Suddenly, both Lin Yu's and Lung Qingxue's phones chimed with a WeChat notification. As they opened the group chat, they saw a message from the department head. Next Monday, the university basketball tournament will commence. The economics, mathematics, mechanical, and civil engineering departments will face off in the first match. Everyone is welcome to sign up and form teams. Chapter 44. Only a little knowledge of basketball. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue exchanged glances upon reading the message. Lin Yu felt a bit bewildered. What was this situation? Just moments ago, someone had approached him for a match, which he had declined, and now another opportunity emerged, this time, a combined competition between two departments. It was quite absurd. Lung Qingxue glanced at Lin Yu and said, "Little Yu, this is quite a coincidence. Isn't it?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "It is indeed a bit coincidental. Let us head back, Qingxue. It doesn't concern us much." Agreed. However, Lin Yu felt detached from the event. Recognizing his limited basketball skills rendered him unfit to participate. Suddenly, he heard a notification from the system in his mind. Detected arrival at the sports complex. Would you like to check in? Lin Yu replied, "Check in. Check in successful. You have received 1,000 system points, 1 invincible capsule, and 1 pair of agile sports shoes." These rewards are quite impressive. Lin Yu mused as he silently acknowledged the system's offerings. After physical education class concluded, Lin Yu returned to his dormitory. Wang Jun approached him and patted his shoulder. Did you hear about the basketball tournament? The class group chat is buzzing." Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, I saw it earlier. What is up? Are you going to participate?" Wang Jun inquired. "Participate in what? I can't play basketball," Lin Yu replied, walking over to the table to take a sip from his drink. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu, puzzled. "That's unexpected. You're so handsome, yet you can't play basketball." Lin Yu's lips twitched. "Who says that being good-looking means one must be adept at basketball?" Wang Jun scratched his head. "So, are you not going to sign up then?" "No, I won't," Lin Yu affirmed. One who cannot play basketball still chooses to register. Doesn't that merely create chaos? Wang Jun was taken aback, declaring, "Then I shall refrain from signing up. For I harbor no desire to embarrass myself." That evening, Lin Yu found himself engrossed in a video game. Suddenly, Wang Jun emitted a loud exclamation, startling everyone around. "Something's amiss. In our group, not a single person has registered, and now we are resorting to voting." Driven by a collective fear of humiliation, no one dared to step forward. Thus, the voting commenced, with a minimum of one representative required from each class. Lin Yu remained composed, casually stating, "Let them vote. Why the panic? It has nothing to do with me." After a brief pause, Wang Jun gazed at the voting results, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to Lin Yu. "Congratulations, Yuzi. You are to represent our class." Lin Yu was bewildered. "What?" He swiftly accessed the group chat on his phone to review the voting results. Lin Yu, 31 votes. Li Ming, 20 votes. Wang Jun, 10 votes. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Who orchestrated this? Who voted for me?" "It seems," Zhao Tian explained, "that it was predominantly the girls who voted for you. They said you are so handsome, and that you must be even more charming on the basketball court." Lin Yu was flabbergasted. Such reasoning was utterly absurd. They cared nothing for the outcome, merely fixating on appearances. Hence, Lin Yu was thrust into the role of representative for Class Economic 1. That night, he sat on his bed, activating the system store. Store opened, Lin Yu began searching for basketball skills. With the situation as it stood, he had no choice but to learn basketball. After an extensive search, he discovered a professional basketball skill book. System, exchange. 500 points, confirm exchange. Yes. Within Lin Yu's system space, a new skill book materialized. He promptly retrieved the professional basketball skill book and utilized it. A surge of knowledge flooded his mind, illuminating countless basketball techniques and strategies. After a moment, he regained his senses, feeling as though he had played basketball for many years. Concepts such as slam dunks and three-point shots came to him effortlessly. Lin Yu then took out his phone and messaged Lung Qingxue. "Xue, I have signed up for the basketball competition." "What? Aren't you supposed to be unable to play?" She replied. "Indeed, I cannot play. Yet, they voted for me." Lin Yu recounted the absurdity of the situation to Lung Qingxue, who nearly burst into laughter upon hearing it. "Well done," she exclaimed, her amusement evident. On Monday afternoon, the gymnasium was filled to capacity. Being the inaugural match of the basketball tournament, it attracted considerable attention, especially as it featured a showdown between the renowned Lin Yu and Han Chong, further heightening the intrigue. At this moment, Lin Yu stands on the court clad in his team uniform and a pair of particularly stylish running shoes, accompanied by 4 teammates selected from other classes. Opposite him is Han Chong from the mechanical engineering department. Outside the court, Lung Qingxue holds a small sign bearing the character Yu, cheering enthusiastically for Lin Yu. "Go, Lin Yu." Though Lin Yu is not particularly skilled at basketball, she is determined to support him. Consequently, the students from both Class 1 in Economics and Class 1 in Mathematics join in the chorus of encouragement for Lin Yu. As the two classes have become almost like one family, Han Chong, with a cold smirk, retorts, "If cheering were effective, then what need would there be for skill?" Lin Yu, maintaining a stoic expression, replies, "My girlfriend is the school bell." Enraged, Han Chong snaps, "Just wait, Lin Yu. I'll shut you out with a score of 0. Lin Yu calmly reiterates, "My girlfriend is the school bell." Han Chong grits his teeth in frustration. The whistle blows, signaling the start of the game. The basketball is tossed into the air, and both Lin Yu and Han Chong leap to contest it. Han Chong initially displays a look of disdain, but it swiftly transforms into astonishment as he observes Lin Yu soaring half a meter above him, subsequently sidestepping him. Securing the basketball, Lin Yu lands gracefully and swiftly dribbles into the opponent's half, executing a three-point shot that swishes through the net. The sound echoes through the gymnasium, plunging the entire arena into silence. Both spectators and players alike are momentarily stunned. Within just 30 seconds of the game commencing, Lin Yu has already scored a three-pointer. A cacophony of ecstatic shouts and cheers erupts. "Lin Yu is so handsome. Go, go." Lung Qingxue gazes at Lin Yu on the court with wide-eyed admiration, her cheeks puffing adorably. "Is this what you call only knowing a little?" Chapter 45. The Contest of the School Bell. Lin Yu's ranking rises again. Lung Qingxue, witnessing Lin Yu's impressive start with a three-pointer, feels her delicate face flush with excitement. After all, Lin Yu had previously claimed to possess only minimal basketball skills. Yet he has taken the lead in less than half a minute. "Well done. Playing the fool, are we? She is taken in by his act. Lung Qingxue has already resolved that once Lin Yu finishes the game, she will give him a playful pinch on the waist. If Lin Yu were aware of Qingxue's thoughts, he would surely cry out in protest, for he genuinely only knows a little. It is merely that an unexpected twist has occurred. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting arrives in the distance, accompanied by a group of her close friends. Naturally, she must make her presence felt at such a basketball event. Even though the arts department's competition has yet to begin, as the school bell, she simply cannot resist the allure of the court. As she stepped into the spectator area of the arena, she caught sight of Lin Yu soaring high, seizing the basketball with agility and swiftly executing a three-point shot. She stood frozen, her gaze somewhat vacant, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Lin Yu, aside from excelling in mathematics, possessed such remarkable prowess in basketball. Her friends beside her gasped in awe, their mouths agape. "Ah, Lin Yu looks so handsome playing," exclaimed one girl, who then lightly tapped her friend's shoulder. "What are you saying? Tingting is right here. Lin Yu must have just been lucky, right, Tingting?" Zhang Tingting remained silent. Her fists clenched tightly, seemingly sensing something as she glanced towards the direction of Lung Qingxue. Lung Qingxue was joyfully holding up a sign for Lin Yu, cheering him on. Zhang Tingting's grip on her fists tightened further. On the court, after Lin Yu scored the first 3 points, the morale of their team surged. The other teammates fervently dribbled the ball, eagerly passing it to Lin Yu whenever an opportunity arose. They understood he was the star player, the one who could lead them to victory. The overall basketball skills of the economics and mathematics team were significantly inferior to those of the mechanical and civil engineering team, whose members were all part of the school basketball team, led by the captain Han Chang. Some insiders even believed this match was devoid of suspense. Lin Yu skillfully maneuvered with the ball, deftly evading the opposing players attempting to defend him. Han Yu, now fully focused, realized that Lin Yu was exceptionally formidable. With such remarkable skills, it was astonishing that he had so effortlessly dismissed Han Yu's challenge for a match the other day. This individual was truly intimidating. Hiding his talents so well, Lin Yu continued to weave through defenders, approaching the basket for a layup. Han Yu seized the opportunity, extending his arm to strike the basketball in Lin Yu's hands, aiming for a block. However, as his hand made contact, Lin Yu's ball remained steadfast, seemingly glued to his palm. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yu's face. With such feeble strength, how could he dare to play basketball? With a resounding thud, Lin Yu successfully completed the layup, scoring yet again. Wang Jun watched, his blood boiling with excitement. Wow, this kid can really hide his skills. He claims he can't play basketball. Changwei, you also claim you lack martial prowess. Zhao Tian, meanwhile, was captivated by the girls in the audience, his eyes sparkling. Coach, I want to learn how to play basketball. At that moment, a small hand pinched his ear. Why are you looking at the girls if you want to learn basketball? Zhao Tian grimaced in pain, lingling, my eyes only see you. The girls in the arena erupted into excited screams. Ah, Lin Yu, go Lin Yu. I want to have your children. Lung Qingxue pondered, what am I here for then? Suddenly, she felt a peculiar sensation in her head, as if a hint of green grass had sprouted atop it. Zhang Tingting gazed at the scene before her, her teeth clenched tightly. She shouted, Han Chang, keep going. I have faith in you. Consequently, many others joined in to cheer for Han Chang. Upon hearing their encouragement, Han Chang felt invigorated, as if a surge of energy enveloped him. Wow, Tingting is rooting for me. I feel empowered. Lin Yu remarked, is this a moment of explosive potential? However, he lamented that this was reality, not an anime, and the support of a school beauty was trivial in the face of absolute strength. Upon witnessing Zhang Tingting's encouragement, Lung Qingxue could no longer contain herself and waved her little fists. Xiaoyu, keep going. Defeat him. Instantly, Lin Yu felt a rush of strength. Ah, my school beauty's power surpasses yours. Red energy waves ignited around him. As the competition concluded, the mathematics and economics team narrowly triumphed over the mechanical and civil engineering team with a score of 90-10. Lin Yu could have achieved a complete shutout, but he intentionally held back. Winning by too much was not ideal. Han Chang sat on the ground, questioning his existence, while Lin Yu exited the arena. Xiaoyu, drink some water. Lung Qingxue handed Lin Yu a bottle, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a throng of girls surrounded them. Lung Qingxue swiftly shielded Lin Yu, resembling a protective hen. She discreetly pinched his waist, saying, Xiaoyu, from now on, You are not allowed to play basketball without my permission. All those girls saw you. Lin Yu chuckled and nodded. All right, I won't play casually. Truth be told, he had little desire to play. It was quite exhausting. He preferred to engage in activities he genuinely enjoyed. The spectators observed this scene with astonishment. The mechanical and civil engineering team had suffered an unexpected defeat, and so decisively. It was a stunning upset, all thanks to the man named Lin Yu. As they turned their gaze toward him, they noted that Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue were leaving the venue side by side. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting looked on with a complex expression, feeling as though she had lost something, though she could not quite identify what it was. As they walked along the path, Lung Qingxue wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's, her delicate hand subtly pinching his waist. Xiaoyu, did you not say you couldn't play basketball? Did you enjoy yourself today? Lin Yu playfully squeezed her slender waist. Truly, Xue, I really can't play basketball. But that day, I was pushed into participating, and after practicing a bit, I ended up like this. Lung Qingxue, hearing this, fixed her beautiful eyes on Lin Yu, as if questioning his intelligence. Did she appear to be a fool? Could someone who could not play basketball suddenly perform like this after only 2 days of practice? Nevertheless, since Xiaoyu had said so, she would not press him further. Xiaoyu, I want ice cream. In a certain girl's dormitory, a bespectacled young woman diligently typed away at her keyboard. Lin Yu's athletic prowess seemed commendable. Perhaps it was time to elevate his ranking once more. Chapter 46. Lin's mother. This girl is truly beautiful. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu felt a bit fatigued and decided he ought to rest well. The 3 others also made their way back to their rooms. As Wang Jun entered, he exclaimed, Yuzi, I have discovered your little secret. You possess remarkable basketball skills, yet claim you cannot play. Lin Yu replied, I made that statement last Friday when I genuinely could not play. I only learned in the past couple of days. Do you believe me? His friends shook their heads in unison. Wang Jun continued, Yuzi, I initially thought you were just an ordinary handsome guy, but you have hidden so many talents. From marrying Lung Qingxue to being a mathematical genius and now a slam dunk master. I can hardly fathom what else you might possess. Does your conscience not ache? Lin Yu shot Wang Jun a disdainful glance. In my hometown, ordinary does not imply this. At that moment, Zhao Tian suddenly burst forth, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lin Yu. Coach, I want to learn basketball. Lin Yu was taken aback. All right, starting today, practice shooting 100 times, do 100 squats, and dribble 100 times daily. Trust me, you will grow stronger even if you go bald. Zhao Tian responded earnestly, Yes, coach. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Such enthusiasm. That evening, a new hot post emerged on the campus forum. Lung Qingxue clicked to reveal that Xiao Yu's ranking on the campus heartthrob list had risen to 12th place. Numerous comments followed. A user named Bunny exclaimed, Aw, Lin Yu, the heartthrob, truly deserving of this. Another user, Thundercat, added, Indeed. Lin Yu was so impressive in today's basketball match. Yet another user, Meat Lover, remarked, I feel this ranking increase is far too modest. Lin Yu ought to be in first place. Little Red Flower countered, Nonsense. I believe he has risen too much. Lung Qingxue closed the forum and sent a message to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, I have great news. Lin Yu opened WeChat and replied, What good news? Your ranking on the heartthrob list has risen again. You are now 12th. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow upon reading this. Have they quickly recognized my basketball skills? The information network among these girls is rather formidable. What a pace. I just finished playing in the afternoon, and my ranking has already improved. That's quite average, merely 12th. He remarked. Lung Qingxue shot a glance at her phone. Look at you, feeling proud over being merely 12th. Today, you played basketball. And I heard there are girls who wish to bear your children. Lin Yu's body stiffened. He hastily typed, Impossible. I only want Xue to bear my child. Others have no chance. Lung Qingxue's delicate face flushed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. You know your place. On Wednesday morning, Lung Qingxue awoke, climbed down from her pink bed, and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Her routine was quite regimented. Rising at 7 o'clock was a must. There was no alternative. Beauty demands such discipline. Failing to maintain a standard schedule would lead to blemishes. After completing her morning ritual and enjoying breakfast, she exited the university gates. This morning, she had no classes, while Lin Yu did. Otherwise, she would have insisted on dragging him along. Lung Qingxue set out to the fresh market to purchase snacks. Typically, on Wednesdays, she not only bought snacks, but also indulged in ice cream. However, now that she had the ice cream brought to her by Xiaoyu, She had lost interest in any other brand, regardless of their exorbitant price tags, none compared to Xiao Yu's offerings. Dressed in a fitted cream-colored long dress with cascading waves of hair draping over her shoulders, she strolled leisurely down the street. Half an hour later, she arrived at the entrance of the fresh market. This establishment was expansive with commendable service, though somewhat distant. Once inside, she quickly selected her favorite snacks and picked out several for Lin Yu as well. However, it seemed that Xiao Yu did not have a penchant for snacks. Tilting her head slightly, she displayed a mischievous grin. No worries. If Xiao Yu doesn't eat, I'll take care of it for him. After a while, Lung Qingxue pushed a cart brimming with snacks towards the checkout line. In front of her stood a beautiful matron, elegantly holding her purse and a selection of freshly purchased ingredients. Observing the woman reminded Lung Qingxue of her own mother, who would never venture to the market for groceries herself. In fact, her mother's cooking was somewhat lacking. Suddenly, a man brushed past her, his fingers seemingly grazing the matron's purse. Lung Qingxue's gaze sharpened. As the man attempted to walk away, she called out coldly, "Wait." Lu Yulan, standing in front of her, turned around, casting a puzzled glance at the lovely young girl behind her. The man, however, paid no heed and continued on his way. Determined, Lung Qingxue stepped forward to block the man's path. "I told you to wait, thief." The man's eyes widened in alarm. "What are you doing? Don't make baseless accusations. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation." Onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Lung Qingxue approached him, saying, "Then show me your hands." The man scoffed, revealing his empty palms and even shaking them in mockery. "Young lady, I demand an apology." Feigning confusion, Lung Qingxue suddenly reached out, gripping the man's arm and twisting it behind his back, successfully subduing him. "I will call the police." The man cried out in pain. Ling Qingxue gently extracted a golden card from the man's sleeve and handed it to Lu Yulan. "Auntie, please see if this card belongs to you." Lu Yulan was taken aback and hurriedly rummaged through her bag, only to discover that her golden card was indeed missing. "Oh yes. Thank you, dear girl." She quickly grasped Ling Qingxue's small hand. The onlookers erupted into applause. "Bravo! What a remarkable young lady." Meanwhile, the thief had seized the opportunity to flee, prompting a few men to chase after him. After Lu Yulan settled the bill for the vegetables, she also paid for the array of snacks that Ling Qingxue had brought. Ling Qingxue quickly declined. "Auntie, there's no need for that. I can cover it myself." Lu Yulan squeezed Ling Qingxue's delicate hand. "How could that be? You helped Auntie recover such a significant loss. It is only right that I pay." Seeing this, Ling Qingxue decided not to insist further. She scrutinized the woman before her. This auntie appeared strikingly familiar, both beautiful and reminiscent of someone she felt she had encountered before. At the same time, Lu Yulan was observing her, a smile gracing her face. "This girl is truly stunning," she thought, "even more so than I was in my youth. I must find a way to introduce her to Xiao Yu as a potential daughter-in-law." Chapter 47. Lin Mama's scheme for a daughter-in-law. Lu Yulan meticulously studied the lovely young lady before her, her heart swelling with delight as her admiration grew. This girl was exceptionally beautiful. Even Lu Yulan, confident in her own attractiveness, couldn't help but feel overshadowed. After all, how else could her son Xiao Yu have turned out so handsome? In her younger days, suitors had lined up to pursue her, stretching as far as the train station. Yet, even so, Lu Yulan had to concede that the girl before her surpassed her youthful beauty. She was determined to bring this girl into their lives as Xiao Yu's wife. Earlier, she had called Lin Yu, urging him to find a girlfriend at university and bring her home for her approval. Lin Yu readily agreed, but Lu Yulan knew her son was merely placating her. After all, she was the one who had raised him. She understood his thoughts well. He would procrastinate for as long as possible, true to her expectations. 2 weeks had passed without a word from him. Normally, she would remain silent, considering him her precious son. If he wished to delay, so be it. However, today was different. She had encountered such a beautiful girl, and she knew she had to seize the opportunity. Time was of the essence. Moreover, this girl was not only striking in appearance. Her character was equally admirable, displaying courage and a sense of justice. Just moments ago, she had bravely stepped forward to help recover Lu Yulan's stolen golden card. Who wouldn't he appreciate that? Lu Yulan gently caressed Ling Qingxue's small hand, a tender smile illuminating her face. "Dear girl, you are truly beautiful. Auntie is very fond of you." Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue revealed a sweet smile. "Auntie, you are so beautiful, just like my mother. I really like you." This was not mere flattery. Lung Qingxue It genuinely felt a sense of comfort and familiarity towards this lovely aunt, as if she had seen her somewhere before. You are such a charming child. What woman does not enjoy being complimented on her beauty, especially by another beautiful girl? Lu Yulan gently patted Lung Qingxue on the head. Come, dear. Let us leave the supermarket. All right. Lung Qingxue, clutching a large bag of snacks like a valiant warrior, followed Lu Yulan out of the supermarket. As they walked, her heart brimmed with joy, feeling the warmth of the woman beside her. She could not help but inquire, Auntie, do you usually come to the supermarket to buy groceries by yourself? This aunt possessed a gold card, indicating that her family was quite well off, yet here she was, shopping for groceries on her own. Indeed, I prefer to buy my own ingredients and cook, Lu Yulan replied with a smile. Although her family was comfortably situated, she relished the art of cooking herself, never hiring a chef to prepare meals at home, partly due to her lack of trust, and partly because she genuinely enjoyed it. Her culinary skills had improved remarkably over time, even earning praise from Linyu. Lung Qingxue nodded in agreement. Auntie, you are truly virtuous, unlike my mother, whose cooking is somewhat lacking and refuses to acknowledge it. In a villa in the bustling metropolis, Zhou Feng sat on the sofa watching television when suddenly she sneezed. It seems someone is speaking ill of me. It must be that little rascal Xue. No one else would. As she pondered, she recalled Linyu and sighed. What a wonderful boy, but alas, he already has a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Lu Yulan, upon hearing the charming little girl critique her mother, felt an urge to laugh. This child was simply delightful. Dear, Auntie cooks deliciously. You can come over to my house for a meal anytime. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue happily nodded her little head. Yes. If this beautiful aunt says so, then her cooking must be quite delectable, certainly better than my mother's. Dear, you haven't told Annie your name yet. Lu Yulan affectionately stroked Lung Qingxue's small head, growing more fond of her by the moment. Annie, my name is Lung Qingxue, she replied politely. Lung Qingxue? Such a lovely name. May I call you Xue? Of course. Lung Qingxue nodded without hesitation. Xue was not a name just anyone could use. But she felt that this beautiful aunt was indeed worthy. Uncertain of the reasons, yet it is simply so. Snow is truly delightful. Lu Yulan's smile radiated warmth as she said, Snow, you may call me Aunt Lan. Her heart brimmed with joy. For beautiful Snow was soon to be lured into becoming her daughter-in-law. Patience was essential. A gradual approach was necessary. Snow, are you busy at the moment? If not, why not accompany Aunt Lan for a stroll? Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, she had no pressing engagements today. Xiaoyu had classes in the morning, and any plans to meet him would need to wait until afternoon. Moreover, she yearned for a shopping companion, having lamented her solitude. That sounds wonderful, Aunt Lan. I am not busy at all. Let us go shopping together. Good child, follow me. Lu Yulan led Lung Qingxue to the parking lot and opened her car. Snow, let's place our things in the car first. Shopping with too much baggage is quite inconvenient. All right, Aunt Lan. Lung Qingxue placed a large bag of snacks into the vehicle, while Lu Yulan added the groceries she had just purchased. Let us go, Snow. It's time for our shopping. The duo entered the commercial street. Meanwhile, Linyu was seated in a classroom attending an economics lecture, his innate analytical skills activating passively. The knowledge imparted by the professor seemed to flow into his mind effortlessly. He felt a twinge of confusion, realizing that Lung Qingxue had not messaged him, leaving him to wonder what mischief she was up to. Perhaps she had not fully awakened yet. On the other side, Lu Yulan and Lung Qingxue meandered through the shops, purchasing numerous bags and garments. With Lu Yulan covering the expenses, Lung Qingxue held up a beige long dress, comparing it against Lu Yulan's waist. Aunt Lan, you would look stunning in this. Lu Yulan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the dress in Snow's hands. She recognized that their tastes were remarkably aligned. What a serendipitous connection. Surely, this young lady was destined to be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. She nodded in delight. Snow, your taste is impeccable. I adore this piece as well. As they continued their shopping, they unknowingly reached midday. Lu Yulan took Lung Qingxue by the hand and led her to a hotel, reserving a private room. Lung Qingxue did not hesitate. Lu Yulan sat beside her, grasping her small hand. Snow, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? He happens to be my son, and he is exceptionally handsome and kind. Lung Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Lu Yulan's words. Oh my! It seems Aunt Lan has taken a liking to me and wishes to introduce me to her son. However, she felt no discomfort. After all, she considered herself quite attractive. Moreover, it was rather commonplace for mothers to seek partners for their sons, much like her own mother had once attempted to introduce a young man to her. Lu Yulan observed the stunned expression on Lung Qingsno's face. With a smile, she continued, Shue, let me tell you, my son is truly exceptionally handsome, thanks to my genes. I assure you, if he isn't, you can return him to me without hesitation. Moreover, he possesses a commendable character and his academic performance is quite impressive. Naturally, a mother would speak highly of her son. However, I must admit, Xiaoyu is a bit on the slender side, though I haven't mentioned this. I wonder how he is faring at university. Has he grown stronger? I genuinely adore you, Shue, and wish for you to become my daughter-in-law. As Lu Yulan spoke, she gently caressed Lung Qingshue's delicate hand. Lung Qingxue listened quietly. To be honest, had she met Lu Yulan earlier, she might have genuinely considered it. After all, Aunt Lan's assertion of her son's attractiveness was something she believed. A woman as lovely as her would undoubtedly have a handsome son. Lu Yulan's sincerity convinced her that her son must be a good person. Yet, she already had Xiaoyu. No matter how handsome another might be, could he surpass Xiaoyu? Thus, she politely smiled and replied, Aunt Lan, I am truly sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Lu Yulan's expression shifted in surprise. What? Such a wonderful girl already has a partner. I was too late. Why didn't I meet you sooner? A daughter-in-law is splendid, as you has slipped away. Shue, do you really have a boyfriend? You're not teasing me, are you? Lu Yulan inquired. Aunt, why would I lie to you? I genuinely have a boyfriend. Lung Qingxue replied, holding Lu Yulan's hand. She felt a peculiar sense of warmth towards this beautiful aunt whom she had just met, as if they shared an unspoken bond. All right, Shue, I can't help but feel it's such a pity. A girl as wonderful as you has already been claimed. Lu Yulan lamented. Aunt, there are many girls much more exceptional than I, Lung Qingxue reassured her. Lu Yulan grasped Lung Qingshue's small hand, knowing well that such exceptional girls were rare. And she had only just encountered one, now already taken. Oh well, Lu Yulan said, taking out her phone. Shue, let us add each other on WeChat. When I go out shopping, I would love for you to join me. What do you say? She was quite fond of this girl. Sure, Lung Qingsue replied, pulling out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. After a while, their meal arrived, and they began to eat. As Lu Yulan observed Lung Qingshue's graceful manner of dining, she felt even more regretful. After finishing their meal, Lu Yulan and Lung Qingxue settled the bill and exited the hotel. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time for Lung Qingxue to head back. As they approached the car, she said, Aunt, I must take my leave now. I have classes this afternoon. Cold Qingxue picked up a large bag of snacks along with the clothes that Lu Yulan had purchased for her. Shue, you are still a university student? Yes. Cold Qingxue nodded her little head, pondering why her being a university student would be surprising. You aren't from Magic University, are you? Lu Yulan inquired. As it was the only nearby university, she often came to this area to buy groceries because her son studied here. Indeed, Auntie. How did you know I was from Magic University? Cold Qingxue asked, perplexed. Just a guess. My son studies there as well, Lu Yulan replied, her irritation growing. Such a fortunate coincidence to have a daughter who attended the same university as her son. To think she already had a boyfriend. Cold Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Her little mouth agape. What a coincidence, Auntie. Indeed, Lu Yulan replied. Let me drive you to your university. Although it isn't far, the sun is quite intense. All right. Thank you, Auntie. Cold Qingxue, without hesitation, hopped into the car. 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the university's entrance. And Cold Qingxue got out with her bags in hand. She waved goodbye to Lu Yulan. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, Shue. Lu Yulan responded as she drove back home. Upon returning, thoughts of Shue filled her mind, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She promptly took out her phone and called Linyu. In his dormitory, Linyu saw that it was his mother calling and answered, Hello, Mom. Hello, Xiaoyu, I'm very upset. Come comfort your mother. Linyu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? What happened? Let me tell you, I met a particularly beautiful girl today. She is exceptionally kind and attends the same university as you. I wanted to introduce her to you as a potential girlfriend, but she already has a partner. Isn't that frustrating? Linyu couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Mom. Is that all? You're upset over this? What do you mean, is that all? You, Xiaoyu, still don't have a partner. Hearing this, Linyu could no longer sit idle. This was intolerable. Mom, let me be honest with you. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Your son has already found a remarkably beautiful girlfriend. The undeniable campus belle from our university. Lu Yulan's expression shifted from surprise to skepticism. Xiaoyu, are you trying to deceive your mother again? Don't think I wouldn't dare discipline you. In truth, she was reluctant to do so. Mom, I'm serious this time. I'm not lying, Lin Yu asserted confidently. Oh, is that so? Then bring her home for me to see. Oh, what? Xiaoyu is indeed trying to trick his mother. Lin Yu, feeling defiant, responded, I'll bring her. Just give me a little time. Mom, I need to discuss this with my girlfriend. Lu Yulan displayed a cunning smile. Her tactic of provocation was quite effective. All right, Xiaoyu. Your mother has given you a week to prepare. Lin Yu took a deep breath, understood. Lu Yulan's face instantly brightened with joy. My precious son is so obedient. Lin Yu chuckled, thinking how just moments ago he was a mischievous boy, and now he was a cherished son. It seemed necessary to discuss this matter with Xue. That evening, Lung Qingxue was playing a game on her bed when a WeChat notification suddenly popped up. It was a message from her mother, Lung Qingxue. The 2-week deadline has arrived. Tomorrow afternoon at the Golden Emperor Hotel. I expect to see my son-in-law there. Otherwise, be prepared to be beaten into a little pig. Lung Qingxue gasped in shock. Oh, Xiaoyu, save me. Chapter 49, Xiaoyu. Aunt Fong. Mother Lung wants her daughter to get married on the spot. Lung Qingxue stared at the message from her mother, trembling uncontrollably. Her mother's threat to turn her into a pig was not an idle one. She had experienced such punishment in her childhood for being too naughty, resulting in a sore bottom. Her mother meant business, and she was skilled in combat sports, delivering blows that left one breathless. It was from her mother that Lung Qingxue had learned her own martial arts. Was it truly 2 weeks already? Lung Qingxue felt as though she and Lin Yu had barely spent 2 days together, and the deadline had arrived. Fortunately, she had already informed Xiaoyu about meeting her mother. It wasn't a significant issue. She quickly typed a response. Mom, listen to me. You must not hit me. I will bring my boyfriend over tomorrow. In the villa, Zhou Fong read her daughter's reply and responded, Xue, if you bring my son-in-law, I will naturally give you face. Zhou Fong understood the importance of maintaining her daughter's dignity, especially in front of her future son-in-law. After all, she was her beloved daughter, albeit a bit mischievous. Mom, just wait. The person I bring tomorrow will surely satisfy you. Lung Qingxue typed with audacity. Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow and replied, it better be so. Satisfy me. Currently, only Xiaoyu could achieve that. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu is already taken. I can only hope that the person Xue brings catches my eye. However, she knew her daughter's standards were quite high. It should be fine, shouldn't it? After they concluded their conversation, Lung Qingxue found Lin Yu's chat box, intending to inform him about her mother's impending visit. Her delicate fingers danced across the phone's keyboard, but she paused mid-sentence, deleting what she had just typed. She believed it would be clearer to discuss the matter face-to-face rather than through WeChat. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had the same thought. He resolved to mention to Xue that his mother wished to meet her the following day. The next day, Lin Yu rose early, washed up, and then headed downstairs for breakfast. He descended the stairs and soon spotted the enchanting Lung Qingxue waiting for him in silence, not far away. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she rushed towards him like a fledgling bird seeking refuge, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, save me. As she flung herself into Lin Yu's embrace, her delicate arms wrapped around his waist. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, gently stroking her little head. What's wrong? Why are you asking for help? Lung Qingxue lifted her petite chin, her large eyes fixed on Lin Yu without blinking. Xiaoyu, my mother said she wants to meet you this afternoon. If I don't take you there, she'll beat me into a little pig. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing it was time for him to meet his future mother-in-law. He playfully pinched Lung Qingxue's tender face. But what does it mean to be beaten into a pig? Can one really be beaten into a pig? He playfully poked her small nose. She is terribly scary. My mom is super fierce. She practices martial arts, and her favorite pastime is beating up any son-in-law she disapproves of. Lung Qingxue exclaimed, demonstrating combat moves with her little hands, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. Lin Yu was startled. Oh my, how frightening, the future mother-in-law. If Zhou Fong were to discover how Lung Qingxue was maligning her image in front of Lin Yu, she would undoubtedly turn Qingxue into a little pig on the spot. Recovering from his astonishment, Lin Yu pinched Lung Qingxue's slender waist. Qingxue, my mother also mentioned that she wants to meet you in a week. Lung Qingxue was taken aback by this revelation. Mom wants to meet me too. The pressure is on me now. What is happening? Why is everyone wanting to meet at the same time? My mom wants to see you, and now your mom wants to see me. Seeing the astonished expression on Lung Qingxue's face, Lin Yu pinched her fair little face, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Don't worry, Qingxue. My mom is quite formidable. Her favorite pastime is to bully her daughters-in-law. He was teasing her. In truth, his mother was gentle. Lung Qingxue responded with confusion. Then I don't need to worry. Xiaoyu, is that for real? Don't scare me. Of course it's true. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu laughed heartily upon noticing the paleness of her face. Realizing she had been tricked, Lung Qingxue playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist in return. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu donned a formal outfit. Making himself incredibly dashing for the occasion of meeting his future mother-in-law, taking it seriously. He arrived at the university gate to meet Lung Qingxue, who was dressed casually, as she felt no need to overly adorn herself for meeting her mother. However, she vowed to look her most beautiful when facing Lin Yu's mother. Seeing the impeccably handsome Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue pouted, "Oh, Xiaoyu, dressed so casually on most days. Yet today, my mother is adorned so elegantly." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Do I usually dress this stylishly?" "Absolutely not." Lung Qingxue immediately refuted. "If you dress like that every day, it would be a calamity. We would be overrun by sheep. Come on, Xiaoyu, let us go meet my mom." Lung Qingxue linked her arm with Lin Yu's, and the two of them headed towards the Jinhuang Grand Hotel. Inside the opulent private room of the Jinhuang Grand Hotel, Zhou Fong sat in the center, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Having reserved the most luxurious suite in the bustling metropolis, she was determined to meet her son-in-law in the grandest manner possible. Surely, Shueshue won't stand me up, right? If she dares to do so, I won't hesitate to fetch her from school, Zhou Fong mused. Half an hour passed with no sign of movement at the door. Zhou Fong's brow furrowed in concern as she rose to her feet. Her fingers clenched as an air of menace seemed to emanate from her. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Lung Qingxue and a strikingly handsome man standing at the entrance. "Mom, I'm here." She dashed forward, eager to embrace her mother. Upon seeing the handsome man's visage, Zhou Fong was taken aback, her expression shifting from surprise to delight. The menacing aura dissipated instantly, replaced by a warm smile. She gently pushed away Shueshue's eager face and approached Lin Yu, grasping his hand. "Xiaoyu, it's you." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Aunt Fong? Come, Xiaoyu, let us have a good chat," Zhou Fong beamed, pulling Lin Yu to sit beside her. At that moment, she wished she could bring out the household registration book for the two young ones to obtain their marriage certificate right away. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue stood there, her little head spinning in disbelief. "Mom, Xiaoyu, do you two know each other?" Chapter 50. Lung Qingxue's family status takes a hit. Zhou Fong, upon hearing her daughter's naive question, shot her a disapproving glance. "You silly girl, how could you even ask? When I introduced Xiaoyu as your potential boyfriend, you had already claimed to have one and turned him down. You nearly missed out on such an excellent son-in-law." However, fate had smiled upon her, as Xiaoyu turned out to be the boyfriend Lung Qingxue had spoken of. This serendipitous twist had salvaged a significant loss. Zhou Fong finally comprehended why Shueshue had been so confident in rejecting her introductions. With a partner as remarkable as Lin Yu, it was no surprise she had dismissed others. Considering the scale of Shueshue's transgressions and merits, Zhou Fong decided not to scold her daughter too harshly. If Lung Qingxue were aware of her mother's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. Is this truly what a mother would say? Zhou Fong gazed affectionately at her beloved daughter. "Of course, I know Xiaoyu. He is such a wonderful young man. Remember the day I mentioned introducing you to someone? He was the one. And yet, you turned him down, nearly missing out on Xiaoyu." Lung Qingxue was taken aback by her mother's revelation. "No way. How could this be? It turns out that the boy my mother mentioned is Xiaoyu. Mother, you could have simply told me Xiaoyu's name back then. It's all your fault." Lung Qingxue puffed up her cheeks, shifting the blame onto Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong, however, was unwilling to take the fall. She pinched Qingxue's plump cheeks, reminding her that it was she who had said she had a boyfriend, which prompted her to remain silent. Though her mother had introduced Xiaoyu, whom she had initially rejected, she was already in a relationship with him. Consequently, the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Yu, who sat beside Zhou Fong and held her hand, was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the legendary mother-in-law would turn out to be the beautiful aunt he had encountered that day. Aunt Fong was Qingxue's mother. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Of course, he would recognize Qingxue's mother, given their striking resemblance and shared beauty. However, Qingxue mentioned that her mother seemed rather fierce, which Lin Yu found hard to believe. Where was the ferocity? She was such a lovely and gentle lady. Zhou Fong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. The son-in-law she had always dreamed of was right before her eyes. How could she not be happy? Zhou Fong's face radiated joy, and the earlier tension had dissipated. Had it not been for the fact that Qing Xue brought Xiaoyu today, she would have scolded her for being late. She smiled at Lin Yu, saying, "Xiaoyu, I truly did not expect it to be you. I'm so delighted." Lin Yu replied with a grin, "Aunt Fong, I'm equally pleased to know you are Qing Xue's mother. What a wonderful child you have." Lung Qing Xue then nestled beside Zhou Fong, embracing her. "Mother, Xiaoyu, how did you two meet? I'm completely in the dark. Please tell me." Consequently, Zhou Fong recounted the encounter with Lin Yu that day. Lung Qing Xue realized that Xiaoyu had met her mother when he went out. What a remarkable coincidence. After a while, the waiter entered with the dishes. "Come, Xiaoyu, let us eat." Zhou Fong piled Lin Yu's bowl high with food. Upon seeing the abundance of delectable dishes, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. His treatment as a son-in-law was quite favorable. As the three dined together, Lung Qing Xue felt a surge of happiness observing such a harmonious scene, which indicated that her mother-in-law favored her son-in-law. However, she couldn't help but notice that her mother was constantly serving Xiaoyu, neglecting to serve her at all. It made Xiaoyu seem like her own son. Lung Qing Xue felt her familial status was under threat. "Mother, I want some food too," she exclaimed, puffing up her cheeks. "Here you go," Zhou Fong replied, placing a piece of meat into Qing Xue's bowl. Lung Qing Xue protested. "Is this the treatment reserved for a biological daughter?" Lin Yu found the situation amusing, and Xue was indeed quite entertaining. "Come, Xiaoyu, eat more," Zhou Fong said, casting a glance at Lung Qing Xue. "Xiaoyu, tell your aunt, has Xue bullied you at university? I shall take up your cause." She was well aware of her mischievous daughter. Lin Yu was taken aback. "Well, she has indeed been quite the bully," he replied. "For instance, during our first encounter, she boldly confessed her feelings and even locked me up, which led to the department head catching us. She would feed me dumplings that I couldn't finish daily, frightening me with tales of her fierce mother, when in reality, she is not fierce at all. There are numerous other incidents, a veritable litany of mischief." Upon hearing her mother's words, Lung Qing Xue turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, giving him a warning look. "Xiaoyu, you mustn't speak carelessly, or I'll bite you." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "See, this woman is fully aware of her misdeeds and even threatens me." Zhou Fong, noticing Lin Yu's momentary hesitation, assumed he was reluctant to speak. "It's all right, Xiaoyu. Speak boldly. Your aunt is on your side." Lin Yu responded, "Ahaha, there's nothing to worry about, Aunt Fong. Xue is very well behaved. She has never bullied me." Zhou Fong harbored a slight skepticism. "Xue is well behaved? Then surely, there are no mischievous individuals in this world." Upon hearing Lin Yu's answer, Lung Qing Xue nodded in satisfaction. "Humph, Xiaoyu, you are quite perceptive. Based on your response, you shall receive a reward when we return." Lin Yu noticed a gleeful smile on Lung Qing Xue's face, causing the corners of his lips to curve slightly. "However, Aunt Fong, Xue mentioned when she arrived that you were particularly fierce and enjoyed delivering harsh reprimands to unsatisfactory sons-in-law." Lung Qing Xue was immediately taken aback by this remark. Chapter 51. Cold Mother. "Xiaoyu, I am on your side." Zhou Fong, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, was initially stunned, yet her expression remained smiling. "That is not true. Xiaoyu, don't listen to Xue's nonsense. How could an aunt possibly reprimand her son-in-law? Well, perhaps just a little for her daughter." "Indeed, I believe so," Lin Yu echoed. Zhou Fong then directed a fierce gaze towards Xue, who was seated beside her. How dare Xue slander her in front of Xiaoyu? She was tarnishing her image as a formidable mother-in-law in his eyes. How could she be fierce? Furthermore, it was inconceivable to reprimand an unsatisfactory son-in-law. If he was unsatisfactory, so be it. Why would she take it out on him? A few reprimands for Xue would suffice, but never for an outsider. "Xue, do you really believe this to be true?" Lung Qing Xue, sensing her mother's murderous gaze, was instantly alarmed. "I can't believe it. Xiaoyu has actually framed me." At that moment, Lung Qing Xue was utterly stunned. She never expected Xiaoyu to betray her, although she had indeed mentioned that her mother was fierce. It was true, her mother really was fierce. Could she not be fierce after beating her into a little pig? As for hitting her son-in-law, that was merely to frighten Xiaoyu. "Just wait. Xiaoyu, how could you betray your sister? Just wait until we return home. I shall ensure that you are properly punished." "Nonsense. Mom." Lung Qing Snow directly clung to Zhou Fong's arm, her large eyes blinking innocently. With such a gentle mother, How could she possibly be fierce? I was only scaring Xiaoyu. To enhance your esteemed mother-in-law's authority. Just think about it. Doesn't a mother-in-law need to possess a certain gravitas? Zhou Fong found this both amusing and exasperating. Gently pinching King Snow's little ear. You little rascal, so mischievous. There was no helping it. After all, she was her precious daughter. Moreover, with Xiaoyu present, she could not possibly disregard King Snow's feelings. Upon seeing that her mother had not punished her, Lung King Snow instantly brightened. She then shot an intimidating look at Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, you just wait. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, not at all intimidated. With his esteemed mother-in-law as a backing, he had King Snow firmly under control. At the dining table, the three continued to enjoy their meal harmoniously. Lin Yu silently recited in his mind. System, purchase dining etiquette skills. 50 points. Would you like to purchase? Yes. Lin Yu utilized the dining etiquette skills, instantly acquiring a plethora of table manners. He learned how to hold knives and forks, how to position chopsticks. He mastered it all. Dining etiquette, indeed, is an art. As the saying goes, there is a manner of sitting, standing, and eating. One must not make slurping noises while eating. Some of these things he already knew, but others required specific learning. Typically, it would not matter, but today was an occasion to meet his esteemed mother-in-law. Lin Yu had to be attentive. Thus, he maintained an elegant demeanor while eating. Zhou Fong, observing Lin Yu's grace, nodded approvingly. This boy is truly remarkable. He has been taught well. Beside her, Lung King Snow was taken aback. When did Xiaoyu become so pretentious? Having dined with Lin Yu daily, she had long been accustomed to his eating habits. His manner was acceptable, neither crude nor overly refined, just normal. But today, he seemed excessively pretentious. Mom, I must expose Lin Yu. He is just pretending. Half an hour later, the three had eaten their fill, and a considerable amount of food remained on the table. Lung King Snow stood up, moved around, and sat beside Lin Yu, then secretly stretched out her delicate little hand, subtly pinching Lin Yu's waist. Xiaoyu, this is what you get for speaking ill of me. Though she pinched, she did not exert much force. Zhou Fong continued to engage Lin Yu in casual conversation. Xiaoyu, do tell Aunt Fong about your family situation. Aunt Fong, my father runs a company, and my mother is the manager. During the summer months, Lin Yu hardly saw his father, who was often away on business trips. What a coincidence. Xue's father has also established a company, and our families seem remarkably compatible. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Zhou Fong felt increasingly pleased. Not only is he a commendable person, but their circumstances also bear a striking resemblance to her family's situation. It seems as though fate has destined him to be her son-in-law. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, recalling how Xue had gifted him a suit without a hint of hesitation. He realized that Xue must be quite affluent. Seizing the moment, Zhou Fong was eager to act. She could hardly wait to return home, retrieve Xue's household registration, and facilitate the couple's marriage certificate application, or perhaps even relocate the Civil Affairs Bureau to their vicinity. However, they still needed Lin Yu's household registration, which depended on his mother's approval. Lin Yu, what does your mother think of Xue? My mom hasn't met Xue yet, but she has scheduled a meeting for next week. I believe she will take a liking to her, Lin Yu confidently replied, feeling an inexplicable intuition that his mother would indeed appreciate Xue. Zhou Fong smiled, reassured by her faith in her daughter. That's wonderful. Lin Yu, I truly enjoyed our conversation today. Now let us return. I will drive you both back to the university. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Yu stood up, suddenly recalling something, and inquired of Zhou Fong. Aunt Fong, where is Uncle? I haven't seen him. Oh, your uncle is on a business trip and cannot be here. Moreover, he is unaware that Xue is already in a relationship, Zhou Fong replied with a smile. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that his future father-in-law was completely oblivious to his existence. I hope he doesn't have any objections? What could he possibly object to? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter, as long as I am satisfied. You needn't worry, Lin Yu. I have your back, Zhou Fong assured him with great generosity. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, as if a revelation had dawned upon him regarding his future father-in-law's position within the family dynamic. Chapter 52, The Sudden Car Accident. Lin Yu to the rescue. Ling Qingxue observed Lin Yu's expression, which seemed somewhat nuanced. She stifled a laugh and gently patted his shoulder. Lin Yu, my dad is like this at home. He can express opinions, but whether they are acted upon is up to my mother and me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. Wow, Uncle's standing definitely needs improvement. However, he found this to be quite normal. In his own household, His father held a similar position. At home, one must heed their mother's guidance. Zhou Fong smiled tenderly at Lin Yu. You needn't worry, dear. If Shueshua dares to bully you, just tell me. Let us see if I one tea turn her into a little pig. And if your uncle ever bullies you, the same applies. Lin Yu felt a surge of gratitude for Aunt Fong's kindness. This is what a good mother-in-law should be. With her protection, who would dare to cross him? Lin Yu now felt invincible, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Could he truly roam freely in Shueshue's home? Under the protective gaze of his mother-in-law, who would dare to challenge him? And who else? Mom, am I still not your beloved daughter? Hearing Zhou Fong's words, Lung Qingshue's cheeks puffed up in indignation. How could her mother, in front of Xiao Yu, claim she would turn her into a little pig? Shueshue, you are undoubtedly my cherished daughter, Zhou Fong said, pinching Shueshue's chubby cheek. However, you mustn't speak ill of your mother in front of Xiao Yu. I haven't forgotten that. Lung Qingxue protested. Isn't it just saying that mom is fierce and loves to beat up her son-in-law? Yet, the truth remained. Her mother was indeed fierce and violent. While she might not strike her son-in-law, her daughter was certainly not exempt. Lin Yu's curiosity was piqued. How could one turn someone into a pig? He turned to his mother-in-law. Aunt Fong, how did you manage to turn Shueshue into a little pig? Zhou Fong chuckled at his inquiry. Haha, Xiao Yu, I appreciate your thirst for knowledge. Allow me to enlighten you. Mom, don't you dare, Lung Qingxue exclaimed, gripping Zhou Fong's arm as she sensed her mother was about to share an embarrassing story. Zhou Fong swiftly embraced her daughter, restraining her movements. Lin Yu observed their interaction, his interest further ignited. A secret surely lay beneath this exchange. Annie will tell you how I turned Shueshue into a little pig. It's quite simple, Zhou Fong continued, her smile taking on a devilish charm, yet seasoned with maturity. Lin Yu perked up, eager not to miss a single word. You simply have to make her face swollen. Zhou Fong's smile resembled that of a mischievous imp. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow, that makes perfect sense. If someone's face is swollen, aren't they akin to a pig? Aunt Fong, I have gained enlightenment. Indeed, Xiao Yu is quite clever, Zhou Fong nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue interjected with a loud cry. Aw, Xiao Yu, don't believe what mom says. It's too embarrassing. Lin Yu calmly nodded in response. Yes, Shueshue. I want to mention the incident of you being turned into a little pig to anyone. Ah, you still said it. Lung Qingxue nearly lunged at Lin Yu in frustration. But her mother held her firmly in place. After a brief chat between Zhou Fong and Lin Yu, they stood up, preparing to leave the hotel with the two children. Kids, it's time to head home. It's getting late. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue both nodded in agreement. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining dishes on the table. Wait a moment, Aunt Fong, let us pack the leftovers. We mustn't waste food. Zhou Fong paused, surprised that he had thought of that. Xiao Yu is truly a wonderful child. Despite coming from a well-off family, he understands the value of food. Good boy, I'll have the waiter pack it up, he said. Lung Qingxue leaped to Lin Yu's side and embraced him. Xiao Yu, please hand me the packed food. I'll take it back for my dorm sisters. Lin Yu playfully pinched her small nose. Of course, he originally thought that if no one else wanted it, he would bring it back for his roommates. Now, it is perfect, as Shueshue wants to take it back for her friends. As for the other three, he unilaterally declared that they were not hungry. After a while, the waiter finished packing the meals. The three of them exited the hotel with the takeout and made their way to the parking lot. Zhou Fong settled into the driver's seat of the Porsche, while Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue took their places in the back. The car roared to life, and occasionally, Lung Qingxue would reach out her tiny hand and pinch Lin Yu at the waist. Xiao Yu had just betrayed her trust, and she still remembered. Lin Yu barely felt it, as it felt more like a playful tickle. He leaned back comfortably against the seat, relishing the moment. Who could ask for more than having his mother-in-law personally driving him? Zhou Fong chatted with Lin Yu as they drove. Xiao Yu, how is Shueshue's performance at school? Shueshue excels, especially in mathematics. She ranks first in her department. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue tightened her grip around Lin Yu's waist, a bit more forcefully. How could she take pride in that when the person next to her was even better at math? This girl. She wondered how she developed such a fondness for the subject. Zhou Fong sighed in admiration, just as Lin Yu was about to respond. He suddenly sensed something hurtling towards them at high speed. Outside the car window, a black vehicle careened past, scraping against the Porsche. Aunt Fong, watch out. The Porsche was struck by the black car and began to veer uncontrollably towards the roadside barrier. Zhou Fong was startled, but quickly regained her composure. gripping the steering wheel firmly in an attempt to regain control. However, the steering wheel suddenly became unresponsive. Observing this, Lin Yu immediately leaned forward, using one hand to counteract the steering wheel's erratic movement. His muscles tensed, veins bulging as he exerted his strength. The direction of the Porsche was stabilized, and Zhou Feng promptly slammed on the brakes. Yet, propelled by inertia, the car continued to scrape alongside the barrier, slowly crashing into a nearby tree. Shui Shui and Feng, duck. Taking heed of Lin Yu's command, Lung Qingxue and Zhou Feng lowered their heads for protection. Lin Yu, meanwhile, lunged forward, wrapping one arm around Lung Qingxue to shield her while positioning his body protectively over Zhou Feng's head. With a resounding crash, the Porsche collided with the tree and came to a halt. For a moment, the car was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Zhou Feng and Lung Qingxue urgently called out to Lin Yu, who had shielded them. The encounter had been terrifying, and they felt a lingering fear. Thankful for Lin Yu's presence during the ordeal, Lin Yu lifted his head and inquired, I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt? His robust constitution of 100 was not to be trifled with. If such a minor collision could cause injury, he would certainly demand a refund from the system. The three individuals promptly exited the vehicle. We are unscathed, they assured him. Zhou Feng and Lung Qingxue immediately surrounded Lin Yu, inspecting him for any injuries. Suddenly, Lung Qingxue gasped, ah. She noticed a large abrasion on Lin Yu's arm, a vivid crimson wound seeping blood. Chapter 53. The minor injury that feels no pain. Should we visit the hospital? Upon hearing Lung Qingxue's exclamation, Zhou Feng turned her attention towards them. What happened, Shui Shui? Oh my, look at Xiao Yu's arm. Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon Lin Yu's wounded arm, and she trembled, her complexion paling. The injury was alarming, a sight that could evoke fear. Lin Yu had sustained such a severe wound while protecting them, which deeply moved Zhou Feng. He truly was the exemplary son-in-law she favored. Observing the two women's ashen faces, Lin Yu instinctively raised his arm to check. Is this all? He mused. I thought it would be something more severe. Setting aside the fact that the extensive abrasion appeared intimidating, Lin Yu felt no pain at all, perhaps due to his constitution of 100. He was completely oblivious to the discomfort typically associated with such minor injuries. With concern in her eyes, Lung Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, does it hurt? Let me blow on it. She leaned in, gently blowing on his wound with her soft lips. A gentle breeze made Lin Yu's arm feel slightly ticklish. Zhou Feng, pulling Lin Yu along, insisted, come on, Xiao Yu, let us head to the hospital. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? It's just a minor scrape. Why go to the hospital? Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed that Zhou Feng and Lung Qingxue had sustained cuts on their fingers. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Aunt Feng, Shui Shui, look at your fingers. You're injured, and yet you're unaware. Zhou Feng and Lung Qingxue froze, then glanced at their fingers. A red scratch marred their delicate digits. They had not felt it at first, but now, upon inspection, they sensed a burning pain, akin to a knife-esque cut. It must have been a recent injury. Lin Yu silently commanded, System, retrieve the powerful healing band-aids. Retrieved, two exquisitely packaged band-aids appeared in his hand, resembling ordinary band-aids in shape. If not for the system's intervention, Lin Yu would have mistaken them for standard adhesive bandages. Shui Shui, give me your hand. Although Lung Qingxue was unsure of Lin Yu's intentions, she obediently extended her hand toward him. Lin Yu carefully unwrapped the band-aid and applied it to her injury, his movements meticulous and earnest, ensuring the edges of the band-aid were perfectly aligned, an evident manifestation of his compulsive nature. Cold Qingxue gazed in astonishment as Lin Yu deftly applied a band-aid. Xiao Yu, you are truly remarkable. You carry band-aids with you. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With the system at his disposal, carrying a train wouldn't be an issue either. Aunt Feng, it's your turn now. He promptly attended to Zhou Feng, ensuring the band-aid was perfectly aligned, as was his custom. Zhou Feng watched Lin Yu with increasing fondness. Such a diligent son-in-law was a rarity indeed, both courageous and attentive. Thankfully, he was already part of her family. Once he had finished, Zhou Feng declared, let us go. Xiao Yu, we must head to the hospital. Lin Yu protested, must we really go to the hospital? This wound just needs some disinfectant, and it will heal in no time. With my robust constitution, it's hardly an issue. Zhou Feng's expression turned serious as she responded, oh no, Xiao Yu. What if the wound gets infected? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by his formidable mother-in-law's aura. Exactly. Cold Qingxue chimed in. You call that a minor injury? Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the slightly damaged Porsche at the front. He pointed out, Aunt Fong, your car is in need of repair. Zhou Fong glanced at the vehicle. Dismissing its importance, the priority is to get you to the hospital. I will have my secretary drive the car back later. As she pulled out her phone to call her secretary, Lin Yu's lips twitched in resignation. It seemed a visit to the hospital was inevitable. Thus, he found himself escorted to the hospital by the mother-daughter duo. The doctor disinfected his arm and wrapped it in bandages. Lin Yu was bewildered. It was merely a scrape. Yet it felt as if they were treating a fracture. Cold Qingxue observed him from the side, wearing a mischievous smile. She reached out with her little finger and poked his bandaged arm, asking, Does it hurt, Xiaoyu? Lin Yu maintained a neutral expression, Not at all. Zhou Fong then inquired, Are you really not in pain, Xiaoyu? Aunt Fong, it truly doesn't hurt, Lin Yu replied, uncertain of what more to say. As it was indeed just a minor injury for him. Zhou Fong sighed in relief upon receiving Lin Yu's assurance. The earlier moment had been quite perilous, almost resulting in serious harm to her son-in-law. All right, children, let us head back. As Zhou Fong instructed her secretary to take the Porsche away, she also requested a new car to be brought. After leaving the hospital, she drove the two youngsters back to the university in the new vehicle. Inside the car, Zhou Fong's expression turned fierce. Xiaoyu, Qingxue, rest assured, I will make sure to track down that black car from today. It was clearly deliberate. Yes, Mom. Let's catch him and give him a good beating. Qingxue exclaimed. Count me in, I want to join you. Cold Qingxue sat beside Lin Yu, her small fist clenched. Her expression fierce as she exclaimed, You almost let my little Yuer get hurt. I will make them pay dearly. The two women in the car emanated an aura of danger. At that moment, Lin Yu spoke up, Aunt Fong, I know who was behind that vehicle. Both Qingxue and Zhou Fong turned to Lin Yu in surprise. That car belongs to the group that attempted to scam you that day. They likely seek revenge. How do you know this, Xiaoyu? Because I memorized the license plate number and the car's design. Ever since Lin Yu acquired his keen analytical skills, his memory had been significantly enhanced. He remembered the license plate at a glance. Zhou Fong nodded, having placed her complete trust in Lin Yu due to his remarkable capabilities. My son-in-law is handsome, strong, intelligent, and has an excellent memory. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Good, Xiaoyu with this clue. Aunt will surely be able to apprehend that group swiftly. Cold Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu with admiration, her delight in him growing ever more profound. She had truly chosen wisely and had found a treasure. Half an hour later, Zhou Fong drove Lin Yu and Cold Qingxue to the university entrance. They stepped out of the car. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Aunt Fong. Farewell, Xue. Xiaoyu, remember to sleep early and don't stay up late. Zhou Fong drove away. A glint of cold determination appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. The incident from today would not simply be brushed aside. After all, he, Lin Yu, was no devil. Chapter 54, A Sweet Kiss. The wound heals rapidly as Zhou Fong drove off. Cold Qingxue walked alongside Lin Yu on the university road. She looked at the handsome man beside her, a mischievous smile gracing her face, and stealthily extended her delicate hand towards Lin Yu's waist. Taking advantage of her mother's departure, she aimed to pinch Lin Yu's waist, seeking revenge for the betrayal he had inflicted upon her earlier that evening, which nearly resulted in her mother turning him into a pig. Fortunately, she had been clever enough to twist the situation to her favor. She was quite vengeful. Cold Qingxue had deliberately waited for her mother to leave, leaving just the two of them, a solitary man and woman, ready to ignite the spark of mischief. Then, she would launch her surprise attack. If her mother were present, she would undoubtedly shield Xiaoyu, leaving her no chance to pinch him. It was becoming evident that ever since Xiaoyu had met her mother, her standing in the family hierarchy had diminished. Just as her hand was about to reach Lin Yu's waist to enact her playful revenge, her gaze fell upon the bandage wrapped around his arm. The stark white of the bandage strikingly noticeable. Cold Qingxue paused her hand, then slowly withdrew it, slipping it into Lin Yu's coat pocket instead. Humph. In light of Xiaoyu's heroic actions tonight, I shall grant him clemency. A balance of merit and demerit, just as it should be. Lin Yu noticed that Lung Qingxue had slipped her small hand into his pocket, and he turned to look at her. What's wrong, Xue? Thanks to you, Xiaoyu. Today has been wonderful. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaoyu, I want ice cream. Lung Qingxue said, her beautiful eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at Lin Yu. I want a big one. Amused, Lin Yu gently patted her little head. Her train of thought shifted so rapidly, leaping straight to the idea of ice cream. He procured a large ice cream from the system's store, one that was a full double the size of the delicious treat he had given her before. Lin Yu was a man of his word. If he promised a large one, then a large one it would be. He pulled out a box of the grand ice cream from another pocket and handed it to Lung Qingxue. Upon seeing the large ice cream, her mouth fell open in surprise. She accepted it and then scrutinized Lin Yu's pocket closely. Xiaoyu, you carry ice cream with you. How doesn't it melt? After pondering, she recalled that Xiaoyu had been with her since the afternoon, only returning home late in the evening, which meant the ice cream had been in his pocket for at least 5 or 6 hours, yet it hadn't melted. Little did Lung Qingxue know that Lin Yu possessed a system that allowed him to retrieve items at will. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The fact that the ice cream did not melt seemed rather unreasonable. He quickly contemplated in his mind. Then a slight smile graced his lips as he silently thought, system. Purchase an insulated bag. Purchase complete. Just like that, an insulated bag silently appeared in Lin Yu's pocket. Shue, look what I have. Lin Yu reached into his pocket and pulled out a black insulated bag, shaking it playfully. The moment Lung Qingxue saw the insulated bag, she understood the reason behind the ice cream's preservation. Lin Yu feigned a look of great sacrifice. Shue, look. I wanted you to enjoy warm ice cream anytime, anywhere. So I even carried an insulated bag with me. How hard it must be for me. In truth, it was not hard at all. How will you repay me? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lung Qingxue tilted her little head, pondering his statement. Xiaoyu seemed to have a point. She approached him, leaned in close, and stood on her tiptoes to gently kiss his lips. After the kiss, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her expression was one of mischievous delight. So Xiaoyu, how's that for repayment? Lin Yu stood there in a daze, a bit bewildered. So sweet. Lung Qingxue proudly lifted her little head. Humph. Of course it's sweet. Did I eat all that ice cream for nothing? She then took a few steps forward, calling out, Xiaoyu, come chase me. Lin Yu was reminiscing about the sweetness of a memory when he noticed Lung Qingxue hastily exiting. Realizing the situation, he quickly pursued her. Slow down, Shue. It's dark out tonight. Be careful. Lin Yu caught up with Lung Qingxue and escorted her back to the girls' dormitory before returning by himself. The day had been exhausting for him. Between visiting his mother-in-law and dealing with a car accident, he was relieved to be home. Upon entering the dormitory, Lung Qingxue exclaimed, Sisters, I'm back. I brought you some delicious food. She placed several takeout boxes on the table. Her 3 roommates' eyes lit up, and they rushed to embrace her. Ah, thank you. Shue. It's 9 o'clock, just in time for a midnight snack. They dove into the boxes with fervor. Despite having had dinner at 6, they could certainly manage a late-night feast. Eating together might have been too much, but dividing it into 2 meals made it quite simple. Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned to his own dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of Wang Jun's frantic cries. Use your ultimate ability. Save it for the new year. Lin Yu approached Wang Jun, who was lamenting over his poor game performance, and patted him on the shoulder. Perhaps you should save your ultimate for the next generation, he suggested. Wang Jun turned around. Yuzi, where have you been? Were you on a date with the school beauty? Spill the details. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking it was close enough to the truth. He certainly couldn't admit to having met her parents after only a few days of acquaintance. The others would surely be envious. Wang Jun then noticed the bandage wrapped around Lin Yu's arm. What the hell? Yuzi, how did you get hurt? Who did this? I'll help you take care of him. Qian Fei and Zhao Tian also looked over in concern. Damn, did someone break my brother's bones? Lin Yu reassured them. He insisted I didn't need to go to the hospital. It's all good. Anyone would think it was a fracture, but it's merely a small abrasion. Though with so many bandages, it's understandable that it looks serious. He calmly added, it's nothing, guys. Just a minor scrape. Shue insisted on taking me to the hospital for the bandaging. I had no choice. Wang Jun, Qian Fei, and Zhao Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Come on. While we're worried about you, you're feeding us dog food. In the girls' dormitory, Lung Qingxue was engrossed in a drama when she suddenly felt an itch and warmth in her bandaged finger. Meanwhile, in a nearby villa, Zhou Fang also noticed a similar sensation at the sight of her bandage. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the adhesive, the cut was rapidly healing. Chapter 55. The bruise spray and Lin Yu's pursuit. Zhou Fang paid little heed to the slight itchiness of her fingers, dismissing it as a trivial annoyance. It was likely a mere indication of healing, for typically, an itchy wound signals that the flesh is mending. Yet, having sustained her injury only this evening, she found it improbable that recovery could occur so swiftly. At least 4 or 5 days were requisite. In contrast, she perceived Lin Yu's injuries to be far more severe. What a good child he was. Recalling the black sedan from earlier that night, her gaze sharpened with resolve. It was one thing for her to be endangered, but the fact that Xue and Xiaoyu were present and nearly harmed was utterly intolerable. She retrieved her phone and dialed her secretary. After 2 rings, a woman's voice answered on the other end. Hello, President Zhou. The Porsche has been delivered to the shop for repairs. Xiaoyan, the car is of little importance. I need you to investigate a group of individuals, Zhou Fong instructed earnestly. The license plate number, Xiaoyu had already relayed to her, and she had noted it down. Also, please contact the police. Understood, President Zhou. I will handle it right away. After hanging up, Zhou Fong's gaze remained sharp. Her precious daughter and son-in-law had nearly been harmed. They must be apprehended. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue sat on her pink bed in the dormitory, holding a large ice cream cone gifted by Xiaoyu. The area around her bandaged finger tingled slightly. Warm to the touch, but she paid it no mind. All she desired was to indulge in the ice cream. She tore open the packaging, extracted the small spoon within, and scooped a generous bite into her mouth. So delightful. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, catching the attention of her friends, Su Qing and Lu Qian, who were engrossed in a drama nearby. They turned to see Lung Qingxue relishing the ice cream, their mouths watering. Xue, what brand of ice cream are you eating? It smells divine. Caught off guard, Lung Qingxue paused. Brand. She had devoured numerous boxes of ice cream from Xiaoyu without ever considering the brand. The enjoyment was paramount. The brand was irrelevant. Xiaoyu would never intend to harm her. She picked up the ice cream box and scrutinized it closely. The lid bore the words delicious. Turning to her friends, she declared, delicious brand ice cream. Su Qing and Lu Qian were momentarily taken aback. Delicious brand ice cream? I've never heard of it. Yet, despite their unfamiliarity, the sweet fragrance alone was enough to suggest its exquisite taste. Lung Qingxue took another spoonful. I haven't heard of it either. It was a gift from Xiaoyu. He claimed it's unavailable in stores. Oh, I remember now. Su Qing exclaimed, realization dawning. Xue, that ice cream you had in the lecture hall that day was this, wasn't he it? On that day, many girls, including Su Qing and Lu Qian, observed Lung Qingxue enjoying an ice cream beside Lin Yu. The sweet aroma wafting through the air made their mouths water. Oh, I just remembered. Lu Qian exclaimed. Xue, you finished off more than half of that ice cream in one go, didn't you? Lung Qingxue nodded her head. At that moment, a group of them had been eyeing her ice cream, and she simply had to devour it in one bite. Once again, Lung Qingxue scooped a generous spoonful of ice cream and brought it to her mouth, glancing at her friends. After a moment's contemplation, she took another scoop and offered it to Su Qing. Qing, have a taste. Su Qing was taken aback. She had wanted to try it, but hesitated to voice her desire. Thank you, Xue, she said, taking a bite of the ice cream. Subsequently, Lung Qingxue also allowed Lu Qian and LV Jie to savor it. After distributing 3 spoonfuls, Lung Qingxue felt a pang of regret. Just 3 less bites. The 3 girls exclaimed in unison after tasting the ice cream. It's absolutely delicious. Xue, your Lin Yu is truly remarkable. He managed to get such delightful ice cream. Lung Qingxue proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Just look at whose it is. Afterward, Su Qing and the others returned to their seats to continue binge-watching their show. A mere taste of Xue's ice cream sufficed. They felt too shy to indulge further. The evening snacks were also provided by Xue. So how could they dare to eat her ice cream again? In the boys' dormitory, Lin Yu sat on his bed while 3 others were engrossed in a raucous gaming session. They were still too young. Could yelling while playing video games truly enhance their skills? Clearly not. He took a sip from his replenished soda. Then he glanced at the bandage on his arm. It looks as if it's broken. Ridiculous. However, the immediate concern was to heal his abrasion. Although considered a minor injury, it was still bleeding profusely. Most people would take about 2 to 3 weeks for it to heal and form a scab. Lin Yu believed his constitution would allow him to recover in a few days, but he wished for a quicker remedy. Since he had a system, why not utilize it? Lin Yu entered the system store, searching for items to treat abrasions. He spotted a spray for abrasions that appeared quite promising. System, purchase it. 100 points. Confirm purchase? Yes. A flash of green light enveloped him, and a small spray bottle materialized in his hand. The bottle was green with the words abrasion spray inscribed upon it. Lin Yu toyed with the spray for a moment, noting it was no different from a regular spray, save for its green hue. He unwrapped the bandage and sprayed the solution on his injured arm. Before long, He felt a tingling sensation. The red marks swiftly scabbed over and transformed into smooth skin, leaving no trace of the injury. Lin Yu stared in astonishment. Indeed, the system's tools are remarkably impressive. Lin Yu placed the spray into the system's space and prepared to discard the bandage. On one hand, his injury had healed. On the other, as a university student, he could hardly afford to be seen with a bandage, which would make him appear as though he had suffered a fracture. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yu, and he resumed wrapping the bandage around his arm. It healed so swiftly. What would happen if Shueshua saw it tomorrow? Wouldn't that seem absurd? Who could recover so quickly? After securing the bandage, Lin Yu recalled the black car from that evening. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. It was time to settle the score. He sat before his computer, locating the surveillance footage from that fateful spot. With the help of the footage and the vehicle's license plate, he meticulously tracked and analyzed the information. After scrutinizing several video clips and exerting considerable effort, he pinpointed the location where the black sedan had been parked. Lin Yu opened WeChat and found his mother-in-law's contact. This was his first time sending her a message. Aunt Fong, I have located the black car. License plate number. Location. Address. Please send someone to investigate before notifying the police. Zhou Fong was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show when she received a message from Xiaoyu. She quickly checked her phone, her expression shifting to one of shock and excitement. Chapter 56. Cold Mother. My son-in-law is a computer whiz. Zhou Fong's WeChat interface brightly displayed the message from Lin Yu. Initially taken aback, her expression soon transformed into one of exhilaration, her gaze becoming serious. She was baffled as to how Xiaoyu had managed to ascertain the whereabouts of that group, and in such a short span of time. It had been barely an hour since she had driven home. How could Xiaoyu have discovered their location? Moreover, after returning, she had immediately called her secretary to track down that group. Yet before her secretary could provide any updates, Lin Yu had already sent her this information. How could one not be astonished? Furthermore, Xiaoyu was merely a university student. How did he possess the means and connections to investigate this matter? Although Zhou Fong felt a tinge of curiosity regarding how Xiaoyu had found the target's location, she held unwavering trust in her son-in-law's information. First, she was aware that Lin Yu was a mature and steady individual who would not act recklessly. It was like the time he intervened when they were being scammed. Second, she had an innate trust in her son-in-law. For reasons unknown, she simply did. Perhaps this was the essence of a mother-in-law's faith in her son-in-law. She picked up her phone and typed a response. Xiaoyu, I have seen your message. I will immediately send someone to check that location. If that group is indeed there, we can notify the police. We must ensure they are apprehended. After sending her message, she accessed her contacts and dialed her secretary's number. After 2 rings, the other party answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhou, what can I do for you? Hello, Xiaoyan. I have acquired the precise location of that group. The specific address is road number. Take some people to investigate, and once confirmed, contact the police directly. Ding Yin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Is it that quick? She had just relayed Mr. Zhou's instructions to the police. Since it was already late today, pursuing that group would require at least waiting until tomorrow to set off. Yet, within less than an hour, Mr. Zhou called to inform her that the location had already been found and instructed her to take a look. This speed was rather astonishing, wasn't it? Who exactly managed to find the location? Nevertheless, despite her confusion, Ding Yin decided to follow her superior's orders without inquiry. It was imperative to speak less and act more to ascend the ranks. She nodded and replied, All right, Mr. Zhou. I will head over with my team immediately. Good, Xiaoyan. I'll leave it to you. Zhou Fong hung up the call. On Lin Yu's side, upon receiving a message from his mother-in-law, he nodded slightly. The target location was indeed the one he had identified, without a doubt. However, when discussing it with others, he had to exercise caution and leave room for uncertainty. It would be unwise to assert definitively that the individuals were located there and then contact the police directly. What if something unexpected occurred? That would be disastrous for him. He despised the feeling of being proven wrong, particularly as a time traveler. Being discredited would be a disgrace to the entire cohort of time travelers. Checking the time, he began to type on his phone. All right, Aunt Fong, the matter has been resolved. Please get some rest. I'm signing off now. Lin Yu was ready to withdraw, as conversing with his mother-in-law was somewhat pressure-inducing. However, she was exceedingly kind to him. Zhou Fong was pondering how Xiaoyu managed to pinpoint the location of that group when she saw Lin Yu's message of departure. She raised her eyebrows. Why is this child in such a hurry? I haven't yet figured out how you found the location. She quickly replied, wait. Xiaoyu. And has questions. How did you determine the location of that group? Please tell me. Just as Lin Yu was about to exit WeChat, he noticed a series of messages from his mother-in-law. Amused, he thought, no wonder she is Xue's mother. They share similar personalities. Regarding how he tracked down the group's location, Lin Yu felt it was appropriate to share with his mother-in-law. Hacking skills were not a great secret. Xue was already aware of them. Besides, since his mother-in-law treated him so well, there was no need for concealment. Aunt Fong, I accessed the surveillance area via my computer and located the black car in question. Then, following its route and reviewing 11 videos, I identified the location of that group. Lin Yu replied at a leisurely pace. Zhou Fong was taken aback upon seeing his response. To her astonishment, it turned out that Xiaoyu possessed hacking skills, and his proficiency was remarkable. No wonder he could locate positions so swiftly. Zhou Fong held a deep admiration for such computer expertise, as she herself was but an ordinary user, merely engaging in daily computer tasks, watching dramas, and playing games. The intricate realm of hacking was entirely foreign to her. With this realization, Zhou Fong's excitement grew even more. Her son-in-law was truly impressive. Not only was he skilled in combat, but he also excelled in internet technology, all while being polite and handsome. Snow Xiaoxue had indeed struck gold. Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable, mastering such advanced internet technology. How impressive. Zhou Fong generously praised Lin Yu. He responded calmly, Aunt Fong, please don't flatter me, my skills are rather average. There is still much I have yet to learn. Recognizing Lin Yu's humility, Zhou Fong cheerfully replied, all right. Go rest now, Xiaoyu. I won't disturb you any longer. Okay, Aunt Fong, you should also get some rest, Lin Yu said before exiting WeChat. It was getting late, and he needed to sleep. Lin Yu lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, in the early morning, Lin Yu awoke with sleepy eyes. Today was yet another day to be awakened by handsomeness. Glancing around, he noticed the 3 others still fast asleep. He got out of bed to freshen up and then went downstairs for breakfast. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Lung Qingxue was, as usual, waiting for Lin Yu. Today, she wore light blue denim shorts, and her slender, straight legs appeared even more radiant under the sunlight. Upon seeing Lin Yu descend, Lung Qingxue rushed over and linked her arm with his. Xiaoyu, good morning. Lin Yu extended a large hand to gently ruffle her hair. Good morning, Snow Xiaoxue. What brings you such joy? He inquired, noticing the beaming smile on her face. Xiaoyu, my dormitory sisters praised the ice cream you gave me last night. Lung Qingxue replied proudly. Compliments directed at Lin Yu were, in essence, compliments for her, and naturally, she was thrilled. Hearing this, Lin Yu magically pulled a box of ice cream from his pocket and presented it to her. Is this what you meant, Snow Xiaoxue? Upon seeing the ice cream, Lung Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, Xiaoyu, I want to eat it. Chapter 57. This ant is not that ant. Computer malfunction. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lung Qingxue's gleaming eyes. This little Snow Xiaoxue was simply unable to resist the allure of ice cream. The scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the last time she had wanted to indulge in ice cream on an empty stomach, only to be turned down. And here she was again. This girl truly had a short memory. In summary, the brave soul who indulges in ice cream early in the morning possesses an audacity that is truly remarkable. Consuming ice cream on an empty stomach is an even bolder feat, particularly for a young girl. One can only imagine the delight that Aunt Flo would experience upon witnessing such a scenario, as she has a penchant for young girls who indulge in cold treats while fasting. This, indeed, could lead to a more fervent arrival. Lin Yu promptly stowed the ice cream he held into his pocket and gently pinched the delicate, snowy face of Qingxue. No, my dear Qingxue. If you wish to enjoy ice cream, you must wait until after a proper meal. Upon hearing this, Qingxue's cheeks puffed up. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, for Lin Yu had her best interests at heart. But you promised, Lin Yu. We can have ice cream after breakfast. Of course, I am entirely at your mercy now. Do you truly think I would renege on my word? Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Haha, I love to hear that. Come on, Lin Yu, let us go have breakfast. Qingxue tugged at Lin Yu's hand, leading him towards the dining hall. Half an hour later, the two of them, well fed and satisfied, made their way to the lecture hall. To be precise, it was Lin Yu who was full, having been offered the remnants of her dumplings by Qingxue, as was customary. Qingxue, you hardly ate. Were you saving room for ice cream? Lin Yu inquired, walking alongside her while playfully poking her small belly. Nonsense. Lin Yu, be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander, Qingxue exclaimed, feigning anger while her heart raced with embarrassment. In truth, she had indeed saved space for ice cream, and she was taken aback that Lin Yu had discerned her secret. This boy was quite astute. He must be silenced. However, Lin Yu was well aware of Qingxue's little thoughts and opted not to press further. He chose to grant her some dignity. Otherwise, if provoked, he would inevitably face her wrath. Instead, Lin Yu posed another question, leaning in close to her ear. Qingxue, when will your aunt be arriving? The warmth of his breath tickled Qingxue's ear, causing her to tilt her head in confusion. Lin Yu, do you wish to meet my aunt? She's currently enjoying herself abroad. Indeed, Qingxue had an aunt, her mother's sister, who was presently on holiday overseas. Lin Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, I was referring to a different kind of aunt, not the one you mentioned. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. He took a moment to reorganize his thoughts. Qingxue, the aunt we are discussing may not be of the same sort. Qingxue, bewildered, responded, not of the same sort? She quickly grasped the implication, her face flushing slightly. Oh, Lin Yu, you should have been clearer. You've embarrassed me. With that, Qingxue playfully raised her small fist and began to give Lin Yu a light thumping. Lin Yu felt the softness of the small fist. What a trivial embarrassment. For no one else was around to hear. After delivering a playful punch to Lin Yu, Lung Qingsno scrutinized him closely. Little Yu, why do you ask this? Lin Yu's lips twitched. As her boyfriend, was it inappropriate for him to inquire? With the arrival of her monthly visitor, he could casually suggest she indulge in more warm beverages. How delightful that would be. His inquiry stemmed from the fact that Lung Qingsno had a penchant for ice cream, which sparked a sense of caution within him. During her time of the month, Lin Yu resolved to withhold her ice cream until after it had passed. He playfully pinched her small nose. Isn't it you, my little foodie, who adores ice cream? The astute Lung Qingsno instantly grasped Lin Yu's implication. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced around, ensuring that the distant passers-by could not overhear their conversation. Leaning closer to Lin Yu's ear, she whispered, Little Yu, remember this, come on the 8th of every month. Lin Yu nodded, affirming, yes, I shall remember. He etched this into his mind. From the 8th onward, I shall withhold Qingsno's ice cream rations. If only Lung Qingsno knew of Lin Yu's intentions, she would likely swoon on the spot. Such secrets ought not to be revealed. The two made their way into the lecture hall. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with students engaged in hushed conversations. Upon the entrance of the campus bell and the campus heartthrob, a sudden silence enveloped the room, transforming the chatter into a stillness akin to that of a library. Moments later, the clamor resumed. Lung Qingsno and Lin Yu took their seats. The elderly mathematics professor, clutching his lesson plan, entered the classroom. The raucous environment promptly fell silent once more. The professor surveyed the room before directing his gaze toward Lin Yu, then proceeded to power up the computer at the podium in preparation for a presentation. However, after several attempts, the computer remained unresponsive, as if it were malfunctioning. 5 minutes later, the students began to sense something was amiss, their eyes fixated on the podium with a mix of anticipation and excitement. Lin Yu, too, secretly hoped for the computer's failure, relishing the thought of a leisurely class. The professor, realizing the futility of his efforts, abandoned the notion of repairing the computer. After all, he was a mathematics instructor, not a technician. He glanced at the students. It appears the computer is malfunctioning. Does anyone here know how to fix it? If we need to call in a professional, we might lose the entire class period. He placed his hopes on this group of university students, believing that surely a few among them possessed the necessary skills. However, the two departments represented in the classroom were mathematics and economics, not computer science. The students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. A few indeed had the knowledge to repair computers, yet fear of failure held them back. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Professor, Lin Yu can do it. The old professor and others turned their gazes toward Lin Yu, who was met with the wide-eyed stare of Lung Qingxue. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, which little scoundrel has set me up? He certainly couldn't fix a computer. He could manage to play around with one, perhaps. Lin Yu, why don't you come up and give it a try? The old professor called out with a smile. He held a fondness for this student, who possessed a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of his own youth, coupled with a mathematical prowess that surpassed his own. Who wouldn't admire such a student? Lin Yu, seeing no way to decline, thought to himself, darn it, so this little scoundrel has conspired against me. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept this opportunity to show off. He stepped up to the podium, silently invoking, System, Purchase comprehensive computer repair skills. Chapter 58. Lin Yu truly cannot repair computers. With a bold stride and an air of confidence, Lin Yu approached the podium, feigning an expertise in computer repair. However, the truth was that he had no knowledge of such matters. Firstly, he was merely an unremarkable economics student. How could he possibly know how to fix a computer? Secondly, he was not a student of computer science. Furthermore, even if he were, does that guarantee proficiency in computer repair? What a misguided notion. Who has decreed that computer science students must possess such skills? In his previous life, Lin Yu had encountered a humorous anecdote about a computer science student who, during a family visit for the new year, was asked by relatives about his major. Upon revealing that he studied computer science, a chorus of relatives exclaimed, "You must be great at fixing computers. My cousin's computer has a little issue. Can you help?" The student was left speechless. Fortunately, although Lin Yu could not repair computers at present, he soon would be able to do so. His system would allow him to learn computer repair at lightning speed. He could even master washing machine repairs in record time. Upon reflection, he realized that the system's capabilities were far from trivial. In his mind, a transparent manual for comprehensive computer repair appeared, presenting him with an option to purchase. 500 points. Would you like to purchase? Yes. In an instant, the system's space was filled with the manual for computer repair, and all knowledge regarding computer maintenance and hardware management flooded into Lin Yu's consciousness. Meanwhile, in the lecture hall, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, standing at the front. The girls gazed at him with admiration, one of them exclaiming, "Lin Yu is so handsome. Even if he fails to fix the computer, his courage to try is commendable." Indeed, some others echoed in agreement. A few boys, hearing this, grimaced, realizing that if another male had taken the stage, the reaction would have been entirely different. Meanwhile, a segment of the boys watched Lin Yu with anticipation, hoping to witness a blunder. Pretentiousness can be fatal. It would be ideal if he fails to repair the computer, insisting on doing so and consuming the entire class period. Thus, Lin Yu found himself in an embarrassing predicament, yet his peers were granted an additional class period to indulge in idleness. How delightful! They believed Lin Yu was destined to falter, for how could one individual excel in mathematics, basketball, and now possess mastery in computer science? It seemed utterly impossible. In a corner of the lecture hall, a man sat with a smirk upon his lips. It was he who had called out, proclaiming Lin Yu's prowess in computer repair, thereby prompting the professor to summon him to the front. He was convinced there was a 99 chance Lin Yu would fail miserably at repairing the computer. The scheme was a resounding success. It was immensely satisfying to witness such an exceptional individual stumble. The elderly professor watched Lin Yu with anticipation, for he was a student she held in high regard. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu with starry eyes, convinced she had struck gold. Initially, she had perceived him as merely an unremarkable handsome lad, brought forth to appease her mother's wishes. However, she soon discovered he was a veritable treasure, proficient in mathematics, basketball, and computer science, consistently surprising her in delightful ways. As the attention of the crowd turned to him, Lin Yu stood at the podium, seemingly lost in thought. The audience was taken aback. How astonishing! This individual appeared dazed at such a critical moment. Unbelievable! Those anticipating Lin Yu's blunder nearly erupted in laughter, whispering amongst themselves, "Huh! I knew this kid couldn't possibly repair a computer. Why didn't he just admit it instead of going up there? He must have forced himself into this situation." Yet, Lung Qingxue regarded Lin Yu with unwavering faith. She understood he would never undertake a task without confidence. If he dared to approach the podium, it was because he truly possessed the skills. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly stirred. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the computer at the podium. The reason for his prior stupor was the influx of extensive knowledge regarding computer hardware flooding his mind, necessitating a brief period for assimilation. So much information required digestion. However, Lin Yu had now fully processed it, feeling akin to a seasoned technician with decades of experience. He believed he could repair any peculiar malfunction. Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened the computer's casing and reached into his pocket. With a swift motion, he produced a small screwdriver. The audience gasped in astonishment. Remarkable! This individual was indeed skilled. He carried a screwdriver with him. Doubts began to creep into the minds of those who had wished for Lin Yu's failure. Could it be that he genuinely knew how to repair computers? After all, who carries a screwdriver unless they are a professional technician? Lung Qingxue was equally stunned, her mind swirling in disbelief. Little Yu's pockets are quite extraordinary. They seem to hold anything. He can fit a whole box of ice cream, and even a screwdriver. In truth, Lin Yu had not actually placed a screwdriver in his pocket. Why would he carry a screwdriver around? This tool was, of course, retrieved from the system space. It was merely a matter of retrieving objects from thin air, a trivial feat. Stand back. Everyone, take a step back. I am about to commence my display of prowess. Lin Yu brandished the screwdriver and swiftly disassembled the outer casing of the main unit with remarkable ease. He extracted the internal components, inspecting each one meticulously. The onlookers were momentarily struck with astonishment. Some observed the scene and believed Lin Yu truly possessed the skill to repair computers. Incredible. He's really doing it. Others erupted into laughter. Ha! Lin Yu is quite audacious. He truly dares to dismantle it. If he breaks it, he'll be liable for damages. The old professor was also taken aback, as Lin Yu appeared remarkably professional. Ling Qingxue, overhearing the whispers of the crowd, puffed up her cheeks. Humph. Little Yu can take apart whatever he likes. If he breaks anything, I'll cover the costs. Even if he breaks 100, I can afford it. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed by their gazes, continuing his examination. Everything seems fine. The graphics card is intact. The RAM appears to be in order. After a lengthy inspection, he discovered that, outwardly, the components seemed without fault. He powered on the computer monitor, yet the screen remained dark. A myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind. Upon inspecting the RAM, he noticed the connectors had accumulated dust. Lin Yu's lips twitched. This RAM must have been in use for quite some time. He removed the RAM and, using an eraser, gently cleaned the dusty connectors. Once that layer was cleared, there would be no issue. Chapter 59, Stunning the Audience. Another display of skill. The lecture hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone was transfixed, watching Lin Yu meticulously clean the RAM. Their expressions ranged from astonishment to admiration. Wow! How impressive! He seems rather skilled. At that moment, not a single person dared to breathe loudly. Their eyes fixated on Lin Yu as he worked. After a while, Lin Yu finished cleaning the RAM, revealing its gleaming golden connectors, no longer the dull gray they had been. He blew away the remaining dust and reinserted the RAM. Then, he pressed the power button on the main unit. Buzz! The computer screen darkened for a few seconds before illuminating brilliantly, entering the loading phase. An image appeared on the projector. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Job well done. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Incredible. He fixed it. No way. He did it again. A man seated in the corner of the west side of the classroom slammed his hand on the table in frustration. How exasperating. Lin Yu not only avoided embarrassment, but succeeded in impressing everyone once more. It can be said that he personally elevated him. Lung Qingxue gazed tenderly at Lin Yu with her beautiful eyes. Wang Jun emitted a sound akin to a pig's squeal. What a remarkable feat. Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun, who was squealing, his eyebrows twitching. Youngsters truly lack composure. Could they not emulate his steadiness? This is merely a trivial matter. Such minor issues could easily be resolved by anyone with basic computer skills. Unless, of course, the graphics card was burnt out. That could be repaired. But it is unnecessary and time-consuming. Simply replacing it with a new one would suffice. Lin Yu reassembled the computer case and then turned his gaze toward the old professor, ready to return to his seat. The old professor approached the podium and came to Lin Yu's side, patting his shoulder. Well done, Lin Yu. You have secured us an additional class period. From Lin Yu's ascent to the podium to the repair of the computer, a mere 10 minutes elapsed. Had it not been for his intervention, summoning a professional would have cost us a whole class period. Lin Yu remarked, honestly, I wasn't keen on extending the class. The class erupted into applause, with everyone gradually joining in. Some clapped reluctantly, yet they still participated. Lung Qingxue's small hands clapped rapidly, producing a flurry of sound as if striving to create a blur. A joyful smile adorned her face. Little Yu is astounding, truly deserving of my admiration. Once the applause subsided, the old professor patted Lin Yu's shoulder again. You may return, Lin Yu. We appreciate your efforts today. Lin Yu nodded and leisurely walked back to his side beside Lung Qingxue, taking a seat. The crowd was taken aback upon witnessing the old professor express gratitude toward Lin Yu. Wow, the professor thanked him. A professor thanking a student. This has truly elevated him. Those who wished to see Lin Yu falter were suddenly in a frenzy. Who was it that claimed Lin Yu could repair computers? I must find them. The individual in the corner to the west trembled upon hearing this. Logically, they were supposed to be on the same side. The old professor rapped his knuckles against the blackboard, his expression serious. Class is in session. Instantly, The classroom fell silent. The whispers ceased. And the old professor's authority was indeed formidable. As Lin Yu settled back into his seat, Lung Qingxue leaned closer, her delicate hand subtly encircling his waist, giving it a gentle pinch. Little Yu, you are truly impressive. You can even fix computers. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What was this? If he was so remarkable, why pinch his waist? Shouldn't she reward him instead? He wrapped his arms around Lung Qingxue's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and playfully pinched her delicate figure. Xue, I'm quite formidable, yet you dare to pinch me. You have quite the audacity. Lung Qingxue showed no signs of fear. Xiaoyu, you can repair computers. But you never mentioned it to me. Lin Yu was taken aback. Well, that's true. He and T had the opportunity to inform her, as there had been no computers in need of repair prior to this moment. Surely, he couldn't just shout, I can fix computers. I can fix computers. That would be rather absurd, not befitting Lin Yu's humble nature. Moreover, he genuinely lacked such skills, having only learned them today. He was merely applying what he had just acquired. Xue, you never asked. You didn't say anything. So how could I inquire? Lung Qingxue looked at Lin Yu. Her expression mischievous. Xiaoyu, I don't care. You didn't tell me. You owe me a compensation. Lin Yu glanced at the bright-eyed Lung Qingxue and instantly understood. Oh, this little girl was waiting for him. He affectionately patted her head. So what does Xue desire? Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaoyu, I want to eat 2 boxes of ice cream today. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her request. This sister of his wanted nothing more than to indulge in 2 boxes of ice cream. Truly a little foodie. Lin Yu had initially thought that whatever Lung Qingxue asked for, he could likely fulfill using the system. But it turned out to be just this. He playfully tapped her little nose. All right, 2 boxes it is. However, you must eat them separately, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Upon hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Lung Qingxue nodded eagerly. Great. After 2 classes, the school bell rang. The old professor, as usual, dismissed the class on time, and the students rushed out. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue walked side by side to the cafeteria for lunch. As anticipated, Zhao Tian was also off to find his girlfriend for a meal, leaving only Wang Jun and Qian Fei, the 2 single gentlemen. After Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue had gathered their meals, they carried their trays to a vacant table. Just as Lin Yu sat down, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He opened his phone, and Lung Qingxue leaned over to catch a glimpse. Aunt Fong, Xiaoyu, that group of people is indeed at the location you provided. They have been apprehended. Chapter 60. Lung Qingxue's desire for justice, fingers healing. Zhou Fong was currently seated in a villa, sending a message to Lin Yu, notifying him that the group of scammers had been caught. Thanks to the precise address he had given. That morning, Ding Yin had taken her team to investigate Lin Yu's target location. The black car was indeed parked there, and Ding Yin carefully confirmed the license plate number. Then, a wave of astonishment surged within. The individual who traced these people was truly remarkable, managing to locate them in less than an hour. Nevertheless, amidst the shock, it was imperative to apprehend this group swiftly. Ding Yin left a few individuals behind to monitor the situation and took others to contact the police. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived with great speed and captured the group. Ding Yin also called Zhou Fong to inform her. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Fong felt elated and promptly sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu, as it was Xiaoyu who had discovered the whereabouts of the group. In the cafeteria, Lin Yu saw the message from his mother-in-law and nodded in approval. The efficiency on her end was commendable. They had apprehended the group by early morning. His tracking had been accurate, leaving little room for doubt. Lung Qingxue also noticed her mother's message and turned to Lin Yu with curiosity. Xiaoyu, did Mom say it was you who provided the location? What is going on? Speak the truth. Her striking eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Lin Yu recounted the events of the previous night when he had tracked the group. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiaoyu, you're incredible. In less than an hour, you traced them. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, it's nothing exceptional, merely third best in the world. Suddenly, Lung Qingxue reached out and pinched his waist. You didn't tell me about such an important matter. Lin Yu responded, but you didn't ask. However, Lung Qingxue did not dwell on this. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, hurry. The group has been caught. Go ask Mom where they are. We must confront them directly. She excitedly waved her small fist, eager to take action. Of course, we must confront them. Xiaoyu still has his wrist bandaged. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu's abrasions had healed the previous night. Observing her enthusiasm, he refrained from mentioning it. If Qingxue wanted to confront them, so be it. He was in agreement. He quickly typed, Aunt Fong, where is that group? Qingxue wants to confront them. Zhou Fong paused for a moment upon reading the message. The young girl truly shared her sentiments. She too wished to give that group a stern lesson. Zhou Fong replied, Xiaoyu, is Qingxue beside you? Yes. We're having lunch together. Xiaoyu, the group has already been taken away by the police. Tell Qingxue that we want to be able to confront them. As Zhou Fong sent this message, she felt a pang of regret, for she too wanted to teach that group a lesson. Not only had they attempted to extort, but their reckless actions had also injured Xiaoyu that night. It was utterly despicable. Alas, the group had already been taken away by the police, making it impossible to confront them now. Zhou Fong would never have ventured to confront someone with Shui and Xiaoyu before the police arrived, for they too would likely face apprehension. Lin Yu paused upon reading this news and showed his phone to Lung Qingxue. Shui, that group has been taken away by the police. There's no chance to confront them now. Instantly, Lung Qingxue's little face puffed up in frustration. How exasperating. They had been apprehended, yet she had no opportunity to retaliate. Nonetheless, it was what it was. The police had taken them away, which was something. Lin Yu then texted, Aunt Fong, Shui says she is quite upset. Upon reading this message, Zhou Fong couldn't help but imagine the sight of Shui's pouting face, which struck her as rather amusing. She is upset? I'm equally vexed. She replied, Xiaoyu, please keep Shui calm. I won't intrude on you both any longer. I'll take my leave now. Aware that Xiaoyu and Shui were together, Zhou Fong chose to refrain from disturbing them. All right, Lin Yu replied courteously. He then put away his phone and shared lunch with Lung Qingxue. Despite her meal, Lung Qingxue's cheeks remained puffed with annoyance over not being able to confront anyone. Xiaoyu, I'm so frustrated. Lin Yu chuckled at her reaction. What would it take for you not to be upset, Shui? Lung Qingxue's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Xiaoyu, I'll need to eat 3 boxes of ice cream in a day to feel better. Lin Yu exclaimed. 3 boxes in a single day? Eating 2 is one thing. But 3? You might end up with a stomach ache. He gently tapped her little head. No way, 2 boxes at most. Fine. Half an hour later, after they had their fill, the two returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, Lin Yu found that the other 3 had yet to return. He took a large swig from the bottle of soda on the table. Ah, refreshing. Then he collapsed onto his bed to play games. Lung Qingxue also made her way back to the dormitory. Upon entering the bathroom, she turned on the faucet to wash her hands, a commendable habit after a meal. After all, frequent hand washing was never a mistake. Unfortunately, water accidentally splashed onto her finger, which was covered with a band-aid, dampening it. Noticing the band-aid was wet and slightly loose, she cautiously peeled it off to replace it with a new one. To her astonishment, the tiny red wound that had been there had vanished completely, leaving her finger unblemished and as fair as jade. Lung Qingxue froze in disbelief. What on earth? How did this wound heal so quickly? Chapter 61. Lung Qingxue. Even a dog would shake its head at the dishes my mother makes. Lung Qingxue glanced at the band-aid she had just removed, and then at her flawless, fair finger, where the faintly red mark had entirely disappeared, leaving no trace of a scar. Her ivory fingers were delicate and unblemished. Seeing this, Lung Qingxue's mind went blank. What on earth? How did this injury heal? How is it that she has recovered so swiftly? It is merely a small wound. She sustained the injury just last night, yet today she appears completely healed. Although it resembles a mere scratch, such rapid recovery seems implausible. Typically, one would expect such minor injuries to take at least a week or 2 for proper healing. Could it be that Lung Qingxue is not an ordinary person? This is evidently impossible. Aside from her striking beauty, improved physique, and overall health, she bears no distinction from anyone else. Lung Qingxue glanced at the band-aid she had just removed, lost in contemplation. If her condition is fine, then perhaps the band-aid itself is extraordinary. This band-aid was provided by Xiaoyu. Could it truly possess such remarkable efficacy? Surely it cannot be something of great value. After washing her hands, Lung Qingxue hurried back to her dormitory to dry her delicate hands. Then, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu, inquiring about the band-aid's peculiar qualities. Meanwhile, in a villa, Zhou Fong was happily cooking in the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune. She felt elated because that group of scammers had been apprehended, with Xiaoyu playing a significant role in their capture. What a splendid child he is. After all, he is now part of our family. Zhou Fong, when in high spirits, finds joy in cooking, although her culinary skills leave much to be desired. When Lung Qingxue was at home, She would often shake her head at her mother's cooking. Mom, even a dog would turn its nose up at your food. Shue, what are you saying? Zhou Fong laughed, standing behind Lung Qingxue and playfully squeezing her fist. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Lung Qingxue found herself playfully pummeled like a small pig. After that, she dared not speak ill of her mother's cooking again, though she would still internally grumble about it. Seeing his daughter about to be playfully reprimanded, Lung's father immediately stepped in to defend her. As a devoted father, he feared nothing, bolstered by his confidence in his position within the family. Dear, your cooking does possess a certain wild charm, he remarked. Shue was merely speaking the truth. Zhou Fong turned to Lung Jie, her husband, and asked, "Oh, so you also think my cooking is unappetizing?" Lung Jie froze. Well, how should I put it? Perhaps. It might be a tad less than palatable. He gestured with his fingers, forming a small circle, indicating just how little he meant. He was all in. For Shue. He even dared to oppose his wife. Shue, see how good your father is to you. Zhou Fong shot him a glare. Honey, tonight I wish to sleep with Shue. You can take the sofa. Lung Jie was left utterly dumbfounded. What? No, my dear. The icy couch pales in comparison to the comfort of sleeping beside my wife. He has ensnared himself in his own web. Yet, for the sake of Shue, all of this is worthwhile. However, it has proven to be of little utility. Cold Qingxue still ended up being beaten like a little pig, while Cold Jie had to endure the couch, utterly defeated. After this, Zhou Fong came to the realization that her culinary skills were quite lacking. Nevertheless, she simply adores cooking. Can she truly be blamed for that? It may sound absurd, but Zhou Fong genuinely enjoys preparing meals, albeit with questionable results. One might say it is merely a lack of talent. Perhaps some individuals are inherently ill-suited for the culinary arts? Aware of her shortcomings, Zhou Fong refrained from torturing her husband and daughter, yet she maintained the commendable habit of cooking once a week. She aimed to ensure her skills did not deteriorate. On happier occasions, she would even cook twice a week, and if joy struck her further, 3 times. For instance, today, she felt quite elated because of Lin Yu. Happiness calls for cooking. Zhou Fong wielded her knife to slice cucumbers, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Her knife skills were exceptional, producing cucumber slices as thin as gossamer wings. Did she truly seem to jest? She approached cooking with utmost seriousness, and after all these years, her technique had reached a remarkable level of proficiency. Even a professional chef would commend her impressive knife skills. Yet, the dishes remained unpalatable. As she continued chopping, she noticed her fingers felt slightly damp. Upon inspection, she realized the bandage on her finger was thoroughly soaked. Oh no! In her excitement, she had forgotten about the bandage. It was hardly her fault. Zhou Fong had not felt any pain in her finger. Typically, when one suffers a cut, even with a bandage, there is a lingering ache. She had been devoid of pain since last night. Zhou Fong removed the wet bandage, preparing to replace it with a fresh one. As the bandage was peeled away, her flawless, unblemished finger was revealed. Zhou Fong stood frozen in place. Huh, had the wound healed so quickly? That seemed improbable. She furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Wiping her hands, Zhou Fong exited the kitchen and picked up her phone from the coffee table to message Lin Yu. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Yu was engrossed in a game. Suddenly, his phone pinged with a new WeChat message. Upon opening it, he saw Shue's message, Xiao Yuer. I accidentally got my bandage wet while washing my hands today. After taking it off, I found that my wound has healed. Is it thanks to the bandage you gave me? Seeing this, Lin Yu calmly typed a response. No need to worry, Shue. Your wound healing so rapidly is indeed due to that bandage. It contains exceptionally effective healing agents, and combined with your robust constitution, it's entirely normal for the wound to heal quickly. I had to pull some strings to acquire it. Each bandage costs quite a fortune. Lin Yu had already prepared himself for the possibility of Shue and her mother discovering this potent healing bandage when he first brought it out. He had carefully considered his words. Even if discovered, he felt compelled to bring it forth, even if it were merely a minor injury. After all, the injured were his beloved wife and esteemed mother-in-law. Spending tens of thousands on band-aids for such a purpose seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Lung Qingxue was instantly agitated. Xiao Yu, spending so much on such a trivial injury is excessive. Such a wondrous item should be preserved. Xiao Yu responded, as long as it hastens your recovery. I wouldn't mind spending even more. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a warm wave surged through Lung Qingxue's heart. She felt immensely grateful for having seized the moment to confess her feelings to Lin Yu that day. Lin Yu's phone pinged with a new message. Aunt Fong, Xiao Yu, my finger's cut has healed. Was it due to your band-aid? Lin Yu was taken aback. Both his mother-in-law and Qing Xue had noticed simultaneously. What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 62. Cold Father. What? My daughter has been stolen away. Lin Yu, unfazed, promptly relayed to his mother-in-law what he had just discussed with Qing Xue. Upon reading Lin Yu's message, Zhou Fong stood frozen in place. She still believed in the efficacy of the band-aid. After all, special remedies do exist. Xiao Yu is truly a good child. Tens of thousands spent on band-aids for these minor injuries, without a second thought. How could such a wonderful child exist? This son-in-law must be secured tightly. Zhou Fong had learned from Qing Xue that Xiao Yu's family background seemed quite respectable. Spending tens of thousands posed no burden. Yet, using such an amount for band-aids for their minor injuries still astonished her. She quickly typed, Xiao Yu, how much are the band-aids in total? I will send it to you. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The band-aids were free. They were a gift from the system. However, such a miraculous item would undoubtedly command a high price in reality. But how could he accept money from his mother-in-law? Was he that kind of person? Clearly not. Lin Yu hurriedly typed, Aunt Fong, discussing money makes me upset. Just as he was about to send the message, a conspicuous yellow box popped up. The other party transferred 200,000 yuan. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. Wow, my mother-in-law is incredibly extravagant. Without a word, she transferred 200,000 yuan. How absurd. Although 200,000 wasn't particularly significant to Lin Yu, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Zhou Fong, satisfied with her phone in hand, nodded approvingly. Well, Xiao Yu said a band-aid costs several thousand, which should total less than 100,000. Transferring 200,000 will perfectly resolve these matters. As for the excess, I shall simply give it to Xiao Yu. Lin Yu, slightly raising an eyebrow, replied, Aunt Fong, discussing money creates distance. Your and Xue's health is of utmost importance. I shall not accept this money. Lin Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Humph, you can transfer it if you wish. I simply won't acknowledge the payment. Zhou Fong, upon reading Lin Yu's message, was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head in amusement. What a wonderful child you are. Xue is truly fortunate to have found you. When you come to my home, I shall personally cook for you. Lin Yu readily agreed, exclaiming, of course. One must always heed the words of my esteemed mother-in-law. However, he felt a twinge of oddness at the thought of Zhou Fong cooking herself, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, believing there to be no real issue. After finishing his conversation with his mother-in-law, Lin Yu exited WeChat and resumed his gaming, only to discover that he had lost the match and had even been reported. In the afternoon, Lin Yu attended his economics class while Lung Qingxue was in her mathematics lecture. Lin Yu stared blankly at the knowledge presented on the blackboard, his expression devoid of emotion. And he even felt a hint of drowsiness, as he was already familiar with the material. His economic analysis skills were functioning passively. Meanwhile, in the villa, Zhou Fong sat on the sofa watching television, her mood noticeably uplifted. Little Yu is such a well-behaved and considerate child, while Xue, that little rascal, only knows how to be mischievous. Suddenly, her phone on the coffee table chimed with an incoming call. Upon checking, she saw it was her husband. She pressed the answer button. Hello, dear. What is the matter? Hello, my love. How has everything been at home? Lung Jia was currently in a conference room at an office building, on a business trip, seizing the opportunity during a break. He called to inquire about the situation at home, particularly regarding Xue, his precious daughter. He had once jokingly criticized his wife's cooking, leading to a night on the sofa. But that was inconsequential. He had proven himself. After all, even a night on the sofa was worth it for Xue. She had been in university for 2 months now, and he was eager to know how she was faring. Thankfully, her university was local to the city. Otherwise, he would have been even more anxious. Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Zhou Fong smiled and replied, Everything at home is wonderful. I'm feeling quite happy. Dear, when you return, I shall cook for you. Lung Jia's face turned pale, and he trembled slightly. Oh no, please don't, he exclaimed earnestly. My dear, how can I allow you to cook? Your hands are far too precious. Let us dine at a 5-star hotel. I will book a private room. Dining at a 5-star hotel lacks the significance of a home-cooked meal, Zhou Fong continued. In truth, she yearned to refine her culinary skills, aspiring to impress Xiao Yu upon his arrival with her newfound expertise. Cold Jia was already sweating profusely. Goodness, this woman is resolutely determined to cook. Has she been provoked? My dear, is that truly advisable? Zhou Fang instantly raised an eyebrow. What could possibly be wrong with that? It's settled then. I shall personally take charge of the kitchen upon your return. Zhou Fang unequivocally dismissed Cold Jia's concerns. Cold Jia was left dumbfounded. This is it. He was in deep trouble. He had no viable solution to this predicament. Thus, he continued to inquire, My dear, what of Xue Xue? How is she faring in university? Xue Xue is thriving. That mischievous girl is living quite lavishly during her college years. Just yesterday, I visited her at the university. Upon hearing this, Cold Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Xue Xue was flourishing in her studies. Zhou Fang, speaking of the serene Qing Xue, had Lin Yu on her mind. With a smile gracing her lips, she continued, Darling, I have something to share. Cold Jia was about to end the call when he sensed his wife had something significant to say. What is it? Darling, Xue Xue has found herself a boyfriend. I've met the lad. He is remarkably handsome, intelligent, courageous, and quite considerate. He comes from a good family and is attending the same university as Xue Xue. Cold Jia's mind went blank in an instant, his phone slipping from his grasp and shattering upon impact. He felt as though he had been struck dumb. Zhou Fang had just delivered a lengthy discourse, yet all he could focus on was one solitary phrase. Xue Xue has a boyfriend. What? No. An invisible force surged within him. His precious daughter had a boyfriend. The darling he had nurtured for 20 years had been taken away. Who was this scoundrel that dared to steal his daughter? Xue Xue was his little treasure. He must not allow himself to confront this young man. He vehemently opposed this development. He would seek out that boy and make his displeasure known. Upon noticing Cold Jia's prolonged silence, Zhou Fang pressed on. Darling, are you listening? Cold Jia hastily picked up his shattered phone. Ah, yes. I heard you, my dear. I believe this young man requires further scrutiny. Zhou Fang shot a glare at the phone. She knew her husband all too well. A true daughter-s slave. Seeing their daughter with a boyfriend would undoubtedly incite his protective instincts toward Xiaoyu. Let me tell you, I hold Xiaoyu in high regard. So don't even think about making trouble for him. Cold Jia was taken aback. What? No way. Chapter 63. Cold Dad. Lin Yu is more handsome than me? Impossible. Cold Jia was struck dumb by the threatening tone in Zhou Fang's voice. In an instant, he was left speechless. Goodness. To his astonishment, his wife seemed to have accurately discerned his intentions regarding that young man. Not only had she guessed correctly, but she also appeared to be defending him. No. Lung Jia could not accept this reality. His own wife, instead of joining forces with him against the boy who had dared to approach his daughter, was shielding him. Could love truly fade? Absolutely not. He was determined to make things difficult for that young man. If he wished to marry his precious daughter, he must first contend with Lung Jia. As the head of a company, Lung Jia had accumulated a wealth of experience over the years. The recent news of his daughter being pursued had stirred him, for how could he not be agitated when someone was attempting to take away his little darling? However, he quickly regained his composure and began to strategize. First, he would placate his wife, assuring her that he would not confront the young man. And then he would discreetly devise ways to challenge him. Under the radar. Hey, dear, are you listening? You seem lost in thought. His wife, Zhou Fang, interjected. Upon hearing her voice, Lung Jia's expression shifted back to calmness as he responded with a smile. Of course, my dear. I would never dream of causing trouble for my future son-in-law. Am I that sort of person? Zhou Fang cast a disdainful glance at her phone. Indeed, you are. Did she not know her husband well? He was a devoted father, having spoiled their daughter, Xue Xue, since childhood. He had even gone so far as to claim her culinary skills were lacking. Such audacity. She would remember this slight. With a stiffened smile, Lung Jia thought. Is it that obvious? He considered himself a paragon of virtue. Rest assured, dear, I have no intention of confronting that young man. After all, he is my son-in-law as well. Zhou Fang's expression was inscrutable. Oh, is that so? Then why did you seem so taken aback earlier and remain silent for so long? Were you contemplating how to avoid direct confrontation while secretly making things difficult for Xiaoyu? Lung Jia was taken aback. Goodness, his wife had read him like a book. Such an astute woman was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, despite being exposed, he maintained his composure. For the sake of Xue Xue and to challenge that young man. He had boundless potential. Haha. Dear, you truly have a knack for humor. I am a paragon of integrity. How could I ever engage in such underhanded tactics? Moreover, as an elder, how could I trouble a younger generation? Zhou Fang nodded lightly. Well, it would be best if that were the case. Let me emphasize that I have a particular fondness for this boy. Should I discover that you frighten him away, mark my words, the couch shall be your new abode. Lung Jia quickly acquiesced. All right, my dear. He certainly did not wish to sleep on the couch. After all, where could one find comfort in such a position compared to sleeping beside his beloved wife? Lung Jia verbally acquiesced. Yet his mind began to devise a scheme against that young man. As long as his wife remained oblivious, all would be well. The first step in his plan was to gather intelligence. Clearing his throat, he feigned seriousness and inquired, Dear wife, what is that young son-in-law's name? His name is Lin Yu, a truly wonderful young man, replied Zhou Fong with a smile gracing her lips. Lung Jia then asked, What does he look like? If his looks are not up to par, I cannot possibly agree. He felt that their daughter Xue Xue was so beautiful that she deserved no less than a handsome partner. Lung Jia resolved to assess the young man's appearance first. If Lin Yu was merely average in looks, he would certainly not grant his approval, while most would not place great importance on the male's appearance. He was determined to scrutinize every detail. Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow at his words. Did I not just mention? Xiao Yu is quite handsome. Did you not hear? Lung Jia stiffened. Indeed, he had not heard. He only registered that their daughter had found a boyfriend, filtering out everything else. He composed himself and asked, My dear, you say our son-in-law is handsome. Just how handsome is he? Is he more handsome than I am? He held a fair amount of confidence in his own appearance. It was not mere bravado. In his youth, he had been exceptionally handsome, with many girls pursuing him. Zhou Fong herself was a great beauty, and Lung Jia often mused that without his striking looks, he might not have won her heart. With both of them possessing such admirable features, it was no wonder their daughter Xue Xue was extraordinarily beautiful. Zhou Fong rolled her eyes at his comment. What are you thinking, my husband? Xiao Yu is far more handsome than you. Impossible. That cannot be. Lung Jia exclaimed, incredulous. Someone could be even more handsome than me. He could at best be my equal. In his decades of business experience, he had only acknowledged one man as his equal in terms of looks. Zhou Fong could sense the stunned silence from the other end of the line and found it amusing. At this age, you're still comparing yourself to Xiao Yu? Just wait until he visits. You will surely concede. Lung Jia, upon hearing the confidence in his wife's voice, felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed that Lin Yu truly was quite handsome. While his wife's culinary skills might leave something to be desired, her words were always earnest. It appeared that there would be little room for criticism regarding Lin Yu's appearance. With the plan having failed, it was time to execute the next phase. Dear wife, what is the financial standing of that son-in-law? It cannot be too disparate from our own. In truth, he is indifferent to his family's wealth. This is primarily about that young man. Xiao Yu's family is quite well off. What are the specifics? A smirk appeared on Lung Jia's face. Well off certainly carries its own implications. What are the details? Zhou Fong fell into reminiscence. She had transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiao Yu, which he refused to accept. He readily provided several thousand yuan for band-aids to them. Moreover, his family runs a company. Indeed, Xiao Yu's family is comparable to ours, perhaps even a bit better. Lung Jia was momentarily taken aback. Such favorable conditions. How could this young man possibly have flaws? He must have woven an impeccable facade for himself. Zhou Fong remarked nonchalantly, All right, dear, Xiao Yu is truly remarkable. You want to find a fault in him. I must practice my culinary skills now. Goodbye. Lung Jia was left dumbfounded. His attempt to find faults had been uncovered. After a brief pause, he took out his phone to call his secretary. Hello, Xiao Chun. Book me the fastest flight back to Magic City. Chapter 64. Father Lung rushed back by plane to confront Lin Yu in the conference room. Lung Jia was on the phone with his secretary, insisting on the quickest flight back to Magic City. He needed to return immediately, otherwise, his daughter might be deceived. Secretary Chun was organizing documents when he noticed his phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw it was from Chairman Lung. Hello, Chairman Lung. Hello, Xiao Chun. Book me the fastest flight back to Magic City. Hurry. The sooner, the better. Secretary Chun was taken aback. Chairman Lung seemed quite anxious. Chairman, our meeting is not yet concluded. Shouldn't we wait another day? No need. I have discussed nearly everything. The remainder can be handled by you and the other vice chairman. Hurry and book the flight. I need the quickest one. Lung Jia replied hastily, clearly distressed. His daughter was in danger. How could he not be anxious? Regardless of whether the meeting was finished or not, he needed to return. Understood. I will book it right away. Secretary Chen promptly reserved the fastest flight to Magic City. In truth, their business trip location was relatively close to Magic City. A high-speed train could reach there in 4 hours, making a flight unnecessary. Clearly, Chairman Lung was in a hurry. Chairman, the tickets are booked. I have sent the details to your phone. Good job, Xiaochen. I leave the rest to you. I am heading back to Magic City now. Lung Jie stood up and exited the conference room. Chairman, what could be so urgent? Secretary Chen, having a good rapport with Lung Jie, dared to inquire. Lung Jie responded, somewhat exasperated. What could be so urgent? A young man has stolen my daughter away. Secretary Chen, so. It turns out that Xue is in a relationship. Indeed, Lung Jie sped towards the airport in his car. Lin Yu, you rascal, I've caught you. At that moment, Lung Jie was en route. In the classroom, a drowsy Lin Yu sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? Ah, it must be Xue. After sneezing, Lin Yu felt a bit more alert. He attentively gazed at the professor lecturing at the blackboard, only to succumb to drowsiness once more. Alas, he had already mastered the material. How lonely it is to be invincible. At 6 in the evening, the bell rang, and students rushed out of the classroom. Lin Yu followed suit. As he stepped outside, he spotted Lung Qingxue, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, patiently awaiting him. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue dashed over, wrapping her slender arm around his. Xiaoyue. The surrounding classmates had long grown accustomed to this scene, yet they still felt a pang of jealousy. Their eyes filled with lemons. Lin Yu gently ruffled Lung Qingxue's hair. What's wrong? She squinted playfully. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call you Xiaoyue. Come. Let us go have dinner. Lung Qingxue tugged Lin Yu towards the cafeteria, which was bustling with students at peak hours. The place was a sea of humanity, filled with lively chatter. Yet, Lin was unperturbed, securely holding Lung Qingxue in his embrace. She relished his protective gesture, though she could easily defend herself if the need arose. Later that night, after finishing dinner, Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu returned to their respective dormitories. At the airport in the magical city, Lung Jie disembarked from the plane. I'm back. Xue. I'm back. Lin Yu, your father-in-law has come to catch you. He exited the airport and headed straight to the parking lot where the company car awaited. He promptly drove home, eager to see his wife first. Arriving at his villa, he rushed into the kitchen where Zhou Fong hummed cheerfully while cooking. Excitedly, she anticipated Lin Yu's visit and had decided to cook for him. Suddenly, a black car pulled into the villa's garage. Lung Jie emerged and dashed inside. Wife, I'm home. Zhou Fong paused in surprise. Did I just hear my husband's voice? Isn't he on a business trip? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought as mere imagination. Yet, in the next moment, Lung Jie burst through the door into the living room. Wife, I'm home. Where are you? Wife, Zhou Fong remarked. This husband of mine seems to be a bit unwell. He has too much to handle. She stepped out of the kitchen and into the living room. Why are you back so suddenly? I thought you were on a business trip? Cold Jie noticed Zhou Fong emerging. My dear, I simply missed you too much. I couldn't wait to return to you. Zhou Fong lifted her gaze to him, skepticism evident. Really? Why do I find that hard to believe? You must be rushing back because Xue has a boyfriend. All right, dear, the truth is, I came back to see Xue and my son-in-law. Cold Jie scratched his head sheepishly. Zhou Fong continued to regard him with doubt. Are you sure you came to see your son-in-law? Or were you perhaps looking to confront Xiaoyu? Cold Jie, feigning indignation, patted his chest. Of course, as a father-in-law, I must see such a wonderful son-in-law. Zhou Fong cast him a dismissive glance. Fine, I'll take your word for it. A devilish smile graced her lips. However, my dear, there is something even more pressing for you to attend to. Huh, what is it? Cold Jie looked at his wife with curiosity. Zhou Fong turned and headed back to the kitchen, bringing out several dishes. There was fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, and sweet and sour ribs, each dish a feast for the senses. Of course, it's to savor my cooking. My dear, these dishes were made especially for your return. Yet, Zhou Fong was entirely unaware of Cold Jie's unexpected arrival. Upon seeing the spread of colorful dishes, he felt his body stiffen, his face pale, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Oh no, had I known, I wouldn't have come back so soon. This is terrifying. Seeing Cold Jie frozen in place, Zhou Fong chuckled. Darling, the food is ready. Why aren't you eating? Cold Jie wanted to retort that someone had mentioned she might have poisoned the food, but he refrained, fearing that he would end up on the sofa again. Trembling, he picked up his chopsticks, hesitantly taking a piece of meat and placing it into his mouth. Zhou Fong beamed at the sight of him eating her cooking. So, how does it taste, my dear? The moment the food touched his tongue, Cold Jie's face turned an ashen hue, his eyes wide. as a cacophony of flavors danced on his palate. Delicious. But why do I feel as though countless little stars are swirling around? Chapter 65. Cold Jia's Fantasies. Confronting Lin Yu at university. After consuming a piece of meat, Cold Jia's complexion went pale, his expression one of impending doom. He slumped in his chair, eyes vacant. This is too much. I've faced poison before, but nothing like this. Fortunately, he managed to utter that it was delicious. Otherwise, he might have had to resign himself to the sofa for the night. Zhou Fong, observing his reaction, found it amusing. Since it tastes good, why not have more? Come on, keep eating. Cold Jia was taken aback. What? More? No, my dear. Just a bite will suffice. It's harmful to the body. Indeed, it's detrimental to one's health, quite literally so. At this rate, even a cow would collapse. Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong let out a light hum and proceeded to clear the dishes from the table. She had no intention of tormenting her husband any further. Once was sufficient. Of course, if he wished to indulge in another bite, that would be splendid. Zhou Fong had long perceived that Cold Jia was attempting to make things difficult for Xiao Yu. Thus she imposed a slight punishment upon him. When Cold Jia witnessed his wife removing the food, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. If he ate again, there would be nothing left. He hadn't even had the chance to confront that young man yet. How could he allow it to end like this? Later that night, the couple sat on the sofa watching television. Cold Jia glanced at Zhou Fong beside him. Dear? Didn't you mention that young son-in-law attends the same university as Shui? Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Zhou Fong cast a casual glance at her husband. Nothing much. It seems the son-in-law is quite accomplished academically, Cold Jia remarked with an innocent smile. That rascal. Attending the same university as Shui. No wonder they became close so quickly. Proximity breeds affection. It seems this young man is quite perceptive. Cold Jia and Zhou Fong themselves had met in college. Zhou Fong nodded in agreement. Of course, that boy Xiao Yu is exceptionally bright. Moreover, he possesses remarkable skills, mastering martial arts and excelling in internet technology. How impressive. Cold Jia nodded in affirmation. Yes, that little rascal is indeed capable. I must see for myself what talents you possess. Even my wife is defending you. Just wait, I'll find you at your university. The reason he inquired whether Lin Yu and Shui attended the same university was to plan a visit to apprehend Lin Yu there. Cold Jia envisioned the scene vividly. He would drive to the university entrance and call for Lin Yu. When Lin Yu approached, Cold Jia would scrutinize him from head to toe before pulling out a gold card. 50 million. Stay away from my daughter. Lin Yu would be utterly stunned as he received the card. Uncle, I'll leave at once. Cold Jia would then burst into triumphant laughter. Ha! Hee. Immersed in his own fantasy, Cold Jia chuckled to himself. Zhou Fong, noticing her husband's peculiar laughter, leaned away slightly. Is my husband truly unwell? Suddenly laughing to himself like that. She playfully tapped Cold Jia on the head. What's the matter with you, laughing strangely at this hour? Lung Jia was abruptly pulled back from his reverie. He wiped his mouth and said, It's nothing, my dear. I was merely reminiscing about something joyous. Zhou Fong shot him a glance. Husband, you aren't contemplating ways to trouble Xiao Yu, are you? Of course not. I was just pondering how to welcome our son-in-law. Well, that would be splendid. At that moment, Lin Yu was engrossed in solving mathematical problems in his dormitory, unaware that his father-in-law had already spent 50 million to secure his future. The elderly professor had assigned a particularly challenging math problem, one that even Qian Fei struggled to comprehend, while Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were equally at a loss. They could only gaze enviously at Lin Yu. Initially, Lin Yu was oblivious to the assignment, nearly dozing off on Shui's shoulder during class. Her shoulder was so fragrant and soft that he couldn't help but succumb to sleep. At first, Lin Yu hesitated, insisting, Don't look at me. Each of you should complete your own work. However, when Lung Qing sent him a message expressing her lack of ideas, he immediately sprang into action, messaging her back to explain the thought process. Brothers, where's the problem? Show it to me, and I will tackle it. Wang Jun, Zhao Tian, and Qian Fei exclaimed. Did you not just say to do your own work? They were exasperated but had no choice. They needed Lin Yu's guidance to solve the problem. Reluctantly, they sent the question to him. After explaining it to Lung Qing, Lin Yu received a sweet kiss from her. Xiao Yu, you are amazing. This elicited a chorus of envy from Wang Jun and the others, who felt as if they had just been showered with a ton of dog food. Wang Jun and Qian Fei glared at Lin Yu, wishing for their own affectionate kisses. Zhao Tian, however, was indifferent, as he already had a girlfriend. Ha! Lin Yu chuckled, shaking the freshly completed math assignment in his hands. Your lifeline is still in my grasp. Are you sure you want to continue glaring at me? Instantly, their bravado diminished. Wang Jun, with a sly grin, remarked, Brother you truly are a genius. Such a difficult problem, and you solved it effortlessly. Pleased, Lin Yu nodded and handed the assignment to Wang Jun, who, along with the others, received it as if it were a treasure. The following afternoon, Lung Jie, dressed impeccably with a mask and sunglasses, exited the villa. He intended to confront Lin Yu at the university. Ha! Lin Yu, I must see what you truly look like. Is he really as handsome as my wife claims? He made his way to the garage and drove off to Mo Jiao University. Once Lung Jie had departed, Zhou Feng peeked out from the villa, scanning the surroundings. Confirming that he had left, she hurried into the garage, starting her white Porsche to follow him discreetly. Zhou Feng had already surmised that her husband was not the most docile of individuals, and this time he had undoubtedly set out to confront Xiao Yu. Thus, she kept a vigilant eye on Lung Jie. In the afternoon, she observed him donning sunglasses and a mask, surreptitiously driving out. Zhou Feng followed him, and soon discerned that his destination was none other than the University of Mo Jiaoda. She thumped the steering wheel in realization. He is indeed off to create trouble for Xiao Yu. You're finished. Unbeknownst to Lung Jie, he was being trailed by his wife, and his spirits were high, for he would soon be able to confront Lin Yu at the university. He parked his car and sauntered towards the university entrance, only to freeze. How was he to locate Lin Yu now? At that moment, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian, having just finished a sumptuous meal, passed by Lung Jie. Noticing the two students, Lung Jie hastily approached Wang Jun. Excuse me, do you know Lin Yu? Chapter 66. Lung Jie. Who is Lin Yu? Zhao Tian. That would be me. Wang Jun was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Zhao Tian about which girl was more attractive when they were interrupted by the peculiar figure of a man in sunglasses and a mask, inquiring about Lin Yu. The two students scrutinized the masked stranger before them. They could not discern his appearance nor determine whether he was friend or foe. However, a sense of suspicion lingered. It was rather odd for someone to wear both a mask and sunglasses in broad daylight, exuding an air of secrecy. Exchanging glances, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian silently acknowledged their mutual apprehension. Sir, do you have business with Lin Yu? Wang Jun inquired. I am acquainted with him, and you may share your concerns with me first. He maintained a congenial demeanor, intent on uncovering the stranger's motives before proceeding. What if this man posed a danger to Lin Yu? To Lung Jie's astonishment, the random passerby happened to be Lin Yu's classmate, which filled him with elation. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, he eagerly replied, his voice tinged with delight. Classmate, how fortuitous. Since you are Lin Yu's peer, I have a matter to discuss with him. Could you kindly summon him? Wang Jun, however, continued to probe. What is it that you seek from him? You may confide in me, and I shall relay your message to Lin Yu. Wang Jun felt compelled to ascertain the nature of this peculiar man's inquiry regarding Lin Yu. As his suspicion deepened due to the stranger's reluctance to divulge his intentions, Lung Jie hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his purpose. He could hardly admit that he had come to apprehend Lin Yu, realizing that his sunglasses and mask indeed appeared rather suspicious. He resignedly acknowledged that they were a necessity he could not forego. As Snow is also at university, wouldn't it be easy for her to recognize herself if she saw this? The matter of apprehending Lin Yu must be handled with utmost caution. He has come seeking trouble, and it is imperative that no one uncovers this. Moreover, it is crucial that my wife remains oblivious. Otherwise, I would be doomed. My apologies, classmates. But the matter I wish to discuss with Lin Yu cannot be shared with you. It pertains to personal privacy. I kindly ask you to summon Lin Yu for me. Cold Jie maintained a smile as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's suspicions grew even stronger. This individual had been evasive and reticent, undoubtedly hiding something. He must be plotting against you. As a close brother of Lin Yu, it was imperative that he step forward to address this potential threat. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow. I see. Uncle, if it is indeed a matter of privacy, then I certainly cannot pry further. Cold Jie nodded in agreement. That is correct. I would appreciate it if you could call Lin Yu for me, Wang Jun said, patting Zhao Tian on the shoulder. Uncle, to be frank, he is Lin Yu. I believe this peculiar uncle does not actually know Lin Yu. If he did, he would simply go in and find him instead of relying on us to relay the message. Zhao Tian instantly grasped Wang Jun's implication and spoke up. Hello, uncle. I am Lin Yu, Zhao Tian declared. Cold Jie was taken aback. He glanced at Zhao Tian, who had been silent beside the chubby boy. and then cast a doubtful look at Wang Jun. Young man, are you joking? I have heard that Lin Yu is quite handsome. Is this really him? The individual before him had an appearance that might rate an 80, but he could not possibly be Lin Yu. His wife had mentioned that Lin Yu was exceptionally handsome, and while this person was passable, he fell far short of that standard. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's indignation flared. Damn, I come out to assist a friend only to be critiqued on my looks. While I may not be as striking as you, I am still presentable. Thank you very much. I have a girlfriend after all. This man, hidden behind a mask and sunglasses, has no idea what I truly look like. Yet he dares to judge me? Uncle, what do you mean? I am Lin Yu. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhao Tian retorted, visibly frustrated. His anger stemmed from two reasons. First, his appearance had been unjustly criticized, and second, it seemed he was indeed being mistaken for Lin Yu. Cold Jie stared at the irate Zhao Tian, momentarily stunned. Could it be? This lad is truly Lin Yu? Wang Jun thumped his chest. Uncle, I can vouch for him. He is indeed Lin Yu. Then why didn't you mention this earlier? Cold Jie inquired suspiciously. Uncle, when we asked you what you intended to discuss, you did not provide an answer. Since you withheld your purpose, we naturally had no reason to disclose ours. You mentioned it was a matter of privacy, and thus we revealed it, Wang Jun explained, and Cold Jie found his reasoning quite compelling. It is entirely normal for the other party to harbor doubts. He now believes that the individual before him is Lin Yu. He scrutinizes Zhao Tian once more, finding him rather unremarkable in appearance, far inferior to himself. What kind of aesthetic does his wife possess to claim that this young man is more handsome? It is a preposterous jest. Lung Jie gazes at Lin Yu with a sense of satisfaction, for he has already triumphed in the realm of looks. Observing this, Zhao Tian directly inquires, Sir, what business do you have with me? If there's nothing, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lung Jie reaches into his pocket, intent on retrieving a 50 million gold card, but then he ponders that it may not be necessary. This Lin Yu is merely average in appearance, far from the handsome figure his wife described. He could easily use Lin Yu's looks as a pretext to belittle him, ensuring that the young man would leave in embarrassment. There is no need to spend money. Besides, the university entrance is bustling with people. Engaging in such transactions would be ill-advised and could lead to undesirable consequences. He pats Zhao Tian on the shoulder, saying, It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to meet you. Now that I have, I shall take my leave. With that, Lung Jie strides away, leaving behind two individuals filled with confusion. Wang Jun. Zhao Tian. Is this person suffering from some grave illness? With a light heart, Lung Jie strolls down the road, removing his mask and sunglasses. He feels joyous. That Lin Yu is no match for him in terms of looks, and he has effortlessly secured a victory without lifting a finger. He is baffled by his wife's comments, which asserted that Lin Yu was more handsome. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a notification. He presses the answer button. Hello, Xiaochen, what is it? Hello, Director Long. The meeting has new design requirements, and they specifically requested you to create a design proposal. Lung Jie is taken aback. Has there already been a new demand just after his departure? All right, I understand. Please send the design requirements to my phone. I will take care of it. After a moment, he lowers his head to examine the design requirements sent by Secretary Chun, his brow furrowing in annoyance. This is indeed troublesome. Meanwhile, Lin Yu approaches from the opposite direction. Having just spent considerable mental energy at a meeting called by Tianyu Technology Company that afternoon, as a WeChat message from Xue pops up on his phone. He pulls it out while walking. Suddenly, with a thud, Lin Yu collides with the advancing Lung Jie. The latter loses his grip, and his phone slips from his hand. In a swift motion, Lin Yu manages to catch the phone just before it hits the ground. He hands it back to the rather handsome middle-aged man, saying, My apologies. Sir, I wasn't watching where I was going. Lung Jie, looking at the particularly attractive young man before him, responds with a smile, No worries, young man. I too was not paying attention. Chapter 67. Lin Yu takes action. Astonishing, his father-in-law Lung Jie accepted the phone handed to him by Lin Yu. Thank you, young man. I'm grateful you caught my phone. Otherwise, it would have suffered another crack. The young man before him was quite impressive, undeniably handsome. Even Lung Jie, who prided himself on his own looks, couldn't help but acknowledge that this young man surpassed him in youthful charm. Quick-witted and agile, Lin Yu had effortlessly caught his phone. Lin Yu glanced at the device in Lung Jie's hand, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. When he caught the phone, he noticed a ring of cracks adorning its surface, remnants of an earlier mishap. This phone was clearly battle-worn. The elder really was frugal. opting not to replace it despite its condition. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the phone had only been damaged the day before, having met its unfortunate fate when Lung Jie dropped it upon receiving distressing news from his wife about their daughter being deceived. In his haste to confront Lin Yu today, he had neglected to procure a new device. Lin Yu, if aware that the phone's misfortune was indirectly his doing, might have been taken aback. With a smile, he remarked, "No need to mention it, sir. With your phone in such a state, why not get a new one?" "I was actually planning to," Lung Jie replied. "But I haven't had the chance to replace it yet. It broke yesterday." For Lung Jie, acquiring a new phone would be a trivial matter. Yet his urgent desire to confront Lin Yu had caused him to overlook it. Moreover, he couldn't afford the distraction now, as he had important documents that required immediate attention. A hint of frustration flickered across Lung Jie's face. Lin Yu observed the dashing elder before him and recalled the contents of the phone he had glimpsed earlier, an economic strategy design requirement for a major corporation. It seemed relatively straightforward. Thanks to the economic analysis skills that were actively engaged in his mind, Lin Yu had already formulated a design proposal at first glance. As he looked at the slightly distressed Lung Jie, an inexplicable urge to assist him washed over him. It was a peculiar sensation, compelling him to lend a hand to this elder. Typically, Lin Yu was not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, when inspiration struck, he felt inclined to offer his assistance. Preparing to leave, Lung Jie held his phone and smiled at Lin Yu. "Young man, I must take my leave. Perhaps we can converse another time." He had initially felt triumphant upon encountering Lin Yu, but the demand for a new proposal from the collaborating company had dampened his spirits. He needed to return swiftly to address the matter at hand. With that, Lung Jie turned and departed. "Wait, sir, I believe I can assist you with that proposal." Lin Yu called out to the departing Lung Jie. Startled by the remark, Lung Jie turned back to regard Lin Yu. This young man claimed he could help him find a solution? Was this a jest? The lad appeared to be in his early 20s, and regardless of his experience, this was an economic strategy plan requiring a wealth of expertise. Even a top graduate from a finance program would not suffice. One would need 2 decades of experience in finance to even have a chance of contributing. "Young man, are you joking?" Perhaps he had caught a glimpse of the strategy details on my phone and was eager to try his hand, but this was no trivial matter. Lin Yu smiled lightly. "Sir, I never jest. If you doubt me, I can elaborate on the specifics, no more than 2 minutes." He was resolute in his capabilities. Lung Jie examined Lin Yu, who was just a tad more handsome than he had been at that age. Seeing the young man's earnest and confident expression, he relented. "Fine. I shall grant you 2 minutes. An hour would be out of the question." Without hesitation, Lin Yu approached Lung Jie, took his phone, and magnified the contents on the screen that outlined the strategic requirements. We can broadly categorize our approach into 4 points. First, leverage the company's resources and capabilities to identify a niche market while refining product quality and standards. Second, while ensuring product quality, we must enhance innovation to capture market share. Third, maintain differentiation from competitors during innovation to create a unique industrial chain. Finally, ensure product diversification to escape monotony and increase market penetration. Lin Yu articulated these 4 strategies with measured precision, the timing impeccable, 2 minutes exactly, not a second more or less. Lung Jie was captivated, his mind constructing a rough model of direction based on Lin Yu's insights. Noticing Lung Jie's dazed expression, Lin Yu waved a hand in front of him. "Sir, did you hear me?" "Ah, yes, I heard you," Lung Jie replied, coming back to his senses. As he absorbed Lin Yu's analysis, plans began to form in his mind, and he felt an overwhelming urge to commence the proposal immediately. He excitedly grasped Lin Yu's hand. "Thank you, young man. Truly thank you. This business collaboration holds a value in the billions. Even I find it daunting. Today, I understand what it means when they say that listening to a wise man's words is worth more than a decade of study. I apologize for underestimating you." Lin Yu, unperturbed, regarded the older man with understanding. It was natural for someone of his age to feel this way. Lung Jie looked at the handsome Lin Yu, a thought forming in his mind. He intended to recruit this young man into his company. This is indeed a rare talent, so young yet so impressive. He has provided such immense inspiration and insight. His future is boundless. "Young man, may I inquire where you are currently employed? Would you be interested in joining our company?" Lin Yu was taken aback. He was merely an unremarkable university student, yet to embark on his career. Moreover, he was already affiliated with Tianyu Technology Company and had no need to consider other options. "Sir, I am just a freshman and currently unemployed. Perhaps I can consider your company after I graduate, Lin Yu replied with a smile, gently declining Cold Jia's invitation. By the time he graduated from university, for years would have passed, and who would still remember this moment? Cold Jia was astonished. Wait, this is a freshman? Chapter 68. Zhou Fong. The admired young man is your son-in-law. Cold Jia scrutinized Lin Yu closely, nearly reaching out to touch him. This freshman appeared as if he possessed over 20 years of professional experience in finance, leaving this 40-year-old man feeling quite inadequate. Young man, are you truly just a university student? Surely you jest? My company is quite substantial. Cold Jia presumed Lin Yu was rejecting him because he thought little of his company. Unaware of its true scale, Lin Yu smiled lightly. Really, sir, I am genuinely just a freshman. What would I gain from deceiving you? Cold Jia, observing Lin Yu's earnest expression, felt a twinge of regret. What a promising financial prospect, yet still just a university student. Such a pity. Very well, young man. That is indeed unfortunate. May I have your phone number so we can stay in touch? Lin Yu took out his phone and shared his number with Cold Jia, and they exchanged contact information. Upon receiving Lin Yu's number, Cold Jia was eager to return and finalize his ideas. He had to hurry back. He could not afford to forget the plans that had just formed in his mind. Young man, inspiration is flowing. I must head back now. Let's have a meal together next time, Cold Jia said, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Sure. Regardless of whether it was mere pleasantry, responding positively was entirely acceptable. Cold Jia quickly made his way to the parking lot, driven by inspiration. Lin Yu chuckled at the urgency of the man hurrying away and then headed back toward the university. As Cold Jia reached the parking lot, he suddenly realized he hadn't asked for the young man's name. He turned around to find that the parking lot was 2 miles from the university, and that handsome young man had already vanished from sight. Drat, I didn't even ask for his name. Oh well, attending to business takes precedence. As long as I have this young man's phone number, I will learn his name in due time. A white Porsche trailed behind Lung Jia, maintaining a respectable distance. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Fong, donning sunglasses, meticulously observed her husband's every move. She followed him all the way to the entrance of the university. Realizing that he was indeed there to confront Xiaoyu, Zhou Fong felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the car and apprehend him on the spot. However, she refrained and chose to assess the situation first. What if her husband claimed he was looking for Xue Xue? She decided to wait until she could catch him red-handed. To her astonishment, she witnessed Lung Jia standing at the university entrance, engaging in conversation with 2 students she did not recognize. After exchanging a few words, he departed abruptly. Zhou Fong was left dumbfounded by his actions. Had her husband undergone a transformation? Was he not intending to confront Xiaoyu after all? It seemed implausible. She refused to accept this notion and resolved to uncover the truth behind her husband's peculiar behavior. Continuing to follow him as he exited the university, Zhou Fong was met with an astonishing scene. She observed the moment when Lung Jia collided with Lin Yu, causing Zhou Fong's phone to slip from her grasp. Alarmed, she prepared to exit the vehicle to protect Lin Yu, fearing a potential altercation between the two. However, she watched in disbelief as Lin Yu swiftly caught the phone and returned it to Lung Jia, both of them exchanging smiles as they conversed amicably. Zhou Fong was left in a state of shock. Was their interaction truly this harmonious? The two appeared to be engaged in light-hearted dialogue, with Lung Jia's expression shifting from neutrality to astonishment, his eyes sparkling with interest. Their smiles conveyed a sense of camaraderie, devoid of any anticipated hostility. Ultimately, Lung Jia placed a friendly pat on Lin Yu's shoulder, leaving Zhou Fong utterly bewildered. Could it be that this father-son duo shared such a warm and affectionate bond? Surely something was amiss. As Lung Jia bid farewell to Lin Yu and headed toward the parking lot, Zhou Fong resolutely followed, wary of any ulterior motives he might harbor against Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian returned to their dormitory only to find that Lin Yu had yet to arrive. They promptly retrieved their phones and called him. At that moment, Lin Yu had just reached the university entrance. Hearing his phone ring, he pressed the answer button. Hello? Junzi, what's the matter? Hello? Yuzi, just now a strange uncle came looking for you. When I asked what he wanted, he refused to say. Old Zhao and I tried to trick him, but to no avail. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A strange uncle? What nonsense is this? He had no recollection of knowing any such uncle, as the original owner's memories did not include this. I have no idea. After failing to find out the reason for his visit, he left, Wang Jun replied. Don't worry about it. He was probably a scammer, Lin Yu contemplated aloud. I think so too. Especially since he didn't even recognize you, but insisted on finding you, Wang Jun concurred. The two ended their call. As Lin Yu strolled along, he pondered the identity of this peculiar uncle, for he had never encountered anyone resembling that description. It was not long before I encountered a rather handsome gentleman today. This man possessed striking features, and certainly did not appear to be an eccentric. As night fell, Lung Jie finally completed the economic strategy proposal that had been occupying his mind. This proposal was, to date, his most satisfactory creation, largely thanks to the inspiration provided by that dashing young man. He promptly sent the document to Secretary Chun, who soon responded with enthusiasm. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Not only did you craft this proposal in a single afternoon, but it is also exceptional. This is the most impressive one I have seen in a long time. Lung Jie, however, did not seek to claim sole credit. Xiao Chun, this is not solely my doing. A remarkably talented young man inspired me. Secretary Chen expressed his confusion. Young man? How young? Surely not just 20? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this, as his task was merely to forward the proposal to the collaborating company. In the study of the villa, Zhou Fong entered. Darling, what are you busy with? The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Lung Jie deliberately chose to ignore the fact that dinner was prepared. My dear, I was just finalizing an urgent proposal for our partner company. It is already complete. Oh, I owe it all to that handsome young man from this afternoon. Zhou Fong recognized that the charming young man Lung Jie referred to was none other than her son. Xiaoyu. Oh, what about that young man? You have no idea, my dear. That young man is truly a financial genius. The inspiration for my proposal came from him. He provided 4 brilliant ideas in an instant. I even considered bringing him into our company. But guess what? He is still merely a freshman. Regrettably, in my excitement, I forgot to ask for his name, Lung Jie lamented. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong's understanding deepened. No wonder the two of them had not clashed. Her husband did not even recognize Xiaoyu. This realization made her even happier. She never anticipated that Xiaoyu possessed such remarkable financial talent. Indeed, he was worthy of his economics major. Where else could one find such a fine son-in-law? Fortunately, he was already secured by their daughter, Xue. Zhou Fong looked at Lung Jie. Darling, is that young man truly so impressive? Just a freshman? Indeed, not only is he impressive, but he is also quite handsome, perhaps slightly more so than I was in my youth. Zhou Fong teased. Just a tad bit more, I presume? She chuckled at Lung Jie's expression of regret. The very young man you admire is actually the Xiaoyu you have long sought to challenge. I can only imagine your reaction when you finally meet him. It will surely be entertaining. Chapter 69 Lung Jie. Lin Yu, generally speaking. Zhou Fong. Ah yes. Lung Jie glanced at Zhou Fong, who was stifling a laugh. He scratched his head, looking at her with a hint of confusion. What is it with my wife? Laughing for no apparent reason? It is a bit unsettling. As Lung Jie, Zhou Fong's husband, had often witnessed her mischievous smiles. He felt a sense of foreboding each time she exhibited such a cunning expression. It was rather alarming. My dear, what is it that amuses you? Lung Jie inquired, casting a glance at his wife. Upon hearing his question, Zhou Fong immediately suppressed her smile, yet her lips betrayed her, curving into a grin she could hardly contain. Eventually, she succumbed to laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. Ha ha ha, are you dismissing me, Jiego? Lung Jie teased. Zhou Fong, still giggling, clutched her belly. For the situation was truly comical. The young man her husband had encountered today was precisely the one he intended to confront, Xiaoyu. Today, he had been extolling Xiaoyu's virtues, even considering bringing him into the company. One was a dashing young man he admired, while the other was the potential suitor for his daughter whom he wished to challenge. The irony was that both identities belonged to the same individual. Zhou Fong's mind conjured an image of Lung Jie meeting Lin Yu. First astonished, then distressed, his face alternating between crimson and pallid, as if suffering from severe constipation. Ha ha ha. Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something joyful, Zhou Fong replied amidst her laughter. What joyous event? Lung Jie queried. Our son-in-law is remarkably talented, a versatile individual. I am truly pleased, Zhou Fong remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lung Jie. Raising an eyebrow, Lung Jie responded, Lin Yu? A versatile talent? I just encountered him at the university this afternoon. I didn't perceive any remarkable talents. He appeared rather ordinary, certainly not as striking as you described. Not even as handsome as myself. This is absurd. I now suspect your taste has significantly declined. My dear, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I will reveal my hand. Lung Jie declared, reclining in his chair with an air of superiority. Zhou Fong crossed her arms, regarding him with an expression of indifference. Go ahead. I am curious to see what you will unveil. With a sense of pride, Lung Jie continued, My dear, I met Lin Yu this afternoon, the very son-in-law you cherish. Zhou Fong's brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Didn't you claim not to know Xiao Yu? How can you say you have encountered him? It was absurd. Zhou Fong looked at Lung Jie, urging him to elaborate. My dear, I did see Lin Yu, and he is not nearly as handsome as you profess. In my view, he is rather average, lacking the charm of my brother's son. Zhou Fong, puzzled, asked, Where did you see Xiao Yu? You were with me all afternoon, and you only encountered him once, right? Moreover, she had been discreetly observing, and the interaction between the father and son seemed quite amicable. Lung Jie, not wishing to conceal any details, candidly replied, My dear, I encountered him at the university gate. Just by chance, I ran into him there. At the university gate? Zhou Fong was increasingly perplexed. She had seen Lung Jie chatting with two students she did not recognize. Neither of those students was Xiao Yu. Yes, at the university gate. That chubby fellow exhibited quite a sense of vigilance. Initially, he inquired what I wanted with Lin Yu. I remained silent, as did he, until I finally discovered that the individual beside him was indeed Lin Yu. Truly, it was as if I had searched high and low only to stumble upon my prize without effort, Lung Jie declared with pride. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lung Jie's words, Zhou Fong instantly grasped the situation and burst into laughter. It turned out her husband had mistaken that person for Xiao Yu. While those two children were likely Xiao Yu's classmates, they must have thought that this peculiar uncle posed a threat to Xiao Yu and had played a trick on him. To be honest, given Lung Jie's appearance, with his mask and sunglasses, anyone would find him rather odd. Had she not known he was her husband, she might have approached him with a punch, ready to deliver a beating first and ask questions later. Lung Jie watched Zhou Fong erupt in laughter, utterly bewildered. What is going on? Did she eat a laughing pill today? She couldn't stop chuckling. However, Zhou Fong was simply that kind of person, with a low threshold for humor. Even Xue had inherited her sense of amusement. Wife, what are you laughing at? I'm angry. I tell you. I saw that Lin Yu today. He looks quite average, and you actually said he was more handsome than me. This kid is not worthy. I do not approve. Zhou Fong continued to giggle. All right, my dear husband. If you find that Lin Yu you met unsuitable, I have no objections. Lung Jie was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Has my wife changed her mind? Didn't she like Lin Yu very much? He scrutinized Zhou Fong with suspicion. Wife, are you serious? Yes, I am serious, Zhou Fong replied nonchalantly, nodding. She always spoke with unwavering resolve. But that person was not Xiao Yu. All right, wife, that is what you said. Lung Jie exclaimed with excitement, feeling a surge in his domestic standing. Yes, that is what I said. Now let us go eat. I've prepared the meal. Zhou Fong tugged Lung Jie towards the dining room. Lung Jie was suddenly taken aback. Wife, I'm not very hungry right now. Can we wait a bit? Zhou Fong shot him a glare. If we wait, the food will get cold and one tea tastes good. Lung Jie responded. Cold and hot isn't tea much different, right? You don't really think hot food tastes better, do you? In an instant, Zhou Fong turned around, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Husband, what did you just say? Without saying much, he remarked, Dear, I am off to dine. Cold Jie swiftly dashed to the restaurant to begin his meal. Alas, he nearly choked. Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned to his dormitory. No sooner had he entered than Wang Jun rushed toward him. Yuzi, are you all right? Did you encounter any strange uncles? Lin Yu replied. Does he really look like someone who attracts peculiar uncles? However, I must admit, he is rather handsome, so it wouldn't be surprising if such a character sought him out. Yet, there's nothing to fear, for my combat skills have been yearning for a challenge. Since the last time I saved my mother-in-law, I have had no opportunity to showcase them. Lin Yu patted Wang Jun on the shoulder, assuring him, Do not worry, Junzi, should he cross paths with me, he shall surely regret it. In a villa within the Magic City, Lu Yulan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, yet her thoughts wandered to her precious son. The day after tomorrow marks a full week. She hopes that Xiao Yu will bring along a good daughter-in-law. Otherwise, she might just unleash her wrath. Chapter 70. The irresistible Lin Yu with a perfect score of 100, cold Qingshua's heart stirred. In the dormitory, Lin Yu lay on his bed engrossed in a game. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. He sensed that he had forgotten something, yet the specifics eluded him. No matter, he resumed his game. Support. Assist me. I'm in trouble. Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Unleash your ultimate. Save it for the new year? After a while, Lin Yu suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Darn it. I'm done. He nearly tossed his phone in frustration. His skills were undeniably strong. So how could he possibly lose? His teammates were utterly incompetent. He could barely carry them. What a dreadful matchmaking system that paired him with such players. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already 11 o'clock at night. Time for bed. He lay down, closed his eyes, and prepared for slumber. However, half an hour later, sleep eluded him. Thoughts raced through his mind. Damn. 3 losses in a row. I am so frustrated. Just one more game. Just one more game. If I win, then I shall sleep. He reflected. In the first match, I should have focused on the dragon instead of following them into battle. What was I thinking? In the second match, I ought to have split off to take down a tower instead of joining them in team fights. In the third match, I had the upper hand. I should not have squandered it. I should have just destroyed their towers. No, I must play again. Lin Yu abruptly sat up in bed, retrieving his phone for another round. Yet, as he grasped the device, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. I nearly fell for it. He was the one playing the game, not the other way around. He needed to exercise self-control. Calming his thoughts, he internally recited, System, open my personal panel. It was indeed time to take a moment to thoroughly review his system panel, as he had neglected it for quite some time. A translucent blue panel materialized before Lin Yu, revealing the following information. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physique, 100. Skills, courageous. Hand-to-hand combat, sharp thinking, mathematical modeling, economic analysis, hacking, basketball techniques, comprehensive computer repair, system points, 5,150. Items, Physique Enhancement Capsule X3, Charisma Enhancement Capsule X4, Indomitable Spirit Capsule X5. Learning Reinforcement Capsule X3, Culinary Skills Book X1, Intelligent Analysis Glasses X1, Agile Sport Sneakers X1, a pair of black stockings belonging to Shue Shue. Assets, 100,000. Shares in Yuhua Technology Company for 25 days. Lin Yu scrutinized the information displayed on the panel. His appearance score remained at 99, a reflection of his busy days that left him little time to enhance his charm. However, he mused that it was not too late, after all. What difference did it make between 99 and 100? Perhaps a perfect score would be excessively high, inviting challenges to his swordsmanship, which he found rather daunting. It was essential for a young man to safeguard himself in the world outside. With resolve, Lin Yu retrieved a charisma enhancement capsule and consumed it. He felt a slight warmth in his face, though no other sensations accompanied it. System, display the appearance panel, he commanded. Appearance, 100. Contentment washed over him as he noted the perfect score. It certainly looked more pleasing. He continued to peruse the panel, noting with surprise the accumulation of 5 Indomitable Spirit capsules, a rather excessive quantity. He considered utilizing them freely now that he had a purpose. Yet he reminded himself that he was a true man, one who relied on his own strength. Confident in his abilities, he resolved to forego their use for the time being, intending to rely on himself for 2 hours. Upon concluding his review of the panel, Lin Yu observed that he had no immediate items at his disposal. His gaze fell upon the last entry, Shue Shue's black stockings, inciting curiosity within him. However, he suddenly remembered he was in his dormitory, where 3 others resided. The audacity to retrieve them here was a bold move indeed. Managing such an item would require discretion. Discarding them was out of the question, as he could not bear to part with them. Thus, he decided to leave them in the system space for now, intending to find an appropriate place for Shue Shue's stockings later. After thoroughly inspecting the panel, Lin Yu reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. The following day at 7 o'clock, Lin Yu awakened, his drowsy eyes blinking open. Today was yet another day where he was roused by his own striking appearance. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates surprisingly rose early as well. Wang Jun climbed out of bed and glanced at Lin Yu. Yuzi, you've become even more handsome. What is going on? Lin Yu, it's merely a matter of becoming more handsome. Is such astonishment really necessary? Can't you be a bit more composed, like him? Always so loud and boisterous. Upon awakening, Zhao Tian and Qin Fei, hearing Wang Jun's commotion, turned their gaze towards Lin Yu. Wow, Yuzi, why do I feel like you've become significantly more handsome? They had previously noticed Lin Yu's slight enhancement in looks, but today it seemed markedly more pronounced. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. It appears that the distinction between a beauty score of 199 is quite significant. A score of 100 surpasses 99 by more than just a little. Even this group of simpletons has noticed. He calmly remarked, "Stay composed, everyone. Is it really necessary to be so startled over such trivial matters? It's just a normal occurrence of becoming more handsome." Wang Jun, Zhao Tian, and Qian Fei exclaimed, Look, look, is this how one should speak?" They all wished to become more handsome, especially Zhao Tian, who had been quite irked since that day when the peculiar uncle criticized his looks. Although he may not be as handsome as Yuzi, he considered himself decent enough. Lin Yu headed to the bathroom to freshen up, feeling a sigh of relief within. Thankfully, this group merely found him handsome and had no intention of competing with him in swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be truly terrifying. After finishing his grooming, Lin Yu descended the dormitory stairs. As usual, Lung Qingxue awaited him below, resembling a stunning flower atop a high peak. The moment she saw Lin Yu emerge, her heart raced, thumping like a startled fawn. Wow, why is Xiao Yu so handsome today? Chapter 71. Lung Qingxue's desire to cohabit upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory. Lin Yu spotted Xue elegantly standing there waiting for him, just as he was about to call out to her. He noticed the red gleam in Lung Qingxue's eyes as she dashed towards him, her gaze intensely fixed as if she were about to devour him. Xiao Yu. With a swift leap, Lung Qingxue landed in Lin Yu's embrace, wrapping her arms around him. Amused, Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair. What's the matter, Xue? You're acting like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Xiao Yu, you look incredibly handsome today. You've made my heart flutter. Lung Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu with sparkling eyes, her desire to envelop him completely evident. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, so does that imply you weren't moved before? Lung Qingxue was fully equipped to respond to this perilous question. I was moved before, but today I'm even more so. Today Xiao Yu is notably more handsome than yesterday, especially with his mature aura. Humph. I'll give you credit for knowing how to flatter. Lin Yu playfully pinched Lung Qingxue's rosy cheek. In response, she puffed up her cheeks, extending her fair hand. She pinched Lin Yu's waist. Speak. Xiao Yu, have you secretly undergone cosmetic surgery behind my back? Lin Yu, where could he have gone for plastic surgery? And is it really possible to see such a dramatic transformation in just one day? Clearly, that is implausible. Upon reflection, the system's items are indeed quite extraordinary. Lin Yu, unwilling to be outdone, playfully pinched Lung Qingxue's slender waist. Xue, where could I have undergone surgery in just one day? This is obviously my natural handsomeness. Do you understand? Lung Qingxue's cheeks puffed up adorably. TSK, who would have thought that little Yu is rather vain? Come on, let's head to breakfast. Lung Qingxue took Lin Yu's hand and led him to the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, they found a table and sat opposite each other. Lung Qingxue took a bite of a soup dumpling and sipped her porridge, then glanced at Lin Yu's face again. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Yu felt a bit uneasy. Wow, this boost in attractiveness has reached 100. The effect is quite remarkable. Why does Xue look as if she wants to devour me? He took a bite of his dumpling and gently tapped Lung Qingxue on the head. Xue, focus on your meal. Why are you staring at me? Don't get distracted while eating. However, Lung Qingxue continued to gaze at Lin Yu with her beautiful big eyes. I don't care. I want to look. Such a handsome little Yu, who is also my boyfriend. If I don't look, who will? Lin Yu felt helpless. How could he deny his girlfriend the pleasure of admiring him? Little Yu, there is something I wanted to tell you. Go ahead. No need to be polite with me. Just say it. It's like this. Lung Qingxue was about to speak, but suddenly paused. Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. What's wrong, Xue? She tilted her head slightly. I forgot what I wanted to say. Lin Yu was taken aback, then chuckled at her. Xue, what kind of silly creature are you? How can you forget something that was on the tip of your tongue? Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue's face puffed up cutely. I'm not silly. It's all your fault, little Yu. You're just too handsome, and it distracted my thoughts. What she said was the truth, for the past 10 seconds. She had spent 9 of them gazing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. He never expected that being handsome could lead to such complications. All right, my fault. My fault. Take your time to remember. Lung Qingxue concentrated hard, trying to recall what she wanted to say, then looked at Lin Yu. Oh, I remember now. And what is it? Little Yu, let us live together. We should get a place near the university. Lin Yu's chopsticks, which were holding a dumpling, froze in midair as he scrutinized the beautiful Xue before him. Xue, are you serious? Living together is no trivial matter. Lung Qingxue nodded earnestly. I am indeed serious. She deliberated deeply before making this decision, spending the entire night contemplating in the dormitory. She has fallen for Lin Yu and desires more time to be with him. The daily routine of returning to their respective dorms each night is rather cumbersome. Given this, cohabitation seems a natural progression. Furthermore, living together allows for a deeper understanding of one another, offering insight into each other's habits and preferences. Upon witnessing the earnest expression on Lung Qingshue's face, Lin Yu realized she had made up her mind. He would certainly not refuse. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. This arrangement undoubtedly favors him, as he also harbors a desire for cohabitation. Firstly, he wishes to spend more time with Xue. Secondly, the constraints of dormitory life leave him feeling somewhat stifled. Very well, Xue, we shall follow your lead. This afternoon, let us search for a place to live together. Both Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu had no classes that afternoon. Great! Lung Qingxue exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of living with Lin Yu. After finishing their breakfast, they walked side by side toward the classroom building. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Zhang Tingting, accompanied by her friends, passed by, trailed by a throng of admirers. Goddess Tingting, have you had breakfast? Please have mine. Step aside. If Goddess Tingting is to eat, she should eat mine. Lin Yu observed the scene with bemusement, reflecting on how those sycophants often end up with nothing. Zhang Tingting seemed to sense something and glanced in Lung Qingshue's direction, her gaze landing on Lin Yu. The moment she saw him, her breath caught. He appeared even more handsome, glowing with an almost ethereal light. She stood there, momentarily dazed, and her friends nearly collided with her. Tingting, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let us go, she replied, shaking herself from her reverie, her emotions a tumultuous mix as they departed. Lin Yu felt indifferent. It hardly registered as a noteworthy incident. Shall we go, Xue? They made their way to the lecture hall. Suddenly, Lin Yu's phone buzzed in his pocket, signaling an incoming call. He pulled it out to see it was his mother. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Little Yu. I believe it's best if you don't wait for me to remind you. His mother, Lu Yulan, replied with a frosty tone. Lin Yu was taken aback, suddenly realizing something. Tomorrow was the day he was to introduce Xue to his mother. Chapter 72, Lung Qingxue, I'm going to tell Lin's mother. Lin Yu's mind raced back to a week ago when he had made a promise to his mother over the phone. She had asked him to bring his girlfriend for her to meet, and he had readily agreed, knowing he had no choice but to comply. As he had already mentioned he had a girlfriend, and not to mention his current relationship with Xue, even if he were unfamiliar with her, he should still bring a woman home to meet his mother. A man must uphold his word. However, after agreeing with his mother, Lin Yu went to meet his mother-in-law with Xue. The ensuing flurry of events left Lin Yu feeling somewhat overwhelmed, causing him to inadvertently forget this matter. On the other end of the line, Lu Yulan noticed her beloved son had fallen silent, leaving her without a response for quite some time. Instantly, her brows furrowed. She suspected that her son had indeed forgotten her words and had no intention of introducing his girlfriend. Or perhaps, Little Yu did not have a girlfriend at all and had merely been deceiving her. Oh, Little Yu, have you forgotten about this matter? Mother is quite upset. Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. It was no joke, he had indeed forgotten, but his mother's call served as a subtle reminder. Hence, it wasn't he truly forgotten. However, he could sense that his mother was genuinely angry, and he needed to choose his words carefully. Otherwise, she would tug at his ears in displeasure. Though his mother was gentle, she could certainly be firm when roused to anger, albeit not painfully so. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Yu replied, Oh dear mother, where has your mind wandered? How could I possibly forget what you've said? Even if I were to forget someone else's words, I would never forget yours. Hearing this, Lu Yulan felt a wave of relief wash over her. As expected of her precious son, he still listened to her. However, she continued to inquire, Little Yu, can you remind me what it is that I asked you to do? Clearing his throat, Lin Yu feigned hesitation. Upon noticing this, Lu Yulan raised an eyebrow. Ah, Little Yu, you truly have forgotten your mother's words. No, mother, I haven't forgotten. It's just about bringing my girlfriend home to see you, right? Ha. Look at how anxious you are. Seeing his mother's urgency, Lin Yu promptly provided the answer. He was quite pleased with himself this time. Lu Yulan then realized her beloved son was merely teasing her. This Little Yu had only been in university for 2 months and was already so mischievous. Who could have led my precious son astray? I hope I don't catch them. Meanwhile, standing beside Lin Yu, the quiet Xue suddenly felt a chill run through her. She shivered slightly, sensing that someone might not have her best interests at heart. She hugged Lin Yu's waist tightly and shook her head. Who could possibly wish her harm here? Aside from his mother, she was not afraid of anyone else. Noticing his mother's silence, Lin Yu continued, "Mother, what do you think? Have I remembered your words well?" Lu Yulan shot a glance at her phone. "Humph. You are somewhat obedient." "Mother, I am indeed very obedient." "Very well, Xiaoyu. Since you remember, I shall refrain from further comment. You must bring your girlfriend over to show me tomorrow, understood?" "Of course, dear mother. I will ensure she arrives on time." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "By the way, mother, you haven't mentioned where we are to meet. Surely we cannot just encounter each other on the roadside?" Lu Yulan chuckled softly. "Oh, my child, why the haste? I was just about to say, Xiaoyu, bring your partner to our home. I shall personally prepare dinner for you both. Naturally, the meeting will take place at home." Lu Yulan was not averse to spending money at a fine hotel to meet her future daughter-in-law. Rather, she believed that cooking for them herself was a gesture of sincerity. After all, meeting one's future daughter-in-law required utmost sincerity. Moreover, she was confident in her culinary skills, certain that her daughter-in-law would appreciate her cooking. Speaking of a daughter-in-law, Lu Yulan's thoughts drifted to the lovely Xue she had encountered that day. What a delightful girl she was, possessing beauty that surpassed even Lu's youth. Kind-hearted and courageous. She found herself wishing to have Xue as her daughter-in-law. Alas, the girl was already in a relationship. Who was the fortunate fellow who had captured such a treasure? She hoped to never cross paths with him. "All right, mother, I understand. I will bring her over this evening." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The perspectives of his mother and future mother-in-law were indeed different. His mother wished to cook at home, while the future mother-in-law preferred a lavish hotel dinner. Lin Yu sensed the sincerity in both women. Little did he know, Zhou Feng also desired to cook for Xue and invite Xiaoyu to their home. She believed that cooking for them would convey sincerity. However, she was aware of her culinary shortcomings and did not wish to frighten her future son-in-law on their first meeting. Thus, she had chosen a luxurious hotel for their gathering. But now that familiarity had grown between Xiaoyu and her daughter, Zhou Feng resolved to invite Xiaoyu to their home for dinner next time, where she would cook for them herself. "All right, dear child. You tend to your matters. I shall not disturb you further. Goodbye." "Goodbye, mother." The two concluded their call. Lung Qingxue stood nearby, her large eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Yu. "Xiaoyu, did Annie really say she wants to meet me?" Having been right beside Lin Yu, she had naturally overheard the conversation. "Indeed, Xue, you are quite astute, aren't you?" Lin Yu reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Lung Qingxue confirmed the news, feeling a flutter of nervousness within her. After all, it was the legendary mother-in-law who wished to meet her. How could she not feel anxious? She pondered whether her future mother-in-law would be kind or intimidating, and whether she would be treated well. As Lung Qingsno pondered, she glanced at Lin Yu. "Xiaoyu, what else did that aunt say?" Lin Yu, observing the slight tension in her demeanor, allowed a mischievous smile to grace his lips. "My mother mentioned that if she were dissatisfied with the daughter-in-law I brought home, she would certainly give her a hard time." Instantly, Lung Qingsno's complexion paled. The words felt eerily familiar, yet she could not quite place them. "Ha, Snow. I'm just teasing you." Lin Yu burst into laughter. How foolish. To fall for the same trick twice. Lung Qingsno's cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Ah, you tricked me again." She playfully pinched his handsome face with her delicate hand. "Xiaoyu, just wait. I shall report you to the esteemed mother-in-law." In her heart, Lung Qingsno secretly resolved to inform her future mother-in-law about Lin Yu's antics. Although she had yet to discover what sort of person her mother-in-law would be, that did not deter her from seeking retribution for being fooled, not once, but twice. If Lin Yu were privy to Lung Qingsno's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at her naivety. After all, it was her own folly for being duped twice. The pair engaged in playful banter before entering the tiered classroom. The other students, witnessing Lin Yu and Lung Qingsno walking side by side, were no longer surprised. They had grown accustomed to it. "Show off your love. Go ahead. A dog can't be killed by showing affection." Once seated at their table, the venerable mathematics professor approached from behind. The classroom fell silent. The professor, wielding a pointer, activated the projector. Well, everyone's math homework from the day before yesterday was quite commendable, although the content bore a striking resemblance. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Wasn't it essentially identical? The answers had all originated from Wang Jun, who had appeared amidst the class's lamentations about the difficulty of the math assignment. Gallantly providing the solutions, he had relished the moment of showing off. Ironically, Wang Jun's answers were derived from Lin Yu's own work, a fact Lin Yu took in stride. However, The professor chose not to dwell on this and continued with the lesson. The challenging problem had been deliberately assigned to Lin Yu, and it was unsurprising that others struggled with it. As anticipated, Lin Yu had successfully solved it, which brought the professor great satisfaction. After 2 periods, the bell rang, and students scattered in a frenzy. Lin Yu and Lung Qingsno headed to the cafeteria for lunch together. After their meal, they parted ways, returning to their respective dormitories. At that moment, Lung Qingsno's desire to cohabit intensified. The afternoon held no classes. Lin Yu, in an uncharacteristic departure from his usual attire, shed his oversized shorts and disheveled appearance, presenting himself in a refined manner akin to a distinguished socialite. Wang Jun stood in a state of bewilderment. "You, where are you off to dress like that? Surely, you're not going on a date with the school beauty, are you?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, responding, "Well, something like that." He certainly couldn't divulge that he was headed to purchase a property with Shui Shui. Such a revelation would surely provoke envy among his friends. They think you're off on a romantic rendezvous, while in reality, you're making a real estate transaction? Absurd. Lin Yu resolved to directly buy a home. Renting was far too cumbersome. Even with ample funds, paying exorbitant rent meant living in someone else's property. For Lin Yu, residing in another's abode felt constraining, hindering his potential. Moreover, investing in real estate was a sound decision, as properties typically retained their value. Wang Jun, under the impression that Lin Yu was indeed going on a date, broke into a lewd grin. Yu seized the opportunity. Despite being single, he fancied himself knowledgeable in matters of romance. After all, one doesn't need to have eaten pork to recognize a pig when they see one. Lin Yu sensed that Wang Jun had misunderstood the situation, but he was too indifferent to clarify. Upon reaching the university entrance, he spotted Lung Qingxue waiting for him. Adorned with a sun hat, she wore a flowing white dress complemented by a pair of peep-toe heels that revealed her delicate toes. "Little Yu, I've been waiting for you for a whole minute," she exclaimed, linking her arm with his. Her cheeks puffed adorably. Lin Yu chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. "You couldn't wait even a minute?" "Exactly. I can't wait to go buy a house," she affirmed, nodding enthusiastically. "Come on, let us hurry." Without hesitation, she tugged Lin Yu out of the university. As they strolled side by side, they resembled a glamorous couple. An hour later, they arrived at the sales office of a prominent real estate agency in the bustling metropolis. The towering edifice boasted an opulent interior adorned in gold and grandeur. A saleswoman, noticing the elegant couple, promptly approached them. The man was exceptionally handsome, far beyond anyone she had ever encountered, exuding an undeniable charm with every gesture. The woman beside him was equally striking, her tall, graceful figure rivaling that of any movie star. It was evident that they were individuals of considerable means. After years in the sales office, if she couldn't recognize such refined taste, perhaps she ought to reconsider her career. The saleswoman swiftly approached them. "Good day. How may I assist you?" she inquired, casting occasional glances at Lin Yu, captivated by his striking appearance. Internally, she mused over the fact that such a handsome man was already taken. However, his wife was equally beautiful, making them a perfect match. Cold Qingxue, upon noticing the gaze of the saleswoman, discreetly pinched Lin Yu's waist with her delicate hand and whispered, "Why must you be so handsome, little Yu? Next time we go out, you should cover your face." Lin Yu retorted, "What? Is being handsome my fault? Who am I supposed to complain to?" After pinching him, Cold Qingxue smiled and linked her arm with his. "Miss Saleswoman, we are here to buy a house." The young lady nodded. "Very well. May I inquire about your requirements? Do you have any specifications regarding the location, size, or lighting of the property?" "Yes," Lin Yu replied. "We prefer a residence near Magic University. The closer, the better. As for lighting and size, we have no particular demands. We wish to purchase a villa." The saleswoman nodded enthusiastically. "Ah, purchasing a villa. What a significant transaction. This couple is indeed serious buyers. If this goes through, I shall earn quite a commission." Her demeanor became markedly more respectful. "Very well, sir, madam, please follow me. Here are the villa listings near Magic University." She led Lin Yu and Cold Qingxue to a large sand table surrounded by several onlookers. Cold Qingxue, elegantly linking her arm with Lin Yu's, appeared poised, yet her beautiful eyes were fixated on the sand table with excitement, as it was her first time buying a house. Lin Yu, on the other hand, maintained his composure, despite it also being his inaugural villa purchase. Elegance must not be compromised. The saleswoman followed closely, observing the sand table with them. To lighten the mood, she initiated a conversation. "Sir, madam, Since you are looking to buy in the vicinity of Magic University, are you considering a property in a good school district? That's wonderful. Preparing early for your child's education. Lin Yu and Cold Qingxue exchanged glances, bemused. But we are still quite young ourselves. Where would we have children? Upon hearing the saleswoman's comment, Lin Yu glanced at Cold Qingxue's alluring figure, feeling a slight flush of warmth. Sensing his gaze, Cold Qingxue's cheeks turned slightly pink. Although they were still young, if little you wished for it, it might not be out of the question. Lin Yu, regaining his composure, cleared his throat. Ahem, you see, we want our future child to have a head start in life. Therefore, we are preparing to secure a property in a school district early on. Since the saleswoman had brought it up, he naturally took the opportunity to elaborate. It would be quite awkward to mention they had no children and were purchasing the house for themselves, as that would lead to an uncomfortable conversation. A person with emotional intelligence would never utter such words. Moreover, how do you explain that you purchased a house for yourself? How do you justify the fact that both of them are university students who have come to buy property? Who would believe such a tale? And the explanations would be quite cumbersome. Truly impressive. The gentleman is indeed one who plans ahead, remarked the saleswoman with admiration. Lung Qingxue listened in astonishment. Xiao Yuer spoke as if it were entirely plausible. Could he have genuinely anticipated the need for a school district house? What a devoted man he is. Lin Yu replied. Indeed, it is I. The saleswoman continued. Yes, once the child gains admission to university, the home will be conveniently located right by the campus, eliminating the need for accommodation. They can return home after class each day. However, the requirements for Magic University are exceedingly high and quite challenging to meet. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue exchanged a glance, filled with curiosity. Is it really that difficult? It seems manageable, they thought. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you two are not graduates of Magic University, are you? Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue nodded lightly, yes. Although they were only freshmen, they would eventually graduate. So it was not a stretch to say so. The saleswoman suddenly understood. No wonder, with both parents being high achievers. It would be quite simple for their child to gain admission to Magic University. After half an hour of perusing the model, Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu finally discovered a villa that aesthetically resonated with them. The surrounding environment was delightful, and it was merely a mile from the university, a 10-minute walk. Xiao Yuer, this is the one. Let us buy it. Lung Qingxue exclaimed, pointing to a small model. Lin Yu chuckled in response. By what, Xue? We haven't even looked closely yet. He called over the saleswoman. Miss, we would like this one. The saleswoman, glancing at their choice, remarked. Ah, you have excellent taste, sir. This villa is of notably high quality. However, it has remained unsold due to its steep price. I shall take you both to see it right away. After a while, the saleswoman led Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu to the selected villa. Before them stood a 3-story villa, its facade gleaming white. It exuded both grandeur and elegance, while not sacrificing a sense of dignity. The villa was also equipped with a swimming pool and other amenities. Lung Qingxue nodded slightly and whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Xiao Yuer, this villa looks quite nice. It is smaller than my home, but it should suffice for the two of us. Lin Yu agreed, acknowledging that while it was indeed smaller than his own residence, it was perfectly adequate for two. Xue, let us go inside and take a look. They stepped into the villa's interior, where the decor predominantly featured warm tones of white and gold, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. The villa was impeccably maintained, and the rooms were fully equipped. The master bedroom is particularly spacious, measuring a generous 100 square meters, which pleases Lung Qingxue immensely. A large master bedroom is essential. The overall decor aligns well with the aesthetics of both Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu, although some aspects may be subject to future modification. Xiao Yuer, let us purchase it. All right, it's settled. Lin Yu summoned the saleswoman, promptly submitting the necessary documentation, and immediately acquired the villa. However, Lung Qingxue eagerly took charge of the payment, totaling an impressive 10 million. Xiao Yuer, don't move. Allow me to relish the sensation of being a wealthy woman. Her savings were indeed sufficient. Lin Yu remarked, Sister, your actions are making me less inclined to strive. Never mind, I shall buy a grand villa next time, and he will foot the bill. After Lin Yu and the saleswoman completed a series of documents, she informed them, Sir, Madam, you may move into your villa the day after tomorrow. Wonderful, Lung Qingxue exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of living with Xiao Yuer soon. Once the paperwork was finalized, Lin Yu prepared to leave with Qingxue when an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Host has arrived at the newly purchased villa. Would you like to check in? Lin Yu silently thought. Check in. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 system points, 2 heroic capsules, and 3 beauty masks. Lin Yu nodded at the system rewards, finding them quite satisfactory. Subsequently, he took Lung Qingxue back to the university. The following afternoon, Lung Qingxue adorned herself with a light touch of makeup, donning her most exquisite dress, standing nervously at the university entrance. Soon, she would meet her future mother-in-law. How nerve-wracking. In contrast, Lin Yu casually strolled over in shorts and slippers, feeling that such attire was sufficient for visiting his mother. Upon catching sight of Lung Qingxue, Lin Yu's heart raced. Her stunning beauty, accentuated by the subtle makeup, rendered her even more enchanting. Shui Shui, let us depart. Lin Yu took her hand, leading her toward their new villa. Meanwhile, Lu Yulan had prepared an extravagant feast, brimming with 16 dishes and a soup, eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's return. Half an hour later, Lu Yulan frowned slightly. This rascal. He deceived me. Suddenly, the villa door swung open, and Lin Yu burst in with Lung Qingxue. Mom, I'm home. Lu Yulan hurried from the dining room and froze upon seeing Lin Yu, her expression transforming into one of sheer delight. Shui Shui. Lung Qingxue was equally taken aback upon encountering Lu Yulan. Aunt Lan. So, Xiao Yuer's mother is Aunt Lan. No wonder she resembles him so much. Lu Yulan quickly approached, grasping Lung Qingxue's hand and ushering her into the living room, anxious that she might slip away, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Come, come. Shui Shui, please sit down. At last, my Xiao Yu has done something commendable. Lin Yu stood there, utterly bewildered. He glanced at the affectionate mother-daughter duo, Shui Shui and her mother, who were secretly acquainted behind his back. Chapter 75. Lin's mother. Shui Shui is truly a gentle child. Lin Yu, witnessing the tender scene between Shui Shui and her mother, found himself utterly bewildered. A trio of questions echoed in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth has transpired? How could it be that Shui Shui and his mother were acquainted? When did this happen? He was utterly oblivious. It was simply outrageous. His mother and Shui Shui had developed a secret relationship unbeknownst to him, and they appeared to share a close bond. At that moment, Lu Yulan had already ushered Lung Qingxue into the living room, where they sat together on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Lin Yu closed the door, changed into a pair of slippers, and followed them into the living room, taking a seat beside his mother. Lung Qing sat to Lu Yulan's right, while Lin Yu occupied the left. Lu Yulan grasped Lung Qingxue's small hand and joyfully exclaimed, Shui Shui, I never expected that my little Yu's girlfriend would be you. This is wonderful. I have been hoping you would become my daughter-in-law. Seeing Lu Yulan's warm enthusiasm, Lung Qingxue felt a wave of happiness. Aunt Lan was indeed Xiao Yu's mother, which made her future mother-in-law. How could she not be delighted? After all, the day Lung Qingxue assisted Lu Yulan in catching a thief, she had instantly taken a liking to this aunt, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as if they had met before. Now, the realization dawned upon her. Of course, she had seen Aunt Lan before. She was Xiao Yu's mother, after all. Lin Yu bore a striking resemblance to her, and she felt rather foolish for not having noticed it sooner. Lung Qingxue flashed a sweet smile at Lu Yulan. Aunt Lan, I am truly glad to know you are Xiao Yu's mother. This was no mere politeness. She genuinely felt joy at the prospect of Lu Yulan becoming her mother-in-law. After all, Aunt Lan was so beautiful and gentle, qualities she adored. Lu Yulan's warmth surpassed that of her own mother, who would scold her mercilessly, while Aunt Lan would surely be far kinder. Moreover, Lung Qingxue had initially been apprehensive, having heard Lin Yu's mention of a potentially stern mother-in-law. She had worried about how to handle any possible bullying. However, upon meeting Lu Yulan, all her fears dissipated. With such a gentle person before her, how could she possibly be intimidated? Upon hearing Shui Shui express her fondness for her, Lu Yulan's heart swelled with joy. What a wonderful girl you are, Shui Shui. I truly adore you. She then cast an admonishing glance at Lin Yu. Honestly, Xiao Yu, why didn't you inform me in advance that Shui Shui was coming? Lin Yu was taken aback. Wait, how is this my fault? Mother didn't even ask, did she? Lin Yu resolved not to take the blame, Mom. You didn't inquire. How could I respond? My dear child, if I don't ask, will you remain silent? Lin Yu retorted, but Mother, how could I say anything if you don't ask? Lu Yulan gently tapped Lin Yu's forehead with her finger. It's all your fault. If I had known earlier that Shui Shui was coming, I would have prepared a feast of 32 dishes and 1 soup instead of this meager 16 dishes and 1 soup. Lung Qingxue stifled a laugh from the side. Aunt Lan, it's even better that you didn't know I was coming, otherwise it would be too extravagant. 16 dishes and 1 soup is already quite lavish. Hearing this, Lu Yulan smiled tenderly. Shue is truly thoughtful. I like you even more. Hee, Aunt Lan. I like you too. You are so gentle, far better than my mother. My mom is particularly fierce and often threatens to hit me. If only we had half of your gentleness. Lung Qingxue beamed, inadvertently revealing her mother-esque temperament. Lu Yulan found it amusing. Shue was indeed an adorable child. It seemed that her future mother-in-law was quite a formidable person. Lin Yu, sitting nearby, was taken aback. Goodness, Shue actually called her mother-in-law violent in front of my mom. What audacity! He then sported a mischievous grin, deciding to remember this moment for future use against Shue, to report it to her mother-in-law when the time was right. He cackled wickedly, but was caught by Lu Yulan's gaze. What are you thinking, Xiaoyu? You look quite wicked. Lin Yu's expression instantly turned serious. Nothing, Mom. I was just recalling something joyful. Lu Yulan shot him a playful glare. You little rascal, you've become quite the troublemaker since going to university. Lin Yu, feeling indignant, replied. Mom, it's Shue who has made me mischievous. She is quite the handful. Lu Yulan glanced at the serene Lung Qingxue beside her. With her beautiful big eyes blinking innocently, she looked like the epitome of a well-mannered young lady. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow, this woman is quite the actress. If the Oscars don't award her Best Actress, I might just buy the Oscars myself. After observing Lung Qingxue, Lu Yulan pinched Lin Yu's cheek again. You little rascal. Look how demure Shue is. And you dare say she is mischievous? I think it's you who is being naughty and trying to blame her. Lung Qingxue, meanwhile, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Yu. It seems to be saying, little Yuer, I am quite demure, so you must not speak carelessly. Lin Yu naturally noticed the triumphant glimmer in Lung Qingxue's eyes, yet his mother remained oblivious. How exasperating. Clearly, it is Shue who is the most mischievous. Nevertheless, this woman, indeed, can be quite composed when she wishes, but when she is playful, she truly embodies mischief. One could liken her to a frenzied rabbit. How vexing. Lin Yu felt that his familial sovereignty was under threat. No, he must reclaim his status. Sitting beside his mother, he bellowed, Mom, I am hungry. I want to eat. Upon hearing Lin Yu's loud call, Lu Yulan could not help but chuckle. You rascal. All right, let us eat. She affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair and spoke gently. In that instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of pride. It seemed his familial authority remained intact. Lung Qingxue found little Yuer to be quite adorable, indeed. Returning home felt remarkably different. Lu Yulan turned to Lung Qingxue. Come, Shue, let us dine. The dishes are nearly cold. The three of them proceeded to the dining room. The table was laden with a splendid array of dishes, 17 in total, comprising a delightful ensemble of 16 dishes and a soup. As Lung Qingxue gazed at the colorful and aromatic spread, she could not help but marvel inwardly. Oh, if only my mother could master even one of these dishes, her years of culinary practice would not be in vain. Alas, such skill eluded her. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between humans and pigs. The dishes prepared by her mother were notoriously unpalatable, while those made by her mother-in-law appeared utterly delectable. At that moment, in a villa located in the bustling metropolis, Zhou Feng was busy in the kitchen, preparing a meal. She intended to showcase her culinary prowess when little Yu came home for dinner. Suddenly, she sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? Is it Shue? Chapter 76. Lin's mother twists his ear. Lin Yu takes out a gift in the villa's dining room. Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu sat at the table. Lu Yulan and Lung Qingxue flanked him on either side, enveloping him in warmth. Lu Yakin served a large chicken leg to both Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue. Here, little Yu, Shue, do enjoy. Lung Qingxue took a bite of the chicken leg, her eyes instantly lighting up. To her astonishment, her mother-in-law's culinary skills surpassed her own mother's by leaps and bounds. Delicious. Aunt Lan, your cooking is delightful, far superior to my mother's. My mother's dishes would make even a dog shake its head in disapproval, she remarked, her lips glistening with grease as she spoke. Lu Yulan felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. No true culinary enthusiast can remain indifferent to compliments about their cooking. If they do, it simply means the praise was not fervent enough. Moreover, the one offering such praise was her very own daughter-in-law, which only heightened her joy, even inducing a faint chuckle. The culinary skills of my mother-in-law seem to be truly difficult to articulate, as they have left the children quite famished. Lu Yulan served 2 additional dishes to the 2 diners. Xue, if it's delicious, do indulge a bit more. And you too, Xiaoyu. Lin Yu on the side eagerly devoured his meal. Mom, your cooking is simply the best. I've endured 2 months of cafeteria food. As he spoke, Lin Yu silently committed to memory Xue's recent remark made in front of his mother, where she had declared that her mother-in-law's cooking was unpalatable. This was a crucial detail to remember for future reference, a potential leverage against Xue when necessary. An hour later, the trio finished their lunch, leaving quite a bit of food remaining on the table. The spread of 16 dishes and 1 soup was undoubtedly too much for just 3 people to consume. However, this was also a testament to Lu Yulan's sincerity. The leftover food would not go to waste and could be saved for the following day. Lung Qingxue gently patted her stomach, feeling pleasantly full, about 80%, which was indeed more than she usually managed. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Aunt Lan's cooking was genuinely delectable, prompting her to eat more. Secondly, the delightful atmosphere of dining together with the 3 of them lifted her spirits, naturally enhancing her appetite. Lu Yulan encouraged Lung Qingxue to sit on the sofa to chat, and Lin Yu chimed in. Mom, Xue, please tell me how you 2 met. Was it behind my back? Lu Yulan playfully scolded her darling son with a pointed finger on his forehead. What nonsense. Your mother and Xue met quite openly. Right. Aunt Lan, we met quite openly, Xue affirmed. Then, Lu Yulan recounted the incident in the supermarket where she had helped Lung Qingxue catch a thief. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, teasing, Xue, how could you be so oblivious? My mother and I resemble each other so closely. Lung Qingxue couldn't bear such remarks. She was usually quite astute. Humph. Xiaoyu, you're equally oblivious. I look even more like my mother, yet you didn't recognize me either. Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, it seems you have a point, he conceded, while he bore a resemblance to his mother. The mother-son relationship made it somewhat trickier to recognize. In contrast, the similarity between Xue and her mother was much more apparent, making Lin Yu feel rather foolish by comparison. Observing the playful banter between the 2, Lu Yulan smiled, remarking to herself how perfectly matched they were. One must admit, her discerning eye had accurately identified Xue as a suitable companion. Xue, do share about your family situation. Aunt Lan, my father runs a company and my mother is the general manager. Our family is quite well off, Lung Qingxue replied with poise. That's wonderful, truly fitting. In our vicinity, families are well matched. Xiaoyu's father has also established a company. Upon learning about Xue's family situation, Lu Yulan felt even more delighted. In truth, she believed that social standing was not of utmost importance, yet it was indeed wonderful that the young lady was well suited to their family. Xue, what do your parents think of Xiaoyu? Lung Qingxue glanced at Lin Yu upon hearing the question. My mother absolutely adores Xiaoyu. She treats him as her own son. It's as if my family's status has diminished a little. Aunt Lan, my mom really likes Xiaoyu. She even said that if I were to bully him, she would surely beat me into a little pig. On hearing this, Lu Yulan felt a swell of pride. With such a handsome son, who could possibly dislike him? She gently patted Lung Qingxue's small hand. Fear not, dear. If Xiaoyu were to bully you, and he would be there to defend you. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Seated beside his mother, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wow, the tables have turned. Lu Yulan continued her inquiries. And what of your father? How does he view Xiaoyu? Lung Qingxue tilted her head thoughtfully. I'm not quite sure. My father is currently on a business trip and hasn't met Xiaoyu yet. However, his opinion doesn't hold much weight. As long as my mother and I are in agreement, that suffices. Lu Yulan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it seems our families are quite similar. Xiaoyu's father's opinion is not of great consequence. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lin Yu could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! Poor fathers, what a predicament they're in. They're practically demoted. At that moment, far away on a business trip, Lin Wan, along with Lung Jia at the office, both sneezed simultaneously, puzzled, before returning to their tasks. After a while, Lu Yulan and Lung Qingxue continued their conversation. Lung Qingxue glanced at Lin Yu, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Aunt Lan, you are so gentle, nothing like Xiaoyu described as fierce and fond of bullying his daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Yulan's brows furrowed. Oh, this little rascal dares to speak ill of his mother. How dare he tarnish my gentle image? She reached out to gently pinch Lin Yu's ear. Is it truly as Shueshua said? Lin Yu was taken aback. What? A betrayal. Shueshua has delivered a blatant backstab. He cast a glance toward Lung Qingxue, who was nestled behind her mother, giggling like a little fox. Such a mischievous Shueshua. Just you wait. Thankfully, I have recorded your disparagement of my esteemed mother-in-law. In a bid to divert attention, Lin Yu immediately embraced Lu Yulan's arm. Mother, how could I ever say such a thing? Do not listen to Shueshua's nonsense. I have prepared a gift for you. With that, Lin Yu magically produced an exquisitely packaged facial mask from his pocket, presenting it to Lu Yulan. Tada! Beauty and Rejuvenation Face Mask, a gift for my mother. Chapter 77 Lin Yu. Essential items for home and travel. Lin Yu, with a flourish akin to a magician, produced a beauty and rejuvenation face mask he had obtained from the system as a reward. He presented it to Lu Yulan with an air of pride. Handing the mask to his mother, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Ah, how clever he was. Just as his mother was about to tug on his ear, he revealed this irresistible treasure that no woman could refuse. Shueshue, I shall remember this grievance. I will inform mother-in-law about your disparaging remarks about her. Lin Yu was confident in the face mask he held, convinced that his mother would be captivated. Women have an undeniable weakness for beauty and rejuvenation. None can truly resist its allure. If someone claims otherwise, it only serves to heighten its appeal. This mask, produced by the system, surely boasted exceptional quality. Though Lin Yu had yet to witness the specific effects of such a beauty mask, its name alone hinted at its prowess. The system's creations are characterized by their straightforward yet compelling titles. For instance, the endless supply of joy-inducing beverages in the dormitory is genuinely inexhaustible and self-replenishing. Then there are the delectable ice creams, which are simply delicious, with no frills, merely emphasizing their delightful taste. For someone like Shueshue, who adores ice cream, it is an overwhelming temptation. Thus, the beauty and rejuvenation face mask undoubtedly possessed formidable effects. Lu Yulan and Lung Qingxue watched in astonishment as Lin Yu, seemingly conjuring from thin air, produced a beautifully packaged box of masks. Both women's eyes widened in wonder, captivated by the spectacle. Lung Qingxue reached out, playfully touching Lin Yu's chest. Little Yu, did you hide a pocket in there? Lin Yu had returned home, wearing casual shorts and slippers, with only a jacket over his top. The sudden emergence of the mask from his jacket resembled a magic trick. Lu Yulan's face lit up with joy. Her precious son had finally thought of her, bringing a gift. She adored the mask, especially its attractive packaging. Curiously, she glanced at her son, surprised that in just 2 months at university, he had mastered such impressive sleight of hand. Truly delightful. As a mother, she felt immense happiness. Lin Yu chuckled as he ruffled Lung Qingxue's hair. Shueshue, stop touching. There is no pocket in my chest. See for yourself. He opened his jacket to reveal his shirt, which indeed had no pocket. Lung Qingxue was taken aback. Little Yu, you can perform magic. Lin Yu playfully pinched her nose. Shueshue, what do you mean I can perform magic? I've known how to do this for ages. Lin Yu's magic trick was far from ordinary. It was a genuine feat of telekinesis. He had merely placed his hand into his pocket and retrieved a beauty-enhancing facial mask from the system's space. As though performing an illusion, he could even conjure a truck from within, should he desire. Indeed, he had acquired a truck from the system's marketplace and stored it in the system's space, ready to be summoned. Have you grasped the concept? This is how I shall perform magic from now on. Do not blame me for not teaching you. Lung Qingxue, still curious, gently explored Lin Yu's chest with her delicate hand, seemingly searching for a hidden pocket or perhaps something else entirely. Lin Yu, meanwhile, handed the facial mask to Lu Yulan. Mother, why are you dawdling? Accept it. My hand is growing weary. This mask is a remarkable product, renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties and the promise of eternal youth. It is an essential item for both home and travel. Lin Yu rambled on, resembling a sales pitch. Lu Yulan found his enthusiasm amusing and playfully tugged at Lin Yu's ear. Little Yu, it hasn't been long, and you've already become quite the chatterbox. Mother, I assure you, I am not being frivolous. This facial mask genuinely delivers on its promises. I spent a considerable sum to acquire it, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Oh, is that so? Lu Yulan, observing her son's serious demeanor, felt a twinge of skepticism. While masks could indeed provide hydration, the notion that they could truly enhance beauty seemed far-fetched. Such products were coveted by women everywhere. Absolutely it is. Mother, I guarantee it with Qingxue's character. Qingxue interjected, momentarily taken aback. Little Yu, Why not use your own assurance? She playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist. Lu Yulan shot Lin Yu an exasperated glance. You cheeky boy. She accepted the mask he had offered. The packaging of the beauty mask was exquisite, adorned in pale pink with a delicate ribbon, the words beauty and youth elegantly inscribed, perhaps indicating the brand. Curious, Qingxue leaned in to examine the box Lu Yulan held. As a beauty herself, she was naturally intrigued by such products. The mother and daughter studied the mask for some time, only to discover that they were unfamiliar with this particular brand, despite having tried numerous high-end masks. This one appeared to be a new entrant to the market. Lin Yu, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Lu Yulan's. Mother, this is high-end merchandise. Your son certainly knows how to treat you well. Lu Yulan playfully tapped Lin Yu's forehead. All right, my son is indeed wonderful. Lin Yu beamed with pride. Of course. Mother, you should use it right away. It was purchased for that very purpose. The effects of this mask should be remarkable. He glanced at the beauty-enhancing facial mask that Lu Yulan held. Cold Qingxue watched curiously from the side, eager to witness the effects of the facial mask. Lu Yulan glanced at the mask in her hand and then at her precious son. Initially, she felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to apply a large mask while having guests at home. However, she reconsidered, realizing that Xuexue was family and there was no issue. All right, dear, I shall use it now. Regardless of the outcome, I cherish the gift from Xiaoyu. Lin Yu, filled with confidence, assured her, don't worry, Mom. The results will be absolutely splendid. If they aren't, you can scold me. Lu Yulan chuckled, silly child, even if the results are lacking, I wouldn't scold you. With that, she took the mask to the bathroom. Cold Qingxue, intrigued by the mask's effects, was suddenly embraced by Lin Yu, who held her tightly. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Lin Yu, with a mischievous grin, squeezed her waist and said, Xuexue, you just betrayed me, causing Mom to pull my ear. I shall remember this grudge. Chapter 78, Lin Yu Mom. You've regained 10 years of youth. Taking advantage of his mother's absence in the bathroom to apply the mask, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to grab Cold Qingxue. He knew that if his mother were present, she would undoubtedly shield Xuexue, making it impossible for him to reach her. Hence, he had brought out the mask to distract his mother and capture the mischievous Xuexue. Initially startled, Cold Qingxue quickly composed herself. Her cheeks puffed up adorably, resembling a little bun. Xiaoyu, how dare you say that? You were the one who betrayed me first. You nearly got me into trouble with Mom. Thus, she felt justified in her grievances against him. Lin Yu, amused, pinched her chubby cheek. Xuexue, it seems your reasoning is quite sound. Of course, I am very reasonable. With each word, Cold Qingxue grew more convinced of her logical stance, lifting her chin proudly. Lin Yu smirked. Well, since you are so reasonable, today's ice cream is off the table. Upon hearing this, Cold Qingxue gasped. Xiaoyu, you cannot take away the ice cream. How could you deny such deliciousness? Lin Yu reveled in his triumph. Huh? I've got you cornered, Xuexue. After a while, Lu Yulan returned to the living room with the mask on her face. Having just applied it after unwrapping it in the bathroom, she noticed that it was quite similar to the ones she usually used. Unsure of the results, she felt an immediate coolness upon applying the mask, which was exceptionally soothing. Moreover, she appeared remarkably hydrated. Lu Yulan entered the living room and beheld Lin Yu cradling Lung Qingxue in his arms. She nodded slightly, observing how perfectly matched the two children seemed. Truly, they were a natural pair. Xiaoyu, I've applied the mask. Come and take a look. Lu Yulan approached and settled onto the sofa. Lin Yu, noticing his mother's arrival, continued to hold Lung Qingxue without any further action, for she was his mother, not a stranger. Lung Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Yu glanced at his mother's face, adorned with the white facial mask. Mother, how does it feel? Is there any effect? Lu Yulan responded, silly child. I've just applied it. What effect could there be? As for the sensation, it's cool and refreshing, more hydrating than what I've used before. Curiously, Lung Qingxue inquired about the mask on Aunt Lan's face, noting that its style and color resembled the ones she typically used. Does it truly enhance beauty? Lu Yulan, aware that the mask needed to remain on for a while longer, engaged in conversation with Lung Qingxue. An hour later, Lu Yulan deemed the time appropriate and removed the mask from her face. The moment the mask was lifted, she felt her skin was supple and remarkably relaxed. Xiaoyu, come and see. She called out to Lin Yu. He was playfully pinching Lung Qingxue's cheek when he heard his mother summon him. Upon turning to Lu Yulan, he was taken aback. Wow, mother, you look stunning. You seem to have rejuvenated by a decade. Lung Qingxue also turned to look, her mouth agape in astonishment. Aunt Lan, you look so beautiful. Lu Yulan's complexion appeared even more hydrated and fair than before, with a subtle radiance that made her seem 10 years younger. Although Lu Yulan was already in her 40s and had taken great care of her skin, the traces of time were still evident. Yet now, she truly seemed a decade younger. Amused by the astonished expressions of the two children, she chuckled, "You too, always flattering your mother. There's no way I've truly aged 10 years less. However, this mask is indeed of superior quality. It feels far more comfortable than those I've used previously." Lu Yulan was quite particular about skincare, often using masks that were quite expensive, some costing tens of thousands per box. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness, especially being complimented by her son. Lin Yu then produced a mirror and handed it to Lu Yulan. "Mother, I speak the truth. You really do look 10 years younger. Just look for yourself." Lu Yulan momentarily paused, observing her son's earnest expression, before taking the mirror to gaze into it. At the first glance, she was momentarily stunned. This person is truly beautiful. It's real. I look so much younger. My skin is fantastic. Lin Yu chuckled as he watched his mother. My mother certainly possesses a degree of narcissism, but given her beauty, she is justified in her self-admiration. Indeed, women have an irresistible allure to beauty and skincare. Lung Qingxue gazed intently with her striking eyes at Aunt Lan. I must say, Xiao Yu's beauty mask is genuinely effective. The results are remarkably apparent. Lung Qingxue initially assumed that this mask was merely a slightly superior version of those they typically used. However, it surpassed expectations by leaps and bounds. She too desired it. She longed for the allure it promised. No woman can remain indifferent to such a prospect. Although she is already beautiful, no one would deny the wish to enhance that beauty further. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she fixated on Lin Yu, her expression akin to that of a hungry predator. Lin Yu, fully aware of Xue's intentions, understood that she was simply captivated by the remarkable effects of the beauty mask and wished for one of her own. He had prepared 3 masks in total, and naturally, one was reserved for Xue. However, he chose not to reveal them just yet, opting to await her request. Xue, why do you gaze at me so? Lin Yu feigned ignorance. Upon seeing this, Lung Qingxue reached out, pinching Lin Yu at the waist. Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Yulan was basking in the joy of feeling a decade younger. She tenderly patted Lin Yu's head. Xiao Yu, thank you for the mask. I truly adore it. Our little Yu has grown up and knows how to care for his mother. Lin Yu protested, Mom. I have always cared for you. Lu Yulan chuckled. Indeed. Our little Yu is the best. Oh, by the way, how much does this mask cost? Let me pay you. Lu Yulan pulled out her phone, intending to transfer money to Lin Yu. She assumed that such a marvelous mask must be worth a substantial sum, perhaps tens of thousands, especially since it was procured through Lin Yu's connections. Lin Yu's brow furrowed in dismay. Mom, I'm upset. You want to charge me for a gift I gave you? He had not accepted even the 20,000 from his mother-in-law, let alone money from his own mother. Besides, the mask had not cost him anything. It was a gift from the system. Lu Yulan paused, then affectionately stroked Lin Yu's head. Good child, you make me so happy. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She hurriedly dashed back to the bathroom. She had just applied the mask and carelessly left the box open without tidying it up. Such a precious item must be properly stored. Chapter 79, Moving. The villa is secured. Lin Yu watched as his mother rushed out in a flurry, momentarily taken aback. He quickly followed her. Mom, what is happening? He called out, alarmed by her haste. Lung Qingxue also sprinted after Lin Yu. Together, they trailed Lu Yulan to the bathroom. Lin Yu's home was quite spacious, and the distance from the living room to the bathroom was indeed considerable. Soon, Lin Yu saw his mother emerge with a box of open masks in her arms, a smile illuminating her face. It seems as though one is cradling a precious treasure. Lin Yu remarked, Mom, I was wondering what it was. Turns out it's that facial mask. Lu Yulan cast an exasperated glance at Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, you do not understand. This mask is a gem for women. Lung Qingxue stepped to Lu Yulan's side and echoed, Exactly. Xiao Yu, you have no idea. With the mask clutched in her arms, Lu Yulan led the 2 children back to the living room. Xiao Yu, this mask is truly wonderful. However, there are only 5 sheets, and I've just used one. We must be prudent with it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face broke into a proud smile. Mom, no need to be frugal. Use it freely. You could apply 10 sheets a day. I can procure many more for you. Lu Yulan's eyes sparkled at this remark. and she playfully tugged at Lin Yu's ear. "Oh, Xiaoyu, how come you didn't tell me you could get so many? Now I have to be careful with this one." Lin Yu retorted, "But you never asked." Lin Yu, Lung Qingxue, and Lu Yulan continued their conversation for another hour. Lu Yulan glanced at the time and realized it was already 8 in the evening. She promptly said, "Xiaoyu, Shui, it's getting late. Let Mom drive you back to the university. It will take an hour." Lin Yu rose to his feet. "No need, Mom, we can return on our own." He was concerned about his mother driving them back to the university, considering she would have to make the return trip alone. It would take 2 hours in total, and she wouldn't arrive home until 10. He was uneasy about his mother driving by herself, but he felt assured about Shui accompanying him. "That's out of the question. Mom will take you," Lu Yulan said, glaring at Lin Yu. "It's fine, Mom, you come back home. I'm more worried about you." Lin Yu pressed gently on Lu Yulan's shoulder. She paused, then nodded slightly. "All right, Xiaoyu, be careful on the road." Lu Yulan followed Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue out of the villa, watching as they departed. An hour later, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue returned to the university. As they walked along the path, Lung Qingxue suddenly seized Lin Yu's waist and blinked her large eyes at him. "Xiaoyu, don't you have anything to say?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Huh, what is there to say? Let me give you a hint. Facial mask," Lung Qingxue declared, revealing her intentions. Since witnessing the remarkable effects of the mask on her mother-in-law, she had become quite envious. No woman can resist the allure of a beauty-enhancing mask, even if she is a stunning beauty herself. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her eagerness. "The mask? What mask? How was I to know I had one?" Lung Qingxue's face immediately puffed up in a pout. "Xiaoyu, you just mentioned that you could acquire numerous beauty masks." "Oh, regarding that, Shui, I currently possess only 2 masks. One has been given to my mother, and the other is intended for Aunt Fong. Regrettably, there is none for you." Lin Yu decided to tease Shui, for how could he not have prepared one for her? Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue was momentarily dumbfounded. Even her mother received a mask. How could hers be absent? Her petite face puffed up in indignation as she gazed at Lin Yu. "Little Yu, why not simply give me your mother's mask?" she exclaimed with a mischievous grin. "Apologies to you, Mother, but your mask is now mine. After all, you did turn me into a little pig." Lin Yu nearly stumbled in disbelief. What a heartwarming scene of maternal affection. He was almost moved to tears. He affectionately ruffled Lung Qingxue's hair. "Shui, you truly are something. Seizing Aunt Fong's mask. Aren't you afraid she might retaliate and turn you into a little pig?" Lung Qingxue hugged Lin Yu tightly. "Oh, little Yu, this is our little secret. If you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, how would Mother ever know?" Lin Yu found this amusing, contemplating that whether he would disclose this information depended on Shue's behavior. I must note this down." Shui snatched the mask from her mother-in-law. "Just kidding, Shui. I prepared 3 masks, so how could yours possibly be missing?" With that, Lin Yu retrieved another exquisitely packaged beauty mask from his pocket and handed it to Lung Qingxue. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Little Yu, you are truly wonderful." She accepted the mask and planted a kiss near Lin Yu's lips. He shook his head in amusement, bemused by the simplicity of a girl's sudden change in demeanor. Lin Yu escorted Lung Qingxue back to the girls' dormitory before returning to the boys' dormitory himself. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke, his 3 roommates still slumbering. With no classes that morning, he felt quite at ease. However, his biological clock had accustomed him to rising early. After washing up, he descended to have breakfast. Upon reaching the dining area, he spotted Shui waiting for him nearby. "Shui, little Yu, I used the mask last night. Do you think I look more beautiful?" Lin Yu nodded. "Indeed. You look even more lovely." In truth, he could not discern any notable difference. Whether or not Shui used the mask seemed to make little impact. Her skin remained as delicate and fair as ever, showing no visible changes. It appeared that for some individuals of a certain age, the effects of beauty masks were more pronounced. For someone as youthful and beautiful as Shui, the results were hardly apparent. Lung Qingxue beamed with joy at little Yu's compliment. "Well then, shall we go have breakfast?" In the dining hall, Lin Yu was enjoying his meal when suddenly a message popped up on his phone. "Saleswoman, Mr. Lin, the villa has been fully delivered and you can move in today." Lin Yu turned to Lung Qingxue, exclaiming, "Hey, Shui, we're moving." Chapter 80. That man Lung Qingxue, who was sipping kanji, was taken aback by Lin Yu's announcement of moving. "What? Little Yu, where are we moving to?" Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. This little fool had forgotten that they had purchased the villa together just the day before. It was quite absurd. After all, she had personally paid for it. To forget something so significant was truly remarkable. He pinched Lung Qingshue's little nose and said, Shue, you must admit you're a little fool. I'll tell you where we're going. Lung Qingxue puffed up her cheeks. What? Little Yu wants me to admit I'm a little fool. How could that be? Does he think I'm foolish? Even if I were a little fool, I wouldn't admit it. Besides, I'm not one at all. Little Yu. I'm not a little fool. As she spoke, Lung Qingxue picked up a small steamed bun with her chopsticks and stuffed it into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu opened his mouth and devoured the bun she offered, then laughed. Shue, you still claim you're not a little fool. Let me ask you, what did we do the day before yesterday? Hearing his question, Lung Qingxue tilted her head, lost in thought. What had they done the day before yesterday? For her, the most vivid memory was of yesterday, when she went to meet her mother-in-law with little Yu. The encounter had been quite memorable. Initially, she was nervous, unsure of her mother-in-law's temperament, but upon meeting Lu Yulan, she was pleasantly surprised. She adored her mother-in-law, who welcomed her with a lavish feast. Lung Qingxue had a wonderful time yesterday. As for the day before yesterday, she remembered that she had gone to class with little Yu in the morning, and then in the afternoon, little Yu, I remember now. Is it that we can move into the villa we bought? Are we moving there? Suddenly, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated above her head, signifying her realization. Lin Yu, amused, pinched Lung Qingshue's little face. Shue, you figured it out. You're quite clever. Lung Qingxue beamed with pride. Humph. Of course. Yet, she sensed something was off, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. The most important thing was to move immediately. They had the house now. How could they not move in quickly? Little Yu, let us hurry and move. Let us go back to the dorm and pack our things. Ling Qingxue set down her bowl and chopsticks, her small hand grasping Lin Yu's arm, her large eyes blinking eagerly. She was now impatient to move in. Lin Yu playfully flicked her forehead. Look at how anxious you are. First, let us finish our meal. We must not waste food. This morning, since Shue had no classes, Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. All right. Consequently, Ling Qingxue forcefully stuffed her dumplings into Lin Yu's hands. Today, he consumed several more dumplings than usual. So not wasting food means you eat them, right? Half an hour later, Ling Qingxue and Lin Yu finished their meal. Lin Yu felt quite full, while Ling Qingxue directly linked her arm with his, pulling him towards the dormitory. Hurry, Xiao Yu, let us quickly organize our luggage. Lin Yu patted Ling Qingxue's small head. Shue, haste makes waste. Do you think moving out is that simple? We need to obtain a certificate from our respective departments to be able to stay off campus. Ling Qingxue pouted. How troublesome, Xiao Yu. Can't we have a spontaneous move? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. A spontaneous move, you say? If we don't get the certificate, it would indeed be a true spontaneous departure. Come on. Let us go get the certificate first. The two collaborated. Ling Qingxue headed to the mathematics department to acquire her certificate, while Lin Yu went to the economics department. Ling Qingxue was aware that the department head was an elderly professor and knew where his office was, so she dashed over with great speed. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was at a loss. He had no idea who the department head was or where the office was located. This was quite normal, as most university students were similarly unaware of such places. Who would visit them anyway? Thus, Lin Yu messaged Wang Jun, hoping this fellow might know. After a while, Wang Jun replied. He actually knew where the department head's office was and sent the location to Lin Yu. Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. This guy often indulges in gossip, yet it proves useful at critical moments. All that gossip wasn't for naught. Following Wang Jun's directions, Lin Yu made his way inside the mathematics department head's office. The elderly professor was preparing his lessons. Knock, knock, knock. A voice came from the door. Please enter. Ling Qingxue peeked her head in and greeted. Hello, professor. The professor, upon seeing her, recognized Ling Qingxue. After all, he followed Lin Yu closely and naturally noticed her. Ling Qingxue, what brings you here? Ling Qingxue stepped into the office. Professor, I would like to obtain a certificate indicating that I will not be residing in the dormitory. The professor raised an eyebrow at her request. Oh, and why is that? What has transpired? Nothing much. I merely reside in the bustling metropolis. Lung Qingxue would not be foolish enough to disclose our cohabitation, although the old professor might potentially acquiesce. Nevertheless, it is wiser to remain discreet. Very well, let us prepare the materials. The old professor nodded, affirming that having a home in the metropolis posed no issue. Moreover, he was inclined to extend a favor to Lin Yu. Thank you, professor. Lung Qingxue secretly smiled, having successfully navigated the situation. Now, the focus shifted to how things would unfold for Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lin Yu stood before the office door of the head of the economics department, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, he had never encountered this department head and was uncertain of what to expect. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu rapped on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. The head of the economics department, seated at his desk, lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yu's. Upon seeing the young man, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, it's that handsome lad who was caught confessing to Xue. Chapter 81. Wang Jun. How could I live without you? The middle-aged department head, recognizing the visitor as the young man from the previous encounter, broke into a smile. Student, what brings you to me today? He found the young man quite appealing, not only because of his looks, which were undeniably pleasant, but also due to his boldness. To openly profess one's feelings in the central square, displaying such courage and flair in pursuit of love, epitomized the essence of youth. What a fine young man. At that moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the elaborate fantasies the department head had concocted about him. Had he known, he would undoubtedly scoff inwardly. That confession had been a mere accident, far from his true intentions. He never considered himself a gallant pursuer of love. He was merely a young man focused on his aspirations, believing that women would only hinder his ambitions. How could he possibly declare his feelings in public? If it weren't for the dogged system compelling him to confess to the most attractive person, he would never have been caught by the department head. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu said, Ahem, Director, I require a certificate to confirm that I do not reside in the dormitory. The department head raised an eyebrow. Oh, you come to me for a certificate? I wasn't aware you were a student of the economics department. Lin Yu thought to himself, goodness. The department head didn't even know I was a student here. If he had known about my previous confession, would he have summoned me back on the spot? The department head inquired further, May I ask your name, student? He was aware that it was impossible to know every student in a department as large as theirs. Director, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded calmly. Lin Yu? Lin Yu. I remember now. Are you the one representing the economics department in the basketball tournament? Scoring high points? Lin Yu paused for a moment. Yes, Director, it is I? He hadn't anticipated that his basketball exploits had reached the ears of the department head. Upon receiving Lin Yu's confirmation, the director smiled. Good lad. Well done. You've brought honor to our economics department. Lin Yu humbly replied, It was my duty. For the glory of our department. Very well, the director said, admiring Lin Yu. Is your home in the Magic City? Yes, Director. That is why I came to obtain a certificate. All right, please fill out the necessary materials. Understood. Thank you, Director. With that, he concluded his business. Now he only needed to meet Xue. After a while, Lin Yu completed the paperwork and received the certificate. He exited the office and sprinted at lightning speed toward the pavilion where he had arranged to meet Xue. Upon arriving, he saw Lung Qingxue sitting quietly on a bench, idly swinging her legs. Xue, you're here so soon? Lin Yu approached her. Lung Qingxue turned her head in surprise. Her cheeks puffed up. Little Yu, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you for a whole minute. Lin Yu exclaimed, seriously, is a minute even considered waiting? Xue, do you think I wanted to be slow? Let me tell you, our department head is the same one who caught us confessing that day. He sat beside Lung Qingxue, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Lung Qingxue gasped in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. What a coincidence. Little Yu, did the director give you a hard time? After all, the director had not only caught them confessing, but also witnessed Lin Yu asking Lung Qingxue to wear a maid outfit. Not at all. The director is very kind. Why would he make things difficult for me? Lin Yu chuckled, looking at Lung Qingxue. She raised an eyebrow. If he didn't give you a hard time, why are you so late? Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't admit that he had no idea where the department head's office was. That would be rather embarrassing. He reached over and playfully pinched Lung Qingxue's cheek. Xue, everything is ready except for the east wind. We must hurry back to pack our bags. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting the previous conversation. Right. Moving. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue returned to their respective dormitories to gather their belongings. As soon as Lung Qingxue entered her room, she began packing her clothes, bags, and little dresses. She had quite a number of items. Su Qing and El Jie looked on in astonishment. Xue, what are you packing for? We haven't even started the holiday yet. In the quietude of her room, Lung Qingxue busily packed her belongings while addressing her friend, Qingqing. I'm preparing to move out. The three sisters were instantly taken aback. Why was Xuexue suddenly planning to live elsewhere? Xuexue, what on earth is going on? Why are you moving out? She chuckled lightly. You've misunderstood. Nothing has happened. I'm renting a place outside with Xiaoyu. The trio breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qing teased Lung Qingxue. So you can't wait to cohabit with Linyu? I'm feeling a pang of envy. Qingqing, if you're envious, come help me pack. Lung Qingxue playfully pulled Su Qing into her task. Meanwhile, Linyu returned to his dormitory and began organizing his belongings. His possessions were minimal: a few pairs of shorts, a couple of casual shoes, a computer, and a dozen changes of clothes. Nothing more. Spotting a soda on the table, he casually wiped it away, causing it to vanish into his system space. At that moment, Wang Jun, noticing Lin Yu's activity, curiously inquired, Yuzi, what are you doing? Are you heading home? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, more or less. I've rented a place with Xuexue, and we'll be living together from now on. Wang Jun, Qian Fei, and Zhao Tian exclaimed, you call that more or less? Goodness. Yuzi, you're actually going to enjoy a beautiful cohabitation with the campus belle while leaving us single folks behind. Wang Jun exclaimed dramatically. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Should I move in with you instead and leave the campus belle alone? Wang Jun stepped closer. Yuzi, how can we survive without you? Without you, our dormitory will no longer be the most aesthetically pleasing in the economics department. The absence of our most handsome member will diminish our collective charm at lightning speed. Who will help us with our math assignments? You're so proficient at math, it would be a waste not to do more. Lin Yu's lips twitched at the thought. Was he merely a tool for math assignments? Ignoring their antics, he gathered his small luggage and exited the dormitory, intending to meet Xuexue. Wang Jun shouted after him. Will we meet again? Yuzi, when you do, I hope you find happiness. Lin Yu scoffed. Chapter 82. Lung Qingxue's enormous suitcase. Lin Yu disregarded his friends, continuing on with his luggage to find Xuexue, who he presumed was already ready and waiting for him downstairs. If he delayed, she would surely pout and chide him for being late. Xiaoyu, you're late again. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. Just as he stepped outside, Wang Jun, Qian Fei, and Zhao Tian all rushed out after him. Yuzi, how could we manage without you? Without you, no girls would approach us. Qian Fei and Zhao Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, they require a mathematical assignment assistant. Lin Yu halted his steps and raised an eyebrow at Wang Jun. What does my absence have to do with a girl approaching you? Furthermore, Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun again. Are you certain that a girl is interested in you? Wang Jun's body stiffened. Damn, I feel somewhat offended. Although Wang Jun felt slighted, he still proudly patted his chest. You look down on me, don't you? Why couldn't a girl approach me? He declared. Let me tell you, not only have girls approached me, but the number of them is quite substantial. Oh, is that so? Not only was Lin Yu taken aback, but also Qian Fei and Zhao Tian regarded Wang Jun with surprise. That doesn't seem feasible. It's improbable. Is there some misunderstanding? The two murmured. Upon witnessing their disdain, Wang Jun could no longer tolerate it. Damn it. The time for pretense is over. To date, I have been approached by 22 girls. Wow. Qian Fei and Zhao Tian exclaimed in unison. How could he possibly have 22 girls approach him? It's only been 2 months since we started university. The total number of girls we've spoken to doesn't even reach 22. Lin Yu stood to the side, raising an eyebrow. It seemed this fellow had quite the memory, keeping track of all those encounters. Wang Jun, noticing their shocked expressions, felt a surge of pride. Are you stunned? Surprised? I am indeed a man who has been approached by numerous girls. Zhao Tian immediately called out Wang Jun's bluff. Nonsense. Such a thing is simply impossible. There must be some trick to it. I'm so handsome, and I don't have that many girls approaching me. Lin Yu interjected. I haven't said anything yet. Who dares to claim they are handsome? You're all just younger brothers. Wang Jun scratched his head. All right, the truth is, those girls approached me for Yuzi's contact information. However, seeing that Yuzi already has a cold school beauty, I turned them all down. Lin Yu, Qian Fei, and Zhao Tian responded. So that counts as them approaching you? Goodness, so that's the case. With such good fortune, why didn't you think to call me? Zhao Tian erupted in anger. Wang Jun sneered at Zhao Tian. Aren't you in a relationship? Zhao Tian calmly replied. Just because I'm in a relationship doesn't mean I can't look at other girls. Who made such a rule? The group fell silent, realizing indeed no such rule existed. Lin Yu picked up his luggage, preparing to leave. This crowd still wished to use him as a tool for girls to approach. Yuzi, will we meet again? When we do, May you find happiness. Wang Jun let out a pig-like grunt. Lin Yu felt a twitch at his temple. Damn it. I am indeed moving out to live elsewhere, not abandoning my classes. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian immediately displayed expressions of enlightenment. Ah, indeed. It seems that way. How frustrating. You should have said so earlier. Off I go then, back to gaming. You, remember to complete your math homework. The three turned and walked back to their dormitory, shutting the door behind them, leaving Lin Yu alone, burdened with his luggage, in a state of confusion. Are these three afflicted with some sort of malady? As Lin Yu exited the boys' dormitory, he couldn't help but feel exasperated by their antics. Yet, how delightful is Xue Xue. Both beautiful and alluring, truly a splendid choice to cohabitate with her. Remaining in the dormitory would surely have driven him to madness. Lin Yu made his way to the university entrance, the designated meeting place with Xue Xue. As he awaited her arrival, he noticed a few passers-by heading out for leisure, glancing at him with mild admiration for his charm, but indifferent to the luggage he carried, as it was a commonplace sight in university life. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxue was busy preparing her belongings for the journey. Her possessions were somewhat abundant, including petite dresses, tops, bags, and numerous bottles of cosmetics. Though naturally beautiful, she occasionally indulged in makeup. After a prolonged effort, even enlisting the help of 3 close friends, she managed to pack a substantial suitcase. If only she had known it would be such a hassle, she would have packed less. Discovering a large bag of snacks on her desk, she decided to leave them behind for her friends instead of bringing them along. She turned to her 3 companions. Qing Qing, Qian Qian, these snacks are for you. They're too heavy for me to carry. The girls' eyes sparkled with delight as they rushed to embrace Lung Qingxue. Xue Xue, you're the best. You've left us so many treats. Indeed, she had quite a bounty to share. With a smug smile, she replied, of course. Half an hour later, Lin Yu stood still, having waited an eternity for Xue Xue's arrival. Curiosity struck him, prompting him to pull out his phone to call her. What could be taking so long? How much luggage could she possibly have? Just as he was about to dial, he spotted Lung Qingxue approaching, dragging an enormous pink and white suitcase. Xiao Yu, I'm here. Lin Yu gazed at the oversized suitcase in astonishment. Goodness, that is massive. Lin Yu observed the petite figure of Lung Qingxue, who was struggling with a large suitcase, and promptly rushed over to assist her, taking the cumbersome luggage into his own hands. Little Yuer, there's no need. I can manage it myself, Lung Qingxue protested, genuinely capable of handling the suitcase's weight. For her, this minor burden was inconsequential. If she could carry books, this suitcase posed no challenge. Upon seizing the oversized suitcase, Lin Yu estimated it weighed at least 100 pounds. Xue Xue is truly impressive, he mused, to drag a 100-pound suitcase all the way from the girls' dormitory. Had he known, he would have waited for her at the dorm entrance. What could possibly be in her suitcase to accumulate such weight? In stark contrast, Lin Yu's own suitcase was diminutive, resembling a mere backpack. Lung Qingxue burst into laughter upon seeing it, exclaiming, "Ha ha, little Yuer, your suitcase is so small." Lin Yu quipped, what is there to boast about a large suitcase? The bigger it is, the harder it is to carry. I truly cannot fathom how Xue Xue's mind works. Lung Qingxue dashed forward and snatched Lin Yu's small suitcase, declaring, Little Yuer, you help me with my suitcase, and I'll help you with yours. Lin Yu did not resist. Although he initially intended to carry both, he was content to let her take his, as it was light and contained little of value. Xue Xue, do you realize you're half an hour late? I've been waiting here all that time. I must inquire how packing could possibly take that long, he said with a smile, gently pinching her cheek. Lung Qingxue raised her chin defiantly, replying, Little Yuer, I was packing for those 30 minutes and didn't even have time to drink water. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Xue Xue, I finished packing in 10 minutes. You took an hour? Indeed, I felt that an hour was rather insufficient, she insisted. You don't understand. Girls have so much to bring. There are bags, dresses, and countless cosmetics. As she spoke, she began counting off on her fingers. Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk. No wonder Xue Xue was lugging such a massive suitcase. His half-hour wait was hardly in vain. He stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Lung Qingxue's slender waist. Xue Xue, look at you. Why bring so much? You're a local of Magic City, after all. Lung Qingxue puffed out her cheeks indignantly. At first, I had no idea I would meet you, little you, nor that we would need to move. In truth, when she first arrived at university, she had brought very little with her. Her residence is located in the bustling metropolis, allowing her to return home at her whim on weekends. The array of clothing and accessories she possesses is a testament to her penchant for shopping. Upon hearing Shue's words, Lin Yu found them to be quite reasonable. Previously, they had not even crossed paths. Who could have anticipated that they would cohabit in the future? He gently patted the small head of the quiet and reserved Shue. All right, let us proceed to the villa. With their luggage in tow, the two exited the front door. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue arrived at the charming villa they had recently purchased. At the entrance, a saleswoman awaited their arrival. Upon learning that Lin Yu would be moving in today, she had come prepared with the necessary documents and keys to hand over to him. Seeing Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue had arrived, she quickly approached them. Mr. Lin, the delivery procedures have been completed. The villa has already been cleaned. Here are the keys and the relevant documents. As she spoke, she handed over a hefty bundle of keys and paperwork to Lin Yu, resembling a landlord's collection of keys. Thank you, Lin Yu said politely as he accepted the keys and documents. You are most welcome, the saleswoman replied respectfully. After all, he was a valued client, and securing such a significant deal had earned her a considerable commission. Mr. Lin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, that will be all. Very well. The saleswoman departed from the villa. Lung Qingxue then gazed at the keys in Lin Yu's hand. Xiao Yuer, let me have a play with them. She had never seen such an array of keys before. Although her family's villa had even more keys, she had never had the opportunity to see them, as they were always kept by her mother. The only key she possessed was the one to their front door. Amused, Lin Yu watched Shue and handed her the bundle of keys. She eagerly accepted them, examining them with great curiosity. Enough playing around, Shue. Let us enter the villa. Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair. Okay. With the keys in hand, Lung Qingxue dashed forward and unlocked the grand entrance to the villa, with Lin Yu following closely behind. Upon entering, they were greeted by an interior adorned in shades of platinum, a sight that was quite pleasing to the eye. Lung Qingxue set her suitcase aside and made her way to the living room sofa. She touched the fabric, finding it satisfactory, though it paled in comparison to the quality of her own home. Xiao Yuer, this sofa is quite nice. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. This sofa is rather ordinary. It seems we ought to replace it with a new one. What do you think, Shue? Lung Qingxue nodded enthusiastically. Sure, shall you use my card? Lin Yu mused. Is this what they call a wealthy lady? Such extravagance. Without a flicker of hesitation, he swiped the card. Lin Yu approached Lung Qingxue, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Dear sister, I no longer wish to toil. Taken aback initially, Lung Qingxue soon broke into a smile. She reached out her petite hand to stroke Lin Yu's head. Little Yu, ensure that I am pampered to perfection, and I shall treat you to card swipes daily. Lin Yu playfully pinched Lung Qingxue's nose. Look at your confidence. As for the sofa replacement, I shall be the one to pay. No one can stop me. Swiping your card for a mere sofa? That cannot be allowed. If I were to continually let you use your card, how could I find the courage to do so? This time, it must be my card that is used. Furthermore, as a time traveler, he possesses a unique system. Chapter 84. This must be kept safe. Subsequently, Lung Qingxue merrily explored the villa, peeking around corners with a curious demeanor. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. In fact, she had never observed her own grand villa with such intrigue. This was particularly meaningful as it marked the first villa she purchased with little Yu, making it a cherished memory. Moreover, she had lived in her family's grand residence since birth, becoming accustomed to it, while this new villa offered a refreshing novelty. Seeing her so delighted, Lin Yu chose not to disrupt her joy. He found a room to designate as his storage space. Carrying his suitcase, he entered the room he had just selected. It was a secondary bedroom beside the master suite, modest in size, perfect for storing his belongings. Naturally, Lin Yu would be sleeping in the master bedroom, but it was impractical to clutter that space with his items. In truth, it mattered little. There was nothing scandalous among his belongings, merely a few pairs of undergarments, slippers, and his computer. He could have easily placed them in the master bedroom, but after consideration, he decided to keep them in the secondary room to avoid occupying the primary space. Lin Yu opened his suitcase, extracting all his undergarments, slippers, and change of clothes, neatly organizing them in the wardrobe. After some time, he had arranged everything to his satisfaction, even stowing the suitcase away. Ah, how delightful! The sight of an orderly arrangement brings comfort. Lin Yu possessed a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, necessitating that everything be in its rightful place. Disarray unsettled him. He felt compelled to align his footsteps with the lines of the floor tiles, ensuring that items on his desk were meticulously arranged, books stacked neatly, pins aligned perfectly. Very well, Lin Yu surveyed the tidy room, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He silently commanded, "System, open the system space." Opened. Before Lin Yu appeared a dimensional black hole, revealing his system space within. He reached out and felt around, eventually discovering a pair of large shorts. To his astonishment, these were the very shorts he had changed into after a meeting at Tianyu Technology Company last time. They had been lying around for quite some time. Upon returning from the meeting, Lin Yu had completely forgotten about these shorts left in the storage space, neglecting to retrieve them. He quickly tossed the shorts aside, feeling quite startled. Fortunately, the shorts had not developed any unpleasant odor. The system storage function proved to be remarkably effective, preserving items placed within it. Lin Yu reached out once more and retrieved a pair of silky, delicate black stockings. Shue Shue's black stockings. Holding them in his hand felt wonderfully smooth and comfortable. Lin Yu had complex feelings regarding these stockings acquired through the system. Initially, he considered discarding them, but found himself unable to do so. Now that he was with Shue, he was even less inclined to part with them. He had originally intended to permanently seal the stockings within the system space. After all, if Shue discovered them, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Although the stockings were obtained through the system and had no direct connection to him, if Shue found them, he could hardly claim they were unrelated, as that would defy reason. However, now it was no longer a concern. He had a storage room where he could safely keep the stockings. Before moving to the villa, he could not have dared to leave them out in his dormitory, especially since he shared the space with 3 others. Now, he could confidently store them here. It was certainly better to keep them here rather than in the system's space, where he would constantly be reminded of them. Lin Yu placed Shue's stockings neatly in the wardrobe. Suddenly, Lung Qingxue sprang out from behind him and hugged him tightly. "Little Yu, what are you up to? Are you up to no good?" Lin Yu was taken aback, nearly startled out of his wits. Fortunately, he had been quick enough to hide Shue's stockings. "Shue, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be having fun?" Lin Yu swiftly regained his composure, turning to embrace Lung Qingxue. She glanced at Lin Yu's wardrobe. "I saw the door to this room was open, so I thought I would come in and check." "Little Yu, you still haven't answered my question. Are you up to no good?" She had entered just in time to see Lin Yu fiddling with something in the wardrobe. "Not at all. There's nothing wrong here. I was just organizing the room to make it a storage space for my luggage," Lin Yu calmly explained. Though he felt a pang of anxiety with the stockings so close at hand, Lung Qingxue tilted her head slightly. "Then you could place them in the master bedroom. It's quite spacious." Lin Yu gently pinched Lung Qingxue's delicate nose. "The master bedroom is spacious and still needs to accommodate your belongings. Am I not saving you some space? Just look at you, bringing such a large suitcase. It's filled with clothes, bags, and cosmetics. They would be scattered everywhere." Lung Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She indeed had quite a bit of stuff. "All right, Xiao Yuer, let us head to the master bedroom. You can help me tidy up," she said. Lin Yu sighed in relief, nearly exposed, but fortunately, he was clever. Lung Qingxue pulled Lin Yu out of the storage room, glancing back at the wardrobe where Lin Yu's things were kept. Chapter 85. Lung Qingxue, I forgot to bring the quilt. Lung Qingxue led Lin Yu to the master bedroom. As they entered, the expansive space immediately greeted them, offering an unparalleled sense of comfort. In the center of the room stood a large bed, considerably larger than an ordinary double bed. It was wide and long enough to comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 people lying on it. Lin Yu surveyed the grand bed, nodding to himself in approval. Indeed, it was splendid. This bed was truly enormous, perfect for Shue to frolic upon. This little imp would undoubtedly roll around on it. Sure enough, upon seeing the grand bed, Lung Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "It's so big," she exclaimed, diving onto the bed, spreading her little arms and legs as she frolicked. Lin Yu approached and effortlessly lifted her up. "Shue, look at you. The sheets and quilt haven't been changed yet, and you're already jumping on it. What does it matter? Xiao Yu, this bed is just so much fun," Lung Qingxue replied, her face beaming with joy. Lin Yu playfully brushed his fingers against her little nose. "Shue, we must pay attention to hygiene. We need to change the sheets and quilt for new ones." Lung Qingxue paused, realization dawning on her. "Oh, Xiao Yuer, I just remembered. When I was packing, I left the quilt behind because it was too heavy to carry. Does that mean we don't have a quilt?" she exclaimed, ready to dash to the store to buy one. Lin Yu held her back, chuckling. "Shue, with that little quilt of yours, even if you had brought it, it wouldn't suffice. How could a small dormitory quilt possibly cover such a large bed? Lung Qingxue fell into contemplation, realizing the truth in his words. Her small quilt was just enough for the dorm room bed, but it would be utterly inadequate for this grand bed. So why are we still standing here? Hurry and buy a quilt. Did you bring one, Xiaoyu? She asked, pinching Lin Yu's cheek. It's autumn now. How can we sleep without a quilt at night? Lin Yu, witnessing her urgency, smiled mysteriously. Humph, that's only natural. As someone who prepares for the future, of course, I brought a blanket. Unlike you, little fool. Cold Qingxue pouted, her face slightly puffed in indignation. She felt quite unconvinced. How could Xiaoyu possibly think of something she hadn't? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoyu, I don't believe you. Unless you show it to me. Lin Yu looked at Cold Qingxue's puffy little face with a sense of pride. Oh, you don't believe me, do you? In truth, I didn't bring a blanket at all. Why would I carry something so heavy? But I have a system, and with it, I can summon hundreds of blankets at any time, each one unique. Various colors, red, yellow, green, purple, blue, even a rainbow of hues, including vibrant black ones. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Shue, still skeptical? I'll show you right now. If I produce a blanket, will you admit you're the little fool? Cold Qingxue observed Lin Yu's self-assured demeanor, hesitating slightly. Humph, Xiaoyu, even if you bring out a blanket, I won't admit to being foolish. Do you think I'm that naive? Trying to provoke me? No way. I'm far too clever for that. Seeing that Shue was not falling for his trick, Lin Yu said nothing and headed straight to the storage room to retrieve the blanket. Though he hadn't brought one, he could easily access his system space to find one. Cold Qingxue, noticing Lin Yu's swift movement toward the storage room, hurriedly followed him. She wanted to see for herself whether Xiaoyu truly had a blanket or was merely deceiving her. Lin Yu sensed her following closely behind and felt a jolt of surprise. He quickly entered the storage room, opening the system shop in his mind to search for a high-quality duvet. Cold Qingxue, observing Lin Yu's hurried pace, felt a surge of delight in her heart. Xiaoyu is indeed trying to fool me. She quickened her steps, determined to catch him without a blanket. Lin Yu soon found a stunning platinum silk duvet. System purchase. Dormitory, 50 points. Confirm purchase? Yes. Instantly, he conjured a massive platinum blanket from thin air. Just as Cold Qingxue entered the storage room behind him, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Yu holding the magnificent gold silk duvet. She was momentarily stunned. Xiaoyu, you really did bring a blanket. Lin Yu gently patted Cold Qingxue's little head. I told you I brought one, and of course I did. I, Lin Yu, am always true to my word. Cold Qingxue stepped forward, taking the silk duvet into her arms. The material was silky and comfortable, remarkably light, better than any blanket she had at home. Xiaoyu, this blanket must be quite expensive. Lin Yu spoke in a low voice, expressing relief that it wasn't overly expensive. The house was entirely purchased by Shue, so what was the harm in her buying a small blanket? Holding Lin Yu's silk quilt, Lung Qingxue returned to the master bedroom and spread the quilt over the bed. Then, with a sudden leap, she flopped onto the bed and began rolling around. This is so much fun. Little Yu, come play with me. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he sat on the edge of the bed, surveying his surroundings. Opposite the bed hung an impressive 72-inch LCD television. He gazed at the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had little interest in watching television. Young people nowadays rarely watch TV. With the advent of smartphones and the internet, they can access their desired programs anytime and anywhere without the need for a television. However, the older generation still enjoys watching TV, while this younger generation has largely moved away from it. As Lin Yu contemplated the large television, an idea formed in his mind. Perhaps he could modify it to connect with a computer, transforming the TV into a large display screen that could be used to watch programs during idle moments. What a delightful prospect it would be to lie in bed watching movies. On the other side of the grand bed, there was an expansive vanity table accompanied by an entire wardrobe. Lin Yu smirked. The master bedroom seemed entirely tailored for a girl. It was adorned with all the necessary accoutrements. Shue, go fetch your suitcase and organize your belongings, he instructed, gesturing towards the vanity. Upon seeing the vanity, Lung Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she sprang up with enthusiasm. Hey, little Yu, come help me. As she wheeled in her enormous suitcase and opened it, a cascade of items nearly spilled out. Chapter 86. Do you think this one looks nice? As Lung Qingxue's oversized suitcase opened, a plethora of items surged forth, creating a colorful mess of cosmetic bottles and jars scattered across the floor. Initially taken aback, She quickly flushed with embarrassment and hurried to pick up her cosmetics. It seemed she had brought an abundance of items. Lin Yu stood by, equally astonished. Wow, is there really this much stuff? The sheer size of Shue's suitcase was already impressive, yet it was filled to the brim with even more items than he anticipated. Theoretically, such a quantity should not have fit into the suitcase at all. If it did, it was likely that the suitcase had been stuffed with considerable force. Lin Yu's imagination conjured up an amusing image of Shui struggling to compress her suitcase in the dormitory. It was truly a delightful sight. The vast suitcase bore an undue burden for one of its age. Lung Qingxue crouched on the ground, organizing her array of cosmetic containers. When she noticed Lin Yu standing nearby, a smile gracing his features. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Xiaoyu, why are you just standing there? Come help me. Upon being called, Lin Yu approached her side and knelt down, assisting in the arrangement of the myriad bottles and jars. Qingxue, I must confess, he began while tidying up. Did you compress your suitcase rather forcefully when you arrived? Lung Qingxue paused, then quickly grasped the implication behind Xiaoyu's words. A jolt of panic surged within her. Had she been discovered? Indeed, while packing in the dormitory, she had pressed the suitcase down numerous times. Not only had she done it herself, but she had also urged her friends to help, for otherwise, her belongings simply would not fit. Yet, admitting such a thing was out of the question. To confess would mean acknowledging that her possessions were so plentiful that they could not be contained within the suitcase. Xiaoyu, be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. She retorted, look at my suitcase, there remains ample space. How could it possibly require compression? Lin Yu, observing her stubbornness, chose not to press the matter further. It was essential to grant Qingxue some dignity. After all, who knew what would happen if she pinched his waist? After a while, through their combined efforts, all of Lung Qingxue's cosmetics were neatly arranged, transforming the vanity into a vibrant display of colorful containers that was pleasing to the eye. With a sense of pride, Lung Qingxue lifted her head, hands on her hips. Ah, Xiaoyu, thank goodness for my dexterous hands. Look how tidy the vanity is. Qingxue, it appears that most of the cosmetics were arranged by me, Lin Yu pointed out. You merely stood by, directing me. Indeed, while Qingxue had not lifted a finger, she had merely orchestrated his efforts in arranging the items. Lung Qingxue chuckled. Xiaoyu, your labor is as good as mine. Why must we delineate our contributions so clearly? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, if I eat ice cream, it is equivalent to you eating ice cream too? In that case, I shall eat your share for you, and you should still savor the flavor. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue grew flustered. No, Xiaoyu, ice cream is something I must enjoy personally. I shan't trouble you with it. Lin Yu smiled. It's no trouble at all, Qingxue. I can devour it just right. Without hesitation, Lung Qingxue reached out, pinching Lin Yu's waist. Just how many can you eat in one bite? One bite or none? Lin Yu, however, was not being cowardly. He was merely looking to protect his own waist. After all, for a man, the waist is of utmost significance. Humph, at least you know how to be sensible. Cold Qingxue dragged the remaining luggage to the wardrobe. Xiaoyu, come and help me sort out the clothes. Lin Yu was taken aback. Ah, Shueshue. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is all your clothing, after all. Some outerwear and little dresses aside, but there are other things too. Cold Qingxue shot Lin Yu a glance. What is inappropriate about it? Come help. Seeing her insistence, Lin Yu didn't refuse and walked over to her side. Shueshue had asked, and to decline would be foolish. Cold Qingxue pulled out a cream-colored long dress from the suitcase, measuring it against her waist. Xiaoyu, do you think this looks nice on me? Upon seeing it, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It's quite lovely. Truly beautiful. Cold Qingxue then retrieved a pair of denim shorts, holding them up. And this? Very pretty. Super stunning. She continued by extracting a pair of fitted trousers. What about this? Xiaoyu? Absolutely gorgeous. Lin Yu realized that whatever Shueshue presented, as long as he declared it beautiful, it sufficed. Noticing Lin Yu's nonchalant responses, Cold Qingxue pouted slightly. Xiaoyu, you're being a bit dismissive. Then, with a mischievous grin, she reached into the suitcase and pulled out a pair of black stockings. Xiaoyu, how about this piece? Does it look good? Lin Yu didn't even glance and nodded vigorously. Very beautiful. Ultimately stunning. Really? Xiaoyu, why don't you take a closer look? Cold Qingxue regarded Lin Yu with the cunning smile of a sly fox. Startled, Lin Yu focused on what Shueshue was holding. Oh no, those are black stockings. He realized. Not nice. Are you sure? They look good. Oh, so Xiaoyu actually likes these? Cold Qingshua's gaze held a deeper meaning as she scrutinized Lin Yu. Lin Yu found himself in a dilemma. To say they were unattractive felt like a death sentence, yet to affirm their appeal suggested he was the type to appreciate them. He reached out and pinched Cold Qingshua's slender waist. Shua, you're intentionally baiting me. Cold Qingxue retorted with confidence. Who told you to be so dismissive? You weren't even serious about choosing the clothes. An hour later, Cold Qingxue finally finished organizing the wardrobe. Lin Yu stood beside her, watching her compare outfits, feeling rather numb. At 8 in the evening, Lin Yu dashed to the bathroom for a shower. Cold Qingxue lay on the big bed, engrossed in her phone. Xiao Yu's silk quilt was exceptionally soft, making it quite comfortable to lounge upon. Suddenly, a thought crossed Cold Qingxue's mind. She climbed off the bed and peeked out the door, observing discreetly. She discovered that Xiao Yu was still in the shower and had not yet returned. She hurriedly tiptoed out of the master bedroom, stealthily making her way to Lin Yu's storage room. As Lung Qingxue entered the storage area, she dashed straight to the wardrobe, a mischievous grin adorning her face. With eager anticipation, she extended her delicate hand, ready to unveil the secrets hidden within. What could this be? She pondered, her curiosity piqued by the contents Lin Yu had just organized that afternoon. Earlier, she had noticed the door to the secondary bedroom ajar and, driven by intrigue, had approached to take a look. To her surprise, she found Lin Yu busily tidying up his belongings, his demeanor remarkably calm. Lung Qingxue was convinced that he must have stashed away something delightful, keeping it from her gaze. This simply could not stand. She was determined to uncover it. Come, let me see. At that moment, Lin Yu was indulging in a leisurely bath, occasionally humming a tune. I love bathing, my skin feels so good. La la la, he sang, donning a shower cap and dancing about, blissfully unaware of how off-key he sounded. It didn't seem matter to him. After all, only he could hear his singing. Even if Qingxue caught wind of it, they were family. Who cared if his singing was less than melodious? He was liberating himself in that moment. In truth, Lin Yu believed that with the aid of his system, even his lackluster singing could transform into a celestial melody, surpassing all renowned singers. Yet, he deliberately chose not to. He felt his unique voice held a certain charm, a distinctive quality that he wished to preserve. Moreover, he never resorted to cheats. Relaxing in the bathtub, Lin Yu reveled in the comfort it provided. Ah, what bliss! Living in a villa was indeed a luxury. The bathroom was exponentially larger than those in the university. While there were facilities at school, they paled in comparison, and he had to share them with 3 others. But now, the villa boasted 3 bathrooms. One for him and one for Qingxue, with an extra to spare. It was utterly delightful. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a peculiar twitch in his eyelid, as if something was about to unfold, though he couldn't quite fathom what. Meanwhile, Qingxue was likely engrossed in her phone. Inside Lin Yu's storage room, she had opened the mysterious wardrobe, and a flash of brilliance seemed to dance before her eyes. Before her stood a heap of oversized underwear. Stunned, Lung Qingxue froze momentarily, then reached out to examine the garments. A chuckle escaped her lips. Just how fond was Lin Yu of wearing such large underwear? The wardrobe was brimming with them, each pair distinct in style. Yet, it seemed perfectly reasonable, as this was indeed how he typically dressed during his university days. It appeared quite breezy, after all. Little Yu cherishes wearing oversized shorts, so let us buy him plenty of them. She is truly clever. Lung Qingxue continued to survey her surroundings, initially believing that Little Yu was concealing some delightful treasures in the wardrobe. To her dismay, there was nothing remarkable, just this. Suddenly, her little foot brushed against something, and as she looked down, she spotted a line of assorted slippers neatly arranged on the floor. Lung Qingxue could no longer contain herself. She burst into laughter. Ha ha. Little Yu genuinely adores the combination of oversized shorts and slippers. Reflecting on their first encounter, he had been wearing oversized shorts and slippers then as well. At that time, Lung Qingxue had locked Lin Yu in place, unable to escape, likely due to his slippers. Generally, wearing oversized shorts and slippers might detract from one's elegance. Yet Little Yu possesses a unique charm in this attire, exuding a casual handsomeness. Indeed, he is inherently handsome. Thus, it seems the allure lies not in the shorts, but in the person himself. A handsome individual remains striking regardless of their clothing. Lung Qingxue began to contemplate purchasing numerous oversized shorts and slippers for Lin Yu, given his fondness for them. She once more peered into the wardrobe, firmly believing that it harbored hidden treasures, and was unwilling to relinquish her search so easily. However, after a prolonged examination, All she found were Lin Yu's change of clothes, with nothing else of interest. Suddenly, she noticed a dark object in the corner of the wardrobe. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she quickly reached out to grasp it. Upon retrieving it, a shocked expression crossed her face. This. It was her long-lost black stockings. The very pair she cherished most. How could they possibly be in little Yu's wardrobe? Recently, she had discovered the inexplicable disappearance of these beloved stockings in her dormitory. It was quite odd. Could they vanish without a trace? Her roommates had their own pairs and wouldn't he have taken hers? After searching fruitlessly for a long time, she decided to give up. Based on her experience, the more one desperately seeks something, the more elusive it becomes. Conversely, when one stops searching, the object often appears before them. Although it may sound absurd, it is the truth. Throughout her life, keys and phones that mysteriously vanished have reappeared in this manner. So, Lung Qingxue ceased her search for the black stockings. Yet today, she found them in little Yu's wardrobe, staring in disbelief at the stockings in her hand. She could not fathom how they ended up there. Could it be? A mischievous smile crept across her face. Really, Xiaoyu, if you like this, just tell me. If you tell me, how could I possibly refuse to show you? At that moment, Lin Yu felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelids, though he was oblivious to the reason behind it. After finishing his shower and dressing, he returned to the master bedroom. As he stepped inside, he noticed Xue seated at the edge of the bed, a knowing smile gracing her lips. What are you doing here, Xue? Lin Yu approached her. Xiaoyu, is there something you are hiding from me? Something you haven't shared? Cold Qingxue asked, her smile unwavering as she gazed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback. Did he have anything to conceal from Xue? It seemed not. He, Lin Yu, was always forthright. He had never kept a secret from her. With a firm pat on his chest, he declared, Xue, I have always been honest with you. I have shared everything. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyu, perhaps you should think a little harder? Cold Qingxue's lips curled up as she regarded Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, remained resolute. I have thought it through. I am not hiding anything from you. Seeing this, Cold Qingxue produced a pair of black stockings she had found in Lin Yu's wardrobe, waving them in front of him. What about these? Lin Yu was taken aback. What the? Upon seeing the black stockings in Cold Qingxue's hand, he was instantly frozen in disbelief. He recognized them immediately as the ones the system had procured for him that day, which he had placed in his closet. There was no possibility of any other explanation. The design was etched in his memory, unmistakable. How could Xue's stockings be in her hands? They should be resting peacefully in my wardrobe. What on earth is happening? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she have discovered this? Although the system was responsible for the situation, it had manifested in his domain, leaving him utterly speechless. Lin Yu stood there, lost in thought. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching incessantly while he showered. This was the reason. While he was preoccupied with his bath, Xue must have seized the opportunity to rummage through his storage and find them. Cold Qingxue, observing Lin Yu's astonished expression, felt a surge of delight, almost bursting into laughter. Xiaoyu was simply too amusing. She harbored no ill feelings regarding Lin Yu's hidden stockings. After all, it was quite normal for a man. In fact, she felt quite pleased. Xiaoyu's actions merely confirmed his affection and concern for her. This was a manifestation of his fondness for her. Certainly, were it to be someone else, it would be utterly impossible. They wouldn't dare to even approach. Otherwise, she would retaliate with a swift punch. A mischievous smile danced upon Lung Qingxue's lips. Xiaoyu, how do you explain this? Lin Yu exclaimed, what the hell? How is he supposed to explain this? This is clearly the doing of the system. Why must he shoulder the blame? Cursed system. Moreover, it is quite challenging to elucidate how this item found its way into his wardrobe. Disregarding the possibility of the system's involvement, it can only be concluded that he had taken it himself. If he had indeed taken it, does that not imply an inclination towards it? Although he might have a slight fondness for it, he could not dare to admit it aloud. Otherwise, it would only serve to inflate Qingxue's ego. By the way, Qingxue, where did you find this? Lin Yu resolved to divert the conversation. In your wardrobe, came the reply. What else is there to say? What? It was in my wardrobe. How could that be? I wonder who might have placed it there. Lin Yu scratched his head, puzzled. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyu, there are only the two of us in this villa, and this belongs to me. Who else could have put it there besides you? A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Lung Qingxue's eyes as she continued to gaze at Lin Yu. Xiaoyu still refused to acknowledge it. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu felt exasperated. Damn it. I, Lin Yu, am not one to waver. Qingxue, I won't pretend any longer. I confess, I was the one who placed it in the wardrobe. Lung Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Well, Xiaoyu has admitted it so readily? I was just about to tease him further, yet here he is, confessing. How boring. Xiaoyu, you seem quite proud of this, she remarked. So, it turns out you are this kind of person. Lin Yu's body tensed. I am not. I did not. Don't say such nonsense. I am a principled and courageous young man. Lung Qingxue chuckled softly. Xiaoyu, do you like this? At her words, Lin Yu froze. Whether he liked it was indeed a complex matter. To deny it would be futile, yet to affirm it would only please Qingxue further. I like it. He finally admitted, following his true feelings. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxue's heart swelled with joy. She reached out to ruffle Lin Yu's hair. Xiaoyu, if you like it. Just tell me. If you wish to see it, I can certainly show you. Lin Yu was taken aback. What? Qingxue, are you really this generous? Lung Qingxue playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiaoyu, when have I ever been unkind? Lin Yu lowered his head, plunged into contemplation. Well, aside from the initial confession that left me immobilized, and your relentless insistence on feeding me dumplings while occasionally pinching my waist, everything else has been rather pleasant. Afterward, Lin Yu was pinched several times by Lung Qingxue at the waist. Subsequently, she donned the black stocking she had retrieved from Lin Yu's wardrobe, her long, elegant legs accentuating her height. She took a couple of model-like strides. Xiaoyu, am I good to you? Lin Yu nodded in appreciation. Indeed, she was truly beautiful. With an enviable figure and a lovely face. He felt fortunate to have found such a treasure. Lung Qingxue smiled brightly. Xiaoyu, since I treat you so well, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What kind of appreciation does Snow need? Lung Qingxue laid her cards on the table. Xiaoyu, I want ice cream. Lin Yu chuckled, having anticipated this. He smiled and reached into his pocket, magically producing a box of delectable ice cream. Lung Qingxue's eyes sparkled at the sight, not just because of the delicious treat, but also due to his impressive sleight of hand. She eagerly dug into the ice cream, while Lin Yu rushed to turn on the LCD television mounted on the wall. The television needed to be connected to the computer for movie watching. Lung Qingxue leaned against Lin Yu, enjoying her ice cream while watching a variety show. Her cheeks puffed adorably. Xiaoyu, how about we get a small refrigerator? We could place it in the master bedroom. That way, we could have ice cream whenever we wanted. Although there was a large refrigerator in the kitchen, Lung Qingxue thought it was too cumbersome for the bedroom. A cute and compact fridge would be far more appealing and convenient. Lin Yu arched an eyebrow. Snow, with me around, can't you enjoy ice cream anytime, anywhere? Why do we need a refrigerator? He was not boasting. If he desired ice cream, he could simply pull one out from his pocket. Lung Qingxue glanced at him, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Of course, I know you can provide me with ice cream at any moment, but you can only give me one box at a time. Wouldn't it be delightful to have a small refrigerator stocked with dozens of boxes of ice cream? Lin Yu replied. So, you wish to indulge in multiple boxes at once?